Chapter 1. The Talented Rock Ninja. The transmigrator Suji in the year 45 of Konoha. The land of earth basked in radiant sunshine and gentle breezes. Within the village of Awakens, a young man stormed out of the ninja hospital, cursing under his breath. This youth, hailed as the most handsome man in Awakens, was none other than Suji, the head of the ninja hospital. Suji was a transmigrator, having found himself in this warped world of Naruto due to an unforeseen accident in this realm. Be it protagonists, side characters, or antagonists, none enjoyed a life of happiness. Initially, upon becoming a resident of this world, Suji was filled with trepidation, only to eventually uncover his unique advantage. He possessed an extraordinary intellect, granting him unparalleled cognitive abilities. Through his tireless efforts, Suji ascended to become a victor of life at a remarkably young age, overseeing the medical department of Awakens, a position equivalent to that of the head of the the ninja world. Is fraught with peril. One never knows when an unknown Otsutsuki might emerge, ready to obliterate everything in their path. For the sake of his own safety and happiness, Suji resolved to become the strongest. His aspiration was to explore the truth through his understanding of the world, ultimately striving to attain omniscience and omnipotence. With the most formidable mind in the ninja realm, Suji could analyze and comprehend everything, transcending all limitations. He was not destined to be a mere pawn or a tool for others. He was here to become a progenitor, not a sacrificial lamb. He had endured enough of such indignities in his past life, however. Today, a simmering anger brewed within him as he led a group of ninjas beyond the village to undertake a mission. Typically, someone of his stature, as Awakens' foremost medical ninja, a position of significant influence, would not be dispatched for field work. He was not part of the Umbu. His daily routine involved imparting knowledge of human physiology to beautiful female doctors and teaching nursing skills to lovely nurses. Yet today, an order from the Umbu, sealed with the command of the Otsutsuki, summoned him to join the First Legion of Awakens on a mission. While others might disregard such orders, Suji knew that as long as he remained in Awakens, he could not defy the will of the third Otsutsuki, Inoki. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, biding his time to deal with those who manipulated events from the shadows. Cursed those wretched fools for interrupting his research. It was most likely that Inoki's son, Otsutsuki, was the one causing him trouble. Suji felt his patience wearing thin. It was time to eliminate Otsutsuki. He had amassed sufficient power. Once Otsutsuki was dealt with, Inoki would follow suit with a domineering figure looming over him. How could he ever be free? Suji now possessed enough strength and merely awaited the right moment for an unexpected demise to befall Inoki, confident in his ability to ascend to the position of Otsutsuki. Once he claimed the title, he would ensure that the despicable daimyo met his end. As well, the land of earth needed but one voice, and that voice would be Suji's. Scientific pursuits are costly, and controlling such a vast nation would allow his intellect and talents to flourish. At the command center of the reconnaissance division of the First Legion of Awakens, this outpost serves as a crucial bastion for the Rock Shinobi, tasked with monitoring the sizable military movements of the Fire Nation, particularly regarding its ninja forces. Recently, a fierce battle erupted here. 5 elite jonin from the Rock Hidden Village's reconnaissance unit, along with their subordinates, fell victim to a terrifying genjutsu, rendering them as mere shells of their former selves, devoid of will. Simultaneously, their bodies were ravaged by an unknown toxin, leaving them in an unresponsive state. Despite the strenuous efforts of the medical ninjas within the Legion, they were unable to resolve this dire predicament, and the situation for these ninjas grew increasingly desperate. In a moment of necessity, the First Legion had no choice but to seek assistance from the village, hoping to summon several highly skilled medical ninjas. The reinforcements arrived promptly, and to their astonishment, the individual dispatched was none other than the renowned sage of healing, Suji, the medical chief of their rank. Suji, whose mastery of medical ninjutsu is lauded alongside that of Tsunade from the Leaf Village, is revered as the foremost healer among the Rock Shinobi. Moreover, he is a product of Inoki, boasting a lineage of distinguished heritage. He is also the youngest elite jonin within the Rock Village, having attained this prestigious rank at the tender age of 13, a feat that sent shockwaves throughout the ninja world. An undeniable prodigy, while Kakashi, a celebrated genius, achieved jonin status at 13 through the creation of the lightning-based jutsu Chidori. Suji stands at 18 years old today. It is noteworthy that, according to the stringent hierarchy of ninja ranks, elite jonin represents the pinnacle of strength, the apex of the ninja hierarchy, without any so-called cage-level ninjas existing at that time. Following the establishment of the village and nation system, the Kage system emerged, with each Kage from the 5 great ninja villages wielding power far exceeding that of other elite jonin. To delineate this echelon of ninjas, The term cage-level ninja was coined. Those bearing this title signify their possession of strength that transcends that of ordinary elite jonin. Elite jonin are the most formidable ninjas beneath the Kage, with some rivaling cage-level power, each boasting their unique ninjutsu style. Tsuji is renowned for his medical ninjutsu, capable of both saving lives and taking them. Should these 5 elite jonin perish, the high-end combat strength of the reconnaissance unit within the First Legion would be irrevocably compromised, representing a significant loss for the Rock Shinobi. This is particularly critical given the vital role of elite jonin skilled in reconnaissance and intelligence gathering, whose importance on the battlefield often surpasses that of those adept in direct combat. In the world of ninjas, intelligence is paramount. Without sufficient information, one might find themselves ensnared by unexpected tactics. The demise of these elite jonin, along with their allied chunin and jinin, would warrant the complete dissolution of the reconnaissance unit's designation. Even the heir of the esteemed Maoli clan, a powerful faction within the village, who currently commands the First Legion, would face accountability and potential demotion. The Rock Shinobi maintained 3 permanent ninja legions stationed outside the village. Safeguarding the borders of the Earth Country, the reconnaissance unit serves as the eyes of the Legion, underscoring its undeniable significance. However, the ninjas of the reconnaissance unit are perplexed by the response of Tsuji, the esteemed healer from the village, who, after surveying the afflicted ninjas, offered no immediate solutions for their salvation. Medical ninjas serve under Tsuji, fully aware of their superior's temperament, and thus refrain from excessive chatter. They report the circumstances of the patients to Tsuji in meticulous detail. Upon examining the patients, Tsuji comprehends the situation without even needing to make physical contact. He shakes his head, refraining from discussing treatment, and retreats to the official quarters prepared for him to rest shortly thereafter. The Sentinel ninjas observe several dancers entering Tsuji's room, carrying an array of food and drink. The Sentinels of the First Legion overhear Minister Su proclaim, "Having served the Rock ninjas for so many years, do I not deserve to indulge? Let the music play and the dancing commence." The onlookers exchange glances, yet none dare voice their thoughts, for this esteemed medical sage is known for his intolerance of dissent among the Rock ninjas. Tsuji's reputation as a healer is eclipsed only by his more notorious title, the Killer Physician. Chapter 2. Tsuji's Vengeance. The reckoning of Huangtu. Whispers circulate within the Rock ninjas that any who provoke the medical sage Tsuji can expect dire consequences. Should they find themselves injured and admitted to the Rock Ninja Hospital, they may face a series of unfortunate events: misadministration of medication, expired prescriptions, surgical errors. Any number of misfortunes could lead to their untimely demise. As the head of the Rock Ninja Hospital and the minister of the medical department, Tsuji holds a position equivalent to that of the First Legion commander, leaving no one with the audacity to offer him counsel. The scouts quietly relay this information upward. Reaching the command center of the First Legion, the highest leader of the First Legion, Dong Si-run, paces restlessly in his office, sighing heavily. He has recently endured a streak of misfortune. What was meant to be a gilded opportunity for advancement has turned into a disaster, as the ill-fated grass ninjas have unleashed chaos upon the scouting unit. The accompanying medical ninjas have been unable to properly tend to the wounded. Although there are no fatalities as of yet, it seems unlikely they will survive much longer. Dong Si-run, having ascended his position through familial influence, fears the humiliation of being ousted for such blunders, which would not only result in disgrace, but also the loss of wealth derived from controlling trade routes. To mitigate the situation, he directly requests the presence of the formidable healer Tsuji. Dong Si-run is familiar with Tsuji, having shared academic experiences with him. Yet he knows all too well that this prodigy is not one to be trifled with. The most vexing of all is when someone squanders his time and disrupts his studies during their school days. Dong Si-run had played pranks on Tsuji and had found himself bedridden for a week as a consequence. Had he not been mindful of his status as an heir of one of the 8 great families, he might have suffered a far worse fate upon receiving reports from his subordinates. Dong Si-run muses, "This rascal surely must not be displeased at being summoned here to work." Reflecting further, he acknowledges that his request may indeed be a bit excessive, yet it is not without merit. It is akin to a common villager falling ill and summoning the nation's most esteemed physician to their village for treatment. Absurd, indeed, but reasonable? Quite so. When someone is unwell, it is only natural to call for a doctor regardless of whether it pertains to funding or resources. One must invariably report inflated figures, only to receive a meager allocation in return. The audacity of certain elite shinobi in summoning Tsuji, the esteemed medical sage, is indeed excessive unless one belongs to a few prominent clans or holds a position akin to that of the Otsutsuki. It is doubtful that Su Ji would extend his attention towards you, however. Dong Shuren is somewhat anxious. As I merely mentioned it in passing, was it not always thus? Engaging in a game of negotiation? To my utter astonishment, the village has actually dispatched this esteemed individual as the commander of one of the 3 major legions. I ostensibly oversee thousands of ninjas, yet in terms of status, I am merely on par with Su Ji. The commanders of the 3 legions, the head of the Umbu, and the Minister of Medical Affairs all occupy equivalent ranks, not to mention, even the heads of the 8 prominent clans must extend a respectful invitation to Su Ji. And here I am, a mere messenger tasked with summoning him? Who in this village dares to undermine me? Dong Shuren, a man of keen intellect, grows increasingly uneasy. Am I to be ensnared in the schemes of that scoundrel Huang Tu? The more he contemplates, the more agitated he becomes. Cursed Huang Tu, behaving like a simpleton. During our studies, he incessantly boasted of his lineage, claiming to be the offspring of the 3rd Otsutsuki, the mightiest in the Shinobi world. Upon graduation, he strutted about with his nose in the air, as if to declare that he would inevitably become the 4th Otsutsuki, eagerly seeking praise from others. Any perceived threat would elicit a childish display of indignation, akin to a toy being snatched away due to Su Ji's extraordinary talent. Huang Tu harbors a profound apprehension towards him. His once celebrated aptitude crumbles in the presence of Su Ji. It was only last year that he wed the cherished jewel of the Hekishi clan, Hekishi Morina, and assumed the role of minister of the Umbu, which has somewhat tempered his demeanor. Dong Shuren dares not linger. He is certain that should he fail to placate Su Ji's temper, he ought to pray that he will not find himself in a hospital for the remainder of his life. Thus, he instructs his legion to assist him, bringing along 4 chests of money and intelligence, and promptly makes his way to the office of the reconnaissance unit. Minister Su Ji, I have come to see you, Dong Shuren states, earnestly adjusting his expression while ensuring his aide wears a cheerful countenance as they enter Su Ji's temporary quarters. Seated upon a plush sofa is an extraordinarily handsome young man, cradled by dancers with faces like blooming peaches, feeding him fruit. This man possesses short, dark hair reminiscent of black pearls, deep ebony eyes, and a chiseled visage that exudes strength. His bare torso, adorned with perfectly sculpted muscles, is indeed a sight to behold. Truly, he epitomizes the pinnacle of IWA Shinobi beauty. The striking figure before them is none other than Su Ji. Observing the smiles adorning Dong Shuren and his aide, each bearing 2 chests undoubtedly filled with currency, Su Ji feels his ire gradually dissipate. It appears this fellow was not involved in the matter at hand. Nevertheless, his frustration remains palpable. Su Ji, with an impassive expression, coldly remarks, Dong Shuren, it seems you are faring quite well here, to have summoned me with such a command. Upon hearing Su Ji's words, Dong Shuren immediately sensed trouble. Fortunately, he had come. His heart was ablaze with anger. It appeared that someone had deliberately sidelined him to this place. Were the villagers truly lacking in common sense, or had the Otsutsuki tacitly approved of this? If that were the case, it was undoubtedly related to the earth. How fervent it is! Oh, the great Onoki! What sins have I committed? I have fled to the borders, yet I find myself entangled in the forthcoming struggles of the Otsutsuki. This is my fault. Minister Su, the senior physicians here are unable to resolve the issues at hand. I wish to request several special grade physicians. You are aware of those old codgers' character. If you ask for 100, they might grant you 60, and that would be their conscience. I sought your assistance. Ordinarily, they would assign 2 or 3 special grade physicians, rather than dispatching you. I never anticipated they would actually transfer you here. It is all my fault. I hope you can forgive me. Considering we were once classmates, Dong Shuren explained softly, leaving the core aide in stunned silence. This elite jonin, of noble birth, and now on equal footing with Su Ji, was exhibiting such humility. Each word was chosen with care. Fearful of misinterpretation by Su Ji, his tone was gentle, as though he feared provoking Su Ji's ire. It was profoundly humble. Seeing Dong Shuren's submissive demeanor, Su Ji suddenly lost the desire to continue tormenting him. After all, they were classmates. Dong Shuren had once crossed him, resulting in Su Ji's 6 years of retaliation. Yet this individual, an heir of one of the 8 great clans, had endured and served as Su Ji's subordinate for 6 long years, performing numerous tasks. Recognizing Dong Shuren's genuine contrition, Su Ji refrained from further antagonism. Otherwise, he would have ensured that Dong Shuren had perished in the second Shinobi world. War. Even now, Dong Shuren would visit during festivals to present gifts. It was noteworthy that Dong Shuren was a character from a Narrativia ninja who had commanded the forces that drove Konoha into retreat during the Third War, ultimately becoming a mere backdrop to Minato's prowess. Dong Shuren, Provide me with the detailed intelligence." Upon hearing that Su Ji would not pursue the matter further, Dong Siren breathed a sigh of relief. This was the weight of years of accumulated respect. He understood that his greatest pride lay not in his strength, but in his intellect. After so many years of interaction, he could decipher even the Tsuchikige's thoughts. However, the man before him, younger than he, remained an enigma. Dong Siren retrieved the detailed intelligence and respectfully handed it to Su Ji. The dancers had long been dismissed, leaving only the three of them in the expansive office. As Su Ji examined the detailed intelligence, comparing it to the information provided by the Umbu, his anger surged. "Earth, you have devised your own demise." As Su Ji had suspected, the intelligence provided by Earth was missing crucial elements. They had manipulated the information. Were they so fearful that he might escape unscathed? In the world of Shinobi, intelligence reigns supreme. Even the formidable Pain, whose abilities had been thoroughly comprehended, had nearly faltered when Naruto mastered the Sage Mode. Just days later, observed Jiraiya upon entering Sage Mode. He displayed flamboyance and an array of techniques, yet ultimately met a gruesome demise in his final moments. He discerned that the six paths he had battled with for so long was but a mere puppet, with the true entity nowhere in sight. Even as he perished, he remained oblivious. Believing he was engaged in combat with Yahiko, one must ponder the significance of intelligence. Chapter 3. The Demon King Su Ji. The Eastern Dead bowing in submission. Su Ji's brows twitched as he realized that this pack of curs, in their insatiable greed for his research, had summoned him for a task. They even tampered with the intelligence. Did they truly believe he would refrain from taking action against them? How naive! Such clumsy tactics could be easily discerned by Su Ji as a time traveler. He was acutely aware that he had traversed into the world of Naruto. In this realm of perpetual conflict, he understood all too well that he could meet his end on the battlefield at any moment. Power was the very essence of survival. Su Ji's remarkable asset lies in his exceptionally powerful intellect, which bestows upon him unparalleled intelligence. He possesses the ability to effortlessly dissect any problem and delve into any subject. His pursuits of analysis, research, computation, and synthesis stem from an insatiable quest for truth, which underpins his formidable capabilities. At this moment, Huang Tu is far from the composed and steady commander of the Allied forces during the Fourth War. He is restless, exuding an air of arrogance, believing himself to be the supreme ruler, with his progeny destined to inherit his legacy. Huang Tu harbors a mixture of fear and jealousy towards Su Ji's prodigious talent, frequently seeking to create obstacles for him. As Su Ji is the disciple of the third-generation Tsuchikage, Yuki, he naturally possesses the right to inherit the title of Tsuchikage. Indeed, successors of the Tsuchikage are typically direct disciples of the Shadow, with exceptions made only under extraordinary circumstances. Perhaps this embodies the will of stone? Su Ji possesses a profound understanding of himself. His quest in this world is the pursuit of the Tao. What he seeks is the truth of the Shinobi realm and a path to transcendence. Otherwise, he may find himself perishing amidst the internal strife of the Otsutsuki clan at any moment. It is a sheer waste of time and energy to squander it on a fool. Victory yields no benefits, while defeat only serves to disgust oneself. Unable to strike, yet forbidden to kill, it is utterly exasperating. He had thought that becoming the head of the Umbu and marrying a wife would bring him peace. Yet he finds himself constantly reminded to apply eye drops. It is truly a manifestation of folly. Do you truly believe that surpassing me grants you the title of Tsuchikage? Noki revels in his work, with death still a distant concern. Indeed, only by casting aside the immense weight that bears down upon him can he attain freedom. Su Ji resolutely reaffirmed his determination. He must ascend to the position of Earth Shadow without delay. Those who stand in his way shall meet their demise. Su Ji is not a person of deep emotions. Rather, he is a creature of self-interest. Dimu, Huang Tu, you have already sealed your fate. I have gathered all necessary intelligence and will resolve these issues within a day. As for those ninjas, I shall restore them to health. They ought to awaken before the sun descends. Prepare a celebratory feast for me this evening. Su Ji received the intelligence, pondered for a moment, and waved his hand, dismissing Dong Sire without any intention of reminiscing. Dong Sire was not someone he needed to unify with. Moreover, could such a scheme to eliminate the Earth Shadow be shared with him? Even if he were to assist in becoming the Earth Shadow, what position could Su Ji possibly offer him? He was already at the pinnacle, and in a few years, he would naturally ascend to a member of the Elder Council. Dong Sire, well acquainted with Su Ji, understood that he was being sent away. He bowed, leaving his belongings in the room, and exited with his head lowered, departing alongside his regiment. As they observed the dancers re-entering, the music began to play once more, prompting their swift exit. Once they had distanced themselves, the commanderess aide, perplexed, inquired, Lord Maoli, is Tsuji truly that formidable? Dong Sire regarded his aide, his kinsman and younger brother, Maoli Saburo, with utmost seriousness and declared, "From this day forth, I do not wish to hear any dissatisfaction regarding Minister Su. Otherwise, I shall break your legs. Do you understand? During our school days, those who mocked him, insulted him, and tormented him, only I remain alive. It is not because I am the junior clan leader of the Maoli family, but rather because I was obedient for 6 years. I have proven that I would never dare to oppose him. Do you comprehend?" Noticing his brother's silence, Dong Sire's expression grew icy, and he coldly reiterated, "Have you understood? Elder brother, are you implying that the junior clan leader of the Watanabe family during the Second World War?" Dong Sire, listening to this fool's careless words, delivered a swift slap, showing no mercy. "How dare you utter such things?" The face of his younger brother, Maoli Saburo, immediately swelled, turning a shade of blue and purple. Though he wished to retort, the sight of his brother's stern visage silenced him, making him realize that his elder brother was genuinely infuriated. Dong Sire felt a sense of helplessness. How many had underestimated Tsuji, considering him a fortunate child merely due to his age? Such profound arrogance had led to the downfall of countless individuals. They remain utterly oblivious to the true terror that Tsuji embodies, knowing only superficial data on paper. They perceive him merely as a fusion of an elite jonin and a high-ranking medical ninja. While an elite jonin is undeniably formidable, in a village like Iwagakure, where prominent clans abound, it is commonplace to find several elite jonin within any household. This has led many clan ninjas to regard Tsuji, a commoner ninja, with a degree of disdain. In the hearts of the eastern residents, Tsuji is far more fearsome than the Otsutsuki. On the surface, when a rock ninja commits an offense, the Otsutsuki must seek a plausible justification before taking action. For instance, even the minister of the Umbu, Keidu, must fabricate coincidences to deal with Tsuji, creating justifiable excuses that allow everyone to save face. They all require a semblance of moral high ground. Yet, as for Tsuji's adversaries, they meet their demise silently, devoid of any need for justification. As if a colossal and terrifying assassination apparatus is aiding him in eliminating his foes. Many harbor doubts regarding Tsuji, yet what can such skepticism achieve? Is there any evidence to substantiate these claims? Such tactics, one might reckon, are beyond the grasp of Huang Tu for a lifetime. Only someone who is profoundly attentive to Tsuji could quietly amass relevant intelligence and thus vaguely perceive Tsuji's modus operandi. It is unequivocally a matter of those who align with me shall thrive, while those who oppose shall perish. On the surface, he appears to be compliant and law-abiding. But beneath the faade lies a complete disregard for boundaries, unafraid to engage in any endeavor. With the 3 generations of Earth shadows obstructing his path, one cannot predict when they might be eradicated. The faint traces visible in the eastern dead years ago have now vanished without a trace. This indicates that Tsuji commands a remarkably formidable team executing his will, one that is certainly unknown to the Earth shadows. Underneath the very noses of the Earth shadows, and amidst Huang Tu's relentless surveillance by the Umbu, such a terrifying underground force has emerged. What an astonishing capability this is. How can Huang Tu possibly prevail? It is only through years of consistent expression and his own actions that he has managed to assuage the murderous intent of this formidable individual. The Eastern Dead, accompanied by his clan brother, hurriedly come and go. Tsuji gazed at the follower kneeling before him and inquired, "Huaguang, have you conducted a thorough investigation?" Huaguang, an elite jonin of the Rock Village, was renowned for his combative nature and excelled in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, ranking among the finest warriors of his village. In the storyline of the Third Shinobi World War, during the mission at Kanabi Bridge, he engaged in a fierce battle against the youthful Kakashi's team, ultimately crushing Uchiha Obito with the Earth Release, Rock Lodging Collapse technique, before being swiftly dispatched by Kakashi's Chidori in retaliation for his fallen comrade. However, now this esteemed jonin was humbly kneeling on one knee, reporting to Tsuji, "My lord, it has been confirmed that the artifact recorded by the Grass Village is the Paradise Box. The Paradise Box originates from the theatrical version, Blood Prison. It is rumored to harbor the power to dominate the shinobi world. This time, it appears that the Grass Shinobi tasked with escorting the Paradise Box encountered our forces. To maintain secrecy, they may have employed the power of the Paradise Box, which resulted in their poisoning and subsequent unconsciousness." Tsuji gazed intently at the detailed intelligence brought forth by the flames. They were not poisoned. Rather, their consciousness had been infected by a profound fear, causing their bodies to lapse into a protective stupor. The crux of the treatment lay in dispelling that fear, rather than addressing their physical condition, which remained robust. The flames listened attentively to Su Ji's analysis. Su Ji, being the most erudite individual in Rock Hidden Village, possesses a wealth of analysis and understanding regarding these matters. Each Jainin has their own followers, and it is needless to say that Su Ji, with his formidable strength and significant authority, commands a loyal following. Huguang stands as one of Su Ji's devoted adherents, who is in complete awe of his lord's wisdom and power. My lord, there are whispers from the underworld that grass ninjas have employed additional ninjas, seemingly to set a trap for us rock ninjas. Upon hearing this, Su Ji revealed a faintly indifferent smile, recognizing the so-called trap laid by the rock ninja was, in fact, intended for him. Merely a bunch of insignificant pawns. We have waited for them for so many days. Let the word be sent out to take action this afternoon. Su Ji, however, did not take this news to heart. Since they do not wish for me to pursue my research in peace, let it be a grand spectacle. Indeed, the flames utilized earth manipulation, and he vanished into the ground, carrying forth Su Ji's will. Oh, Dayamu, my esteemed mentor, may you relish your time. You have always held yourself in high esteem, using me, your rival, to nurture your son's growth. Watching our continuous clashes must be quite entertaining, wouldn't you agree? I merely yearn to quietly seek the truth. Yet I am compelled to let the dust of the earth elevate me to the stage, firmly securing the position of the Minister of the Dark Division. Su Ji occasionally feels a sense of helplessness. As philosophy suggests, struggle is omnipresent and eternal. Huang Tu, my good brother, I initially intended to spare your life for a few more years, but since you are so eager to meet your end, I shall expedite your demise within this year. You aspire to seize my achievements, to marginalize and suppress me, and have even learned the art of cunning. You have grown quite adept, understanding how to engage in conflict through established rules. Alas, why should I conform to your protocols and play by your rules? I am ready to upend the table. Chapter 4, Tsunade's Nightmare. The hero of the rock ninja. Su Ji pondered, do not worry, Huang Tu. I shall take good care of sister-in-law Heishi Marina, and of Haidu as well. The Heishi clan, descendants of the second generation of Otsutsuki, possesses a complete lineage of dust release, making them a valuable ally. The author has created the Heishi clan, as there is no existing information about such a family. Dust release holds significant research value. Sister-in-law, I hope you remain as astute as ever and make the right choices. In the land of grass, on the outskirts of Kusagakure, a recent conflict erupted when the elite shinobi led by the Jonin Mu Wei clashed with Iwa, a shinobi, while escorting a treasured artifact. The latter insisted on inspecting the secret treasure of their village. To maintain secrecy, Mu Wei was compelled to briefly activate the artifact, plunging them into a state of endless terror and slumber. Lord Mu Wei, the Umbu have been dispatched to welcome you, and they shall arrive shortly. The village has prepared the corresponding rituals, awaiting the sacred object. We, the grass shinobi, shall surely rise. Listening to the Umbu's report, Mu Wei, a staunch proponent of war, felt immense satisfaction. The Box of Paradise, a sacred relic of the grass shinobi, grants the fulfillment of a single wish upon each activation. After years of searching, they had finally reclaimed the artifact. The villagers had already agreed that his son would be the one to have his wish granted. Mu Wei eagerly anticipated that his son, Luku, would become the most formidable ninja, leading Kusagakure to greatness. Moreover, he had prepared a grand gift for the Iwa shinobi, who frequently bullied their village, awaiting their pursuit. Mu Wei thought to himself, damn Iwa shinobi, this is a token of retribution for your bullying. In Konohagakure, within the Hokage's office, sat the Hokage and his 3 disciples, who fell silent after reviewing the Umbu's intelligence report. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, maintaining an air of calmness. Jiraiya noticed Tsunade's despondent expression upon finishing the report, and he understood her unspoken thoughts. It appeared that this time, the Iwa shinobi's top prodigy would meet his downfall. Jiraiya's tone brimmed with gleeful schadenfreude as he spoke, adjusting his words based on Tsunade's reactions. Orochimaru, however, remained composed, observing Jiraiya's antics with a critical eye. I did not expect the grass shinobi to invest so heavily this time, hiring the Xianyuan clan. They do not come cheaply. The 5 elite jonin of the Xianyuan clan are masters of sealing techniques, barrier techniques, and various secret arts, specializing in hunting down ninja. Particularly, their unique explosive insect technique is even more fearsome than the Oil Woman clan's insects. Once ensnared, without the appropriate countermeasures, One can only have their chakra absorbed and be detonated like fireworks. Even the 5 Kage would face dire consequences if ambushed by these 5. Orochimaru spoke with a tone of lament, having fallen into the trap meticulously arranged by the 5 individuals. His situation was far from favorable. Moreover, it was rumored that the renowned bounty hunter, Kakuzu, was also involved. Jiraiya cheerfully continued his introduction, stating that he too was an experienced elite jonin, possessing formidable strength. Additionally, both the Cloud and Miss Shinobi had mobilized. Most importantly, it appeared that someone from the Stone Shinobi wished to see Yushi dead, having leaked such crucial intelligence. With so many people contacted, I surmised that Elder Danzo would also intervene. The eradication of the enemy's genius is certainly a specialty of Root. Noticing Tsunade's continued gloom, Jiraiya attempted to console her. Tsunade, fret not. That brat is surely doomed this time. The vendetta will be avenged. Bang. Upon hearing Jiraiya mention Katadan, Tsunade could no longer suppress the turmoil within her. Her right hand clenched into a fist, and she struck Jiraiya with a powerful blow. The third Hokage and Orochimaru exchanged glances, their eyelids twitching. Jiraiya had truly chosen an ill-timed topic. Mentioning Katadan and Yushi in Tsunade's presence was akin to invoking 2 taboos. Such topics were bound to invite retribution. During the Second Shinobi World War, Katadan, a genius from Konoha, master of the forbidden technique spirit transformation, elite jonin, commander of Konoha's 2nd Division, and a contender for the position of 4th Hokage against Orochimaru, found himself at the mercy of Yushi, who treated him like a defeated dog. In Tsunade's presence, Yushi mercilessly stabbed Katadan, leaving him barely alive, and tossed the last vestige of his breath toward Tsunade. Before Yushi, Tsunade exhausted her every effort, employing her wisdom and desperately attempting to heal him with her medical ninjutsu. Yet, Katadan ultimately perished. He died at Tsunade's hands. As his blood turned cold, Tsunade's heart ignited with fury. She recognized this as a provocation. Yushi's methods were intricate, requiring varied approaches to heal each wound. It was a battle of medical prowess. Regrettably, Tsunade's skills fell short when compared to Yushi's. Ultimately, Katadan succumbed due to Tsunade's insufficient medical abilities. What a profound blow this was for her. The agony of helplessness, the regret of what could have been. In the end, Tsushi, now an adversary, retreated into the shadows, his laughter echoing coldly. This was a deliberate act by Tsushi, intended to provide Tsunade with a sufficient source of motivation, namely, hatred, to propel her pursuit of medical mastery. He sought to prevent her from wasting her talents on excessive drinking and gambling. The next time they met, it would be his own achievements that he would reap. For Tsunade, the inability to confront her enemy directly was a deep-seated anguish. The inability to save her newly established love was an even greater sorrow. For a time, this revered medical sage succumbed to a phobia of blood. Ultimately, it was her hatred for Tsuji that drove her to recommit to the study of medicine, immersing herself in relentless research. Tsunade even relinquished her greatest passion, gambling. Upon hearing news of her foe, one would expect her to feel exhilaration. Yet, the knowledge of Tsuji's impending demise left her with an inexplicable reluctance. All these years, her tireless dedication to her craft was fueled by the desire for vengeance, and she was determined to employ every conceivable method to wound him, only to force Tsuji to heal himself, until he could no longer comprehend his own medical prowess. Unable to save himself and ultimately perishing in bitterness, that would be true retribution. Tsuji perished amidst the onslaught of the crowd, a conclusion that Tsunade had not desired. He ought to have met his demise by her own hand. Such an end was truly too lenient for him. Had the countless nights of torment she endured simply culminated in this? Tsunade remained indifferent to Jiraiya, who had been sent flying, her thoughts consumed by the exceedingly handsome and chillingly aloof Tsuji. That lofty indifference. Each night it would rouse her from slumber, compelling her to rise and diligently study, to delve into the art of healing. The hero of one is the nemesis of another. The death of Katadan served as a stepping stone for Tsuji to ascend to the upper echelons of power within the Awagakure. Even with the prowess of an elite jonin, it was improbable for him to attain the position of deputy minister of the medical corps at such a tender age. Iwagakure was not lacking in elite jonin. Such a role necessitated the accumulation of substantial contributions and experience. Huangtu's father was the Tsuchikage, and he had to claw his way up through the Umbu for 8 long years before becoming the deputy minister. It was only after marrying the cherished daughter of the Akatsuki clan, with their backing, that he was able to shed the title of deputy and secure his position as minister of the Umbu. Katadan was the highest-ranking official from Konohagakure to be slain by Iwagakure since the 2 Shinobi World Wars. This marked the most significant achievement of Awagakure in its conflict against Konohagakure since those wars, unparalleled in its magnitude. The ramifications for the morale of Awagakure were beyond imagination. Many elders are well aware of the time when Uchiha Madara single-handedly compelled 2 generations of Otsutsuki to bow their heads, a monumental disgrace for the IWA Shinobi. Tsuji's actions are nothing short of heroic. The position of the Minister of Health is bestowed upon individuals by these elders who wield genuine power. Why does Huangta harbor jealousy towards Tsuji? This is the fundamental reason. It is not merely the strongest who can ascend to the position of Otsutsuki, but rather those who can bring the greatest benefit to the rock ninja can attain such a status, beyond being the child of the 3rd Otsutsuki. Huangta possesses no attributes that can rival Tsuji's brilliance. Chapter 5. Structure of the Ninja Villages. Movements of Sunagakure. In terms of talent, ability, or contributions to the rock ninja, Huangtu cannot hold a candle to Tsuji. Unfortunately, Tsuji's path forward also encounters a halt. The minister represents the pinnacle for ordinary ninjas. Tsuji aspires to attain the esteemed position of the Otsutsuki. However, this ambition hinges upon his ability to demonstrate extraordinary combat prowess, transcending that of elite jonin to become a formidable shadow-level powerhouse. Yet, such an achievement is fraught with challenges, reserved for those possessing the might of Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama. Presently, Tsuji does not possess such strength. Rather, he conceals his true capabilities. Before Tsuji became the Earth Shadow, he was reluctant to reveal the full extent of his abilities. It was evident that among the candidates for the next generation of Earth Shadows, Noki favored his own son. Otherwise, unless Tsuji entered into a strategic marriage to garner support from certain prominent families, his chances of ascending to the decision-making tier would be slim. Typically, one must be part of the decision-making body to genuinely aspire to the position of Earth Shadow. The power structure across the 5 great ninja villages is quite similar. The decision-making tier, comprising the Kage and their advisors, holds the utmost authority. They are balanced by the Council of Senior Ninja, akin to Shikamaru's father in the narrative, and the Elder Council, which consists of the heads of various clans. Below them lies the Execution tier, which includes the Umbu, Medical Corps, Ninja Academy, Finance Department, and several standing military units. The Umbu, due to its unique nature, holds the highest status, primarily because it is closest to the Kage and its organizational structure resembles that of a miniature ninja village. Each of the great ninja villages exhibits a comparable structure, although specific institutions may vary due to the distinct characteristics of each village. This structure is easily understood. The Kage and their advisors exercise supreme decision-making authority in everyday matters. However, when it comes to institutional changes or reductions affecting the entire village, consultation with the Elder Council is necessary. Once the Elder Council consents and the Senior Ninja Council casts their votes, the village's institutional decisions are effectively established and handed over to the execution bodies below. Given the general secrecy surrounding knowledge in the ninja world, Elder Council approval typically poses little issue. After all, commoners among the senior ninja are a minority and wield minimal influence. The Elder Council in each ninja village is generally composed of the leaders of bloodline limit clans. The chief advisor of the Senior Ninja Council is typically appointed by the Kage. The authority of the Elder Council derives from their clans. The more esteemed members they have, the greater their representation and influence within the system. The Uchiha clan, for instance, found itself ensnared by the machinations of the second Hokage, relegated to the security department. While the decision-making tier lacked representation, the execution bodies were dominated by this singular entity. The power within the system does not radiate outward like a spider's web. In the Elder Council, there is typically only one leader, and their relations with other clans are often strained, preventing the formation of alliances. Consequently, when the village issued policies regarding the Uchiha clan, the Elder Council lacked allies to advocate on their behalf. With only one voice, what could be refused? This explains why Danzo was able to convene a meeting that effectively isolated the Uchiha clan for surveillance. Fugaka could voice his concerns, but they would hardly resolve the situation. This also elucidates why, despite being aware that prodigies like Shursui and Itachi were essentially serving Danzo's interests by joining the route, the Uchiha clan still willingly participated. The prominent families of Konoha were well aware that the route functioned as Danzo's private militia. Tsuji's situation is even more precarious than that of Fuyu. There is no place for him within the Elder Council. The authority of the executive agency is confined merely to its own limited jurisdiction. A single word from Danyemu can render Tsuji powerless, leaving him unable to act. During the Ming Dynasty, The reason the cabinet could hold the reins of the 6 ministries, which wielded real administrative power, was due to the cabinet's acquisition of decision-making authority from the emperor. The 6 ministries lacked such power, bearing only the obligation to execute decisions. When faced with those who issue commands, how could one not feel diminished? This is the nature of nearly all power structures. Those who make decisions invariably possess the greatest authority. Just consider the Western principle of separation of powers. Who holds the most power there? Is it not the legislative body? Superhuman was resolute, harboring no intention of adhering to the agreed-upon rules. As a traveler from another realm, he held no reverence for such conventions. If deity refused to yield, Superhuman would seize what he desired by force. He would eliminate the current Otsutsuki and the heir to the position ranked above him. Thus, Superhuman would become the undisputed next Otsutsuki. At that point, who would dare to command him? He would exact vengeance upon those he found displeasing. Superhuman was indeed vindictive and rather superficial. Why seek power if not to act according to one's whims? In Shinobi, the elder Chiyo observed her brother, Hai Laozong. As he perused the intelligence she had provided, a prolonged silence enveloped them until Hai Laozong finally inquired, "Sister, shall we intervene?" It was evident that discord had arisen within the IWA Shinobi ranks, with some wishing for Suji's demise. Anyone with their senses intact could discern that a commoner attaining the status of elite Jonin at such a young age had a nearly certain future as a Kaga-level powerhouse. Reaching that pinnacle of strength would undeniably represent the true essence of a village. Chiyo, her hair a cascade of white, shook her head and replied somberly, "Our most pressing concern lies within our own ranks, not with other shinobi villages. The third Kazakage has yet to provide any updates, and the hawkish factions within the village are becoming increasingly restless. I fear I can no longer suppress them. After all, I am merely an aide to the Kazakage, not the Kazakage himself." Hai Laozong grasped his sister's resolution and ceased his inquiries regarding Suji, acknowledging that the Sand Shinobi would refrain from involvement. "Sister, what shall we do now? Perhaps you should consider becoming the 4th Kazakage?" he proposed, recognizing the need for a strong leader in Shinobi. The prolonged absence of the 3rd Kazakage had left the various clans within the village restless and eager for power. If not managed properly, internal strife could erupt. If only I were 20 years younger, I could assume the role, but even if I became the 4th Kazakage now, I could merely delay the impending conflict by a few years, she lamented. What do you think of Raza? As a pillar of Shinobi. Chiyo had been managing the village alongside her brother during the 3rd Kazakage's disappearance. Raza, possessing the Shikutan bloodline limit and Kaga-level strength, was a natural candidate for the next Kazakage. Though his prowess was sufficient, his standing fell short. Becoming the 4th Kazakage would not deter the warmongers, especially given how severely they had been suppressed by Konoha in recent years. Moreover, this was also the will of the daimyo, who sought to leverage power against the Land of Fire for territorial gains. "Once I declare war on Konoha, I will appoint him as the acting Kazakage," she concluded. Hai Laozong's white brows furrowed in concern. "Sister, perhaps I should take on this responsibility instead. It is evident that Shinobi cannot triumph over Konoha. This decision may ease internal conflicts, but it is clear that we will face repercussions after the war concludes. No, this is my duty. I have resolved to commence our offensive against Konoha tomorrow night." Chapter 6. The Outbreak of War, Crisis for Suji. Upon hearing Chiyo's decision, Chiyo's elder brother, Hayuzo, was taken aback. It was utterly unexpected. War is no trifling matter. It necessitates meticulous preparation in advance. Intelligence, provisions, personnel mobilization, logistical support, and operational readiness are all indispensable. War is a pivotal event that determines fate, thus it is imperative to leverage every advantageous factor. Dear sister, could this be too hasty? We are not yet adequately prepared. Chiyo sighed, exuding a sense of resignation. Am I not aware? However, Konoha is not oblivious. They are not entirely ignorant of our movements. Our village, Shinobi, lacks the strength for a protracted conflict and can only execute surprise attacks to gain a strategic advantage. We may not be prepared, but neither is Konoha. Compared to Konoha, our preparations are slightly more robust. This is our opportunity. Once Konoha is ready, our limited preparations as the aggressors will be rendered ineffective. The ninja world is akin to a powder keg at present. Our actions will merely serve as the spark for the great ninja war. Once we strike, the other 3 major ninja villages will follow suit, denying Konoha the time to amass strength. At that juncture, Konoha will be unable to bolster their forces against us. This war against Konoha will predominantly involve the other 3 villages. Inform everyone and convene a meeting of the elite ninja to finalize preparations. I intend to lead the charge myself. Hayuzo contemplated persuading his sister against personally heading to the front lines, yet upon witnessing her resolute expression, he ultimately nodded in agreement and proceeded to make the necessary arrangements. As the weakest among the 5 great ninja villages, Sunagakure indeed required the unwavering presence of Chiyo to bolster the morale of the troops. Hayuzo himself, merely an intelligence officer, could not rival the prestige of his sister, the esteemed puppet master. May the former generations bless Sunagakure, Chiyo silently prayed, gazing at the statue of the former Kazekage standing tall. Meanwhile, Hayuzo sighed and melded into the underground Konoha, Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed the alleviation of the anguish etched upon Tsunade's face, and he too felt a sense of relief. Over the years, the name Tsuji had truly become a nightmare for Tsunade. The purpose of presenting this intelligence to the trio was solely for Tsunade, to help her relinquish that harrowing hatred. Once a ninja becomes ensnared in an endless chain of vengeance, rationality dissipates, leading one into extremities. The third Hokage was not inclined to see his beloved apprentice spiral into madness. Then, the third Hokage spoke. Danzo will handle this matter. The reason I summoned you today pertains to another issue. According to intelligence from the Umbu, Sunagakure has recently been secretly mobilizing troops along the borders of 2 nations. The other 3 major ninja villages are also reinforcing their borders, creating a risk of war breaking out. I am preparing to assign you, Tsunade, to lead the 4th Legion as its commander. What are your thoughts on this? The third Hokage gazed at Tsunade. Considering that his disciple had previously possessed few flaws aside from a penchant for gambling and a disinterest in political affairs. However, ever since the death of Dan, he had become somewhat deranged, astonishingly abandoning gambling to dedicate himself to his studies. It almost led them to believe that Orochimaru and Tsunade had exchanged bodies. Among the 5 great military factions of Konoha, the Mist Ninja constituted the first corps. Observing the map in a counterclockwise manner, the Cloud Ninja represented the 2nd corps, the Rock Ninja the 3rd corps, and the Sand Ninja the 4th corps. The 5th corps was stationed to protect the capital of the Land of Fire. I have no objections. My presence would also aid in resolving the Sand Ninja's poison issue. Tsunade set aside her simmering resentment and accepted her mentor's command. Very well, Orochimaru. You shall take command of the 1st corps in the Mist, and Jiraiya will lead the 2nd corps in the Cloud. Even in the event of war, we will not be caught off guard. The Hokage possessed the authority to assign the highest commanders of Konoha's 5 great military corps directly. The Sand, Mist, and Rock Ninja each maintained 3 permanent Shinobi corps, while the Cloud had 4, and Konoha held the most with 5. Orochimaru nodded, acquiescing to the Hokage's arrangement. This was clearly a plan previously negotiated with the 3 advisors, and they had no grounds or necessity to refuse. Furthermore, with the onset of war, he could gather ample experimental material. As he watched his 3 disciples depart, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, took a puff from his pipe. Amidst the swirling smoke, his thoughts lingered on his 3 students. Jiraiya remained carefree, with the death of his beloved Tsunade as obsession now extinguished, and she too would likely return to her carefree self. Yet, he sensed a subtle disconnection between Orochimaru and himself as a mentor. That scoundrel Danzo had exacerbated Orochimaru's fixation. Perhaps it was a mistake to have assigned him to the Root Division under Danzo's scrutiny. At that time, Danzo had even dispatched assassins against him. Though he had not pursued retribution against Danzo, a necessary balance of power was essential. Thus, he had sent Orochimaru to the Root. The will of fire, passed down from the 1st and 2nd Hokages, emphasized that Konoha's interests were paramount. Any harm to them, whether caused by kin, friends, or foes, warranted severe consequences. This was a lesson imparted directly by the 1st Hokage after vanquishing Uchiha Madara, when he summoned his disciples to educate them personally. Orochimaru, do not allow your clandestine experiments with forbidden jutsu to extend into the village, otherwise, your mentor will not tolerate it. That scoundrel Danzo, always plotting against him. The 3rd Hokage picked up his pipe once more, pondering who should be dispatched to command the 3rd corps in the Rock Village. Perhaps he might send his son, Sarutobi Konohamaru, there? In the mist-shrouded village of Kirigakure, renowned for being home to the largest number of bloodline limit clans in the ninja realm, a significant gathering took place within the Mizukage's office. The 3rd Mizukage convened high-ranking officials, including the formidable CHJR and the astute Terame, to discuss his audacious plan to launch an offensive against Konohagakure. CHJR, recognized as the strongest Jinchuriki of the current era and a shadow-level powerhouse. Along with the youngest Mizukage advisor, was the first to lend his support to the Mizukage-esque strategy. The elder statesman, Genkai, nodded in agreement, voicing his belief that the increasingly tense situation in the ninja world would inevitably lead to war, advocating for a preemptive strike. He emphasized the strategic advantage of Kirigakure's isolated position, which allowed for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. As the third Mizukage's health deteriorated and his vigor waned, the bloodline limit clans began to stir restlessly. The clan heads of the Elder Council clamored loudly, pressing for involvement in the impending conflict, which would serve to deplete their ranks and ease future internal strife once CHJ are ascended to power. As the most esteemed elder, Gunkai's words held considerable weight, often surpassing that of the Mizukage himself. The room erupted into a cacophony of voices, with some in agreement and others dissenting. Tara May observed the tumult with a cold gaze, aligning herself with the Mizukage's war initiative, yet her thoughts were consumed by the contemptible Tsuji, who had the audacity to command her, claiming that Orochimaru would oversee the war against Kirigakure. She resolved to seize the opportunity to capture Orochimaru's disciple, Senju Rope, who was the last male descendant of the first Hokage. According to intelligence from the Anbu, he was nearing graduation from the Ninja Academy. Given his significant lineage, it was improbable that he would be thrust into battle so soon after his graduation. Most perplexing was how Tsuji could be so certain that Senju Rope would appear on the battlefield of Kirigakure. Though Tara May struggled to comprehend Tsuji's orders, it did not impede her from executing them. Choosing to set aside her confusion, she recalled how Tsuji had once impressed her during the Second Great Ninja War, compelling her to take him under her wing. Tsuji assured her that his commands would not harm the interests of the Hidden Mist Village, which led her to agree to become a member of the divine organization he was establishing, regardless of the nature of the leader's orders. She resolved that for the next physical experiment, she would be the one subjected to it. As Maying contemplated Tsuji, discussions regarding him were also taking place among the Mist Shinobi. The potential to eliminate a rival's genius is an opportunity that few would pass up, especially one with the promise of becoming a powerhouse akin to a Kage like Tsuji. Previously, the Mist Shinobi had dispatched a covert team to partake in this assassination attempt. Now, the upper echelons of the 5 great Shinobi villages were well aware of the situation. Before the underground bounty was issued, they each assumed it was merely an ordinary assassination opportunity. They had no inkling that someone had orchestrated the entire affair in an effort to eliminate Tsuji completely. It was only after the bounty was claimed that they realized the magnitude of participation in this assassination plot. Chapter 7, with Tsuji's existence. Why should we face the earth? In the land of lightning, within the Raikage's office, the third Raikage chuckled heartily as he perused the intelligence in his hands. It seemed that Noki had, for once, been blind to the situation, having previously dispatched assassins to eliminate geniuses from other villages, only to find himself ensnared today. What a bunch of clowns, lurking about without a shred of dignity. The third Raikage shifted the topic, expressing regret. Had he known so many would be involved, he too should have sent more operatives. His dark-skinned secretary, Maki, shook her head in confusion, remarking, Raikage-sama, is it really necessary to place such significance on a single Tsuji? You lack comprehension, for you are not a combat-oriented ninja. You cannot grasp the terror that Tsuji embodies. Should he master Dust Release, we may witness the emergence of a ninja even more formidable than Noki. The fact that Tsuji was personally taken as a disciple by Noki suggests that his chakra possesses the 3 fundamental transformations of wind, fire, and earth. This fulfills the prerequisite for mastering Dust Release. This unique bloodline elimination, devoid of heirs, aligns more closely with our interests, which is why the 4 major ninja villages have all taken action nearly in unison. While I may disdain such assassination tactics, achieving one's objectives is a sound strategy. It simply requires a level of cunning I do not possess. The third Raikage spoke candidly, unperturbed by his admission of lacking intelligence. Noki, perhaps, was being overly stingy, reluctant to relinquish the title of Tsuchikage. He had yet to impart the secrets of Dust Release to Tsuji, likely due to his own son's inadequacies, still hoping his offspring might surpass Tsuji. However, it seemed this time Noki would be driven to madness. The arduous training required for Dust Release, demanding mastery of the transformations of wind, fire, and earth, would eliminate 99 of ninjas. Furthermore, one must refine these transformations to their utmost to have any chance of mastering the fusion technique of Dust Release. After all these years, To lose such a prodigy would surely send Noki into despair. When he passes away, should he fail to pass on the dust release legacy? I wonder how he will confront the second Otsutsuki in the Pure Land. Haha. As Maki listened to Raikage's banter, he perused the notes on his memo pad and inquired. Raikage, the ninja corps from various villages have begun their mobilization. Shall I inform your son? Do not fret. We merely need to wait for others to make the first move. Our forces have always been prepared for war. When the conflict erupts, I can be directly transported to the front lines using the heavenly transfer technique. This technique allows for the instantaneous relocation of a target to a specified location through high-speed movement, primarily used for transporting objects rather than living beings. It was notably seen during the Fourth Great Ninja War, due to the rapid speed. The friction with the air can be so intense that an ordinary human may be torn apart and perish due to their inability to withstand such velocity. Only the third Raikage, whose body was honed to extraordinary resilience through rigorous training and lightning release physical techniques, could successfully utilize the heavenly transfer technique to reposition himself. In the land of Earth, within the Otsutsuki's office in Awakens, Inoki, though unremarkable in appearance and rather short, has never been mocked for his formidable strength within the ninja world. He possesses the unique bloodline limit of dust release, capable of disintegrating opponents into atomic states and reducing them to nothingness, resulting in widespread explosions. The user can alter the shape of the barrier according to their preference. With this prowess, Inoki has ascended to become one of the mightiest in the ninja realm. His son, Keidu, a high-ranking minister of the Umbu, now stood hesitantly outside the Otsutsuki's office, reluctant to enter. Keidu had always believed in his destined supremacy, yet why did Tsuji emerge? Whenever he found himself compared to Tsuji, he felt like a mere backdrop. Handsome, powerful, and celebrated. Had he not belonged to the esteemed Otsutsuki family, he would not even be worthy of comparison to Tsuji. Despite being an elite jonin, a mere step away from the rank of Kage, and possessing earth techniques second only to the Otsutsuki, he found himself overwhelmed by the incessant praises directed at him. As the son of the third Otsutsuki, he ought to be the strongest among them. But why did Tsuji have to exist? If only Tsuji did not exist, how splendid the world would be. As a member of the same village, should he dare to bring the dark faction to directly assassinate Tsuji, then Ohayaki would undoubtedly take it upon himself to cleanse the ranks. Internal strife must adhere to certain boundaries, otherwise, it ceases to be internal conflict. The Otsutsuki embodies the guardian of these boundaries. Otherwise, the village would descend into ceaseless infighting, a clear dereliction of duty on the part of the Kage. Huangtu merely seeks to align with several prominent clans, aiming to appropriate the despair elixir developed by Tsuji. The despair elixir, a forbidden concoction spearheaded by Tsuji, grants its user an explosive increase in chakra, potentially tripling or even surpassing their power. The cost, however, is the irreversible extraction of chakra from the body, ultimately leading to death. Consider the narrative's portrayal of the miraculous 8 gates technique. When all 8 gates are opened, the surge in chakra is truly formidable. In contrast, the despair elixir requires no arduous training. One need only consume it to instantly obtain such power. How many times more potent is this than the desperate techniques employed within the ninja world during times of war? If each individual were to possess a dose of the despair elixir, the magnitude of power they could unleash at the moment of death would be staggering. The prestige and benefits reaped by Tsuji for successfully developing the despair elixir could easily allow him to establish a formidable clan. What advantages would remain for others at that point? Tsuji's perspective is not without merit. Only those who can bring benefits to the community will ascend to the position of Otsutsuki. In comparison to Tsuji, what can Huangtu offer to the people? Furthermore, this is not Tsuji's inaugural project. During the Second World War, he personally spearheaded the promotion of the medical ninja system. After years of development, his village, Awakens, stands as the sole place in the ninja world where, in the majority of 3-man squads, one member is indeed a medical ninja. Even Konoha has not adopted such an advanced system. This advancement has led to a dramatic expansion of Tsuji's power as the Minister of Health, by regulation, is empowered to oversee all medical ninjas. If, in the future, 1 out of every 3 IWA ninjas is a medical ninja, who could possibly contest the position of the 4th Otsutsuki? This compelled Inoki to take action, resulting in the removal of Tsuji from his concurrent role as the headmaster of the Ninja Academy. Tsuji is also a master of the theory of ninjutsu, excelling in the research of chakra properties, transformation, secret techniques, forbidden arts, and bloodline limits. His expertise is unparalleled in the ninja world. Families from various clans eagerly consented when Su-ji mentioned the notion of establishing a ninja school for the better education of their children. Ohyuki directed Su-ji to develop various new pharmaceuticals within the confines of the hospital. This effectively curtailed Su-ji's ascendant trajectory, yet unexpectedly, in such a short span. A strategic-grade potion capable of mass production was conceived. Only the final validation and refinement, along with assembly line production, remained. How could Huang Tu possibly compete with Su-ji? Consumed by jealousy, Huang Tu beseeched for divine intervention, hoping Su-ji would not succeed in creating the despair-inducing potion. Alternatively, he yearned for fortune to bestow upon him the project, transferring it to his clandestine division. To his utter astonishment, fate smiled upon him, presenting an opportunity when the supreme commander of the First Legion, Dong Si-rin, requested Su-ji's reassignment from Otsutsuki. Huang Tu finally seized the chance to have Su-ji transferred. Then, under the pretext of the experiment's significance to the IWA. But with the project now relegated to the Dark Division due to the absence of the lead supervisor, he thought, having contributed 99% of the research, surely the elite Dark Division could manage the remaining 1%. However, unexpectedly, within just a day, a calamity unfolded. The bounty on Su-ji's assassination, which he orchestrated, had erupted, though it certainly did not implicate him directly. Nevertheless, it became evident that there were factions within Iwagakure desiring Su-ji's demise. The attention of the ninja world turned to Su-ji's journey to Kusagakure. Based on the principle of whoever benefits acts, it became increasingly difficult for Huang Tu to cleanse himself of suspicion. Many IWNIN were still merely doubtful of Huang Tu, but how could Ohyuki, as a father, remain oblivious to his son's true nature? Chapter 8. Huang Tu, Father, I am envious of Su-ji. With a soft hiss, the office door slid open, revealing Ohyuki's calm, yet steely voice. Come in. His tone bore no hint of disturbance, yet Huang Tu could discern the simmering fury beneath. A shiver coursed through Huang Tu's heart as he steeled himself to enter. Otsutsuki-sama. This time, Huang Tu dared not leverage their familial bond, even though he was his own father. I ask you but one thing. Is it true that someone in the village has organized to eliminate Su-ji? Are you aware of this? To be unaware would signify incompetence. To be aware would denote disloyalty. For this son had not consulted him when requesting the transfer order for Su-ji. The Dark Division's minister had concealed this information from Otsutsuki. This was tantamount to treason. Fortunately, I had previously recognized my son's inadequacies and refrained from entrusting him with the entirety of the umbu. I retained a portion under my own supervision. I had hoped to assist Huang Tu in bridging the gaps in his knowledge, enabling him to swiftly assimilate the operational framework of the hidden village. Yet, it has been but a short time, and already such a grave oversight has occurred. It is precisely this segment of the umbu that I directly manage that has allowed such news to reach my ears. Upon hearing the report, Noki felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly overwhelming him. The decision to appoint his son as the umbu leader stemmed from the belief that his son would exhibit greater loyalty and reliability. Yet, unexpectedly, this son of mine, with his prominent brows and wide eyes, has dared to betray the Otsutsuki, falsifying intelligence reports and remaining silent about what he knew. Were he not my own flesh and blood, I would have long since dispatched him to meet the previous Otsutsuki with a swift dust release technique. Listening to his father's voice, Huang Tu recognized the depth of his anger and dared not conceal the truth any longer. Otsutsuki, I merely heard that there are individuals plotting against Su-ji, but I did not participate. Indeed, he did not partake. He merely facilitated the gathering of these individuals under certain conditions. Moreover, it is not solely Huang Tu who harbors ill will towards Su-ji within the village. Naturally, he operated through intermediaries, ensuring no incriminating evidence was left in his own hands. Upon hearing Huang Tu articulate the truth he had suspected, veins throbbed upon Naka's forehead. Not participating implies tacit approval of the assassination plot against Su-ji. Huang Tu, tell me, do you intend to betray the village? At this pronouncement, Huang Tu was struck with terror. Noki had maintained his position as Otsutsuki for many years, and his response to traitors was invariably ruthless. Consider the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, who had long harbored disdain for Noki, often wandering outside the village. Yet, when the umbu delivered Naka's orders to him, did he dare to compromise their execution or refuse? Was he unaware of the fate that befell the previous Four-Tails Jinchuriki? Although he, too, found Noki distasteful, Otsutsuki possessed the magnanimity to tolerate dissent among his own shinobi. However, To defy the orders of the Otsutsuki was to invite obliteration beneath Naki's dust release, leaving not a trace behind. This incident has captured the attention of the Shinobi world. How will Huang Tu's situation be resolved? Otsutsuki, Huang Tu dares not. Huang Tu hastily admitted his fault. Dares not? Noki retorted, it appears you have grown wings. Having ascended to the position of Umbu leader, you believe you have everything under control. Suji, you deem him merely a common ninja, and should he perish outside, who would dare to champion his cause? Is that not so? Noki gazed upon his son, a look of profound disappointment etched upon his visage. He acknowledged that while Otsutsuki might one day become an admirable leader of the Tsuchigumo clan, he could never aspire to be a great Otsutsuki. In fact, he felt himself to be inferior, let alone capable of matching the esteemed second or the first. He lacked the Otsutsuki's nurturing affection for the Iwa Shinobi. A true Otsutsuki ought to harbor love for his people, ready to defend them against any infringement upon their interests. A Otsutsuki must possess rationality. When the necessity arises to sacrifice certain Iwa Shinobi, one should comprehend the gains to be had. If Otsutsuki's intention was to betray Yuzi for personal gain in pursuit of the Otsutsuki position, what is that? It is nothing less than a blatant treachery against the village's interests. To sell Yuzi for the village's greater good would indeed embody the spirit of its Otsutsuki. To sell Yuzi for one's own benefit is sheer betrayal. Can one who sells out their comrades for personal profit truly be fit for the role of Otsutsuki? They are no different from the loathsome pest within the council, reeking of disdain. Sighing deeply, Noki realized that his son had yet to grasp the essence of what it means to be a Otsutsuki. Observing the fear and dissatisfaction upon Otsutsuki's face, Noki relinquished all hope for him. If the future heir were of equal caliber to his son, then selecting Otsutsuki for the position would not pose an issue. Yet, the disparity was disconcertingly vast. Summoning his courage, Otsutsuki addressed his father, I'm sorry, Dad. I'm just envious of him. Envy, at its core, it reflected a disdain for Yuzi, a belief that with certain circumstances, he too could achieve similar feats. When one finally realizes the chasm that separates them from another, such feelings of envy dissipate. He himself had once felt similarly when facing Uchiha Madara, underestimating him as merely someone who had trained a few years longer. It was only upon reaching his own pinnacle that he truly comprehended the vastness of the gulf between them. No longer was there room for envy, only a profound sense of reverence. It was rare for his son to speak so candidly, and Noki regarded him thoughtfully. He was growing up. Soon he would have a daughter of his own. Noki pondered whether his excessive assistance had inadvertently hindered Otsutsuki's growth. However, such reflections were futile. The events had unfolded as they had. The only pressing matter now was to ascertain whether Yuzi could survive. Should he not endure? It would offer a perfect opportunity for Noki to personally eradicate the vermin plaguing the village. As Otsutsuki, could he truly be oblivious to the petty machinations of these individuals? Was it not merely the advancement of medical ninjutsu that obstructed the financial avenues of those clans skilled in healing arts and medicinal cultivation? If survival is assured, then let the individual be handed over to Suji to quell his anger. As for the pivotal figure, Huang Tu, should he ever have a son of his own, he would be extinguished without hesitation. As long as Noki harbors the aspirations of the first and second generations, he shall never bequeath the position to Huang Tu's day. What sort of conduct is it for one vying for the position of Otsutsuki to betray a rival by selling them to an external village for execution? To illustrate, consider the rivalry between Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze for the position of 4th Hokage, where Orochimaru betrayed Minato by providing intelligence to a hostile ninja village, leading to Minato's demise. Do you believe that the 3rd Hokage, aware of this betrayal, would allow Orochimaru to ascend as the new Hokage? Naturally, he would take it upon himself to cleanse the ranks. This is a flagrant act of treachery against the village. On the surface, Huang Tu did not directly betray Suji. He merely facilitated Suji's reassignment to usurp credit. Later, upon realizing the mission's risks far exceeded initial assessments, he failed to inform Suji, thus taking advantage of the situation. In reality, this is a disastrous gamble for the Iwa Shinobi. What has Awagakure gained? Nothing at all. Noki, torn by indecision, struggled to determine the fate of his own son. Has that despised elixir been concocted? Huang Tu awkwardly replied, no. Worthless. You believed you could achieve success on your own after sidelining others, and this is the outcome? The Umbu, embodying the village's elite, yield such dismal results? Noki is driven to the brink of wishing he could strike down his own progeny. Do not be disheartened. Otsutsuki will be born in a month. Do not despair. Noki reassured himself. Compile a detailed report of this entire affair. I refuse to be deceived again, Minister Huang Tuesday. Yes, Lord Otsutsuki. Huang Tu replied with respect. Aware that his father had spared him, yet if Su Ji remains alive, Naka's support for the Otsutsuki position is a mere fantasy. Noki, feeling frustrated, rubbed his waist. It seems these years have indeed revealed flaws in his upbringing. Because Huang Tu is the son of the Otsutsuki, he often acts without considering the consequences. Had Huang Tu not been Naka's son, he would have been apprehended and imprisoned in the Umbu long ago. Gazing towards the direction of the grass village, Noki recognized that the battle should be commencing. He must also contemplate how to manage the aftermath. Chapter 9. The Conspiracy of the Grass Ninja. The land of grass lies nestled between the two great nations of fire and earth. Naturally, the survival of its ninja village, Kusagakure, is influenced by these formidable powers. However, much like its neighboring village of Amigakure, this small ninja settlement refuses to adopt a passive stance. The ninjas trained within its confines are adept in assassination and intelligence gathering. In the face of the recurring ninja world wars, their homeland becomes a battleground. To acquiesce is to court death. Regrettably, Kusagakure lacks a stalwart figure akin to Hanzo the Salamander of Amigakure, a powerful leader of the shadow rank to guide them. This absence is precisely why the village places its hopes upon the legendary relic of the Sage of Six Paths, the Box of Paradise. This ultimate weapon from the era of the Sage is adorned with 4 faces, each embodying a different emotion: joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. It is said that during the time of the Sage, the ancestors of Kusagakure nearly seized control of the world through this artifact. Wu Wei understood that the rock ninja would undoubtedly send emissaries. The arrogance of the great nations would not allow them to overlook a small village like Kusagakure. They would surely seek to impose their authority. However, this time, they would witness the consequences of their actions. Those who are not from small ninja villages could scarcely comprehend the profound animosity felt towards the large ninja factions during the Second Ninja World War. While the land of earth and the land of fire remained unscathed, the land of grass was reduced to ruins. The clash between these two great nations had dire repercussions for the innocent. It was an instance of the innocent suffering from the fires of conflict. As victims, how could they not harbor hatred for these wretched great nation ninjas, particularly the likes of Inoki, who would not bat an eye at the loss of lives unless they were from Awagakure? My lord, it is rumored that the one coming this time is the rising star of Awagakure, the elite Jonin Suji, who emerged during the last war. He currently serves as the medical minister of Awagakure, possessing formidable strength. According to intelligence, he is proficient in Jinjutsu, Ninjutsu, and medical ninjutsu, though he lacks prowess in taijutsu. Reported a lower-ranked ninja named Longja, who diligently recited the gathered intelligence. Suji, indeed, was known as a prodigy from the Second Ninja War. Should he perish here, Awagakure would truly feel the sting of loss. Wu Wei spoke with growing fervor. Longja sensed a tinge of unease. Would provoking Awagakure lead them to act irrationally? It must be noted that the First Legion of Awagakure alone boasts thousands of ninjas, presenting a nightmarish adversary for a small village like Kusagakure. My lord, Suji is hailed as the sage of medicine within the ninja world. If he were to arrive with his capable medical ninjas, it could spell considerable trouble, warned another Chunin, who was evidently aware of Suji's esteemed reputation. Wu Wei, dismissing the concerns of his subordinates, scoffed, "Humph. You people are truly lacking in vision. But this is not entirely your fault. You have yet to witness the might of the Box of Paradise. Even a mere fraction of its power is beyond the comprehension of those individuals. The Box of Bliss possesses the extraordinary capability to grant any individual's desires. This remarkable artifact, crafted by the Sage of Six Paths, serves as both a tool for creation and a weapon of annihilation." Many listeners found the words of Wu Wei to be incredulous. Nonetheless, a greater number erupted in jubilant exclamations, for they had the opportunity to witness firsthand the Box of Bliss reveal a mere fraction of its terrifying power, causing the rock ninjas to collapse as if they were mere stalks of wheat being harvested. The air was filled with resounding explosions, followed by the cacophony of battle cries. Wu Wei's expression shifted as he inquired, "Who goes there?" A lower-ranking ninja hurriedly entered, reporting, "My lord, it is the rock ninjas. Leading them is the elite rock ninja, Hua Guang, who is directly advancing towards us with this group." The lower ninja was visibly anxious, as the might of the rock ninjas was deeply etched in their memories. Wu Wei advanced, seizing the individual by the collar, commanding, "Go and inform Konoha and those cloud ninjas, as well as the ninjas who accepted the underground bounty. Regardless of who approaches, I refuse to waste the box of bliss on mere rock ninjas. Understood, the ninja replied swiftly, rushing off to relay the orders. The rest of you, proceed according to the plan. Those remaining, follow me to the underground chamber. Wu Wei led the elite of the land of grass through a barrier, descending into the depths below. Subsequently, the barrier vanished, leaving the area desolate. Hua Guang and his subordinates swiftly eliminated the ninjas that attempted to obstruct their path. Su Jimon nonchalantly followed behind, displaying not even the slightest interest in engaging with these lackeys. He was a scientist, not a warrior. The explosive sound of the detonating talisman, the sizzling clashes of water and fire techniques, the metallic resonance of shurikens and kunai colliding in midair, the battle cries of the ninjas, and the slicing of air by kunai, daggers, and long swords. All these sounds resonated vividly in his ears. Each sound, every subtle fluctuation of chakra, was distinctly perceived by Su Ji's keen eyes. The uniqueness of this world lay in its capacity to manipulate reality through the chakra, a force crafted by the Otsutsuki clan. This power, extracted from one's own body, could astonishingly alter the very fabric of the world, including but not limited to the properties and mass of materials. For Su Ji, this was immensely convenient, particularly in his research on the transformations of chakra's nature and form, allowing him to perceive a world that was typically hidden from view. At this moment, Su Ji had already mastered the ability to observe the microscopic realm through chakra, while simultaneously conducting experiments within that microcosm. Many phenomena and principles can be effortlessly attained with the aid of chakra. Su Ji, building upon his own research, has developed a series of technological achievements known as the infinite gems. Indeed, they share names with the 6 gems from Marvel, yet their essence is fundamentally distinct. They do not represent the remnants of the power of the goddess of vengeance, nor are they the residual forces of the 6 singularities that existed prior to the Big Bang. The 6 unrefined gemstones in Su Ji's possession, reality, time, space, mind, power, and soul, serve as mediums of chakra. The natural truths he has deduced form the principles underlying the technological creations he has developed. As long as Su Ji desires, he can produce them in limitless quantities. However, for him, such an endeavor holds no necessity. Su Ji seeks the knowledge and truths acquired throughout this journey. His aim is not merely to snap his fingers. It is precisely the pursuit of knowledge and a profound understanding of the essence of chakra that deepens his insight and mastery of techniques. The more he learns, the more formidable he becomes. How does chakra, extracted from the human body, manifest as flames, water, thunder, earth, and wind through so-called transformations? If we consider fire and thunder as mere energy transformations, how can we comprehend chakra transitioning from energy into the substance of earth? Can it further transmute into other materials? Perhaps even all matter in the universe? Is this not a phenomenon of energy converting into mass that had existed only in theory in previous lives, now observed? Every individual who has engaged with society is undoubtedly aware of the existence of nuclear weapons. The principle behind them is encapsulated in the equation EMC, where E represents energy and M signifies mass. The mass on the right side of the equation, multiplied by the square of the speed of light, astonishingly equates to energy. This forms a part of special relativity and underpins the mechanics of nuclear weapons. The process of transforming mass into energy, if controllable, serves as the principle for nuclear power stations. If uncontrollable, it becomes the formidable weapon of nuclear armament. Yet, instances of energy converting into matter remain unseen. What is the essence of chakra transforming into earth and water? When chakra manifests as wind, does it create air or orchestrate ordered thermal movement? What does wind release in an environment devoid of vacuum? Or does chakra possess a tangible aspect, not merely existing as pure energy? Numerous mysteries await Su Ji's exploration, urging him to delve into the knowledge that lies behind them, enabling him to evolve into a being as powerful as Otsutsuki. Initially, chakra originated from the fruit of a tree, unrelated to humanity. Chapter 10. Su Ji's Research, the Infinite Gem. This suggests that the Otsutsuki clan possesses a method to derive chakra not from the human body, but from planets. This is the technology of tree cultivation by the Otsutsuki clan. The core technology of all advancements resides within that primordial seed. In this world, the most powerful known technology is the tree cultivation technology of the Otsutsuki. However, such technology cannot exist apart from the truths of the universe. It must inherently align with the truths of this cosmos. Truth is knowable and worthy of study. Su Ji possesses unwavering confidence, seeking to unravel the intricacies of existence and attain omniscience. In this endeavor, the omnipotent chakra serves as a formidable instrument. Should a member of the Otsutsuki clan one day achieve omniscience, the chakra would thus be rendered omnipotent. The battles and skirmishes unfolding before Tsuji manifest in various forms. His eyes possess the extraordinary ability to penetrate the stealth techniques of ninjas, revealing the concealed figures of various ninja villages lurking in the shadows, as well as the bounty hunters of the underworld. He also perceives Wu Wei, accompanied by a cohort of grass ninjas, concealed within a sealed barrier. Channeling chakra into the ultimate weapon, striving to awaken its formidable power. A dense mist envelopes the realm, signaling the intervention of the mist ninjas. Tsuji raised the standard blade in his hand, piercing through the heart of a mist ninja amidst a gaze of disbelief. His bewilderment about how he could see himself within the dense fog would never be answered. How could mere water vapor obstruct Tsuji's vision? Furthermore, Tsuji was not relying on his eyes for observation. As the spiritual gem within him rotated, the entire map revealed that no one could hide. Shurikens and kunai rained down upon Tsuji like droplets of rain. Yet, upon making contact with the thin, colorless layer of chakra enveloping his body, they fell to the ground. What? The leader of the mist assassination team was incredulous. Having witnessed the tailed beast transformation of a Jinchuriki, he could naturally recognize Tsuji's chakra cloak. Compared to the crude and wasteful use of chakra typical of Jinchuriki, Tsuji's technique was a form of art. The chakra cloak resembled a layer of transparent ripples covering his surface, exhibiting remarkable flexibility and the ability to absorb impacts. This mastery of chakra control was nothing short of revolutionary for the ninja world. So, chakra could be wielded in such a manner. Tsuji felt an overwhelming sense of ennui. None of these individuals sparked any interest within him. The ninjutsu they employed was merely a repetition of what he had previously encountered, and his understanding of it surpassed that of any of them. The tactical maneuvers they utilized had long been etched in his mind. Confronting them was akin to solving a problem for which he already knew the answer. It was utterly devoid of novelty and a sheer waste of time. However, it would be remiss to dismiss them entirely, for they could still serve as subjects for experiments related to the Box of Bliss. Earth Release, Heart Decapitation Technique. A ninja emerged from the ground, grasping Tsuji's ankle. Yet after a prolonged effort, it became evident that he could not pull him underground. Under Tsuji's feet, a surge of chakra surged into the ground. A wail echoed. But soon, silence enveloped the underground once more. Tsuji continued to advance, actively eliminating the lurking ninjas. The damned Sato family was indeed willing to invest heavily, deploying such a multitude. It seems that my medical reforms have offended quite a few individuals. Tsuji felt that it was time to alter his perspective. Conversing with these pests about the vastness of the stars and seas was sheer nonsense. Merely persuading them to cease their hostilities and collaboratively develop chakra technology was an exercise in futility. It seemed that transforming the Akatsuki organization into a mere tool for revolution was a feasible notion. He envisioned them igniting a revolution, uniting all nations under a common goal. Upon reflection, this idea appeared rather appealing. Should the moniker for Akatsuki be the Whip of God, or perhaps the Light of the Ninja World? As Tsuji contemplated his plans for the future, his hands moved with the effortless precision of cleaving vegetables, dispatching the ninjas that surrounded him. Danzo lurked ominously in the shadows, directing his subordinate root ninjas to charge forth relentlessly. A single exposed eye glimmered with a chilling light. Doubt crept into Danzo's mind. How could Tsuji possess such formidable combat prowess? Tsuji discarded the lifeless mask of the ninja in his grasp, perplexed. The root? This was not his first encounter with Danzo's clandestine organization. He had already witnessed its operations during the Second Shinobi World War. Danzo's reach was indeed insidious and all-encompassing. Nevertheless, he was a high-ranking member of the Rock Village, a source of shame for the Leaf. The defeat of Kato Dan by his own hand amidst a formidable army was a stain that the Leaf Village desperately needed to cleanse itself of. Tsuji smiled faintly, shattering the spider that was about to leap towards him. Simultaneously, he kept the exceedingly minuscule explosive spider virus at bay. Such entities are imperceptible to the naked eye of an average person. Yet, Tsuji was no ordinary individual. Is this the Xinyuan multitude? Tsuji gazed with delight at the 5 individuals stealthily encircling him. These 5 were elite jonin, renowned bounty hunters whose formidable reputation sent shivers down the spines of many. Their unique explosive spider technique had instilled terror far and wide. With sufficient remuneration, even the assassination of a village leader was well within their capabilities. Reminiscent of the prowess of Kakuzu. In the narrative, had it not been for Tsunade's timely intervention, The fourth rakeage would have surely met his demise at the hands of the explosive spider. As Suji remained unperturbed, the Xianyuan clan displayed no signs of emotion. Continuing their assault, they surrounded Suji at the center, each raising a hand to unleash the sealing technique hidden within their palms. 5 elements light prison. A radiant brilliance erupted from each palm, intertwining to form a formidable chakra barrier, ensnaring Suji at its core. Suji smiled as he raised his hand, his finger pressing against a certain point on the barrier, which instantly shattered. What he had done was merely interrupt the flow of chakra within the barrier, rendering it unable to sustain itself and causing it to collapse naturally. Yet, this action astonished the onlookers. What? The 5 members of the Xianyuan clan were utterly taken aback, as it was their first encounter witnessing a ninja dismantle a barrier in such a manner. It was a complete upheaval of their worldview. However, their reaction was swift. They summoned shuriken towards Suji and continued to employ ninjutsu to suppress him. In Suji's eyes, chakra represented an almost omnipotent force, with limitless methods of utilization. It could be likened to a programming language. The universe, in essence, is a system. And those who wield chakra, the ninjas, are akin to programmers. With the former 2 elements, ninjas could create the programs they needed according to their will and capability. Nevertheless, this programming language was an invention of the Otsutsuki clan, who undoubtedly possessed a deeper understanding of the system. It is precisely this disparity in knowledge that rendered the Otsutsuki clan invincible in the eyes of the ninjas. Suji employs the programming language of chakra to craft various programs, delving into the principles that govern the vast system of the universe. Once he acquires sufficient knowledge, he will be capable of constructing a system himself. This is the essence of creation. At that moment, Suji will possess the power to forge worlds. Thus, every form of ninjutsu is but an alternative code. Provided one's proficiency is sufficiently elevated, deciphering it becomes a mere challenge. Chapter 11. The Xianyuan Clan. Suji unleashes a devastating onslaught. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, dragon flame fire. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. The combined ninjutsu of the Xianyuan clan conjures a fire dragon that rends the air, a terrifying heat wave incinerating many nearby ninjas, enveloping Suji in flames. Simultaneously, the earth beneath Suji transforms into a swamp, restricting his movement. Trapped, he must retaliate. Observing Suji ensnared by flames, additional fire and wind techniques converge. The fire, fueled by the gusts, blazes even more fiercely. Beyond the searing temperatures, the mere reduction of toxic gases and oxygen is lethal. He is underground. The sensing ninjas detect Suji's movements. Earth release, ground shift. Earth release, ground wave. Earth release, earth rising eruption. The encircling ninjas employ their techniques in a manner akin to cleansing the battlefield. Surrounding an elite J-nin is executed in this fashion. One must not allow the battlefield to expand, but rather confine it to a limited space. By persistently exhausting their opponent, they can indeed overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Suji emerged from the underground, employing the art of earth manipulation to alter the surrounding terrain. The ground trembled as rocks surged upward, fragmenting the land into disparate zones, effectively segregating the individuals present. Earth manipulation, initial form. A towering stone giant, 20 meters high, materialized upon the battlefield, with Suji perched atop its colossal head. Possessing an acute understanding of chakra's transformative nature, he often unleashed ninjutsu without the need for hand seals. The techniques he executed not only manifested with remarkable speed, but also unleashed greater power. With a thunderous crash, the massive stone creature rampaged through the fray, each of its physical strikes rivaling that of mid-level ninjutsu. The swift and formidable onslaught resulted in significant casualties among those who sought to encircle Suji. In another location, Suji's true form resembled a phantom, wielding his katana with precision to eliminate the final concealed mist ninja. The summoned stone giant was the manifestation of Suji's earth clone. Thunderplow, Scorching Blade. A dark-skinned cloud ninja appeared, his arms crackling with lightning, resembling a guillotine as it swung horizontally towards Suji's chest. Suji thrust his saber directly into the heart of Yunren. Upon witnessing Suji's response, a hint of disdain and ecstasy appeared on the dark visage of his opponent. How could such a mere saber possibly harm the body of my Night Moon clan? Tempered through secret arts and relentless trials? Yet, in a swift turn of fate, he soon met his demise amidst despair. Suji's blade effortlessly cleaved through his chest, rendering his proud chakra armor utterly ineffective. With an expression of disbelief etched upon his face, he fell to the ground, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth. Tsuji kicked the person aside and shook his head. Truly a fool. Although it is indeed challenging to infuse chakra into weapons such as blades, or to alter their nature with wind release, it is not beyond anyone's capability. Why would one assume that I am incapable? In the shadows, Danzo, who was orchestrating from behind the scenes, sensed the unusual occurrences on the battlefield. Despite the cacophony of battle cries, the fervor had significantly diminished compared to the onset. Furthermore, why had the Mist Ninja and Cloud Ninja remained silent? The Xianyuan clan launched wave after wave of ninjutsu, yet they failed to inflict any harm on Tsuji, who stood atop the colossal stone giant. Instead, it was they who sustained considerable injuries from the giant's sheer force, which shattered their strategies. They were unable to fly. And even if they narrowly avoided a direct hit from the giantess fist, the tremors in the vicinity were enough to make them cough up blood. If this continued, fleeing would be their only option. Moreover, the legendary bounty hunter Kakazu, as per the intelligence reports, had yet to make an appearance. Danzo's eyelids twitched as he contemplated a terrifying possibility, one he fervently hoped would not come to pass. Tsuji might take that crucial step and ascend to the ranks of shadow-level powerhouses. The elite jonin of the Xianyuan clan are, by nature, adept at assassination and stealth. In a protracted battle, they would undoubtedly falter against shadow-level adversaries. It has been quite some time. And yet they have failed to successfully ensnare Tsuji with their explosive spider secret technique. Turning to the ninjas from the mountain clan beside him, Danzo commanded, "Convey the order to retreat." Suddenly, he pivoted towards a nearby rock and remarked, "Killer medic, I never anticipated that you would break through to that level." Tsuji realized he had been discovered, so he voluntarily emerged from his cloaked state, smiling as he clapped his hands. It was no surprise that the dark undercurrents of the ninja world, adept in curse marks, had established sensory techniques surrounding his body. The foundation of Konoha was profoundly deep, and the plethora of jutsu available made Tsuji's heart yearn with envy. Danzo's mastery of wind release, curse marks, sealing techniques, and barrier techniques was second only to that of the third Hokage within the village. Unperturbed, Danzo remarked, "Young man, although you have ascended to the level of shadow, do not let arrogance cloud your judgment. There remains much for you to learn." Tsuji did not respond with anger to Danzo's admonishments. Instead, he expressed gratitude for the elder's teachings, affirming that he shared similar sentiments. Observing Tsuji's pristine demeanor, Danzo casually planted a seed of doubt, cautioning him, "Tsuji, let me make this clear. Yuki has no intention of retiring, and your formidable abilities may very well become a thorn in his side. I advise you to prepare accordingly." Tsuji was not angered by Danzo's words. The man still held value. Many resources in Konoha could be traded with him. After Danzo had ensnared Tsuji and Inoki with his deceptive tactics, he had no desire for further conversation. The root guards beside him deployed smoke bombs, and the group vanished into the haze, utilizing earth-based techniques to escape. Danzo was not foolish. He possessed strength on par with Hokage and understood that a battle between the two would be a protracted affair. Moreover, the current state of the ninja world allowed no room for error on his part. If he were to perish, how would the insects of Konoha confront the impending ninja world war? Tsuji did not pursue, allowing Danzo to depart. In the future that Tsuji envisioned for Danzo, this man was to conduct various forbidden experiments within Konoha. At that time, it would be opportune to reap the fruits of their experimental endeavors. In the not-so-distant future, under the weight of its own pressures, Konoha would undoubtedly embark on a myriad of studies concerning the bloodline limits. Unlike the third Hokage's faction, which remained preoccupied with reputation, human rights, and ethical considerations, the unscrupulous Danzo would surely initiate various inhumane experiments within these studies. The research on the Sharingan and would release, initiated by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, had yielded no results and was abruptly halted by the third Hokage under duress. Had it been in Danzo's hands, the development would have continued unabated. This is precisely what Tsuji desired. Even under the third Hokage's suppression, the research on the cells of Hashirama and the Sharingan had never ceased in the shadows, thanks to Danzo. Danzo, persevere, for I have great faith in you. Tsuji's vision penetrated the earth, revealing the underground barrier. The box of ultimate bliss was nearing its critical threshold of absorbed chakra, on the verge of being unleashed. Tsuji dispelled his shadow clone, and within his body, 5 radiant orbs were pulsating with natural energy. A crimson orb materialized in Tsuji's hand, representing one of the unfinished manifestations of the 6 infinite gems, the Mind Stone. Currently, the Mind Stone remains an incomplete entity, merely a unique product imbued with Su Ji's will and chakra. Its core is a complex model derived from Su Ji's exploration of the human psyche, amalgamating findings from the study of illusionary techniques in the ninja realm alongside various human emotions. The Mind Stone possesses the capacity to influence realms related to life, spirit, consciousness, and intellect. In Su Ji's vision, the completed Mind Stone should epitomize his ultimate understanding of sentient consciousness. In the realm of ninjutsu, aside from those illusions capable of altering reality itself, all others pale in comparison to the Mind Stone. Simply put, all illusions are rendered ineffective against Su Ji, the bearer of the gem, who can conjure any illusion at will, exhibiting a remarkably elevated level of mastery. At present, the pinnacle of illusion unattainable by the Mind Stone is Izanagi, rather than the infinite Tsukuyomi, the Uchiha clan's ultimate ocular technique. The profound application of In release, Izanagi, entails a transformation between reality and illusion, thus transcending the infinite Tsukuyomi in terms of hierarchy. While the infinite Tsukuyomi boasts a vast range of power, far exceeding that of Izanagi, it fundamentally lacks the essence of Izanagi's capabilities. In the future, only the completed Mind Stone shall possess the potential to manifest the transformations of the mind into tangible reality. In Su Ji's grasp, the soul gem radiated a crimson glow as chakra flowed into it. Illusion technique, Tsukuyomi. Those engaged in battle with Su Ji's stone giant, including Xinyuan and his companions, abruptly ceased their actions. A collective stupor enveloped them, their consciousness ensnared within the confines of the Tsukuyomi illusionary realm. Flames accompanied the subordinates as they knelt before Su Ji. "My lord, I am but a mere servant." Su Ji surveyed the scene, noting with a semblance of satisfaction that among the 20 individuals he had brought, 8 had perished. Given the overwhelming assault from the multitude of ninjas, this was not an entirely disheartening outcome. It meant that not all had succumbed to the onslaught. Their lives had not been squandered along with the resources and funding I had allocated for their enhancement. However, the contingent accompanying Su Ji did not consist solely of these 20. The remainder hailed from the Umbu, yet Su Ji harbored doubts regarding their loyalty, compelling him to bring only his most steadfast followers. "Very well, rise. Return and instruct Secretary Shiari to allocate an additional sum for the families of the fallen," he commanded. Shiari was an individual Su Ji had recruited from the star-hidden village in the Bear Country during his quest for a fateful treasure. It was during the tumultuous period of the Second World War, amidst the disintegration of order, that Su Ji had threatened to eliminate all who opposed him. In the face of such peril, Shiari had submissively accepted the mental curse mark Su Ji had inscribed upon her, thereby becoming his devoted servant. "Yes, my lord. How shall we proceed with these individuals?" Guoguang inquired respectfully. Su Ji pondered for a moment and remarked, "The sealing of the Xianyuan clan has been executed, and these 5 elite jonin are indeed worthy of my enhancement. Their unique attributes provide an excellent opportunity for my new experimental ideas. There is no need to concern yourselves with the others. You shall escort these 5 to the reconnaissance team's encampment and await my return. We have 3 hours until sunset. I shall return in 3 hours." "Understood." The flames ignited as his subordinates sprang into action, employing sealing techniques to bind the 5 individuals while carrying away the bodies of their companions. Boom. A colossal pillar of chakra pierced the earth, ascending into the heavens. The box of ultimate bliss has been unleashed. Chapter 12. The appearance of Wu. The might of the Mind Stone. Su Ji was unperturbed by the presence of potential observers around him. In the current ninja realm, no one could evade the detection of his mind gem, save for Korezetsu. Moreover, with the exception of the grass ninjas who had activated the paradise box within the underground barrier, and those who had already departed, all remaining ninjas, whether they had just participated in the battle or were stealthily concealed, had been ensnared by the illusion of Tsuki no Mi. Such a formidable illusion was beyond the capability of these individuals to unravel. Beneath the ground, or rather, in what had now become an open-air chamber, dozens of grass ninjas gazed in awe at the extraordinary phenomena emanating from the legendary paradise box as it was unveiled. Following the ancient texts, they had retrieved the paradise box from its deep subterranean resting place and proceeded to activate it with an overwhelming influx of chakra, disregarding the warnings inscribed within. They were solely captivated by the notion that the paradise box could fulfill one's desires. Wu Wei looked on with fervor as the paradise box floated in midair. For masks representing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness retracted back into the box, revealing a magnificent purple gateway. The grass ninjas were completely entranced by the paradise box, oblivious to the situation above, much less to Suji. In Wu Wei's eyes, regardless of Suji's prowess, surrounded by such a multitude of assailants, he had surely perished. Perhaps his remains had already been dismembered and taken back to Suji gazed at the group of grass ninjas. Though their numbers were not substantial, each member was remarkably elite. Astonishingly, there were as many as 10 jonin gathered. For a small ninja village, jonin truly represented the upper echelons of power. That silver-haired young girl possessed eyes reminiscent of the Rinnegan. She was likely the wielder of the unique bloodline limit known as Dragon Tongue. Suji beheld her and recalled that she must be the protagonist from the theatrical version of Blood Prison. Wu Wei, hurry. As the gatekeeper, only you, a member of the Tianao clan, can fulfill our wishes. The other grass ninjas urged Wu Wei, each of them lost in the reverie of a unified world. Open the box now. Wu Wei formed hand seals and then pushed forward with both hands. Box of ultimate bliss. The box responded, the violet door cracking open slightly. Bestow upon my son the formidable power. Let us grass ninjas rise to greatness. Wu Wei clasped his hands together and began to pray. Box of ultimate bliss, please grant it. The box seemed to respond, enveloping Wuku in a beam of light. Before long, the young Wuku was sent forth. Compared to when he was taken in, the chakra within him had multiplied exponentially. Wu Wei and the other grass ninjas noticed the transformation in Wuku and approached him with excitement. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Wuku suddenly thrust a hand through the chest of one grass ninja. Wuku had undergone a change beyond their control. Wuku, what has happened to you? As Wuku's father, Wu Wei was naturally the most concerned. Suji gazed into the soul gem and perceived that Wuku had transformed into an entirely different life form, a chakra entity interwoven with a myriad of emotions. Strangely enough, it presented itself as an intriguing subject for research. Wuku remained silent, casting aside the person in hand into the bliss box, thereafter extending his venomous grasp towards others. At that moment, the usually formidable jonin was rendered as feeble as clay in Wuku's hands. Every assault from the jonin was deftly evaded by Wuku, whose speed was astonishingly swift. None could land a blow upon him. All intentions of those who dared to attack were effortlessly discerned by him. When Wuku seized Wu Wei, he hesitated, seemingly struggling against the control of some unseen presence. Wuku, what is wrong with you? Wu Wei, unable to comprehend the transformation of his son, resorted to the family's secret technique, binding technique, fire release, inferno prison. This ancient technique of confinement, when infused with chakra, would trigger a seal, disrupting the gathering of chakra energy. It was due to such abilities that Wu Wei's clan governed the city of Kirigakure. Yet, this extraordinary sealing technique proved ineffective. As Wuku underwent a dramatic metamorphosis before the remaining onlookers, transforming into a monstrous entity, Wugo, he appeared as a humanoid creature devoid of a head, with the upper body adorned with a gaping maw reminiscent of a saber-toothed tiger, lacking eyes or ears, and sprouting a pair of wings along with a tail akin to that of a bull. Truly grotesque. What is happening, Wu Wei? A surviving ninja inquired in fury. Yet his question was abruptly cut short as Wugo seized him and hurled him into the box. Wu Wei was engulfed in anguish and confusion, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. The calamity before them elicited profound despair. How could this be happening? At that moment, he recalled the dire warnings inscribed in his family's records, never to touch the bliss box. Wugo's power was terrifying. Soon, only Ryushi and Wu Wei, two of Wuku's acquaintances, remained. It appeared that Wuku's consciousness still influenced the monstrous Wugo, as he hesitated to unleash harm upon those familiar to him. You seem unable to control the weapon you have created? Suji's voice resonated in the ears of Wu Wei and the others. What? You are not dead? It was only now that they paid heed to Suji. The onlookers outside had succumbed to Suji's illusion, remaining utterly still, captivated by the unexpected turn of events, oblivious to the anomalies occurring beyond. In the eyes of Wu Wei and his companions, Suji was nothing more than a remnant of a long-dead past. Aside from the legendary god of ninjas, the remaining ninjas, regardless of their prowess, could easily be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Wu Wei painfully rose to his feet, caught in a dilemma with no clear path forward. Upon the appearance of Suji, who seemed to be startled, retreating from Suji, a cavernous mouth emitted a sound. Questioning, why am I unable to perceive your emotions? Suji did not answer Wu's question, but instead calmly posed a counterquery. What is emotion? Fear? Affection? Terror? Hatred? Anger? Or something else entirely? Why do humans experience emotions? Wu felt somewhat bewildered by Suji's words. He possessed the ability to explore emotions, yet remained ignorant of the underlying principles of this capacity. Consequently, encountering someone like Suji, who could not detect emotions, struck him as peculiar. How could a person possibly lack emotions? How could an intelligent being exist without such a phenomenon? The mind is the exclusive domain of sentient life. Emotions are merely one facet of the mind. Suji's study of the mind enabled him to effortlessly shield Wu's perceptions. The paradise box left behind by the Six Paths sage was, for Suji, an exquisite material. Wu was likely a byproduct of the creation of tailed beasts. In Suji's grasp, the soul gem radiated a brilliant light. Wu, filled with trepidation, was bewildered by the unfolding events. Remarkably, he found himself moving towards Suji, then humbly kneeling upon the ground. What is happening? What have you done to me? Is this an illusion? Wu's apprehension instilled a similar fear in Wu Wei and Long Shi. The unknown is the most terrifying. Suji utilizes the power of the Mind Stone to manipulate Wu's consciousness, severing the connection between his mind and body, rendering Wu incapable of controlling his own physical form. Suji exerted control over Wu, casting Wu Wei into the box of ultimate bliss. Turning around, he addressed the newly appointed Jinin, Long Shi. My dear girl, how about you accompany me? Long Shi, unsettled by the day's upheaval, found herself in a state of disarray. I don't know. Ah, that implies your consent. Suji smiled, yet her hands moved with remarkable swiftness as she gently caressed the head of the dragon tongue, seamlessly embedding the spiritual incantation into her being. Suji considers himself to be quite democratic. After all, he has asked once again. The soul seal, developed by Suji, is the supreme incantation for controlling individuals. It does not erase one's emotions or thoughts, but renders one incapable of rejecting Suji's commands. Even someone as defiant as Mei Ming finds herself subdued by Suji's spell. Suji, possessing an air of grandeur, permitted her return to Mist Village to seek a resolution. However, after consulting every adept in the village skilled in sealing techniques, it became evident that she bore no such markings within her. Ultimately, Kaguya Mei obediently accepted her fate, becoming a subordinate of Suji and a member of the divine organization. From that moment forth, Longja found herself unable to oppose Suji's commands, unless she could dismantle the mental seal placed upon her. Longja still held potential for cultivation. Step aside, he instructed. Yes, my lord. Longja found herself unable to defy Suji's orders, recognizing that in the realm of Shinobi, strength reigned supreme. Not one to be foolish, she swiftly acknowledged her position. Suji bowed with the soul stone and began to study this extraordinary life form. His super-intelligent mind commenced an analysis of Wu. Why did the Six Paths sage create Wu? How was it created? Suji, wielding the power gem, commenced the intricate analysis of Wu's chakra. The power gem is a remarkable technological advancement conceived by Suji, rooted in his profound understanding of energy and matter. At this moment, Wu embodies a monstrous form, however. Not long ago, he was an innocent human. What could have precipitated this transformation from man to beast? The answer lies in the phenomenon of tailed beast transformation akin to that of the human Jinchuriki. This indicates that Wu, much like humans sealing tailed beasts, has had the essence of a tailed beast enter his pure being, resulting in a unique form of transformation. So, what is Wu when detached from the innocent vessel? Under the scrutiny of the power gem, Suji discerned that Wu is, in essence, chakra. The inherent nature of Wu and the tailed beasts cannot merely be described as similar. They are, in fact, identical. Tailed beasts are pure chakra entities, sentient beings that exist as both life forms and energy constructs. They adhere to the principle of conservation, and upon death, they can resurrect in a different location. Chapter 13, Wu and the Tailed Beasts. Mission accomplished. Another characteristic of the tailed beasts is their ability to transcend the pure chakra form, taking on a corporeal existence resembling biological tissue. This represents the supreme secret of energy transmutation into flesh, a pinnacle of the Otsutsuki clan's advanced technological prowess. Wu's current appearance epitomizes this transformation. Suji can be entirely certain that Wu is indeed a creation of the Sage of Six Paths. Furthermore, it is highly probable that he is also a fragment of the Ten Tails. The chakra of the tailed beasts possesses a peculiar ability to infect human consciousness, leading to a state of uncontrollable frenzy. This phenomenon is what we refer to as the rampage of the tailed beasts. The current Wu, in his pristine state, bears an uncanny resemblance to this very rampage. However, there exists a distinction. Wu remains cognizant. What accounts for the unique characteristics of tailed beast chakra? The chakra of tailed beasts is fundamentally different from that of ordinary humans. Firstly, the tailed beasts themselves are manifestations that have split from the ten tails, rather than being extracted from a human body. The power of the god tree originates from the planet, indicating that the sources of tailed beast chakra and human chakra are disparate. Secondly, tailed beasts are entities of chakra that possess self-awareness, akin to the chakra of Ashura and Indra. However, the chakras of Indra and Ashura lack a distinct sense of self. Thirdly, tailed beast chakra has the capability of self-replication, whereas human chakra does not. Tsuji posits that the tailed beasts possess an inherent ability to convert the energy of the planet into chakra. This ability mirrors the very essence of the divine tree. Regrettably, Tsuji lacks the opportunity to study the tailed beasts. The tailed beasts within the bodies of Han and Old Purple are beyond the purview of a mere medical minister. Such matters fall under the jurisdiction of the Umbu. Those wretched individuals do not fall ill, which further deprives Tsuji of the chance to conduct his research in a clinical setting. Consequently, all inquiries into the nature of tailed beast chakra remain speculative. Moreover, Tsuji theorizes that human chakra may be a degraded variant of the chakra possessed by the Otsutsuki clan. Tsuji's research grows increasingly exhilarating. The secrets of the Otsutsuki clan's technological chakra are becoming ever more transparent in Tsuji's eyes. So this is how it is. Tsuji exhaled with a sense of enlightenment, realizing the truth. It became clear that Wu was a manifestation of the grudges severed from the ten tails. Other tailed beasts also harbored such resentments within their chakra, which explained why, in the absence of the beast's consent, or when one could not acquire their chakra through combat, utilizing their chakra could lead to a loss of reason. Freed from the constraints of the tailed beasts, this resentment, originating from the ten tails, had infected the Jinchuriki. The Wu residing within the pure body was, in truth, not a complete entity. Rather, the essence of his chakra remained predominantly within the Paradise Box. The Paradise Box was likely a prison created by the Sage of Six Paths to extinguish this lingering resentment. Tsuji meticulously analyzed the seals on the Paradise Box from a more microscopic perspective. The so-called sealing techniques, barrier techniques, and ninjutsu were merely models for the utilization of chakra. Furthermore, the Paradise Box was intricately linked to the methods of internal space creation devised by the Sage of Six Paths, as well as to the yin-yang release technique. Tsuji's power gem cannot manufacture such an object. He surmises that it may be related to the Six Paths power. Moreover, the material of the Paradise Box is not known within the ninja world. Tsuji is well acquainted with all the materials possessed by the ninja world. Yet the Paradise Box is not among them. It is likely a unique substance created through the combination of yin-yang release and the Six Paths power. What exactly is the Six Paths power? What connection do the seven elemental natures of chakra, wind, fire, water, earth, lightning, yin, and yang, have with the Six Paths power? Is the Six Paths power a force that exists independently of chakra? In the current ninja world, only Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, and Nagato likely possess such a thing. These three must inevitably come into contact with one another. After Uchiha Madara's demise, his corpse will also hold significant research value. Within the research facility of the head of the Rock Ninja Hospital, Tsuji has long prepared the relevant experimental attire for Uchiha Madara. The associated experimental projects have all been planned, merely awaiting Uchiha Madara's arrival. However, how should Uchiha Madara be dealt with thereafter? What means could persuade him to willingly collaborate? The deeper the research delves, the more Tsuji finds himself admiring his own intellect. The ultimate weapon of the Sage of the Six Paths, the Paradise Box, has already been summoned for study. What remains is to await breakthroughs in other areas for further research to hold value. Wu has been sealed by Tsuji, withdrawn back into the pure body. Seal. Tsuji formed a seal, directly channeling the pure essence into the bliss box. Within the first legion of rock ninjas, the reconnaissance unit, those unconscious scout ninjas felt the fears and emotions that had long taken residence deep within their minds dissipate. They began to soar towards the bliss box. In Tsuji's eyes, he could perceive strands of chakra streaming from afar, entering the Elysium box. A medical ninja from the reconnaissance unit was examining the body of a comatose ninja. Suddenly, the ninja lying on the bed opened his eyes and, upon realizing that the medical ninja was one of their own, inquired, "Where is this?" "You are in the unit's hospital," the medical ninja replied, then called out loudly, "Quick! Inform Lord Dongsire that all the ninjas have awakened." Truly, Lord Tsuji is wise. These individuals have indeed risen as he foretold. before the sun has set. More astonishingly, this lord has neither directly intervened nor performed any known actions upon these ninjas. The news of the reconnaissance unit's recovery spread rapidly. Upon receiving the tidings, Dong Sire let out a sigh of relief, securing his position and ensuring the legitimacy of his successor as the chieftain of the Mori clan. However, he then recalled the 200 million he had foolishly given Suji due to these scoundrels, feeling a pang of heartache akin to bleeding. One Asuma's bounty stood at 30 million, and 200 million was nearly equivalent to 7 Asumas. Now, the seals and barriers atop the Elysium box hold no secrets for Suji. Previously, he had pondered the inadequacy of research on the Infinity Stones, realizing that the unrefined space stone could not withstand the power of the tailed beasts. The Elysium box is a formidable sealing vessel, a rare treasure in the ninja world. With this, the future research on extracting tailed beasts from Han or Old Purple no longer necessitates concerns about their confinement. The path ahead is indeed auspicious. Let us proceed. Suji departed from this place with the young girl, Long Shi. The return signifies the commencement of reckoning. A blue point of light materialized in Suji's hand, representing a semi-finished spatial gem. The box of bliss was drawn into it. The next target for research is the tailed beasts, as it is imperative to unravel the secret of their infinite chakra and the mystery of chakra proliferation. Kakuzu, I hope you can procure what I require. By comprehending the principles of chakra proliferation, we can manufacture chakra energy batteries, thus resolving the ultimate energy dilemma of the Eye of Heaven project. Simultaneously, the issue of infinite energy is also one of the core aspects of the infinite gem. Longzhi obediently approached Suji, who grasped Longzhi's arm, activating the power of the spatial gem. The two were instantly transported to the location where Suji's reconnaissance team was stationed. Longzhi was astounded by the unfolding events. Could this be the legendary space-time ninjutsu? Truly, my master is formidable. He possesses such mythical techniques. During the celebratory banquet that night, Dong Shuren summoned the most beautiful songstresses from the vicinity. At the feast, Suji reveled in the company of lovely companions, indulging in the pleasures of the evening. Why does Suji pursue the truth? Is it not for the sake of enjoyment? Yet, without strength, how can one indulge? Can one rely solely on the protagonist? If that were the case, Suji would have perished in the war long ago. Who can guarantee survival amidst the chaos of battle? Moreover, who can fathom the intentions of the formidable Otsutsuki in the future? They might suddenly descend upon a Wagakure, and any unforeseen AoE attack could spell his doom. For the sake of self-preservation and the pursuit of enjoyment, one must seek knowledge and truth. However, in this journey, Suji will inevitably grow. What was once a fervent pursuit may transform into something entirely different with a renewed understanding of the world. What then? Consider this. As a child, one yearns for spicy strips, dreaming that when wealth is attained, they shall indulge in them at every meal. Yet, as one matures, who would truly feast on spicy strips daily? Instead, it becomes a rare treat, fondly dubbed nostalgia. In fact, for the sake of healthy living, one may even forsake such processed foods altogether. The goddess you adored in your mortal days, how could you still cherish her once you ascend to divinity? As a deity, you may perceive the stench emanating from mortals. Their bodies harbor countless viruses and bacteria, their movements clumsy and discordant. Their understanding of the world resembles that of the intellectually impaired. No matter how they adorn themselves, such superficialities cannot conceal the truth. A mere glance at her evokes a sense of spiritual pollution, rendering any notion of affection utterly absurd. Suji's future undoubtedly leads towards a path of omniscience and omnipotence. As one approaches such profound enlightenment, former passions and habits inevitably undergo transformation. This is the essence of human evolution, an unavoidable phenomenon. Just as the habits of humanity differ across various levels of productivity, so too does the pursuit during times of lower capability often reveal itself as mere dross in the face of heightened potential. I find immense joy in navigating through the complexities of the mundane world, yet I grapple with the challenge of reconciling my gradually transcendent desires with my former self. The closer I draw to the truth, the more my thoughts align with the very nature of the Tao. Perhaps, at the moment of attaining omniscience and omnipotence across the myriad realms, I shall transcend into the Tao and become an integral part of it. Suji pushed away the powdery arm resting on him, standing by the window, gazing at the rising sun while quietly contemplating various questions. In the Hokage office of Konoha, the third Hokage inhaled his pipe deeply as he listened to Danzo's report, the entire room enveloped in a haze of smoke. Both the Hokage and Danzo remained silent. Mito gate flame, clutching the intelligence in his hands, muttered incessantly, "How is this possible? How can this be? He is not even 20 years old." The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, his heart suffused with deep jealousy. Such an achievement was one that even the legendary Sannin had not attained. Hatake Tsukumo had only reached this level after nearly 30. Since the founding of Konoha, only 4 individuals had accomplished such feats at this young age: Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama, and the current Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was not just Mito's jealousy. Danzo's envy was palpable, his eyes nearly transforming into Sharingan. If only his teacher had possessed such strength at the time of his death, he would have undoubtedly contended with Sarutobi Hiruzen for the position of Hokage. The Hokage's seat had not been claimed due to a lack of personal sacrifice or failure in trials. It was simply a matter of strength. Being Hokage did not merely entail charging into battle as a soldier. The strength of a Kage serves as a stabilizing force. Wasn't the second Hokage also a Kage? How did he meet his end? A Hokage should possess formidable strength, but that is not the primary factor. The Root had subsequently dispatched a team to investigate the battlefield and examine the corpses. Concurrently, the ninjas from Grass Village had vanished, not returning to their village. The surviving ninjas reported that Tsuji had employed a terrifying genjutsu to control them. Judging by the battle results, it indeed indicated Kage-level prowess. An elite J-nin could not possibly exert such extensive genjutsu. Even the hidden ninjas had fallen victim to the illusion, indicating mastery of ninjutsu. Such a level of genjutsu was possessed only by the surviving elder of the Inuzuka clan in all of Konoha. Danzo's analysis was even more meticulous. T. Ketsukamachi remarked, "If this is the level of strength, then the threat from a Wagakure must be elevated. A ninja of this caliber has the capability to alter the course of a localized war." Chapter 14. The Ninja World in Turmoil. The hero of the ninja. Mito Gate Flame suppressed his tumultuous emotions. Damn it. He had yet to reach Kage level. How could he not feel jealousy? T. Ketsukamachi felt no such envy. Being a medical ninja, it mattered little to her. This resulted in Mito Gate Flame feeling somewhat lacking in confidence when conversing with Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. This was also the reason why Mito Gate Flame and T. Ketsukamachi were in cahoots within the F4. Sarutobi Hiruzen, smoking his pipe in silence, was deeply troubled. He pondered whether Noki intended to put pressure on Tsuji. It is rather improbable. Under the current circumstances, war could erupt at any moment. Once hostilities commence, the old coot, Noki, would not hesitate to engage in a Faustian bargain should he find himself victorious over Konoha. The memories left by Uchiha Madara are too profoundly etched in their minds, and this resentment has long festered within Naka's heart. Thus, who shall Konoha dispatch to contend with Tsuji? It must be an equal match, soldier for soldier, commander for commander. At the very least, the disparities in capability should not be excessively vast. Alas, the tragic demise of the White Fang of Konoha several years ago still ignites a furious flame within Sarutobi Hiruzen. The thought of dragging White Fang from the afterlife to deliver a few well-deserved blows is almost irresistible. What a disgrace it is that mere slander drove him to take his own life. Are you certain, Hatake Tsukumo, that you are an adult? Has your maturity truly blossomed? In choosing to end your life, did you consider the repercussions for the village? Did you ponder the impact on Kakashi, who grew up without a mother? Oh, what a so-called hero. The foremost duty of a ninja is to prioritize their mission. You failed to complete your task in favor of saving a comrade. And I remained silent. A failure is simply that, a failure. Who among us is invincible? Because of those you rescued, mere whispers of gossip. What of it? Did your belief in the superiority of your comrades over the mission falter? A few jesters from the prominent clans fanned the flames, turning it into a public spectacle. So, you chose to commit seppuku to prove your innocence? One might mistakenly think that Sarutobi Hiruzen could not accommodate you. How presumptuous. Who do you think I am? First, it is rare for a civilian ninja to emerge as a shadow-level powerhouse, steadfastly standing beside me. This was precisely why I entrusted you with the position of Umbu Captain, to balance the power of those with bloodline limits. Such was my trust. And this is how you repay it? Secondly, as for your suspicions regarding me, Sarutobi Hiruzen, crafting a key costs but a trifling sum. How many do you think you merit? Who do you think I am? I am the prodigy chosen by the first and second Hokage, designated as the heir to govern Konoha. In terms of talent, the village is replete with geniuses. Who would dare claim superiority over me, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Regarding ninjutsu, I am proficient in 5 types of chakra transformations and yin-yang release techniques. I possess comprehensive knowledge of all Konoha's jutsu, the secret arts of the major clans, and every forbidden technique contained within the sealing scrolls. This is why I am known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu. In terms of combat prowess, I have been trained by the first and second Hokage, having fought alongside countless formidable adversaries. The first and second, as well as Uchiha Madara, have all been my sparring partners. Even now, the legendary 3 ninjas have ascended to shadow-level strength. Do they dare claim they could surpass me? Regarding power, the Hitaki clan's ancestors have merely studied a single style of samurai swordsmanship, lacking any bloodline limits, and are unqualified even to join the Elder Council. What makes you think you deserve my trust? Should we then consider sending the leader of the Hyuga clan to the IWA Shinobi battlefield? Noticing the Hokage's silence, Mito Minion suggested. Danzo narrowed his eyes and firmly rejected the notion. Absolutely not. Our objective is to suppress the bloodline limit clans. They may only serve as support for the army, not as commanders. After pondering for a moment, Nara Shikamada remarked, in this case, only Saratobi Shinji, the son of the Monkey clan, and the Radiant Hinata are suitable. Additionally, Minato might also suffice. His chakra and genjutsu are somewhat lacking, yet his sealing techniques, barrier techniques, and taijutsu are exceptional. Most importantly, his Flying Thunder God technique surpasses even that of the second Hokage, showcasing formidable combat prowess. Danzo paused, tapping his cane, and stated, Minato is indeed impressive, yet his combat capabilities far exceed his command abilities. He is best utilized as a trump card in battle. To appoint him as a commander would be a waste. The third Hokage, hidden beneath his hat, showed no change in expression, nodding in agreement and finalizing the plan. Very well, let us select Hinata. The third Hokage gazed at the map, focusing on the location of Sunagakure amidst the smoke, and cautioned Tsunade, do not allow this matter to affect you. In the land of lightning, within the Raikage's office in Kumogakure, the third Raikage examined the intelligence provided by Mabui, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seems that Inoki has indeed struck gold by uncovering such a prodigy. My son, now in his 20s, has only just reached this level. This young man has clearly been betrayed by his own, and with war approaching, one wonders if Inoki will allow him to exact revenge. Prioritizing the greater good, Inoki is unlikely to do so. Hence, let us observe how this lad stirs the pot in Awagakure. It is rare to witness the underbelly of the ninja world suffer setbacks. However, this individual may pose a threat to us in Kumogakure in the future. Nevertheless, I am confident in my ability to suppress him. The Raikage expressed his certainty, acknowledging that while dust release is powerful, it is rather slow. Mabui interjected, Lord Raikage, we have lost 2 Umbu execution teams. The strength of a covert operations team is sufficient to contend with a shadow-level powerhouse. Among the 5 great ninja villages, the covert teams serve as the frontline combat forces. A high-end configuration of a covert operations team typically comprises 1 elite jonin accompanied by 3 additional jonin. Furthermore, when supplemented by several elite chunin and special jonin, this constitutes a complete covert operations team. It is not to say that such a team can definitively eliminate a shadow-level opponent, but they can certainly prolong the engagement significantly. Covert operations are not conducted by mere numbers standing shoulder to shoulder. That is the method of a ninja legion. Covert ninjas specialize in ambushes, assassinations, and the creation of traps, devising tailored strategies based on intelligence gathered about their adversaries. Under the relentless onslaught of such stealthy attacks, even a shadow-level warrior may find themselves in a state of panic, ultimately becoming exhausted and either captured or killed. However, for those top-tier shadow-level figures possessing the ability to manipulate spatial dimensions, retreating is always an option, even if they cannot win. It is noteworthy that even a tailed beast Jinchuriki, when defecting, was pursued by merely 2 covert teams. Yet, astonishingly, both teams were entirely annihilated. Covert intelligence analysis suggests that this individual wields a terrifying large-scale illusion technique but has not mastered dust release. The battleground bore no traces of dust release, but rather signs of earth release, rock technique. The disappearance of Xianyuan and the individuals from the Grass Ninja Village is alarming. With almost no operatives from the Mist Village returning, Danzo of the Leaf Village retreated most decisively, sustaining the least losses. The third Raikage paused before stating, let the covert operations focus on gathering intelligence, formulating plans, and seeking opportunities to eliminate him. Should my intervention be necessary, do not hesitate. With such potential, once he learns dust release, the opportunity to eliminate him will cease. Observing Inoki's demeanor, it seems he could live for another decade or so. This implies that in future battlefields, ninjas adept in dust release will no longer remain in commanding positions. Instead, dust release users will pose a significantly greater threat than uncontrollable Jinchuriki. Moreover, if the records of the former generations are accurate, those who master dust release should also be capable of learning the light and heavy rock technique. At that point, a flying ninja skilled in dust release would encounter nothing but defeat. Listening to the Rakige's grave remarks, Mabui diligently noted everything down for the covert team to execute. Chapter 15. Ice Release. Koyuki. Tsunade is secretly delighted. The Third Great War begins. In the Mizukige's office, the third Mizukige sighed after reviewing the intelligence. Had he known that it involved a shadow-level ninja, he would have refrained from getting involved. Anoki and Tsuji are indeed deeply concealed. Could it be that they intend to ensnare the major ninja villages before the war? The thoughts of the third Mizukige stand in stark contrast to those of the third Rakige. He holds a firm belief that this is merely a deceptive tactic employed by the rock shinobi. That damned Yuki is truly a cunning old fox. The Mizukige then addressed Terumi Mei, who was awaiting orders. Terumi Mei conveyed the message that the Umbu need not concern themselves with this individual any further. His matters can be addressed post-war. During this conflict, we shall not engage with the rock shinobi. Our priority must be to secure victory in the war. If necessary, we may establish contact and collaborate with this individual. Terumi Mei, upon receiving the command, departed the Mizukige's office, feeling a sense of relief. Thankfully, the Mizukige was not overly zealous. Otherwise, dispatching an excessive number of personnel would have been futile. Deep down, she held a dismissive view of the Umbu's intelligence, pondering how they could regard Tsuji as a mere shadow-level threat. It is precisely their ignorance of his true terror that leads them to such misconceptions. The length of Tsuji's prowess is not lost on me, unlike some. During the Second World War, he was already of a shadow-level caliber. After all these years, who can fathom the extent of his power now? The leader of the divine organization is not one to flaunt himself in public. However, within the organization, who would dare show him disrespect? Who has he been schooled by Tsuji, understanding the necessity of decorum when addressing the leader? Conversations with him must be gentle and soft-spoken. Should one inadvertently raise their voice and startle the leader, who would bear the responsibility for the losses incurred by the divine organization's grand ambitions? Perhaps, when the Mist Ninja faced defeat, a mission to contact the Rock Ninja allies could be proposed? Especially for Senja Rope Tree, you must join the battlefield of the Mist Ninja. My achievements rest upon your shoulders. Who knows, I might even request the Lord for further enhancement surgery. Suddenly, a small figure made of ice, resembling Tsuji, appeared in the hands of Terumi Mei, only to dissolve within the boiling mist released by her. Yet, she thought to herself, "Leader, when we meet again, I shall bestow upon you a warm kiss." If any Mist Ninja were to witness this scene, they would be astounded to discover that Terumi Mei possessed a third bloodline limit, ice release. This is a phenomenon that defies the common knowledge of the ninja world. Isn't this the hereditary bloodline limit of the Mizukige clan, which can only be passed down through lineage? Meanwhile, in the command center of the 2nd Division of Konoha, Jiraiya received intelligence from the Umbu, revealing that Tsuji had achieved shadow-level status. His countenance turned unnatural, recalling his earlier demeanor in the presence of the goddess. Feeling a flush rise to his cheeks, he envisioned encountering Tsuji on the battlefield against the Rock Ninja, intending to unleash his sage mode to obliterate him, avenging his goddess. Reflecting on how his goddess yearned for the enemy, Jiraiya naturally felt a pang of jealousy. Previously, it was the strikingly handsome Dan. Now it was Tsuji, the most handsome man among the Rock Ninja. Was he truly so lacking in appearance that he could not capture her favor? Once the war concludes, he must eliminate Tsuji to relieve his goddess of this burden. In the Toad Sage village of Mount Miyaboku, having inherited the sage teachings and mastered sage mode, Jiraiya's confidence swelled. He yearned to prove himself through glorious achievements. Ideally, he wished to demonstrate his worth before the goddess. For what is beauty without strength? Only power can offer security. In the command center of the 1st Division of Konoha on the battlefield of the Mist Ninja, Orochimaru finished perusing the intelligence in his hand, extending his long tongue to lick his lips. His curiosity regarding Tsuji intensified, being a genius himself. He was acutely aware that Tsuji was a prodigy beyond his reach. Even among geniuses, there exists a disparity. Tsujijun, what secrets do you harbor? How is it that you have ascended to the ranks of the shadow-level powers with such astonishing swiftness? It is well known that Tsuji is not the possessor of a bloodline limit. Only those ninja from bloodline limit clans experience such rapid enhancement and strength upon awakening their abilities. Yet Tsuji's prowess is exceedingly extraordinary, having reached the pinnacle typically reserved for those endowed with a bloodline limit. Among the acquaintances of Orochimaru, only his esteemed teacher, known as the ninja hero, possesses such exceptional talent. However, one cannot overlook the fact that his teacher is instructed by a figure of the caliber of the god of ninja. Orochimaru is aware that Noki did not impart his unique dust release technique to Tsuji. Could it be that Tsuji has forged a path of his own through diligent study? The reason why shadow-level powers are exceedingly rare in the ninja world is that if one has a mentor of such caliber, upon acquiring their knowledge, and once their chakra meets the requisite standards, they can enter this realm, as it has been proven to be a viable path. Noki himself followed this very trajectory, fully inheriting the teachings of the second Otsutsuki, and upon meeting the chakra standards, attained shadow-level status. However, it is evident that Tsuji is unacquainted with both dust release and the art of weighty stones. Has he truly carved out his own path, akin to the legendary Sannin? In the future, I must take the opportunity to study you more closely, Tsuji-jun. Orochimaru set aside the intelligence report and resumed writing a letter, declining his apprentice Senju Shju's request to join the front lines, as he did not wish to bear the burden of such a hindrance. On the battlefield of the Sand Ninja, at the command post of Konoha's 4th Corps, Tsunade, having just spent the day rolling dice, furiously crushed the newly purchased dice into powder. Tsuji, that wretched fellow, how is it that he still lives? Astonishingly, he has ascended to the rank of a shadow. This is far from favorable news. She has mastered a plethora of medical ninjutsu from the Senju clan. Furthermore, it was the 3rd Otsutsuki, renowned for his ninjutsu teachings, who amalgamated medical ninjutsu and carved out a unique path to attain the rank of shadow. What merit does Tsuji possess to achieve such a feat? Tsunade slammed the table once more, rendering it utterly unusable. During the battle in the Sand Village, even amidst the onset of war, she could not lay eyes upon that scoundrel. Yet, a flicker of satisfaction stirred within her heart. Tsuji, prepare for my vengeance. Even if you have reached the echelon of shadow, I shall bring you to your knees, begging for mercy. You shall witness the pinnacle of my medical ninjutsu. I vow to dissect you repeatedly, ensuring you remain alive through it all. Tsunade stifled the impulse to write to the 3rd Hokage, requesting a transfer to the 3rd Army Corps. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless sounds of explosions echoed from afar, causing the command center of the 4th Corps to tremble with powerful vibrations. What is happening? Tsunade struck the table with ferocity. Report, Lady Tsunade. The Sand Ninja Corps is advancing. Leading them is the puppet army commanded by Chiyo. According to reconnaissance reports, they have unleashed the legacy left by the 2nd Kazekage, the pinnacle of puppet mastery, the winged serpent god. The voice of the reporting ninja trembled slightly, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. Tsunade bellowed. What are you panicking for? Have the Earth-style ninjas reinforced the defenses? The rest of you, follow me to the front line. That night, the Sand Ninja launched an attack on the Land of Fire. The 3rd Great Ninja War erupted. Chapter 16. Tsuji's Secretary, Summer. The Pain of Loss. Iwagakure. IWA Ninja Hospital. Director's Office. Tsuji departed from the hospital, leaving the management of the institution in the capable hands of his devoted secretary, Xiaori, the deputy director of the medical department and the vice president of the ninja hospital. Xiaori, renowned for her beauty within the narrative as a gem of Shinin Village, is a woman of remarkable intellect and capability, adeptly overseeing the hospital's affairs with precision and order. This illustrious Jainin, celebrated for both her stunning appearance and formidable skills, has been privy to Tsuji's intelligence. Since being brought from Shinin Village by Tsuji, she has personally trained and guided him, emerging as his indispensable right hand. Tsuji's numerous plans have always been under her purview, and thus she is privy to many of Tsuji's secrets. However, she now finds herself somewhat discontent. Her crimson lips parting slightly, the master truly conceals his depths, reaching the level of shadow without confiding in me. After all, I am among his most trusted confidants. Am I not deserving of his trust after all these years in my role as a secretary? He has scrutinized every facet of my being. Can he truly harbor doubts about me? Perhaps I ought to undertake some endeavors to please the master. When he was reassigned, he was quite irate. I personally conducted the toxicity assessments to confirm that he had not been poisoned. Nevertheless, some jesters must be feeling anxious. I should prepare the necessary documents for the master in advance, for I am indeed the most considerate one, unlike that dim-witted woman from the mist, who possesses little more than ample bosom. Summer cast a scornful glance towards the direction of the dark department, easily envisioning the farcical appearance of that jester, before diligently attending to the hospital's affairs. In the opulent mansion of the former head of the Dark Department, Huang Tu, a despondent man, sat amidst a plethora of empty liquor bottles, clearly indulging in excessive drinking. Sighing heavily from the sofa, Huang Tu lamented the loss of his position as head of the Dark Department, a title stripped away by his father. Curse you, Suji. Though he had lost the title, he remained within the Dark Department. As the sole heir to the Otsutsuki, no one dared to challenge him brazenly or employ deceitful tactics against him. Thus, Huang Tu inevitably received astonishing reports regarding Suji's achievements, culminating in the stark conclusion: Suji is suspected to have reached the level of a shadow-level powerhouse. With a resounding crash, he hurled a bottle against the wall. Damn it! Why must it be him? I've worked so hard, yet he has stepped ahead of me. If Suji were to survive, he would be unworthy of even a glance at the Otsutsuki position. All those years of plotting, what had they amounted to? Huang Tu felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. In this moment, he realized that in this world, power speaks volumes. If he possessed his father's strength, would he still need to regard Suji with such trepidation? A wave of fear washed over him, stemming from the pressure exerted by a shadow-level powerhouse. Suji would surely seek retribution. His father, the third Otsutsuki, would not allow such a potentially boundless and formidable ninja to suffer indignities. When the time came, the repercussions would undoubtedly fall upon him. Huang Tu, Huang Tu. He heard his wife's voice, and with impatience, he inquired, "What is it?" A breathtakingly beautiful woman entered, particularly notable for her long legs. She was none other than the first beauty of the rock ninja, the jewel of the Blackstone family, Blackstone Marina. With a noticeable pregnancy, Blackstone Marina felt a wave of nausea from the scent of alcohol lingering in the air. Upon hearing the impatient tone of Huang Tu, her brows furrowed ever so slightly. He was her husband, after all, and she must not show anger. She had also heard the news of Suji, her husband's junior disciple, rising to the ranks of a shadow-level powerhouse. Marina was acutely aware that Suji had long been a thorn in her husband's side. Their rivalry had endured for quite some time, with her husband seemingly never gaining the upper hand. Though they exchanged smiles whenever they met, she pondered softly. "Aren't you supposed to be on duty in the Umbu today? Mind your own business. Just stay at home and prepare for childbirth," Huang Tu retorted sharply. At that moment, he was particularly sensitive. It felt as if anyone who spoke to him was mocking him. Marina's heart ached at the thought of being married to such a petty man. She contemplated informing her father-in-law, the third Otsutsuki, after all. Suji's presence stirred up the long-suppressed resentment within Huang Tu's silence. "What do you know?" he bellowed, recalling the bitterness of having lost his position as Umbu minister. The thought of having to lower his head before Suji and address him as Sir was unbearable. The mere possibility drove him to the brink of madness. Though he dared not lose his temper in front of Inoki, he felt no such restraint with his wife. Despite having married the most exquisite rock ninja and the pearl of the second Otsutsuki's family, he could not fathom how Suji could possibly contend with him. Yet, the reality was that Suji had already attained the status of a shadow-level powerhouse. The Blackstone family would likely not hesitate to marry off their younger sister to him. Would the Blackstone family still support him then? Reflecting on the image of her father-in-law, who would sell anything for profit, the possibility of such a scenario weighed heavily on her mind. Hekishi Marinai was taken aback by her husband's furious outburst. As the most beautiful woman in Awagakure, she had never lacked admirers, with Kei-do being the most fervent among them. Being the jewel of the Hekishi family, who would dare show her disrespect? If it weren't for the third Otsutsuki personally proposing and offering substantial benefits, how could she ever consent to marry him, even considering Kei-do's loyalty? After their marriage, Kei-do was expected to thrive with the backing of the Hekishi family. Yet unexpectedly, Suji emerged, a contender for the position of the fourth Otsutsuki, suppressing Kei-do at every turn. On the surface, Kei-do appeared to have married a wealthy and beautiful woman, reaching the pinnacle of his life. Meanwhile, Suji remained sequestered in the hospital's research lab, hardly emerging. Countless individuals praised Suji while belittling Kei-do, as Suji's research brought tangible benefits to Awagakure. Each time, comparisons were drawn between the two, particularly after Suji took control of the Umbu, making it clear what the villagers and ninjas thought. Kei-do was seething with jealousy. Hekishi Marinai, however, remained silent, her sharp eyes coldly fixed on Kei-do. Kei-do's intoxication had considerably faded, yet he showed no intention of apologizing. Hekishi Marinai was now his wife, obliged to heed his words. Did he truly expect her to seek a divorce? A married woman must endure her grievances. With a sigh, Hekishi Marinai reflected on the nature of marriage. Keidu, in his fury, would typically have sought to placate his goddess. From now on, he declared, Tsuji was not to be mentioned in his presence. A ninja who had risen solely on the coattails of his father's disciple was merely a subordinate of their clan. To bow to him was beneath his dignity. Keidu understood his wife's intentions, merely suggesting that the Otsutsuki act as a mediator for an apology. Hekishi Marinai wished to counsel Keidu further, but an unexpected announcement interrupted her thoughts. A ninja outside reported, Lord Keidu, the leader of the Sat clan invites you to a banquet. Upon hearing this, Keidu realized it was surely an invitation to strategize against Tsuji. Having consumed Tsuji's despair-inducing potion, they would undoubtedly seek to address this situation. Inform them I shall arrive shortly, he instructed, and the messenger departed. You should stay home and rest. Do not involve yourself in these matters, Keidu said as he changed clothes in preparation for the banquet. Hekishi Marinai contemplated speaking, but ultimately held her tongue. What would her words achieve? Would she have him take her sister as a concubine? How absurd. Chapter 17. The Seven Tails Jinchuriki secured. The diligent and uncomplaining Keidu, thinking of Tsuji, sent a tremor through Hekishi Marinai's heart. The most handsome man in Awagakure, who among women was unaware of him. Moreover, she is proficient in medical ninjutsu and possesses a profound fondness for befriending beautiful women. She often speaks of safeguarding women's rights, advocating for female independence and strength. On countless nights, she dreams that her groom on her wedding night is Tsuji. In her heart, she revels in this thought, but dares not voice it. Each time she encounters Tsuji, she is met with his piercing gaze, one that seems to devour her whole. Blackstone Marissa instinctively fears Tsuji. She silently muses, Oh, Earth, how wonderful it would be if you were to relent. You cannot contend with Tsuji. As night descends, the village of Awagakure is aglow. To the astonishment of the Umbu ninjas, the third Otsutsuki, upon finishing his duties, does not return home, but instead remains in his office, lost in contemplation over a map. Within his mind, he is preoccupied with thoughts of Tsuji. As his first disciple, Tsuji possesses remarkable talent and has contributed immensely to the village over the years. Due to his age and the influence of the earth, he has indeed been constrained. He understands that what Tsuji desires most are his dust release and the heavy stone techniques. However, he has withheld them, never anticipating that Tsuji would achieve such heights at this age. This child is the most gifted since the founding of Awagakure. What compensation should he offer now? With war looming, what position should he assign him? As the third Otsutsuki, it appears that his political legacy can only be entrusted to Tsuji. He hopes that Tsuji will not recklessly demand this, and that from the Shinobi Council simply because he has attained the rank of Kage. Dainoki produces a document containing conditions he had previously prepared, which includes several forbidden techniques from Awagakure that Tsuji had repeatedly requested but was denied. Moreover, he hopes to resolve the animosity between Tsuji and his own son. What began as a normal rivalry for the position of Otsutsuki has devolved into bitter competition. Had Huangtu not been his son, he would have dispatched him with a dust release technique long ago to meet the previous Otsutsuki. Report. Otsutsuki-sama. This is urgent intelligence from the Umbu. The ninja forces of Sunagakure have launched an attack on the Land of Fire, igniting a war. Dainoki meticulously reviews the intelligence and suddenly conceives a plan to resolve the conflict between his son and Tsuji. He will send his son to achieve merit. In doing so, he will have accomplishments to his name, coupled with his status as the head of the Tachibana clan. He need not worry about Tsuji taking drastic measures against Huangtu by stepping down and allowing Tsuji to assume the role of the fourth Otsutsuki. He can ensure Huangtu's survival. Otherwise, once he passes, Tsuji, as Otsutsuki, would certainly seize the opportunity to eliminate Huangtu. Can he truly expect to outlive Tsuji? Of course, there is another option. Dainoki could take matters into his own hands and eliminate Tsuji. Would he? Certainly not. What regard would he have for the position of Otsutsuki if he were to act in such a manner? After death, how could he face the former Otsutsuki? Huangtu, my foolish son, do not err again. As the Otsutsuki, Noki is acutely aware of the vast power associated with his position. When the time comes, Tsuji will undoubtedly deal with Huangtu. Despite being the son of the third Otsutsuki, he possesses numerous means at his disposal. He could assign you a myriad of seemingly achievable tasks that are ultimately impossible to complete, leaving you to toil throughout your life, potentially perishing in the pursuit of these futile endeavors. This is a perfectly legitimate stratagem. It is perhaps best to await Tsuji's return to discern his desires. Noki understands that Suji's passion for ninjutsu and knowledge far surpasses any thirst for power. This is precisely why, when he accomplished the feat of eliminating Kato-dan, he opted for the medical department and the ninja academy, rather than the more powerful sectors such as the finance department or the Umbu. Longshi, as a servant, is tasked with kneeling within the room to protect and attend to Suji. Throughout the night, the astonishment in Longshi's small eyes is palpable. Suji mercilessly struck the songstresses with a stick, causing them to wail and cry out in despair. Each of them lamented phrases such as, "Please stop. I cannot endure this any longer, and I beg you, sir, I feel as though I might perish." At merely 12 years of age, Longshi had only gleaned from the fleeting remarks of adults that men could inflict such violence upon women. The realization of such brutality was utterly terrifying. Emerging from the depths of the makeup-laden haze, Suji attended to his personal grooming. Suji, feeling invigorated, sat in his office, gazing at Kakuzu before him. "Are you certain you have located the woman from the Vortex clan that I previously requested?" Kakuzu replied respectfully, "Leader, I cannot ascertain if she is the one you seek. She is accompanied by a newborn child. Unbeknownst to me of your impending arrival, I entrusted them to the organization. Scorpion should have made arrangements to transfer the mother and daughter to your hospital." Suji nodded, acknowledging the reliability of Jiao Du. "Your ability to capture the Seven Tails Jinchuriki is indeed a commendable achievement. Furthermore, regardless of whether those two women are what I seek, they are both members of the Uzumaki clan and hold significant value. I shall not hesitate to reward you generously." Suji clapped his hands, and Longzhou approached with 4 boxes in tow. Inside lay the 200 million previously offered as an apology by the Eastern dead. This sum is nearly equivalent to 7 Asmara. In the original narrative, the bounty for Asmara was 30 million taels, which was claimed by Kaku. Suji has always been remarkably generous, and Jiao Du is undoubtedly one of his most loyal supporters. Numerous instances demonstrate that a boss willing to discuss compensation is indeed a commendable one, in stark contrast to those who merely offer empty promises. Jiao Du naturally holds profound respect for the leader of the organization, Lord Suji. However, should he be provided with ample financial rewards, his loyalty would undoubtedly deepen, and his diligence would be significantly enhanced. Unlike those despicable employers, each a miser in their own right, who desire labor without the willingness to invest appropriately, one truly gets what one pays for. As you can see, I have consistently exceeded expectations in my contributions to the organization, and the leader has invariably offered generous rewards in return. Jiao Du possesses an innate acumen for financial matters, often discerning the contents of a box even before it is opened. Long live the wise leader. Jiao Du opened the box and began to count the money before Suji. Suji smiled faintly, seemingly indifferent. For those living amidst the mundane, counting money can indeed be a source of joy. With no pain in his waist or legs, he could rise from his sickbed to count for days and nights on end. How amusing. He was far from tired. If Jiao Du had no fondness for wealth, Suji would find it challenging to instill such intrinsic motivation within him. Just observe. Every task Jiao Du has completed has been nothing short of impeccable. Jiao Du, your next mission is to monitor the conflict between the Sand and Leaf villages. Keep a close watch on Princess Tsunade of the Leaf. In due time, I shall dispatch individuals to apprehend her. Until then, maintain silence. Jiao Du stored the money in a sealing scroll and respectfully nodded, accepting Suji's command. Leader, I shall bring you good news. Naturally, it is my hope that during the organization's annual meeting, you will be recognized as the best member. Upon hearing this, Jiao Du became exhilarated. Being the outstanding member at the annual meeting could lead to receiving enhancements from the leader or other rewards. After several years in the organization, he had previously earned the Best Employee Award for establishing the intelligence network in the Shinobi world. The leader had intervened, transforming his Dyuenyu secret technique into a super Dyuenyu, allowing him to release 5 types of ninjutsu without relying on the original technique. His true form could also split into 5 individuals, a technique inspired by the second Tsuchikage Mu's own division, which was incorporated into Dyuenyu. Each individual could wield 5 elemental ninjutsu, all being physical entities with shadow-level strength. They shared vision, touch, and other sensory information. Jiao Du remained unaware that this was merely a mental local area network granted by the mind gem to the 5 entities. Moreover, all 5 Dyuenyu clones could utilize the abilities of the Super Dyuenyu, capable of devouring others to facilitate the evolution of Dyuenyu. After consuming another, Dyuenyu could increase its chakra, while any unabsorbed chakra would crystallize into chakra crystals. These chakra crystals were highly sought after in the Shinobi world and represented a unique business opportunity, effectively turning Jiao Du's body into a printing press for wealth. His joy was palpable. Were it not for the fear of the leader's wrath, Jiao Du would have embraced him in excitement. "Leader, I shall not betray your will." With that, Jiao Du melded into the earth, vanishing from sight. Chapter 18. Return to the village. The joyful life of director Su Ji. Su Ji possesses the Power Stone, which enables him to analyze both matter and energy. He observes that Kagaya's strength has significantly progressed. If this trend continues, he may very well touch upon the pinnacle of human potential. Aside from the known figures of Shinja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, no one in the ninja world has reached their level. This appears to be a form of constraint, an invisible membrane that obstructs the limits of humanity. Anyone not connected to the Otsutsuki clan lacks the qualification to attain the realm of Shinja Hashirama, let alone the higher plane of the Six Paths. Kagaya serves as a test subject, utilized to experiment whether the accumulation of chakra can surpass and reach the level of Shinja Hashirama. Kagaya Otsutsuki herself consumed the fruit of the divine tree to attain the Six Paths. This indicates that the chakra contained within that fruit is equivalent to that of a Ten-Tails. In the narrative, the second of the Six Paths, Obito, who embodies the yang of the Six Paths, also became a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. As for why the Sage of Six Paths was considered to be at that level during the tender moments with his mother, it is because he was not yet a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Suji speculated that it might be due to the fact that he is the offspring of Kagaya Otsutsuki herself, as per the manga's narrative. In contrast, the children of the Sage of Six Paths were born from a union with humans. Thus, Indra and Ashura did not ascend to the realm of Six Paths. Perhaps they eventually did, but such details have been obscured by the annals of history. For Suji, as long as he continues his research, the truth will inevitably be revealed in due time. Suji pondered for a moment, after eliminating Huang Tu and Yi Mu. Becoming the fourth Tsuchikage should pose no challenge. At that point, it was certain a jester would emerge, providing a perfect opportunity to cleanse and tidy his own abode. Following this, capturing Tsunade and Senju Rope Tree for experimentation would be next. These two individuals were direct descendants of Shinja Hashirama, and it was highly likely that within their genes lay certain unique attributes related to Ashura, with Senju Rope Tree at his disposal. Suji was confident that Tsunade would willingly assist in numerous experiments. Additionally, the research on the Manjiki Sharingan was crucial, as it pertained to the study of altering the world's rules through reality gems. Observing Obito's awakening of the Sharingan was essential, as Suji believed it related to the most profound secrets within the chakra system of the Otsutsuki. Furthermore, Itachi Uchiha should also have bestowed upon him a cursed mark, indicating great potential for the future. Suji's arrangement is to guide the ninja world towards the destination he desires. Which level of cursed seal should he bestow upon him? The most worthy subject of study undoubtedly remains Uchiha Obito himself, the most coveted individual in the ninja realm, especially concerning the Outer Path Golem and White Zetsu. Over the years, despite Suji's diligent search, he has yet to encounter a single White Zetsu, let alone capture one for research. When the time comes, what conditions should he offer in exchange for Uchiha Obito? Longshi, tidy up, we must return, Suji commanded. Longshi obediently began to pack. Dongxiren bid Suji farewell with a smile, though it bore a hint of bitterness. He had never anticipated that war would erupt. He had merely come to gain experience, yet found himself wielding significant power as a commander. If they were to be defeated, how would he explain it? And if they were victorious, would he not simply ascend to become an elder in the council? What difference would it make? In Suji's eyes, Dongxiren was hardly more than a mere tool. He nodded in acknowledgement of the well wishes directed at him and set forth on the path back to the village. Indifferent to Dongxiren's pleas for assistance, Dongxiren was well aware that Suji had now reached the level of a shadow. Upon returning, Suji will undoubtedly be granted the appropriate status, and it is hoped that he will extend his support within the village. Suji remained indifferent, showing no interest in such trivial matters. Upon returning to the village, he naturally made his way to the ninja hospital, which he considered his home. This establishment, the largest and indeed the sole ninja hospital in Iwagakure, welcomed him with open arms. As he entered, he was greeted warmly by the doctors, nurses, and other staff members. Banners adorned the hospital's interior, celebrating his presence. The flattery from the medical personnel left the young Longshi, standing beside Suji, feeling quite embarrassed. The accolades, great, illustrious, if it were not for Lord Suji, were a plethora of compliments that overwhelmed the young boy. Suji accepted everything with remarkable ease, even to Yi Mu. Within the confines of the hospital, could not surpass Suji's standing. Although the hospital was not founded by Suji, everything it possesses now is a testament to his influence. Every individual's salary, benefits, and allowances all stem from Suji's contributions. How could these individuals not support him? After the welcoming ceremony concluded, Suji returned to his office and playfully patted Vice President Xiaori's fitted skirt, saying, "You are sure to bring me something fresh and innovative." Suji's tone was imbued with satisfaction. The summer sun proudly accentuated her curves, making it more convenient for Suji's hand. She observed the anxious young girl named Longzhe and inquired, "Is this young lady, Longzhe, your newly appointed secretary?" "Not quite. She simply deserves cultivation. Train her well. Consider her as an assistant I have procured for you." Upon hearing this, Summer naturally comprehended the underlying meaning and cast Suji a sidelong glance. "Come here." Summer summoned a nurse, addressing the young girl as Longzhe, declaring, "From this day forth, she shall be my junior apprentice. Make sure everyone is informed of this, understood?" The nurse, upon hearing this, looked at Longzhe with envy. "Lady Longzhe, please follow me." Longzhe, upon hearing this, was so overwhelmed with excitement that she became flustered. No, just call me Longzhe. Lady Longzhe. Do not be anxious. Please accompany me." The nurse internally lamented the vast disparities among individuals. After years of diligent effort under the vice president, she had only attained the status of a nurse, while this young girl would now be a junior apprentice under Lady Summer, receiving the personal tutelage of the president. The future certainly held high prospects for her in the medical department. Summer should have been the one to personally arrange for her junior apprentice. Yet now she had more pressing matters to attend to. Where have the members of the Whirlpool clan been assigned? "My lord, there is no need for concern. Your health should be your primary worry at this moment." Suji was filled with confusion regarding his own body. "Yes," Xiaori said solemnly, "when you left, your temper was quite volatile. I only conducted a nucleic acid test at that time. Now, a comprehensive examination is necessary. We suspect that certain adversaries from the shadows may have poisoned you." As she spoke, Xiaori took Suji by the hand and pushed open a concealed door, leading him into the private quarters of Director Suji. The interior was adorned with exquisite opulence, a palace that had cost 3 asmas to construct. "This time, I have summoned the most beautiful doctors and nurses from the hospital. We must ensure you receive a thorough examination and treatment." Upon entering, Suji beheld a gathering of graceful young women, clad in medical attire, their faces reflecting genuine concern for his well-being. A smile suddenly blossomed on Suji's face. "Indeed, the malevolent foes may have employed a toxic assault against me, necessitating a thorough examination and treatment." Embracing the warmth of summer, Suji shut the door to the secret chamber. As a high-ranking official, the process of his healing must remain confidential, requiring stringent protection. "Colleagues, let us commence as rehearsed." Suji no longer needed to move for himself, beginning to relish the therapeutic process. Summer was truly delightful. He was indeed my finest secretary, and I held great affection for him. Encouraged by Suji's praises, Summer exerted himself even more diligently. Everyone was to perform all necessary tests, including nucleic acid testing, blood examinations, magnetic resonance imaging, temperature measurements of various organs, and crucial bodily cleansing. Furthermore, post-treatment massages and beauty salon sessions were essential to ensure the protection of the director's health, for he was the epitome of male beauty. And the beauty care required meticulous attention. We aim to showcase our medical prowess to our esteemed director. Chapter 19, The Shadow of the Ninja World. A performance of resilience the following day, after an afternoon and night of treatment, Director Suji appeared rejuvenated, as if reborn. This was paradise. Awakened from summer's morning massage, Shanshan arrived late at the Earth Shadow's office. Along the way, she garnered numerous admiring and envious glances. The greeting from Lord Suji caused Suji's previously smiling expression to become somewhat stiff. In the office of the Otsutsuki, everyone else had departed, leaving only Inoki present. It was evident that there was a matter he wished to discuss with Suji, the medical minister. Upon seeing Suji, the Otsutsuki nodded with satisfaction and remarked with a smile, "Suji, this mission was commendable. It showcased the prestige of our IWA ninja." Suji humbly remarked, "Lord Otsutsuki, this is merely my duty. These small villages often fail to recognize their own strength and comprehend their position. A gentle reminder now, and then will instill in them an understanding of what it means to respect the powerful, thus encouraging them to behave more appropriately." The Otsutsuki nodded in agreement, acknowledging Su's words. In the ninja world, strength reigns supreme, Without power, one should not engage in discussions of status with those great ninja villages. Without strength, there is no status. It's as simple as that. The weak must endure their fate, a principle vividly illustrated by the law of the jungle within the ninja realm. With the topic set, the Otsutsuki and Suji proceeded to engage in earnest dialogue. Suji, you have not only addressed the issue of the injured scouts, but have also dealt with the provocations from the grass village. Furthermore, I extend my congratulations to you on successfully ascending to the rank of Kage. Suji smiled and remarked, in comparison to Lord Otsutsuki, these are merely trifling advancements. Anoki, having gathered his thoughts, waved his hand and replied, you need not be modest about this matter. In my youth, I witnessed with my own eyes how Uchiha Madara, through sheer strength, compelled our IWA, Shinobi to bow. At that time, even the formidable second Otsutsuki had no choice but to yield to Konoha. It was then that I vowed to ensure Konoha would endure the same humiliation we IWA Shinobi faced. However, upon mastering Dust Release and successfully attaining this realm, I realized that I had not been able to effect any significant change. The strength of a single individual was insufficient. I could not intimidate an entire ninja village alone. Even with Dust Release, an unparalleled and immensely powerful Kekkei Ta, I found myself devoid of the opportunity to reach the heights achieved by Uchiha Madara. Perhaps this is the limit of Dust Release, as well as the boundaries of other Kekkei Genkai. The ninja world has yet to witness anyone who can attain the stature of Uchiha Madara and Shinja Hashirama. Yet, Suji, you are different. At your age, reaching this realm is known only to the third Hokage of Konoha. Your potential is far greater, and you have not traversed any of the established paths. Even the third Hokage is bound by the legacy of his clan, the Sarutobi, and the 5 nature transformations. His limitations prevent him from reaching the heights of Shinja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Other powerful figures in the ninja world have walked paths already taken. Perhaps the path you tread may grant you the opportunity to enter the realms of Uchiha Madara and the likes. Suji listened to Daimu's words and wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, Uchiha Madara and Shinju Hashirama truly represent the pinnacle of human capability. Ascending further to the realm of the Sage of 6 Paths necessitates a connection with the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. In the narrative, the protagonists Naruto and Sasuke reach their zenith of power during the fleeting period after receiving the sage's teachings, when they wield both the sun and the moon within their palms. This is also the time when they engage in a fierce battle against the Sage of 6 Paths, Uchiha Madara, and Kagaya Otsutsuki. Following the sealing of Kagaya, the Sage of 6 Paths reclaimed those powers, rendering Naruto and Sasuke mere mortals once again. Devoid of the sage's abilities, Naruto could no longer utilize the truth-seeking orbs, and his strength remained confined to the chakra of the tailed beasts. Sasuke, having assumed the mantle of Uchiha Madara, perhaps wielded his Rinnegan to employ a few more techniques than the version of Madara who lacked such ocular prowess. Their strength merely mirrored that of another Uchiha Madara and Shinju Hashirama. The author's implication suggests that Sasuke, with a single Rinnegan, could not surpass the 6 Paths embodiment of Ibido. They would eternally be unable to transcend those Otsutsuki who have consumed the fruit of the divine tree. Unless a fortuitous circumstance arises again, or the creator of the Naruto series, Kishimoto, chooses to diminish the Otsutsuki's might, setting aside other considerations. The very existence of the bloodline limit leaves the ninja world helpless, merely gazing in astonishment. Lord Otsutsuki, I seek knowledge and research materials on forbidden techniques. I wish to learn how our predecessors pursued the ultimate power. Daimyo was already aware of Suji's needs and handed him the meticulously prepared scrolls containing the requisite information. This material pertains to the knowledge available after attaining the status of a Kage, with the sole stipulation of maintaining confidentiality. Suji glanced at the directory and noticed it was filled with theoretical research, saying little in response. Thank you, Lord Tying. There is no need for gratitude. This is what you rightfully deserve. Moreover, I have decided to appoint you once again as the principal of the Ninja Academy. Suji raised his eyebrows in surprise and said, Lord Otsutsuki, I am preparing to initiate 2 new research projects in the medical department. I fear I will lack the energy to oversee the education of those children. Daimu, upon hearing this, felt somewhat helpless. Indeed, Suji was a research enthusiast, either engrossed in a project or preparing for a new one. The development of the despair potion had been taken away by the Umbu without any explanation, and now he was already poised to embark on new endeavors? Suji, this is what you deserve. Previously, due to the exclusion you faced from those with bloodline limits, I removed you from the position of principal of the ninja school. Additionally, considering your age, it was deemed appropriate for you to focus more on cultivation. Now that you have reached the level of a shadow, you must shoulder greater responsibilities. The village will provide you with an additional 10 million Rio each month for your cultivation. Furthermore, regardless of the projects you pursue, the Umbu will cover 20% of the expenses. Feel free to unleash your talents boldly. After encouraging him, Dayemu inquired, Suji, would you be interested in joining the Umbu? Experience in the Umbu is a prerequisite for becoming the village's shadow, with one notable exception. Lord Otsutsuki. I prefer delving into theoretical studies rather than engaging in combat, Suji replied. Dayemu sighed inwardly. This was already his 5th invitation to Suji to join the Umbu. However, he understood that Suji was correct. His research capabilities benefited the village far more than his presence on the battlefield. Suji. This is the cultivation insight passed down from generations of Otsutsuki, Dayemu said, producing a valuable item after Suji's refusal. Suji's heart skipped a beat. Dayemu had kept this item under strict protection, and his previous requests had been met with refusal. Suji suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, comprehending Daiemu's actions. Regardless of his previous talents, without attaining the rank of a Kage, he was merely an elite jonin. Such matters were beyond his reach. However, now Suji possessed extraordinary talent and had already ascended to the stature of a Kage-level powerhouse, which was a significant elevation from before. Suji felt a tinge of excitement. Knowledge is indeed invaluable. He had initially thought he would have to wait a few more months to obtain it. By then, as the 4th Otsutsuki, these insights would naturally come into his possession. Thank you, Lord Otsutsuki. This is of great significance to me. Seeing Suji's rare enthusiasm, Inoki also breathed a sigh of relief. The rapid progress of this disciple had caught him somewhat off guard. He had originally intended to use this knowledge to have Suji work in the Umbu for a while. However, with Suji attaining the rank of a Kage, these insights were no longer a mere bargaining chip. Chapter 20. Inoki's Reassurance. The tall sister-in-law. After all, these notes merely encapsulated the experiences of elite ninjas. They illuminated the path for elite jonin, but served merely as a source of inspiration for Suji. Suji, you are one of my 2 disciples. I had envisioned you as a candidate for the Otsutsuki position. However, the Elder Council has vehemently opposed this, citing your minimal field experience over the years as justification for their refusal. The ongoing Ninja World War presents a considerable opportunity, should you accrue sufficient merit. I am prepared to endorse you as the 4th Otsutsuki. What are your thoughts? Inoki this time displayed ample sincerity, extending a promise regarding the position of the 4th Otsutsuki. Suji contemplated for a moment, yet still declined, saying, Lord Otsutsuki, might this be a tad too swift? Inoki shook his head and replied, Suji, among the next generation of ninjas, you stand out as the most exceptional. It is only fitting that you inherit this position. Furthermore, your research capabilities can yield greater benefits for the village. The other candidates hail from bloodline limit clans, and their ascension to the role of the new Otsutsuki may not ensure a harmonious balance between their families and the village. You need not ponder this matter. You are indeed the finest choice. After listening, Suji felt no turbulence within. The position of the Earth Shadow was not bestowed by Otsutsuki. Rather, it was a hard-won achievement of his own. He was acutely aware of this fact. Otsutsuki's actions merely served to facilitate his ascent. After all, public sentiment is a formidable force. The prominent clans harbored a complex mixture of love and resentment towards Suji, while the common ninjas were utterly enamored with him. The establishment and promotion of the medical ninja system alone had bestowed upon Suji a reputation that was beyond reach for even the most diligent. I am deeply grateful for the nurturing from Lord Earth Shadow. I shall strive with unwavering determination. Suji expressed his stance, asserting that he would not alter his intention regarding the position of the Otsutsuki. As for Suji, the Sat family, and the matters concerning the Yellow Earth, they would be set aside for the time being. I still have a role to play in the forthcoming conflict. Noki articulated the decision he had previously contemplated. The approach to the Sat family has been resolved. Achieving merit on the battlefield is far superior to personally intervening to rectify matters. As for the Yellow Earth, he is entirely disqualified from the position of Otsutsuki and will only be able to serve as a mere squad leader within the Umbu. Subsequently, he will be able to leverage his status as the head of the Haika clan to secure a position within the Council of Elders. Adhering to the arrangements made by the Otsutsuki, Suji did not display any indication of resignation. When it comes to the deceased, one should not squander unnecessary time. Even if one refrains from research, is it not pleasurable to indulge in wine and women? Well then, Suji, take a moment to rest, thoughtfully organize your time, and prepare for the impending conflict. Daemu served tea to bid farewell to his guest. Suji took his leave. Suji utilized the technique of instantaneous movement to depart. Noki rubbed his waist, reflecting on the undeniable truth of his aging. The terrifying chakra emanating from Suji left him feeling unsettled. In the office of the director at the Awakens Ninja Hospital, a summer day found him receiving a massage from their esteemed director. Under the skilled hands of the masseuse, Suji's thoughts began to wander. Noki pondered on a clever strategy to safeguard his son. With the impending war, he was compelled to temporarily set aside personal grievances, standing firmly by the greater good that left him with no alternative. Alas, what he truly desired was to never again be commanded by another. He wished to act according to his own volition. The battlefield of the earth was where he envisioned his demise. Furthermore, he needed to devise a plan to draw Noki into the fray and eliminate him. It was unthinkable to confront Noki within the village. Such an act would attract too much attention and increase the risks, potentially leading to betrayal of the village. For Suji, attaining the position of Otsutsuki was merely the initial step. He aspired to transform the entire village into a colossal research institution. Moreover, in the future, the daimyo of the land of earth must perish. Awagakure would ascend as the sovereign of this land, with the entire nation's strength devoted to Suji's research endeavors. These ambitions were something Noki would never endorse. Keeping them around served little purpose. They must be eliminated. Although research relied on his unparalleled summer has followed Suji for many years, naturally acquiring an understanding of his refined tastes. Regardless of age, there exists but one criterion: attractiveness. In the hospital, he often assists beautiful female patients in treating dehydration and enjoys providing intimate guidance to lovely nurses and doctors. During his tenure as principal, he frequently imparted knowledge on child psychology to the attractive mothers of students and held lectures in a secluded room for beautiful female teachers. Moreover, he often used his own salary to aid widows who had lost their husbands. If the master truly desired, he could have proposed himself from the very beginning and embraced the beauty as his own. It is important to note that as the most handsome man in Yin village, Heishi Marina is also one of his admirers. With merely a flick of his finger, no woman could refuse him. Summer, perplexed, once inquired of Suji why he held Heishi Marina in such high regard. The answer she received was incomprehensible, involving ultimate plans and references to the Son of God. The more she questioned, the more she found herself at the mercy of the master, who playfully bound her and administered a light reprimand. Upon hearing that the newly appointed principal of the ninja school and head of the medical department, the renowned Suji, was visiting, Heishi Marina instructed her servants to prepare and herself stood at the door, proudly displaying her figure. Though her family held power and influence, they paled in comparison to this young man. Given the current circumstances, he is undoubtedly destined to become the future fourth Otsutsuki. Sushi, Minister Su. It has been a while. Heishi Marina greeted the man who had appeared repeatedly in her dreams, her voice gentle. Sister-in-law, please call me Suji. Huang Tu is my elder brother, and I am a disciple of Master Daimyo. We are all family. Suji waved his hand, exuding a warm demeanor. Were it not for his piercing gaze fixated on his sister-in-law's long legs. Ah, indeed, she is the mother of the future leg shadow in the narrative. Hearing this, Heishi Marina offered a bittersweet smile. Suji, please come in. Sister-in-law, I recall that Hei Tu is due to be born in 2 months. Yes. The last examination was personally conducted by your secretary, Vice Dean Xiari. Suji nodded, his gaze directed towards his sister-in-law's belly, where he could naturally envision the yet-to-be-born figure of Haitu. Simultaneously, he perceived a glimmer on Haida's forehead, a radiance visible only to him. It was one of the 6 infinity stones crafted by Suji, the soul stone. Suji placed him within the womb of Heishi Marina, nestled in the yet-to-be-born realm of Black Earth. Chapter 21, Brotherhood and Esteem, a performance of explosive talent. Heishi Marina gazed upon the man she once admired, feeling a flutter of emotion within her heart. Suji, congratulations on becoming a shadow-level powerhouse, she marveled. In the realm of ninjas, who does not hold respect for the strong? Were she not Suji's sister-in-law, she would undoubtedly address him as Lord Suji. As a jewel of the second-generation Otsutsuki's family, she naturally understood the significance of a shadow-level powerhouse and the arduous journey it entails. For Huang Tu to reach such heights would likely take another decade or more. Yet, Suji accomplished this at the tender age of 18. The servants took the gifts from Suji's hands and replaced his shoes. Suji gazed at the slumbering black earth within his mother's womb and inquired, "Sister-in-law, thank you for your congratulations. Is my little niece behaving well lately?" Upon hearing Suji's mention of the black earth, Heishi Molina's face illuminated with a hint of maternal radiance. She is quite mischievous, not at all restless in there. Indeed, that suggests she will surely grow to be an exceptional ninja. As they engaged in casual conversation, Suji continuously observed the self-evolution of the soul gem and the transformation of the black earth spirit. The soul gem was the first gem that Suji began to study. Its initial purpose was to counter the shadow clone technique. You read that correctly, its purpose was to counter the shadow clone technique. In the storyline, the protagonist with golden hair possesses two major treasures, the multiple shadow clone technique and an immense reservoir of chakra, rather than the multiple shadow clone technique and the Rasengan. Even without the Rasengan, one could still master other techniques. Even if one only mastered wind release, great breakthrough. Naruto could still take center stage with the multiple shadow clone technique and his vast chakra reserves. These two are indeed Naruto's defining assets, particularly the multiple shadow clone technique, which even the progenitor of chakra, Kaguya Otsutsuki, could only gaze at in astonishment. Neither the Rinnegan nor the Byakugan can see through the shadow clone technique. Suji is the one to be most wary of. The shadow clone technique, regardless of how it utilizes chakra to deceive various forms of detection, cannot possibly fragment one's soul into multiple parts during the process of creating shadow clones, can it? Limited by the knowledge at his disposal. Fortunate circumstances brought the knowledge of the spiritualization technique to Suji during the Second Shinobi World War, sparing him 2 years of arduous effort. Otherwise, he would have had to hide like Kaguya, relying on the chaos of war to conduct experiments in various corners of the ninja world. The spiritualization technique revealed to Suji the wisdom of his predecessors in the ninja realm, demonstrating how to manifest the intangible essence of the soul through chakra. After years of dedicated research, he developed an incomplete yet advanced technological artifact, the soul gem. Moreover, Otsutsuki serves as the vessel for this latest soul experiment. In Suji's studies, the soul is conceived as a projection of higher dimensions within lower dimensions. Thus, how is the soul born? The ultimate mystery of the soul may harbor Suji's hopes for transcending dimensions. At the culmination of Suji's research lies omniscience and omnipotence. To possess omniscience and omnipotence signifies transcending dimensions, ascending to a higher realm. A three-dimensional perspective gazing upon a two-dimensional world unveils all secrets, embodying complete knowledge. The ability of the three-dimensional to manipulate the two-dimensional implies an unrestrained capacity to alter all aspects of the latter, signifying boundless power. The soul serves as a projection of the higher dimensions onto the lower ones. Thus, if one can thoroughly comprehend this principle, they might reverse engineer their perception of higher dimensions and consequently transcend. This explains Siari's inquiry into why he holds the first beauty of the rock ninjas, Heishi Molina, in such high regard. It is not a matter of lust for her physical form, nor the thrill of playful entanglements, but rather an appreciation for the fertile black soil she harbors within. Suji and Heishi Molina were engaged in conversation, yet covertly orchestrating something. A few days prior, their research into the box of bliss had unveiled certain mysteries regarding the essence of chakra and the intricacies of in release. Suji infused the higher chakra and the power of in release into Haida's body through the soul gem. Each time, there was a significant breakthrough in chakra research. Suji would undoubtedly perform a strengthening procedure on Haito. With the power of the gem, physical contact with Haito was entirely unnecessary. After discussing matters with several small families, Haida became aware of his father Daimu's punishment, feeling quite stifled and filled with anger. Upon entering the house, he was greeted by the sight of Suji engaged in conversation with his wife. Haido's reaction was swift. All negative emotions vanished in an instant, replaced by a smiling facade. It was Suji. What a surprise to see him here at his elder brother's home. Usually, he never emerges from his laboratory when called. Suji rose and embraced Huang Tuesday. It was a delightful scene of camaraderie, reminiscent of brotherly affection, where all were actors. And any lack of skill would lead to awkwardness. Now that you are all here, do introduce me to some fine young ladies. I have no intention of marrying. I am merely here out of concern for my dear niece. Huang Tu feigned displeasure. You rascal, do you think I would not care for my own daughter? After the affairs of Chaorin village, I have come to realize that you have reached a remarkable level in your craft, keeping it hidden all this time. Today, we must celebrate in earnest, and you are not permitted to refuse. Suji smiled and replied, of course. It has been a long time since I have tasted sister-in-law's culinary skills. During the midday feast, amidst the clinking of cups, Huang Tu raised his glass and said to Su Ji, "Good brother, I must apologize to you." Su Ji supported himself against the earthen wall and addressed his elder sister-in-law. "Brother Huang, you are inebriated." "My good brother, I am not drunk. I genuinely wish to seize this opportunity to offer you my sincerest apologies." As Su Zhizhuang addressed his elder brother, he expressed his profound apologies. "Firstly, it is entirely my fault for being blind to the deceit of the Sato family and their minions, who misappropriated the despair potion project that you had diligently researched, placing it under the control of the dark faction they dominate. They are nothing but a collection of incompetent fools, consumed by envy of your abilities while lacking the capacity to achieve their own success. Just yesterday, they shamelessly approached me, hoping that you would continue collaborating with them. It is truly audacious." The flushed face of Huang Tu reflected his indignation on behalf of Su Ji, which deeply touched Su Ji, as gratitude illuminated his expression. "Brother, I do not blame you. Their malicious actions stemmed from my interference with their family as financial interests, making such underhanded tactics inevitable. You oversee such a vast organization within the dark faction, where the complexities of various clans abound. It is only natural for these petty individuals to exploit any opportunity." Huang Tu, moved by Su Ji's words, felt a surge of emotion. "It is you, my dear brother, who truly understands me. Those wretched individuals have already been sent to the battlefield by my father to atone for their sins. Secondly, the greatest regret I carry is my failure to identify the traitors within the dark faction in a timely manner. Their betrayal led to your intelligence being leaked to the other ninja villages, resulting in a coordinated assault by the 3 major ninja villages against you. Furthermore, I was unable to relay the assassination threats posed by the Xinyuan faction and others in the underworld in due time. Thankfully, the blessings of our predecessors have safeguarded you, my brother, allowing you to emerge unscathed and rise to the status of a formidable shadow-level warrior. Otherwise, even if my father had to intervene, I would have been too ashamed to face the world." Su Ji's eyes brimmed with tears as he spoke. "Brother, this is not your fault. Those families are merely self-serving parasites, oblivious to the notion that the welfare of the village surpasses all else. I must convey this to Lord Suchikage. How can they dismiss your position as the minister of the Umbu due to these clowns?" Su Jibian exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he struck his thigh, embodying a righteous fervor in defense of his brother. As the elder brother observed the turmoil within the shadows, he noted the chaos stirred by those jesters without his intervention. Would the next step not be an assassination of the Earth Shadow? At this moment, Huang Tu cautiously suggested, "Brother, I believe you should also immerse yourself in the shadows and diligently purge those pests." Su Ji sighed deeply. "Elder brother, you are well aware of my limitations. I lack the capability. I simply cannot endure the stringent constraints imposed by the Umbu. I relish the freedom to engage in diverse research. Today, Lord Suchikage extended an invitation to me, which I once again declined, for I genuinely do not possess the aptitude for such a role. If it were within my power, I would prefer not to become a ninja at all." Upon hearing Su Ji's resolute rejection of the Umbu and his disinterest in such matters, Huang Tu felt a surge of joy. It is universally acknowledged across the 5 great shinobi villages that one cannot ascend to the position of village leader without first experiencing the rigors of the Umbu. If Su Ji does not advance to the dark ranks, it indicates that he still has a chance. Huang Tu feels that he can attain the level of a shadow-class powerhouse within a year or 2, and by then, there will still be opportunities to compete. His father, Daimyo, does not support him. Can it be that the members of the Tsuya clan do not wish for the next Suchikage to be from their own lineage? I, Huang Tu, shall not be inferior to anyone in my lifetime. Overwhelmed with joy, Huang Tu feigned sorrow and lamented, "Alas, this is all my elder brother's fault. I shall drink first in his honor." After a delightful luncheon, the 2 brothers were in high spirits. Upon bidding farewell to Su Ji, Haishi Marina felt an intense sense of unease. She always sensed a profound malice emanating from Su Ji. However, how could that be possible? Unable to comprehend, Haishi Marina instructed her servants to prepare a resting place for Huang Tuesday Chapter 22, The Vortex of Xianglin and Her Daughter. Total War. Su Ji regained his clarity the moment he returned to his office under the gentle support of the summer sun. Su Ji did not venture into acting solely for the sake of performance. Today, he had 2 distinct objectives in visiting Huang Tu's abode. One was, of course, the enigmatic K2, while the other entailed inscribing spatial marks upon Huang Tuesday. The Flying Thunder God technique, capable of embedding imperceptible and indelible coordinates, was within his grasp. A feat not beyond someone who had unraveled the mysteries of spatial gemstones. Soon, Huang Tu would find himself on the battlefield. Yet the question remained, how could one ascertain his whereabouts and eliminate him? In the clandestine chambers of the Iwagakure hospital, Uzumaki Xiangxue felt the invigorating effects of a specially formulated potion coursing through her veins. Ever since a masked bounty hunter had brought her and her daughter to Iwagakure, they had transitioned from one precarious existence to another. However, the treatment they received here was significantly better than the previous meager rations. After days of recuperation, Uzumaki Xiangxue discerned the source of their newfound fortune. It was the hospital's deputy director, the tall and exquisite Natsu, reputed to be the most capable assistant to the director. Yet, she was acutely aware that no affection exists without ulterior motives. She must possess something that piqued their interest. As long as she could safeguard her daughter, Xianglin, she might reveal her secrets. Today, the usually composed deputy director Natsu sought her out, instructing her to prepare for a meeting with the director. Uzumaki Xiangxue recognized her inability to resist and obediently cradled her daughter, following the elegant figure. "Might I inquire what the director desires from us?" she asked cautiously. Afraid of inciting the ire of this beautiful woman, "Do not fret, it is a favorable matter. Should the master be pleased, both you and your child will be well taken care of," Natsu assured. Fully aware of the significance of this mother-daughter, Su Ji naturally became aware of the information that Xia Ri had extracted from Xiangxue. He never anticipated such fortuitous luck. That child was indeed Xianglin. In Suji's mind, the Uzumaki clan, known for their innate sealing techniques, held a prominent place in the ninja world. Naruto was merely a diluted descendant of this esteemed lineage. Reflecting upon the original narrative, one recalls the illustrious figures of the Uzumaki clan: Uzumaki Mido, the first host of the Nine Tails; Uzumaki Kushina, the second host; Nagato, who wielded the Rinnegan after its transplantation; and Xianglin, the most formidable healer. Among these four, Suji harbored a particular desire for Xianglin, especially due to her extraordinary constitution, which was nothing short of astounding. A mere bite from her could harness her chakra to mend any injury, as long as Xianglin's chakra was sufficient. Even those on the brink of death could be revived. In the original plot, when Sasuke's internal organs were eviscerated by Raikage's lightning-infused attack, Xianglin sought to save him using her unique abilities, only to be rebuffed by Zhongwu, who cited insufficient chakra as the reason. This implies that had Xianglin possessed enough chakra at that moment, such grievous wounds could have been healed. While the healing arts of the ninja world can also restore life, they pale in comparison to Xianglin's capabilities. The principles behind her healing might significantly advance Su Ji's research in biology, cell theory, energy studies, and chakra manipulation. Su Ji gazed upon the affluent and benevolent red-haired beauty and inquired, "Your name is Uzumaki Xiangxue, and your child is named Uzumaki Xianglin?" "Indeed, Master Su Ji," she replied. Su Ji donned his experimental attire and inquired, "You claim to possess a gift that enables you to heal ninjas?" "Indeed, Master Su Ji. I am eager to utilize my abilities to cure the ninjas within the village." Su Ji held the health examination reports of Xuanhua and her daughter, which contained the data from the physical checkups conducted by Xia Ri earlier. Su Ji observed intently and inquired, "Could you elaborate on your abilities?" Vortex Xiangxue understood that concealing the truth would serve her no purpose. Only by demonstrating her worth could she make demands. "As long as the injured person bites my skin, my chakra will heal their wounds." Oh, Su Ji found this assertion quite intriguing. In essence, it implies that one cannot actively exert this capacity for healing, correct? Xuanwu Xiangxue paused for a moment, reflecting on the statement before responding, "Indeed." Su Ji then inquired, "What is the upper limit of your healing capability? Is it true that you cannot heal multiple injuries?" "The esteemed Su Ji, this is indeed related to the quantity of my chakra. As long as I possess sufficient chakra, I can continue to heal indefinitely. However, I am uncertain about the extent to which I can treat multiple injuries simultaneously." Su Ji nodded, for after all, Vortex Xiangxue had certainly not studied her own abilities. There simply had been no subjects for experimentation. "Is your daughter the same?" Upon hearing Su Ji mention her daughter, Vortex Xiangxue was filled with dread. "Sir, Xianglin is still just a child. I can be of assistance to you." Vortex Xiangxue knelt upon the ground, raising her tear-streaked face in a plea, "I implore you, spare my child. Do not worry. The healing abilities of both you and your daughter are indeed valuable. However, I have no need for you to tend to the injured. I am far more intrigued by the essence of this ability itself." Su Ji gently stroked the head of Uzumaki Kyuka, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I shall not cause her any harm. All you need to do is follow my instructions." Uzumaki Kyuka still felt a twinge of unease. If her healing abilities were not required, would she not be rendered worthless? Now, disrobe and lie upon the examination table. Suji snapped his fingers, and the entire laboratory sprang to life as countless robots emerged from the walls. They skillfully operated an array of instruments, and several remarkably advanced computer screens illuminated the space. This represented cutting-edge technology within the realm of ninjas. Summer gently comforted Uzumaki Xianxue, who shyly reclined upon the experimental table. Cells, cerebrospinal fluid, brain fluid, stem cells, and various bodily tissue cells were collected for cultivation. Utilizing the existing cell reaction liquid library, diverse cell tests were conducted while simultaneously mapping the genetic blueprint. With the life interference instrument, her body was meticulously examined. Following Suji's commands, not only did the robots spring into action, but the prepared nurses and doctors also commenced their duties. Adhering to the pre-established experimental protocols, they undertook the research in an orderly manner. These individuals were unwavering loyalists to Suji, each implanted with a mind-binding spell. Observing the bustling laboratory personnel, Summer inquired, "My lord, shall we proceed with the modification surgery for the Xinyuan clan?" Suji shook his head and said, "Wait a moment. I believe this research will yield significant results. It will not be too late to transform them afterward." Suji had not anticipated that this research would span a mere fortnight. It was, after all, the first occasion on which he had devoted such an extensive duration to the study of another's work. Nonetheless, Suji amassed a wealth of knowledge. He made significant breakthroughs in understanding the relationship between life and chakra, the principles of cellular structure, the essence of chakra, and the concept of yang release, among others. The most pivotal achievement was the formulation of the chakra-life equation. This undoubtedly represents the pinnacle of technological advancement from the Otsutsuki clan. A premier accomplishment in the realm of life sciences. The Otsutsuki clan, the denizens of the ninja world, the tailed beasts, and other life forms associated with chakra are all encompassed within the parameters of this equation. With the extraordinary capabilities of his mind, and aided by computer analysis, Suji finally comprehended the underlying reason behind the unique ability of Uzumaki Xianxue. It is a phenomenon of life-S chakra transformation and the chakra-S life manifestation. The essence of Uzumaki Xianxue's healing ability lies in the gift of life, akin to bestowing a part of her own vitality to those she heals. Chakra serves as the medium in this intricate process. The Otsutsuki clan indeed possesses remarkable prowess. However, it becomes apparent that the Otsutsuki depicted in the narrative are merely inept. They merely wield chakra without grasping its true essence. Otherwise, they would not covet the fruit of the divine tree, rather than being merely a form of energy. Chakra can be perceived as the technological foundation of the Otsutsuki clan. Just as the electrical age is inextricably linked to power, so too is the technology of the Otsutsuki clan bound to chakra. After fervently dedicating himself for 2 weeks, Suji felt exhilarated and summoned Longshi. He then proceeded to investigate the Longshi clan's forbidden technique, Dragon Life Rebirth. He discovered that the essence of this technique mirrors the principles behind Uzumaki Xianxue's abilities, albeit in a controllable manner. Similarly, the elderly Chiyo utilized the self-rebirth technique to save Gaara in the storyline. However, Suji found Chiyo's assertion that using self-rebirth would resurrect the parents of Scorpion by transferring chakra to a puppet to be quite ludicrous. Each situation warrants its specific examination. Perhaps Chiyo's research has delved into the realm of souls. After all, the souls of the deceased can be summoned, as demonstrated by Senju Tobarama from the neighboring village. It is conceivable that Chiyo's forbidden technique of self-rebirth might indeed involve the retrieval of souls, subsequently transforming this essence of life into chakra, and then converting the chakra back into life to revive Scorpion's parents. The world of ninjas is vast and replete with wonders. Concurrently, Suji extensively studied the Uzumaki clan's innate sealing techniques, only to discover an unexpected revelation. Uzumaki Xianxue possesses the Kagaya's Byakugan as well. Suji was filled with joy as he thoroughly explored this formidable chakra perception ability, which spared him considerable effort for the future. During the past 2 months, he remained oblivious to the affairs beyond his window, with his shadow clones assisting in surgical procedures outside. After concluding his research, Suji sat in his office, perusing the report provided by Xiaori, and gasped in astonishment. The ninja world was engulfed in the throes of war, with no haven in sight. A month and a half prior, following the actions of the Sand, Mist, and Cloud Ninja, the Rock Ninja became the fourth to declare war on Konohagakure. Led by the East Dead, the Rock Ninja's 1st Legion invaded the Leaf Village, while Si Yejinhong commanded the 3rd Legion of Konohagakure to confront them. Surrounded by enemies on all fronts, The third Hokage had already dispatched the 5th Legion to support the fiercest battles occurring in the mist. The multifaceted warfare took Konohagakure by surprise, as the assaults from the 4 great ninja villages had not been staggered by more than 4 days. Clearly, the 4 great villages aimed to overwhelm their opponent through sheer force. Despite Konohagakure's formidable strength, they could not match the combined numbers of the 4 great ninja villages. The ninja world had plunged into total war. Under the leadership of Juki Shirtsong, the Mist Ninja clashed fiercely with Orochimaru's 1st Legion, resulting in chaotic encounters. The various bloodline limit users from the Mist inflicted considerable suffering upon Konohagakure. Orochimaru had repeatedly requested the support of the bloodline limit clans from Konohagakure for his 1st Legion. The 3rd Hokage mandated that the Hyuga and Uchiha clans bring their own provisions to the battlefield. With the reconnaissance capabilities of the Byakugan, Konohagakure's casualty rates experienced a notable decline. Nonetheless, the numerical advantage of the Mist Ninja remained overwhelmingly significant, and the prospect of victory in this war seemed exceedingly remote. Suji revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. If the situation were not dire, how could they possibly drive Inoki out of the village? Chapter 23. Inoki's wrath on the battlefield of Sunagakure. Tsunade, seizing a moment amidst her efforts to tend to the wounded, glanced at the frontline war reports and sighed. Sunagakure was truly fighting with all its might this time. Chiyo unveiled the village's treasured puppet technique, the pinnacle masterpiece known as the Feathered Serpent God. This was not merely a solitary masterpiece like the Nin of Chikamatsu. It was a colossal weapon of mass destruction, designed specifically for large-scale warfare. Operated not by an individual, but by over 500 puppeteers within its immense frame, rivaling the size of tailed beasts. Tsunade engaged in several fierce confrontations but ultimately had to withdraw. This was beyond the capacity of a single fighter. The prototype had its origins in the Warring States period. Crafted to counter the power of Susanoo, it later evolved into the strongest puppet for battling the likes of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. One can only imagine the sheer devastation it could wreak. Simultaneously, the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure also entered the fray. The tide of battle took a sharp downturn, leaving the forces of Konohagakure in a precarious position. Soon after, the formidable leader, Raza, commanding the 2nd Division of Sunagakure, joined the battlefield against Konoha. Tsunade could no longer hold her ground and sought reinforcements from her village. To the northeast of Konoha lay the Land of Lightning, the Cloud Ninja. Led by the 3rd Raikage Sun, Yagami Nato, and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, advanced with the 1st and 2nd Divisions of Cloud Ninja against Konoha. The intent of the 3rd Raikage was unmistakable. He aimed for his son to achieve significant merit in this conflict, paving the way for his ascension to the position of 4th Raikage. Jiraiya, having mastered Sage Mode, managed to temporarily fend off the 2 brothers. However, as time wore on, the losses among the lower-tier forces grew increasingly severe. Konoha dispatched one of its 3 major advisors, Mito Gate Kurenai, to support the battle against the Cloud Ninja, which temporarily stabilized the situation on the battlefield. Overall, the offensive from Awagakure was notably less aggressive, deploying only a single division. Inoki seemed to harbor the intention of a man stalking its prey, allowing the other villages to exhaust their strength before ultimately seizing the fruits of victory. Many small ninja villages, unsurprisingly, found themselves reluctantly drawn into the conflict. Even the Rain Village, under the suppression of demigods, was compelled to engage. However, due to the presence of these demigods, no major ninja village demanded that the Rain Village declare its allegiance. In contrast, other smaller villages faced dire consequences. For instance, the Grass Village, which had previously provoked the Rock Village, was now forced to ally with Konoha in a united front against the Rock Village. The ninja world was engulfed in warfare, with numerous doctors and nurses from the Rock Hospital conscripted to the front lines. Similarly, many severely wounded soldiers were sent to the Rock Hospital. During this tumultuous summer, personnel were dispatched, and the hospital was managed with great diligence, leaving everyone overwhelmed with responsibilities. Suji also manifested several shadow clones, eagerly assisting the injured in treating their wounds. It is certainly not an opportunity to study them. Suji devoted many of his research findings and experiments on controllability to these free subjects. With these subjects at his disposal, Suji's investigations into the body and chakra progressed daily, demonstrating remarkable advancements. As for the ninjas who bore grudges against him, they would succumb to ineffective treatments, either on the spot or shortly thereafter. The Sat family subsequently refrained from sending their members to the Rock Ninja Hospital, regardless of the severity of injuries. They opted to rely on their family's former medical ninjutsu for healing. With a medical sage like Tsuji present, the hospital's treatment efficiency soared to unprecedented levels. Tsuji's reputation among the rock ninjas has once again surged. This provoked a twinge of envy at the corner of Huang Tu's mouth, who had been lurking in the umbu, waiting for an opportunity. Inside the Tsuchikige's office in Awagakure, Noki was venting his frustration. And no one outside the umbu dared to disturb him, not even his own son. Huang Tuesday, damn those brutes. Is the third Raikage's mind solely composed of muscle? Such a splendid opportunity, and he refuses to ally with us. The forces of the rock ninjas outnumbered those of Konoha, but due to geographical constraints, they were compelled to engage in battle at Kusagakure. Noki contemplated mobilizing the second corps of the rock ninjas to launch an assault from the north of Konoha, thereby stretching the front lines. The numerical disadvantage of Konoha would be starkly exposed, presenting a golden opportunity for Awagakure. Simultaneously, the third Raikage, leading the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, was sweeping through the small nations north of Konoha, evidently harboring similar intentions as Noki. The latter proposed a joint offensive against Konoha, yet the third Raikage's ambitions were evidently grander, desiring to claim all the spoils for himself. This infuriated both the Tsuchikage and the members of the Elder Council. An offensive from the north would also conveniently eradicate those small ninja villages. Even if unsuccessful, those villages would inevitably become part of Awagakure's interests. Could the Raikage be permitted to monopolize the gains? Absolutely not. The Elder Council members eagerly volunteered for battle. Once Naka's tirade subsided, the leaders of the umbu entered to receive his orders. That night, Tsuji received a notification for a meeting, a gathering of the high-ranking officials of Awagakure. Naturally, as a shadow-level ninja, Tsuji was among those invited. Tsuji languidly listened to various reports on the war, including the distribution of resources and funding. Yet he felt no inclination towards them. The entire course of the conflict lay firmly within his grasp. His sole objective was to ensure the demise of Huang Tu and the formidable De Yimu during this war. It was only at the conclusion of the meeting that the true agenda was presented. Should a grand battle be initiated against Yunrin in the north? Unsurprisingly, 99% of the attendees opted for agreement. In this war, if IWA Shinobi could not seize victory, then Yun-in would not claim it either. Your acquisition of these smaller nations would be far more distressing than my loss of them. After hearing the opinions of the Elder Council, De Yimu struck the table decisively and declared, "Very well, it is settled." Following the meeting, De Yimu acted with remarkable efficiency, issuing a series of commands to secretly mobilize the second and third corps of IWA Shinobi to gather in the north. This time, the intent was to utterly annihilate the northern forces of Yunrin. It was imperative to thoroughly disrupt Yunrin's aspirations to contend with IWA Shinobi. De Yimu and the Elder Council brimmed with confidence, eager to leverage this war to ascend as the foremost shinobi village. In the office of the Tsuchikage, De Yimu inquired, "Tsuji, do you wish to partake in the battlefield?" He had initially intended to appoint Tsuji directly, but recalling Tsuji's disinterest in such matters, he reconsidered. Moreover, Tsuji's contributions in the hospital were equally significant. Nonetheless, De Yimu hoped for Tsuji to join the fray, as military merit bore greater weight. "Tsuchikage," Tsuji replied, "I do not wish to engage in battle. I believe my role in treating the wounded in the hospital is far more impactful and allows me to fully utilize my abilities." Tsuji, without a moment's hesitation, outright rejected Ohyuki's proposal. It was a rare opportunity to have so many willing subjects come to him, eager to partake in experiments. Why venture onto the battlefield? To derive pleasure from killing? Or to command the thousands of shinobi? How mundane. Of course, he would eventually head to the battlefield, but solely for the sake of his research. Sighing, Ohyuki resigned himself. "Well, if we find ourselves at a disadvantage in this war, I hope you will take the initiative to go to the battlefield." "Lord Tsuchikage, I shall," Tsuji replied. Watching Tsuji depart, Ohyuki felt a sense of helplessness and instructed the umbu to summon Keidu. "What? Father, I am to command the second corps?" Keidu exclaimed, elated. He had never anticipated that after losing the position of umbu leader, he would still have a chance to grasp command of the second corps during wartime. However, Keidu pondered for a moment and inquired, "Lord Tsuchikage, why not choose Minister Tsuji?" Keidu was no fool. Such a pivotal position could not merely be appointed by Ohyuki alone. It surely required deliberation from the Elder Council. Tsuji was reluctant to go to the battlefield. He preferred to heal the sick in the hospital. Ohyuki, feeling helpless, watched as Keidu was initially stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. Keidu thought Tsuji must be out of his mind, but he would not dare to remind him. Such accolades would undoubtedly fall upon him. Meanwhile, the third Raikage was leading the Cloud Shinobi and sweeping through small Shinobi villages, expanding their influence further afield. Little did he know that a force from Awagakure was mobilizing, with the very intent to target him and his Cloud Shinobi forces. Under Suji's tacit consent and influence, the fall of the third Raikage was already underway. Upon returning to his office, Suji perused the intelligence report in his hands, deep in thought. This information had been relayed to him by Scorpion from the organization, detailing the research on the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. A prodigy in puppet mastery, Scorpion had long since been invited into the organization by Suji. After witnessing Suji's talent and research capabilities, Scorpion willingly worked overtime, bringing his own provisions and seeking no reward. The disappearance of the third Kazekage had naturally drawn Suji's involvement, for the bloodline limits were indeed worthy of study. Given that Suji was situated in Awagakure, many resources could not be brought back to the village for research. Thus, Scorpion became responsible for numerous projects. The Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, captured months prior by Kakuzu, fell under Scorpion's preliminary research. Chapter 24. The Divine Organization. Clone Number 1. Kato-dan. The Divine Organization was established by Suji during the Second Shinobi War with the objective of creating a god. Suji, with his unparalleled research capabilities, made a solemn promise to the higher echelons of the organization to elevate them to a divine status. Indeed, he substantiated this commitment through the transformation of their capabilities. The structure of the Divine Organization is rather straightforward, comprising 3 tiers: the decision-making level, where Suji issues commands, the upper echelon consisting of elite combat members who execute these orders, and the lower tier. The members within the organization operate independently, each fighting their own battles. The lower tier, the Shadow Brigade, which Suji reformed, serves purely as expendable tools. The operatives within are various experimental subjects modified during Suji's Second War, each possessing a minimum combat prowess equivalent to that of a special jonin. In Suji's design, the Shadow Brigade represents one of the ultimate weapons. Each ninja within this brigade is intended to function similarly to the White Zetsu, yet they are to be produced en masse and serve as more efficient instruments of slaughter. Each ninja of the Shadow Brigade is to be created through the power of the Divine Tree and cloning technology, imbued with various bloodline limits through the application of power gems, and endowed with a collective consciousness facilitated by Suji's mind gem, establishing a shared mental network. Furthermore, Suji plans to utilize the space gem to forge a shadow realm that intersects with the physical world, enabling him to summon the Shadow Brigade for combat regardless of his location. However, the current capabilities of the Infinity Stones technology are insufficient. Suji requires an encounter with the Divine Tree, specifically the Outer Path deity, to facilitate an upgrade. Presently, the organization comprises 4 members: Scorpion, Kakuzu, Terumi-mei, and Shade. Kakuzu is tasked with executing Suji's commands. Terumi-mei is idly engaged in the Mist Ninja's Umbu, and Shade manages daily affairs on Suji's behalf. Scorpion is responsible for the organization's research. The immense chakra possessed by the Seven Tails Jinchuriki would undoubtedly attract the attention of perceptive ninjas within Awagakure. Hence it was delivered to the research facility by Kakuzu, where Scorpion initiated preliminary experimental studies. Currently, the experiments have encountered a bottleneck, necessitating Suji's personal oversight of the ongoing research endeavors. The headquarters of the Divine Organization resides beneath the ocean, with entry requiring the activation of the special rings bestowed by Suji, enabling passage through the powers of the space gem. In the core chamber of the hospital's hive, Suji awakened a clone of himself. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, he infused his chakra into the first clone, bringing it to life. This technique creates a chakra entity that possesses consciousness, behavior, and emotions. However, it has its drawbacks. Upon sustaining damage, the clone dissipates into chakra, returning to the original body. And if the original is harmed, the seal is automatically lifted. More alarmingly, the original body inherits the experiences and knowledge acquired by the shadow clone during its existence. As the first clone rose from its frozen state, it performed a set of calisthenics and inquired, "Master, shall I guard the premises for you?" "No. I need you to head to the base and study the tailed beasts. This time, I do not intend to leave. Now, prepare yourself." Although Suji spoke these words, the space gem appeared in his hand, creating a spatial portal. On the other side of the portal stood Scorpion. At Suji's request, Scorpion had yet to transform himself into a puppet and remained a graceful young man. Nevertheless, influenced by Suji, he was striving to attain divinity. Leader, Scorpion, be prepared. Soon, you will be required to fight. Do not falter, Suji reminded the reclusive Scorpion, who had been in his shell for several years. Scorpion's voice remained as calm as ever. Rest assured, leader. As a puppet master, I possess the capability to control puppets, which will grant me combat prowess. Good. Expedite the production of the first generation of chakra batteries. The Heavenly Eye satellite project is lacking only in energy. Leader. It all depends on how much capacity your own mind can harness. Suji nodded and deactivated the portal. The base of the divine organization was constructed on the ocean floor, filled with an array of robots and colossal computers that exuded a distinctly sci-fi ambience. The first clone, henceforth referred to as Number 1, approached a blue soul entity and greeted it with a smile. Kato-dan, long time no see. This was a soul imprisoned within a massive glass jar, sealed by countless intricate sigils. It was none other than Kato-dan, who had been slain by Suji in front of Tsunade during the Second Shinobi World War. You demon, you shall meet a wretched end. Upon seeing his nemesis, Kato-dan flailed in desperation, yet he was merely a soul entity, a chakra-infused one at that. Without the intervention of a specialized sorcerer, soul entities would inevitably ascend to the Pure Land. At that time, the soul transformation technique could convert a soul into chakra, allowing it to detach and engage in combat. Kato-dan's spirit had been confined by Suji ever since. Naturally, Suji had thoroughly researched Kato-dan's soul transformation technique, which became one of the principles for creating soul gems. Number 1 tapped on the glass jar, observing the blue, chakra-infused soul within, and stated, I have some unfortunate news for you. The Third Shinobi World War has commenced. He continued. Even more dire is the fact that Konoha is besieged by the 4 great shinobi villages. The front lines in Konoha are critically understaffed, and it seems that in due course, the children from the academy will once again be thrust into battle. Kato-dan's blue visage twisted in fury. It is you wicked villages that covet Konoha, thus instigating this war. Number 1 nodded in agreement, acknowledging, you are absolutely correct. However, it is regrettable that the ideals of Senju Hashirama, that children should not partake in battle, have not been realized. The system of one country, one village established by Senju Hashirama has faltered. With a stern expression, Kato-dan retorted, you warring shinobi villages will undoubtedly face the repercussions of this conflict. Number 1 replied, Indeed, indeed. Despite your frenzied demeanor, Kato-dan, out of benevolence, I shall grant you release next time. I have even prepared a body for you. And when the time comes, I will capture Tsunade. We shall hold a grand medical ninjutsu competition. Having said this, Number 1 disregarded Kato-dan's venomous curses and left with a smile. Number 1, or more accurately, Suji envisioned that as he courageously ascended to the pinnacle of the shinobi world, he would have Kato-dan bolster him, while Tsunade would be nearby, shouting, Kato-dan, Suji is weary, lend him your aid. What a delightful spectacle that would be. This scene must be recorded. Would Tsunade be unwilling? Fear not. With Senju Tobarama present, she would be quite compliant. Suji has a profound affinity for taming these untamed lipstick horses. In due time, he intends to equip the clone of Kato with a pair of Sharingan, perfectly suited for his research. He seeks to explore the extent to which human evolution is influenced by the stimuli of Sharingan under certain emotional provocations. This constitutes invaluable experimental data. In the future, the Sharingan will be instrumental in the study and creation of reality gems. All these findings will prove to be exceedingly beneficial. Suji would never concede that his thoughts were inspired by any particular script. In Suji's eyes, Tsunade's research talent is indeed remarkable. It should not be squandered on gambling and drinking, without a little motivation. How could she return to the noble and glorious path of diligently studying and researching medical ninjutsu to benefit the ninja world? Such endeavors are immeasurably virtuous. Scorpion sat upon his crimson-flowed jade, observing the amiable interactions between Suji's clone and Cat-dan, and inquired with confusion, I truly cannot comprehend why you, leader, hold such esteem for a deceased individual. Does he possess some extraordinary quality? With a smile, the leader replied, his research value may have diminished, yet he still holds significance for the people of Konoha. That is where his worth lies. Consider it a means to spur some individuals in Konoha. Naturally, Scorpion understood Suji's keen interest in Konoha's most beautiful kunoichi, Tsunade, and replied helplessly, just do not forget the pressing matters at hand, leader. In the tailed beast research facility, at the center of a colossal experimental apparatus, lay a slumbering young girl. She is the host of the Seven Tails. known in intelligence reports as Fu. Recently sealed by Takigakure, she had been brought back by Kakuzu. The leader observed as Scorpion had fortified numerous sealing techniques developed by Su-ji upon the tailed beast host. Among these sealing techniques was a stable practitioner, consistently extracting the chakra of the seven tails, Sh-Mei, and transferring it into a nearby container. The chakra of a tailed beast can separate from the beast itself, materializing directly into tangible substance existing within the very air. Truly astonishing, Scorpion remarked. I have been researching for over 2 months and still cannot grasp the essence of tailed beast chakra. The leader recalled his recent studies on Uzumaki-Kei Setsu and Uzumaki-Kei Rin, from which he uncovered the secrets of the Uzumaki clan's physiology. Perhaps he could transform this child. Very well, let us commence at once. My original body requires results to propel the heavenly satellite into orbit. Scorpion rubbed his hands together in excitement, eagerly following Su-ji, finding genuine pleasure in the learning process. Chapter 25, The transformation of Xuanyuan's clan is successful. A catastrophic defeat for Konoha. In the hidden village of Awakens, within the confines of the ninja hospital, the transformed Xuanyuan clan was awakened by Su-ji at the hive base. This transformation was a profound alteration at the genetic level, and Su-ji was quite pleased with the results. They proved to be commendable tools. The previous half-finished products were of little practical use. Now, the 5 members of the Xuanyuan clan, once elite jonin, had ascended to the level of shadow. The chakra within them had multiplied several times over, and Su-ji had endowed each individual with 5 unique bloodline limits: phasing, steel, storm, movement, and thought. Phasing allows one to eliminate their presence and become completely transparent. Movement enables instantaneous teleportation. Thought facilitates the manipulation of matter, akin to the inorganic resurrection learned in the Dragon Cave sage arts. Simultaneously, Su-ji equipped the 5 with a mental local area network, allowing them to share sensory perceptions such as sight and sound during combat. Moreover, he implanted the vast array of 5 elemental ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, and collected secret arts he had researched into their memories. The latter 2 bloodline limits, movement and thought, were imperfect creations of Su-ji's own research into bloodline limits. Chakra possesses the ability to easily manipulate the physical laws of the world, and these 2 bloodline limits were the fruits of Su-ji's investigations. Of course, there were other outcomes from his research into bloodline limits. However, for this transformation, he decided to initially bestow these 5 capabilities upon them, with the potential for continual upgrades and optimization in the future. The 5 members of the Xuanyuan clan knelt before Su-ji and spoke in unison. Master, from this moment forth, your names will be Jin, Mu, Shui, Hua, and Tu, signifying your membership in the Shadow Legion. Understood, they acknowledged. Go now. Your mission is to head north and monitor the conflict between IWA and Kumo. Inform me when the 3rd Reikage is surrounded. As Su-ji spoke, a blue radiance emanated from his hands, illuminating the 5 individuals. In an instant, the Xuanyuan group vanished from sight, having been transported by Su-ji to the northern battlefield. Xiari, witnessing their disappearance, inquired with confusion, My lord, why did you not simply send them to assassinate Huang Tu? Su-ji embraced the waist of his secretary and explained, Why, of course. It is for the sake of maximizing our interests. We must eliminate the Yellow Earth just as Dame Yu departs from the village, leaving no time for the villagers to react. Summer, attending to her master's needs with a massage, pondered whether her master could indeed persuade the Earth Shadow to leave the village. Su-ji, feeling discontent, jested. I doubt the capabilities of the master. You must be thoroughly disciplined with a whip tonight. Xiari, blushing, replied, The great master is always right. Please, my master, chastise me and correct my mistakes. Su-ji would naturally fulfill the desires of his secretary. On the battlefield of IWA Shinobi, the 3rd Division of Konohagakure was in retreat, safeguarding their severely injured commander, Akatsuki Shinju. Despite his struggles, Akatsuki insisted, We cannot retreat. We must go back. His subordinates, glancing towards the emerging figures of black-clad ninjas in the distance, were enveloped in an overwhelming sense of dread. Commander, we cannot return. We are not their match. Returning now only leads to futile death, one of them lamented. Indeed, Commander, we have exhausted ourselves just to bring you back. As Akatsuki listened to the hurried footsteps of his retreating comrades, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. He knew deep down that what his subordinates said was true. Returning would be akin to surrendering oneself to death. However, such considerations left a gaping wound on the western IWA battlefield. The IWA Shinobi still had two formidable divisions yet to engage. Should these divisions march straight into the heart of the Land of Fire? Konoha would find itself unable to defend, with surrender as the only option left. The division's assistant murmured, "Where did these ninjas come from? They are predominantly elite jonin." Hundreds of elite jonin and above had infiltrated, directly dismantling the command center of the 3rd Division. Could it be that IWA had mobilized all the elite jonin from the other two divisions here? The more the assistant analyzed, the more absurd it seemed. Yet, if one contemplated further, how could there be so many elite jonin? Otsutsuki, struggling to maintain command, ordered, "Stop the analysis. Relay all the intelligence we have to Lord Hokage. Let Konoha's expert team analyze it. The Hokage needs information to make swift decisions. We are all sinners of Konoha." The Konoha ninjas, hearing Otsutsuki's orders, felt a wave of sorrow wash over them. Were they truly destined to lose? The commander of Iwa's 1st Division, Higashi Shurnin, gazed incredulously at the intelligence in his hands. He inquired of his intelligence officer, "Have you ascertained the identities of these ninjas?" "My lord," the officer replied, "based on their attire. They seem to be ninjas that appeared towards the end of the Second Shinobi World War. According to the intel from the Umbu, they are a coalition of small country ninjas formed to seek revenge against Konoha. Last time, they seemed to have pursued Konoha's White Fang during the war's conclusion." Upon hearing this intelligence, Higashi furrowed his brow deeper. Observing their combat prowess, it was evident they possessed the strength of at least 60 elite jonin. Who could have gathered these elite ninjas from small villages? Draft a battle report detailing this intelligence and send it back to Lord Otsutsuki. Instruct the frontline troops to keep a firm grip on Konoha's forces. With a fervent ambition, the Eastern Dead set his sights on launching a full-scale assault on Konoha. Determined to penetrate the borders of the Land of Fire today, his heart swelled with excitement. This was a monumental achievement. Although he was acutely aware that any accolades he might earn post-war would likely be overshadowed, the mere prospect of entering the heart of the Land of Fire would immortalize him as a hero. Which valiant IWA ninja could remain unexcited by such a prospect? The military advisor suggested, "My lord, perhaps we should prioritize a steady advance at the front lines and exercise caution against Konoha's ambushes." However, the Eastern Dead exuded confidence. "There is no need for concern. Konoha's own strength is fundamentally lacking. They are merely leveraging their geographical advantages to obstruct us by relinquishing their territorial benefits. They do not possess the manpower to reclaim this ground. This cannot possibly be their strategy. Inform the front lines to advance boldly. Should any issues arise, they will fall under my command, so they need not harbor any reservations." Indeed, as the Eastern Dead had predicted, Konoha faltered without the advantages of their terrain, rendering them incapable of defending against the IWA ninjas. The IWA forces breached the Land of Fire, and the Eastern Dead commanded his troops to launch widespread offensives, igniting the flames of war in the western regions of the Land of Fire. Konoha ninjas were compelled to dispatch more of their ranks to extinguish the fires, creating an increasingly urgent manpower crisis. The breakthrough achieved by the IWA forces sent shockwaves throughout the ninja world, invigorating the spirits of the cloud, sand, and mist ninjas. Konoha faced unprecedented pressure. In the Hokage's office, the esteemed Konoha F4 were visibly distressed, with Sarutobi Hiruzen's hair turning increasingly gray. The smoke from his pipe billowed around him, obscuring his expression, which certainly did not convey tranquility, as evidenced by the intensity of his smoking. Mitogaten, having stabilized the situation on the battlefield with the cloud, returned to Konoha only to be met with the dire news. "How is this possible? How could the IWA ninjas breach our defenses so suddenly?" he exclaimed. Tika Shikamaru explained, "An unidentified faction of ninjas numbering in the hundreds and predominantly elite launched a surprise attack on the command center, leading to a disarrayed front line and a shattered defense." With a fierce glare, Mitogaten turned to Danzo. "Danzo, what is the status of your intelligence?" Danzo cast a scornful glance at Mitogaten. "With the limited resources allocated to the Foundation, it is remarkable that I can monitor the 4 great ninja villages at all." Mitogaten, who oversaw the finances, prepared to retort. But Tika Shikamaru redirected the conversation. "This is not the time to assign blame. We must focus on how to resolve this situation. Enough bickering, monkey. What are your thoughts?" At that moment, Danzo and his associates found themselves in a predicament, as they had no available personnel left to deploy. A month prior, even freshly graduated students had been conscripted into various battlefields. With no one left, how do we wage war? What can we fight with? Chapter 26, Disbanding Konoha? The rebirth of impure world resurrection to defy fate? Tobirama observed Hiruzen Sarutobi, understanding the profound anguish that the third Hokage experienced. Through the veil of smoke, Hiruzen gazed towards the Hokage rock. Would the glory of the first Hokage fall into his hands? I shall not permit it. At this juncture, it was imperative for him to assume the role of a steadfast leader to resolve the pressing dilemma at hand. Clenching his right hand tightly, he shattered the pipe that had accompanied him for many years. Declaring with resolute clarity, I have resolved to mobilize all the power of Konoha for a decisive battle to the death. Tobirama exhaled deeply and inquired, Hiruzen, should we not resort to the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation? Tsunade also concurred, stating, indeed, if all else fails, we must apologize to our predecessors. At this moment, we are truly devoid of personnel. Should we seek to recruit more shinobi, we would be left with mere students incapable of even the most basic jutsu. With such individuals, how could we possibly impede the IWA shinobi? Let us not forget, there are still 2 formidable battalions of IWA yet to engage in battle. Mitoyen gulped, his voice hoarse as he added, moreover, if we completely withdraw our essential forces from the village, it may disintegrate in a state of panic. The families of the frontline shinobi are here. If chaos erupts in the rear, the frontline shinobi will lose all the fight. At that point, hope would be utterly extinguished. Monkey, we must resort to the forbidden techniques left to us by the second Hokage. Mito seemed to be attempting to persuade Hiruzen, perhaps even himself. The second Hokage had bequeathed this technique out of concern that Uchiha Madara might not truly be dead. Now was the time to employ it. Under these circumstances, it was likely that the first and second Hokage would not reproach us. Tobirama noticed Hiruzen's silence and discerned his resolution. As a hawkish figure, Tobirama was not one to mince words and supplemented Hiruzen's thoughts. Since we have resolved to utilize all available power, all clans must mobilize as one. Within the village, we must not allow any clan to conceal high-level combatants. Hiruzen proclaimed, I am prepared to temporarily disband the village. What? Exclaimed Tobirama and the others in shock. What a radical notion is this? To avoid allowing the enemy to claim our heads, are we to resort to self-destruction? The first and second Hokage would surely return from the Pure Land to vanquish us. Yet Hiruzen remained remarkably composed, fully aware of his intentions. Mito and Tsunade, however, were incensed. Tsunade fumed. Monkey, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? The village, forged in the blood of our predecessors, must not be allowed to perish at our hands. Mito added, Monkey, the Eastern Legion of the Dead cannot infiltrate the Land of Fire. Our outer defenses are not easily breached. They previously claimed that no one was available, merely that they could not muster the strength to join the front lines. However, the necessary forces to defend Konoha still exist. No matter how severe the fighting at the front, it is inconceivable to withdraw those tasked with guarding the gates. Yet, Danzo did not oppose Hiruzen Sarutobi. Instead, he analyzed, our defenses in the northwest have been breached, and that old Kudanoki will not let this opportunity slip by. Awagakure has entered the war the latest and preserved its strength the best. They pose the greatest threat to us. The situation with the IWA ninjas first corps may be manageable, but if they were to deploy another legion, our northwest defenses would surely collapse. It is a foregone conclusion that they will advance towards Konoha. We must consider this scenario. Should it transpire, the elderly, women, and children of Konoha would become a burden. An assault on our village by IWA ninja is, without a doubt, inevitable. I support the monkey's proposal to dissolve the village. Mito gate in and T. Nari Koharu felt a wave of darkness wash over them upon hearing Danzo's analysis. When has the esteemed Konoha, the strongest village in the world, ever found itself in such a dire predicament? Since its establishment, no one has ever contemplated the dissolution of the village. Though they all understood that this was only a temporary state, and that after this battle, the village would undoubtedly be rebuilt, the significance of such a thought was unbearable. It directly undermined their authority, even if the root cause could not be placed at their feet, against 4 equal opponents. Their survival without immediate annihilation was already a testament to their resilience. After all, they did not possess the god of ninja at present. Even a strong figure like the second Hokage fell victim during the chaos of battle. Without reaching the realm of the god of ninja, sheer numbers provide an advantage. Konoha indeed boasts the most powerful shinobi, yet their numbers do not surpass the combined strength of the 4 great shinobi villages, particularly in times of war. Reliance on lower-tier forces is paramount. The 5 standing corps of Konoha pale in comparison to the 12 standing corps of the 4 great shinobi villages. Konoha holds immense significance for its ninjas. A temporary dissolution would undoubtedly destabilize the morale of the frontline forces, potentially leading to a complete collapse. The weight of such a responsibility is immense. Mito gate in, overwhelmed by the burden, vehemently inquired, "Monkey, why do you not employ the Edo Tensei technique to summon the first and second Hokages? The power of the first Hokage could instantly turn the tide of battle, allowing us to avert substantial losses. Mito Minyan, with age, has become increasingly ineffectual, lacking in responsibility. Tsuki Kamaru has calmed down. Should Iwagakure invade Kanahagakure, the elderly, weak, and infirm in the village would indeed be a burden. Should those who remain in the village perish in excess, the consideration of dissolution would loom over Konoha. The village was initially able to attract various clans to join in order to safeguard the vulnerable. Since its establishment, the 5 great shinobi villages have never faced a full-scale assault by a ninja army. At most, they have contended with espionage. Now, however, the possibility of such a threat has become alarmingly real. Though Tsuki Kamaru acknowledges the necessity of such measures, she remains reluctant. The esteemed Kanahagakure has never been forced into dissolution, and they are loath to shoulder such a disgrace. Having witnessed the power of the god of ninjas, one naturally considers the potential of Edo Tensei to reverse the situation. Tsuki Kamaru further opines. Indeed, if only the first Hokage were to return, a resurgence of the Shinju would bring forth peace. The power of the divine is undeniably formidable. Danzo has remained non-committal, his single eye glinting with cold contemplation. As an advisor to the Hokage, he has certainly contemplated various forbidden methods, yet the second Hokage had cautioned them before his demise. Unless Uchiha Madara were to re-emerge, reviving the second Hokage could very well result in their own elimination. During the First Shinobi World War, Konoha too found itself at a disadvantage. Did the second Hokage not consider using Edo Tensei to resurrect the first? Of course, he did. However, it ultimately proved futile. For the older generation of shinobi, Edo Tensei is not an unfamiliar concept. Senju Tobarama does not enjoy a favorable reputation within the shinobi world. Had he not had a brother who was the god of ninjas, he would have long since met his demise. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the heir to the Hokage, naturally had access to those highly confidential documents, including various matters from the Warring States period. Likewise, Danzo, who has dominantly controlled the shadows of Konoha, was granted permission by Sarutobi Hiruzen to peruse the relevant archives. Although Mito Minyan and Tsuki Kamaru serve as advisors to the Hokage, they do not possess the same comprehensive authority as the third Hokage. Many documents, of which both individuals were unqualified to be aware, naturally did not divulge the secrets of the reanimation jutsu. In the Warring States period, the figure whom all ninja clans wished to eliminate was not the illustrious Uchiha Madara, but rather the scientific madman Senju Tobarama. Consider the development of techniques such as shadow clone jutsu, spiritualization technique, and reanimation. The process was undoubtedly blood-soaked. Furthermore, do you think Senju Tobarama did not employ reanimation during the Warring States era? It was precisely because he did that the ninja world united against him. Had it not been for an extraordinary individual, he would have long since been obliterated. In the narrative, those resurrected by the reanimation jutsu were fully aware that it was Senju Tobarama who brought them back to life. If he had not misused the technique within the ninja world, how could they have known? Additionally, why was Uchiha Madara aware of the drawbacks of reanimation? After the technique was released by Orochimaru, how was he able to forcibly remain in the ninja world? Reanimation is not an invincible technique. Indeed, it has been covertly studied by adversaries for countermeasures. If Konoha dared to resurrect the first Hokage through reanimation, and if the reincarnated body possessed sufficient strength to quell the war, it might have been acceptable. However, if the reincarnated entity was inadequate in power and was vanquished, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo could be certain that Konoha would be crushed by the enraged 4 great shinobi villages, leading to its permanent removal from the ninja world. This was a prior discussion among the major ninja villages during the first 5 Kage Summit and even earlier. The reanimation jutsu, developed by the son of Senju Hashirama, was prohibited from use and even from being taught. Can you imagine a ninja who has mastered the reanimation jutsu resisting the temptation to covet the remains of fallen heroes? It is utterly impossible. The desecration of the remains of the ancestors of the various ninja villages is an inevitable consequence. As his beloved disciple, Orochimaru persistently requested to observe it, yet the third Hokage resolutely declined. Aside from the Hokage, no one else should hope to learn this technique. Even the Hokage understands it but would refrain from employing it. For once this ninjutsu is unleashed in warfare, it transgresses the ultimate boundary, The dead must not be desecrated. If one were to toy with the souls of the deceased from other villages, those villages would inevitably retaliate in kind. What would become of the situation? Currently, even if Konoha faced defeat, as long as they surrendered swiftly, they would still remain one of the 5 great ninja villages, akin to previous ninja world wars. Great ninja villages can suffer defeat or surrender, yet they will not vanish permanently. As long as the nation village system persists, Konoha will endure forever. However, should Konoha dare to cross the line and employ methods intolerable to the ninja world, it would undoubtedly face annihilation. Even the Land of Fire may face dismemberment and dissolution. Chapter 27. The Heroic Spirit of the Shinobi. Placing hope in the reanimation jutsu is, in itself, a misguided strategy. In the eyes of Inoki, this technique is certainly not an invincible ninjutsu. It cannot intimidate him, following the conclusion of the 4th Great Ninja War. Had it not been for Naruto and Sasuke's extraordinary powers, one might wonder if Orochimaru would have had the opportunity to become the director of his orphanage. Without these 2 protagonists, Konoha would likely face severe repercussions, ultimately leading to the obliteration of the reanimation jutsu. As long as this technique exists, peace in the ninja world remains elusive. Danzo opened his solitary eye and explained to his 2 colleagues, the reanimation jutsu is not as formidable as it seems. It possesses numerous weaknesses. Relying on the past generations is far less effective than employing Sarutobi strategies. Dissolving the village is a temporary measure, although we will bear the blame. It is the optimal solution. Danzo suggested, looking towards the Hokage, Sarutobi, allow me to convene a meeting of the village elders to discuss this matter. Danzo understood the gravity of the situation, as he was the shadow of the Hokage, adept at handling such affairs. After all, dispersing the villagers to various cities within the Land of Fire, outside this protective circle, would undoubtedly invite criticism. Moreover, amidst the chaos of fleeing, safety cannot be guaranteed. Sarutobi, tapping his pipe, replied, "No, I will speak to them personally." He realized that this burden could not be shouldered by Danzo alone. It was his responsibility to bear. Additionally, with so many fixed assets within the village, there would be insufficient time to relocate them swiftly. The 4 of them would likely face severe backlash, even risking a coup. They could be forced to resign and surrender to the 4 great ninja villages. These scenarios were all too plausible, as the true representatives of interest within the village were the prominent clans. The Konoha F4 inherently represented their own families. In the dead of night, at the Hokage Tower, all the clan leaders were summoned. The atmosphere in the conference hall was tense. Members of the various clans had heard the Hokage's decree to dissolve the village and felt a wave of discomfort. What a ridiculous command! Do they expect us to simply accept it without discussion? It was clear they were being compelled to relinquish their family assets. Each clan possessed some degree of power, which was reserved for moments of survival. There was no way they would surrender it to the Hokage. Even during the 4th Great Ninja War, many clans had remained to guard their legacies, had they not? Outside the conference hall, the Umbu stood vigil, a dense crowd protecting the area. If these individuals did not acquiesce to the Hokage's demands, they would certainly face internal strife before addressing external threats. However, it is evident that no one dares to openly challenge the Hokage. The capabilities of the 3rd Hokage are indeed formidable. Moreover, observing the dense presence of the Umbu outside, it is clear that dissent could jeopardize one's very existence. Ultimately, one's own strength remains paramount. Gazing upon the terrifying aura emanating from Danzo's singular eye, the leader of a small clan, trembling with trepidation, stood up and addressed the Hokage. "Lord Hokage, I believe it would be prudent to err on the side of caution. Disbanding the village would significantly affect morale. Many matters require an initial impetus from someone, which subsequently leads to a herd mentality. Upon witnessing opposition, soon the patriarch of the clan also rose to express dissent. "Hokage, our family is willing to send additional members to the Western Front. But disbanding the village is a more cautious approach." This individual, shrewd in his demeanor, feigned a willingness to sacrifice, rather than openly oppose. The 3rd Hokage remained silent, instead casting a significant glance at Danzo. Danzo promptly produced a report and proclaimed loudly, "According to our investigations at Root, the patriarch of the Inuzuka clan and the head of the Kobayashi clan are suspected of collusion with the enemy. Root, take action and apprehend them." The fierce ninjas from Root sprang into action, while the 2 clan leaders, recognizing the absurdity of the claims, found themselves without anyone to defend them. Aware that this was a demonstration meant to instill fear, they refrained from resistance. Otherwise, the falsehood could become reality. The third Hokage's expression turned grave. Esteemed leaders, our Konoha currently faces pressures from all directions, and numerous smaller ninja villages are ready to take advantage of our plight. We must consolidate all our strength. Therefore, disbanding the village is merely a strategy to unify all available forces and alleviate our fears of being eradicated in one fell swoop. I implore each clan leader to calm and guide their kin, responding positively to my decisions. Fellow comrades, as Hokage, I shall spare no effort to protect our village for the glory of our predecessors. The crux of all this lies in our need for victory. Any adversary daring to obstruct my resolve shall be crushed beneath my golden staff. As the third Hokage spoke, an overwhelming and terrifying chakra erupted from him. And as his staff struck the ground, it shattered the very earth beneath. All clan leaders felt a wave of suffocation. The legendary title of ninja hero rang true. This was a figure standing atop the pinnacle of the ninja world, a member of the first tier beneath Shinja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Fugaku sighed inwardly and was the first to declare, I am willing to support the Hokage's decision to disband the village. Upon witnessing Fugaku's stance, Hyuga Hizashi inwardly cursed, yet found himself involuntarily rising to express his support for the Hokage. The other clans, recognizing the futility of retracting the third's words, had no choice but to rise in agreement. Otherwise, what options remained? As for concerns about family interests, Tuanzong, what manner of being is he? That they remain unaware? Should anyone perish here today, their family would face annihilation. The power wielded by the Hokage is undeniably beyond the capacity of any singular clan to withstand. Those who dare to defy the Hokage's will find themselves summoned to meet the predecessors. The clans of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, once staunch allies of the Hokage, now find themselves compelled to express their support in light of the two most formidable clans' declarations. Observing this scene, the third Hokage discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief. It appears that the ongoing purges conducted by the Root have proven effective since his ascension. In any organization, the greatest fear lies in the absence of a commanding core to unify all forces. Otherwise, during such a crisis, clan leaders may prioritize their own interests, igniting internal strife. With the enemy yet to reach Konoha, how could they afford to descend into civil war? He and Tuanzong have prepared for the worst. Should they encounter more dissenters like the recent ones, any resistance during their apprehension would undoubtedly result in a severe purge, leaving no clan unscathed. In times like these, it is imperative to exhibit unwavering resolve. A ruthless and decisive approach is preferable to the chaos of internal warfare spreading across the military factions. As for grievances and injustices, such occurrences are inevitable. Yet, should they display democracy at this crucial juncture, allowing them to dictate the course of events? Tuanzong observed with a hint of envy as the third Hokage subdued the dissenters. This is the Shinobi world, where strength reigns supreme. Our time is exceedingly limited. We have but 2 days. All jonin must join the various frontline forces. No clan is permitted to conceal their hidden strengths. Apart from essential heirlooms, they should refrain from bringing any superfluous assets. Only the necessary rations will suffice. Food and water can be procured from nearby cities. The population of the village is significantly smaller than that of the cities, and dispersing them will not burden the larger urban centers. We must act swiftly. The IWA Shinobi are still days away, allowing us a crucial time advantage. Once the meeting concluded, Konoha erupted in fervor. The kind and gentle words of the Hokage and Tuanzong resonated, filling the village with a fragrant symphony of life overnight. The Konoha F4 observed as the common folk began to depart the village, the major clans undoubtedly following suit due to their assets. Tsunade inquired about the matter that Sarutobi Hiruzen most wished to know. Tuanzong, have the hidden combat capabilities of the clans been fully assessed? Chapter 28, Crisis? Tuanzong temporarily consolidated this faction, feeling considerably more at ease. Indeed, a significant amount of high-end combat power had been concealed. This force could stabilize the situation regardless of where it was deployed. With power in hand, there was no cause for alarm. Sensing the absence of internal discord within Konoha, Tuanzong felt a sense of calm wash over him and asked, Hiruzen, how shall we arrange the ninjas from these clans? Let the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan advance to the battlefield in the Land of Water. The pressure from Orochimaru's side is the most intense. The Cloud Ninja from the northeast have not deployed their full strength, and the whereabouts of the third Raikage remain uncertain, with the likelihood being that he is consuming the smaller ninja villages in the north. The Rock Ninja pose the greatest threat on our western front. However, our primary concern lies in our insufficient strength, rendering us incapable of uniting into a formidable force to strike decisively. In comparison, Sunagakure appears to be the most promising point of breakthrough. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans should proceed to the Western Front to swiftly conclude their battle with Sunagakure. The utmost priority now is to bring an end to combat on a particular front. Before his comrades, Sarutobi Izashi expressed his greatest fear. I dread that the Jinchuriki from the major ninja villages will all join the fray. According to the intelligence from Yuhi Kurenai, the Rock Ninja have not employed their Jinchuriki. This is the most favorable news. Although the Northwest Front has fallen, we still possess viable strength in that region. As long as Inoki does not reinforce his troops, we can hold out for a while longer. It is already known that the 8-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, the 3-Tails Jinchuriki, Yagura, and the 1-Tails Jinchuriki, Gara, have joined the battle. If the 2-Tails, 4-Tails, 5-Tails, and 6-Tails also enter the fray, our strength will be utterly overwhelmed. While Sarutobi Izashi felt a sense of urgency, he did not lose his basic rationality and analytical abilities, quickly identifying the crux of the problem. The key to victory lies in the Jinchuriki. The likes of Danzo felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing this. For it is known that Jinchuriki are not mere tactical weapons. They are strategic assets. To neutralize one requires significant high-level combat power to be diverted. Following the dissolution of the villages, the hidden strengths of the various clans have been scavenged by the third Hokage. However, this also implies that no additional viable forces can join the battle. As for the Daimese guards, or the Senju clan's power, such notions are utterly fanciful. With the village's population decimated, such a scenario is improbable. Since the establishment of the one nation, one village system, the condition was that the founding clan of each village would serve as vassals to the daime, safeguarding them for generations. In truth, those people have already severed ties with Konoha. The fact that Senju Tobarama can be considered part of Konoha is solely due to the daime's grace. Therefore, the sole Jinchuriki of Konoha is the pivotal key to breaking this deadlock, essential for delivering a decisive blow to alter the course of the battle. Though the Jinchuriki may seem like mere playthings before figures such as Shinja Hashirama and Pain, they are indeed the most terrifying strategic weapons in the ninja world. Any mortal being, struck by a tailed beast bomb, would be reduced to ashes. Mito Kazan remarked. However, Monkey, Kushina has not mastered the power of tailed beast transformation. 6 months ago, her power spiraled out of control, nearly resulting in the demise of Minato. A Jinchuriki who cannot wield the tailed beast bomb cannot be considered a strategic deterrent. Tobarama also disagreed, recognizing that the power of uncontrolled weaponry was far more terrifying. Moreover, as a pivotal element that could alter the course of battle, it was imperative to ensure its successful deployment when the time came. In this moment, Tobarama felt an overwhelming sense of regret, realizing he should have defied the opinion of the matriarch, Mito Uzumaki, and directly sealed a curse mark onto Kushina Uzumaki, thereby placing her entirely under the control of the Umbu, and training her into an emotionless weapon of assassination. The third Hokage did not concur with their suggestions, stating he would reconsider. The following day, various clans began their dispersal and migration. It would only be after the war concluded that they would return. As for the dangers they might encounter on their journey, they could only rely on their own fortune. The Konoha F4 stood at the village gates, watching as the villagers departed, each family taking their leave amidst a heavy atmosphere. Many villagers harbored a deep resentment, each one wishing they could sink their teeth into the flesh of the 4 individuals. Toanzo observed their discontent with a sense of dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, he complied and nodded in agreement. These individuals were the families of ninjas who had distanced themselves from Konoha, a place vulnerable to potential enemy assaults. Many frontline ninjas were able to find solace. Certainly, many prominent clans had their own hidden strongholds, allowing them to lead relatively comfortable lives. At that moment, an eager member of the Umbu shouted excitedly, "Lord Hokage, we have splendid news." Upon hearing this, many pricked up their ears. For such tidings amidst the turmoil typically signified a victory report from the front lines. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo felt an ominous foreboding. In the current state of war, the situation was painfully clear. Even a powerful shinobi of the Kage level was merely a cog in the relentless war machine. How could there possibly be good news? Danzo raised his hand, instructing the Umbu to share the news. Yet, this Umbu, perhaps lacking experience, seemed eager to relay the good tidings to the villagers of Konoha. The 2 great divisions of IWA Shinobi had advanced eastward and clashed with the Cloud Shinobi led by the 3rd Raikage. The ecstatic Umbu even speculated, "Our western defenses will hold. The enemy will surely be unable to breach Konoha." The expressions of Sarutobi, Danzo, and the others darkened instantly. Indeed, this news was good. But sharing it with the villagers was a grave mistake. A tumult of cheers erupted, and the advancing troops came to a halt. Someone could not restrain themselves and asked, "Lord Hokage, does this mean we can stay in Konoha?" The third Hokage, witnessing the hopeful gazes of the villagers, felt a surge of trepidation. Damn it! Disbanding the village was essentially a call for increased commitment to the war. If the village was not to be disbanded, would they then leave some of their forces to guard it? Without hesitation, Danzo used a body flicker technique to appear before the jubilant Umbu, plunging a blade into the man's heart. In the face of disbelief, he withdrew the sword, severing. Many villagers of Konoha felt disillusioned, even harboring resentment towards Danzo, who had burst their bubble of fantasy. However, it proved futile. The Hokage showed no inclination to alter his orders. Yet, in contrast to the despondent villagers of Konoha, the F4 found solace in the prospect of brighter days ahead. With Iwagakure and Kumogakure unable to commit excessive forces, there could hardly be better news. Chapter 29. Placing oneself in peril to achieve resurgence. As for Danzo's earlier claim that a member of the Umbu was a spy, that was certainly a fabrication. The Umbu he referred to belonged to Konoha, and the information he shared was indeed genuine. Nevertheless, this revelation could not be disclosed to the villagers. The third Hokage had cast aside his dignity, willing to forego his pride. He dared to be the first Hokage to disband Konoha. The sacrifices made were immense. The entire strategy hinged upon the principle of placing oneself in peril to achieve resurgence, and surrendering to despair would obliterate any potential for explosive power. Furthermore, according to the rules of the Umbu, who granted him the authority to disclose Umbu intelligence externally, all information relayed by the Umbu must undergo analysis by the Intelligence Division before a decision is made regarding its public dissemination. This meddlesome fool was a quintessential example of well-meaning individuals causing harm. Uchiha Fugaku, witnessing this scene, reluctantly led his clan away. "Mikoto, ensure the arrangements for our clan are in order. I shall take Itachi to the front lines." Uchiha Mikoto, stifling her tears, gently caressed her son's head. "I will await your return." Uchiha Fugaku and the elders nodded, relinquishing their duties, and hastily made their way to the battlefield in the Land of Water with the strength of the Uchiha clan. The Hyuga clan followed suit, with the brothers Hinata Hizashi and Hyuga Niji leading their kin toward the Land of Water. As night fell, the Hokage and Danzo returned to the office, leaving the other two to manage the relocation of villagers. "I have resolved to take the Jinchuriki to the battlefield," the third Hokage proclaimed, inciting an explosive reaction from Danzo. However, Kushina cannot control the power of the tailed beasts. What purpose would it serve to bring her? As the core guardian of Konoha's interests, Danzo vehemently opposed the utilization of uncontrollable power in such a critical situation. Trump cards must be played to achieve their intended effect. According to the subsequent intelligence from the Umbu and Root, Oenoki indeed dispatched 2 formidable legions to engage with the Third Reikage. The IWA Shinobi in the northwest are no longer as formidable. We need not continue risking ourselves. By the time reinforcements from Konoha reach the front lines, all will improve. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, "Yet, that cannot alter the overall situation, can it?" Upon hearing this, Danzo fell silent. This was a fundamental disparity in power. After all, it was undeniably 4 against 1. Observing Danzo's silence, the third Hokage continued, "If the remaining 4 great ninja villages deploy their Jinchuriki to the battlefield, we will still be at a loss. Towanzo, we both understand the necessity of swiftly and decisively altering the situation with overwhelming force. However, as the Hokage, I cannot act recklessly. Among the powers available to us, the only one capable of thoroughly suppressing the one-tailed Jinchuriki is the nine-tails Jinchuriki. Moreover, our opportunity may only last a few days. Currently, the news of our Konoha's disbandment remains relatively confidential, but eventually, our temporary reserves will be discovered. At that point, the major ninja villages will undoubtedly dispatch equivalent forces to the battlefield, plunging us permanently into the quagmire of war." Towanzo exhaled deeply, acknowledging the truth in his companion's words. The disparity between Konoha's strength and that of our enemies is stark. This war is destined to be protracted. Therefore, Konoha's strategy must revolve around how to amass sufficient strength to endure. The 4 great ninja villages serve as Konoha's vital lifelines. If we could staunch even one of these wounds, Konoha would gain a glimmer of hope for survival. The battlefield of the Wind Country presents the only viable opportunity to decisively crush the Sand Ninja. However, this chance is singular. If we fail to achieve a swift victory, the other three great ninja villages will surely employ diversionary tactics to thwart Konoha's strategic objectives. In order to secure a conclusive victory, we must amplify our stakes. There is no greater asset than the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Toanzo was convinced. I shall personally oversee the battlefield in the Wind Country and will bring the remaining forces to join the fray. The third Hokage nodded, assigning Sarutobi Shinji to manage the battlefield in the Earth Country, stabilizing the situation in the northwest. Furthermore, if necessary, we shall abandon the Rock Ninja entirely, with the Third Corps retreating to coordinate with the Fourth Corps for a vigorous assault on the Wind Country. I would rather see the entire Northwest ravaged than fail to defeat the Sand Ninja and bring an end to the conflict in the Southwest. Toanzo swallowed hard, intimidated by Sarutobi's fervor. This truly was a decision that could determine Konoha's fate. Toanzo wished to voice his opposition, yet he found no compelling reason to do so. Konoha faces either a slow demise or a final desperate struggle before succumbing. As Hokage, Sarutobi's decision bore no fault. Deploying the two major clans to the Water Country battlefield was originally intended to counter the potential diversion from the Mist and Cloud villages while dismantling the Eastern Front. Should this scenario unfold, even if we defeat the Sand Ninja, surrender would remain an option. The aim of this military mobilization is to dismantle the Sand Ninja while maintaining our positions on other fronts, subsequently reallocating the Fourth Corps to the north or the Eastern Front. Therefore, when shall we depart? Toanzo accepted the Hokage's command, determined to adeptly orchestrate the unfolding war. Although Tsunade possessed considerable prestige, the coordination and maneuvering of the two great legions ultimately relied upon the shadows of the ninja world. In this endeavor, I explained to the two of them that they would be assigned to the eastern and northeastern fronts, tasked with confronting the Mist and Cloud ninjas. The members of the various clans were rather headstrong and would require their authoritative presence. Toanzo nodded, inquiring about my role. I shall remain here in Konoha, responsible for central coordination. Without the villagers, I am under little pressure. Konoha has transformed into a purely military organization, rendering my duties rather effortless. The burden lies with you. We must swiftly achieve our strategic objectives against the Sand Ninjas, employing a blitzkrieg approach. We can delay no longer. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a decisive declaration, appearing quite at ease. Life or death, let fate decide. We do our utmost and leave the rest to destiny. Toanzo nodded in agreement and returned to the route, signing command after command. In the dead of night, Toanzo departed Konoha with a contingent of individuals. Subsequently, both Nara Shikamaru and his companion also led a group of ninjas away from the village. The now deserted Konoha appeared stark and desolate, devoid of light save for the silvery glow of the moon. The village was left with only a portion of the Hokage's direct Umbu forces, prepared to join the fray should the front lines falter, ready to make a valiant stand. At Awagakure's ninja hospital, Suji, enjoying a soothing head massage, listened with amusement as his charming secretary relayed reports from the ninja world. A beautiful nurse gently fed him fruit from a platter. Lord Su, the Umbu has reported that the Hokage has disbanded Konoha, Summer remarked, incredulous at the news. Suji was taken aback, for this was an occurrence absent from the narrative. It seemed that his modest fluttering as a butterfly had indeed stirred some ripples. However, Suji quickly grasped the intent of the third Hokage. Evidently, the title of ninja hero was not merely fanciful, there was substance behind it. Dispersing the villagers could unveil the hidden strengths of the prominent clans, while simultaneously liberating the vast protective forces of Konoha. With a gentle smile, Summer remarked, "My dear, Konoha is merely grasping at straws. These measures are but a drop in the ocean and shall not save the village." Suji patted the peach and remarked, "You focus solely on the Leaf Village, oblivious to the internal issues plaguing the various ninja villages. Our Otsutsuki and the elders, in their fervor, are blinded by petty gains, engaging in conflict with the Cloud Ninja. Should the two formidable armies join the fray in the Leaf Village, it would undoubtedly lead to its ruin. Suji, being that Otsutsuki would execute anyone who dared to suggest such treachery. The audacity! What resources do those minor shinobi villages in the north truly possess? Instead of vying with Kumogakure for those territories, it is fortunate that Suji remains unwaveringly loyal to Awagakure, displaying no sign of anger. Otherwise, he might very well be driven to despair. Chapter 30. The love-hate relationship between Kumogakure and Awagakure. Suji now finds himself in a state of perplexity. Was Naka's decision to open the northern front merely to garner some merit for his son, Huang Tu, or were there other motives at play? However, for him, it matters little. How goes the battle in the north against Yunin? Summer perused the intelligence in his hands, noting their advantageous position, especially since they had dispatched two formidable legions. The might of Yunin was primarily concentrated on the Leaf Village. The smaller ninja villages in the north were merely an afterthought, with the Raikage leading the charge. It seemed that allowing his son to command the front lines was a strategic move to ensure he amassed sufficient accomplishments to inherit the Raikage title. Perhaps, in the original timeline, Noki had similarly paved the way for his son, only to be faced with an unforeseen variable such as himself. Summer drew his peach closer, eager to ensure that his master enjoyed the game to the fullest. Master, shall we take action? Suji contemplated deeply. During the Third Great Ninja War, he had three objectives. The first was the study of the Dragon Vein. The second pertained to Uchiha Madara, including Abido. The third aim, naturally, was to ascend to the position of Otsutsuki. Thus far, Suji was aware of the location of Lulon. However, the power of the Dragon Vein was intricately tied to space and time. Suji lacked confidence. He feared being ensnared in the tumultuous currents of time and space. He dreaded emerging from the Dragon Vein only to find himself several centuries in the future. Thus, the current objective was to locate Uchiha Abido. However, with the Heavenly Eye satellite yet to be launched, global surveillance remained unattainable. Suji has never caught a single white Zetsu. This perplexing dilemma has left Suji in a state of bewilderment. A person of his caliber should undoubtedly be under the scrutiny of Uchiha Madara. If even someone of his stature is not being monitored, does that not imply an unwavering confidence in the success of the plans posthumously? Suji is not boasting. He is certain that he would detect any white Zetsu that approached him, as long as there remains chakra within the white Zetsu. Evading the detection of the gems he creates is simply impossible. By ruling out all impossibilities, the only plausible conclusion remains: Uchiha Madara is indeed not surveilling him. Could it be that those without the bloodline limits are deemed insignificant in Madara's eyes? Uchiha Madara possesses such formidable capabilities. Indeed, although Suji presents himself as extraordinarily talented, he is merely a Kaga-level ninja. To Uchiha Madara, he is akin to an insect. Moreover, as a ninja lacking in bloodline limits, his potential has already been irrevocably constrained. Suji pondered, perhaps I should actively propel the rapid evolution of the ninja world situation, continuously toying with the peach in his hand. Suji was also weighing his options. It would be best to eliminate Huang Tu first. Suji resolutely decided to first address the issues in the north. Upon hearing this, Xiaori's beautiful eyes sparkled with understanding. As a trusted confidant, she was well aware of Suji's intentions. The life of the Yellow Earth was now on a countdown. In the northern region of the ninja world, the Cloud and Rock ninja clans were engaged in fierce combat. The third Raikage, with his notorious temper, unleashed a torrent of curses upon Inoki, frequently invoking the memory of Inoki's deceased mother, exhibiting a rather peculiar form of politeness. That damned shorty. Why does he disregard the benefits of Konoha and send two large armies against us? The third Raikage's anger intensified, causing him to crush the cup in his hand. As the second largest ninja village in the ninja world, Kumobakir had always aspired to supplant Konoha and claim the top position. Furthermore, this time, the Great Ninja War was orchestrated to seize maximum profit, thus dividing their forces into two. One contingent, led by his own son, was tasked with attacking Konoha, while he took charge of sweeping through the smaller ninja villages in the west, aiming to bring these territories under his control. The third Raikage utterly failed to comprehend Inoki's rationale. Is that fool Inoki out of his mind, diverting his main forces to contend with us for resources? He believed his mind was still intact, thus deploying only one army to sweep through the smaller villages was merely a diversion. The other three major armies were focused on annihilating Konoha. You have 3 armies, and 2 are sent to deal with me. Is the Rock Ninja clan truly deranged? Despite a breach already made in the western side of Konoha by the Rock Ninja, they chose not to capitalize on this opportunity to expand their gains, instead opting to confront him. Is it merely because I insulted you a few times? The straightforward third Raikage perceived Inoki's actions as bordering on foolishness. Yet Inoki was not one to behave so irrationally. Where had the problem arisen? Report to Lord Raikage. We are surrounded by the Rock Ninjas. The leader of this assault was none other than Inoki's son, Huang Tuesday. Upon receiving this news, the Raikage merely scoffed. Huang Tu? Is Inoki so contemptuous of me as to send his useless son? Why was it not Suji, who had just ascended to the rank of Kage, leading the charge? One of the Umbu at the Reikage side reported, Lord Reikage, according to our spies, it was Su Ji who declined the request to join the battlefield. The third Reikage smirked, humph. This indicates that Su Ji is a clever individual. Would Inoki easily relinquish the position of Otsutsuki? Relay my orders. Breakthrough. The third Otsutsuki is incapable of comprehending Naka's thoughts, which revolve around preserving his son's life. The accolades from the battles in the Land of the Leaves are certainly not meant for the ever-dedicated Otsutsuki, who has been diligently serving in the Umbu. Most crucially, Noki has already designated Kuratsuchi as the next Otsutsuki, and he would never send Otsutsuki to the front lines to jeopardize Kuratsuchi's position. Nevertheless, he must provide his son with a talisman of protection to shield him from Kuratsuchi's retribution unto death. Thus, he can only garner merit on the battlefield at the small ninja village, hoping to secure the position of clan leader of the Tsuchigomo clan after the war. Seated in the central command tent, Otsutsuki, now wielding significant authority, directs the mobilization of troops. The 2nd and 3rd divisions of Awagakure represent the vast majority of its military strength. It is utterly unexpected that Otsutsuki, who has not ascended to the position of Otsutsuki, possesses the privilege to command such formidable forces. Inwardly, he revels in the thought, foolish Kuratsuchi, having such an excellent opportunity to understand the command structure of the army. Yet he has chosen to decline it. It is no wonder that Otsutsuki feels a sense of glee. Becoming the Otsutsuki is one matter, but wielding command over Awagakure is an entirely different endeavor. Little does he realize that Kuratsuchi's vision and strength have already surpassed his wildest imagination. Is there disobedience? That must surely indicate a mental issue, warranting a thorough examination and treatment at the hospital. Suji could not fathom that there existed a malady beyond his remedy. Lord Huangtu, he proclaimed, we have successfully lured Yunrin into the designated ambush zone. With a resounding crash, Huangtu struck the table upon receiving this exhilarating news. He envisioned a day when he, too, would be celebrated for his monumental contributions, believing that his legacy would stand as tall as Suji's. With fervent excitement, he contemplated the possibility of vanquishing Reikage. Such a victory would rekindle his aspirations for the position of Otsutsuki. He could not help but admire his father's foresight. Having anticipated Yunrin's every maneuver, recognizing that this locale was not the stronghold of Yunrin, he had wisely allocated the village's considerable forces to this decisive engagement, aiming to achieve victory in a singular blow. Given the current circumstances, the defeat of Konoha was inevitable. Chapter 31. The prosperity of Awagakure. Thus, the future's foremost shinobi village would either be Kumogakure or Awagakure. Inflicting a significant blow to Kumogakure during this war would create a substantial advantage for the eventual peace treaty. This hunt was orchestrated by Inoki and his advisory council. Huangtu merely needed to execute the plan meticulously. Inoki's ambitions were grand. He did not merely seek to eliminate Reikage, but rather to ensure that the entirety of Yunren's First Legion was annihilated. The loss of such a substantial force would render Kumogakure incapable of contending for supremacy in the future shinobi world. Convey my orders. The entire army shall advance to obliterate Yunrin, he commanded. Esteemed comrades, we of Awagakure are finally on the brink of becoming the world's foremost shinobi village. Emboldened by Huangtu's fervor, the IWA shinobi surged forth with indomitable spirit, pressing Yunrin into a relentless retreat. Reikage, leading his forces eastward, felt an unsettling apprehension. It seemed that Awagakure was not merely seeking to inflict casualties upon Yunrin, but appeared intent on driving them away entirely. Were they simply aiming to monopolize the smaller shinobi villages? Unable to decipher the intent behind these maneuvers, Reikage dismissed the thoughts from his mind. With a thunderous command, he instructed, all forces, heed my call. We shall break through to the north. The messenger utilized ninjutsu to relay Reikage's orders to the subordinate units, and the Yunrin operatives advanced northward in an orderly manner. This sudden shift did not go unnoticed by Awagakure, which promptly reported the developments to the command center. What is happening? Why is Yunrin suddenly retreating northward? Have they uncovered our scheme? Huangtu murmured, scrutinizing the battle reports. His deputy, appointed by Inoki, offered counsel. Lord Huangtu, regardless of whether Yunrin has discovered our strategy, they are cornered with no escape. Our two legions have effectively encircled them. It would be prudent to initiate the final assault preemptively to avoid any unforeseen complications. Huangtu nodded, recognizing the fundamental principles of warfare. They had initially sought to leverage their numerical superiority, avoiding any convoluted stratagems. A straightforward advance would suffice for victory. This was the essence of unadorned military strategy. The more intricate the plan, the greater the risk of exposing vulnerabilities, leading to potential failure. Signal the troops, commence the final offensive. Beneath the Lus, a decisive order was issued. A brilliant firework exploded in the sky, marking the zenith of the third Raikage's ominous foreboding. The ground trembled violently beneath the feet of the cloud Shinobi as the surrounding rock layers surged upwards, forming towering mountains that encircled them. Such a grand display of ninjutsu required the concerted efforts of at least 1,000 rock shinobi. Alas, the third Raikage realized he had fallen into a trap. The rock shinobi were resolute in their intent to eliminate them entirely. With no time to lament his oversight, he was enveloped in crackling lightning and dashed northward. Along his path, earthen walls rose up, which he cleaved through as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. The might of the strongest spear was indeed justified. Yet, the enemy was overwhelming. The morale of the cloud shinobi plummeted as they followed closely behind the Raikage in their desperate charge northward. The rock shinobi remained composed, methodically continuing to tighten their encirclement around the solitary force. Lightning release, heavy flow explosion. The third Raikage struck with a hand blade, unleashing a terrifying bolt of lightning that surged underground, dispatching several concealed rock shinobi. As he led the cloud shinobi in a bid for escape, a sliver of despair crept into his heart. This level of encirclement was child's play for him. However, he was responsible for approximately 10,000 cloud shinobi. What fate awaited them? This was a fully staffed legion. After all, these individuals were not invulnerable like him. A mere shuriken, a kunai, or even a thrown stone could claim their lives. The third Raikage recognized that Noki lacked the frivolity of a jester. His objective was to devour this entire well-equipped army, thereby gaining the upper hand in the negotiations that would follow the war and establishing his village as the preeminent ninja stronghold. The third Raikage felt an immense sense of guilt. It was his arrogance, born of power, that had led him to make such a grave miscalculation. Had he not been so haughty, he surely would have discerned Naka's intentions. After all, troop mobilization incurs a significant expense. Noki would not act frivolously, dispatching 2 legions merely to settle a personal grudge. Truly impressive, Noki. The third Raikage mused. At the hidden rock village in the ninja hospital, Suji meticulously instructed a beautiful female doctor in the intricacies of male muscular anatomy. He selflessly allowed her to examine him, enhancing her understanding through hands-on experience. Yes, precisely. Just like that, in this direction. He emphasized that each muscle possesses its own texture, and during surgery, it is crucial to avoid incising certain areas. The recently graduated intern felt a mix of shyness and profound admiration for Su Ji's noble character. Minister Su, such an extraordinary physician, personally instructs her and tirelessly addresses her myriad inquiries. He is truly a paragon among the rock-solid doctors. Who would dare to speak ill of Dean Su? She, Sadolan, would certainly shatter their arrogance. The elderly members of the family, each one of them, criticize him vehemently, believing that Minister Su has encroached upon the family's interests. How could they possibly comprehend the greatness of Minister Su? Su Ji's soul gem illuminated the thoughts of Sat Ran with exquisite clarity, confirming that she was not a traitor sent by the Sat clan, which brought a subtle smile to his lips. Since she was not an adversary, Su Ji felt compelled to delve deeper, imparting to her more profound knowledge. Director, there are new developments. The radiant secretary, Xiaori, interrupted Su Ji's tender teaching session. Little Ran, I shall impart to you more intricate medical wisdom next time. Upon hearing Su Ji's gentle words, Sat Ran was profoundly moved and expressed her gratitude, saying, I apologize for any trouble I may have caused you. Su Ji departed with a smile, returning to his office. He seized the female secretary and playfully chastised her. You have thwarted my endeavors. Tell me, will you dare to do so again? Summer's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Yet she set aside her playful indignation to impart crucial intelligence. My lord, it is not my intention to disrupt your affairs, but the news from the 5 is alarming. The third Raikage and the forces of the Cloud Village are encircled by the Rock Village. The Raikage and his team are desperately attempting to break free. As she spoke, Summer's admiration for her master deepened. The reality once more underscored the master's foresight and meticulous strategy. Su Ji's lips curled into a faint smile as he recognized the pivotal moment in the third battle. He anticipated that the third Raikage would, as per the original narrative, willingly meet his demise in battle. In the heart of the third Raikage, a legion of cloud shinobi held far greater significance than his own singular existence. The endeavor to cultivate an army of over 10,000 ninjas demanded an immense outlay of financial and material resources. Moreover, should this legion fall, how many years would it take to replenish their ranks? The third Raikage could not afford such a loss, even if he were to sacrifice himself. One might ponder the choices available to the third Raikage. It was likely that this conflict would endure for several days, for the third Raikage possessed a formidable resilience. Tsuji could not help but marvel at the formidable prowess of the third Raikage. With astonishing attack speed, remarkable mobility, explosive power, and formidable defense, he truly epitomized the hexagonal warrior. Had he not been forced into such an inescapable predicament, his demise would have been utterly inconceivable. The same fate befell the second Hokage and the fourth Hokage. It was not their enemies who brought about their end, but rather their own choice to sacrifice themselves. Ensure that the five-man team remains vigilant. When the third Raikage finds himself at his wit's end, send me word. I shall personally go forth to claim the head of that dog in the yellow earth. Tsuji's aura was menacing as he severed the head of the loathsome yellow earth dog, thereby alleviating his annoyance and clearing his thoughts. In the office of the Otsutsuki at Awakens, Inoki beamed with delight as he perused the intelligence received from the Umbu. Indeed, it was rather rare to hear commendation for the yellow earth from Inoki's lips. Ever since the arrival of Tsuji, the neighbor's child, the yellow earth had painfully realized that he could no longer expect any praise from Inoki. If he were present, he would surely be overjoyed. Inoki, alongside his aides, was analyzing the situation on the front lines. Otsutsuki-sama, what shall we do next? Should we mobilize the reserve forces to launch an attack on Konoha now? Inoki shook his head, aware that one must understand the value of resources when not in charge. There was no need for further mobilization in Awagakure. The current military strength was sufficient to secure ample benefits for the IWA Shinobi. Once the Northern Front had vanquished the Cloud Shinobi, they would march southward, putting an end to Konoha and concluding the Third Shinobi World War. At that juncture, Inoki could rely on his merits to firmly maintain his position as the third Otsutsuki. As for Tsuji, he was still young. Although he possessed remarkable talent, he was merely a child newly entering the ranks of Kage. The current Inoki was not the same as he had been during the Fourth Shinobi World War. He remained formidable, akin to the third Hokage. Although his physical prowess had waned, his strength was still at its pinnacle. He instructed the Yellow Earth on the front lines to swiftly conclude the battle. For Konoha intended to take a desperate gamble in the Land of Wind, and they could not afford to grant them that opportunity. They must wield overwhelming power to instill despair in Konoha. Though Inoki was diminutive in stature, his words invigorated the assembled shinobi. Yes, Otsutsuki-sama. Chapter 32. The fiery spirit of Rope Tree charges to the front lines. Konoha in crisis. In the Hokage's office at Konoha, the third Hokage scrutinized the intelligence in his hands, veins throbbing on his forehead as a surge of anger erupted from his chest, nearly propelling him to meet his predecessors. After a prolonged moment, the third Hokage managed to calm his emotions and, in a tranquil tone, inquired of the trembling Umbu, "When did Rope Tree depart the capital?" "Hokage-sama." After Rope Tree entered the capital, he was taken away by members of the Senju clan. We could only maintain vigilance outside. By the next morning, we discovered that he had secretly left. We consulted the members of the Senju clan, but they were also unaware of Rope Tree's departure. All that remained was this letter he left behind. The back of the dark figure was drenched in cold sweat. Senju Rope Tree is an extraordinary individual, and the Hokage has specifically ordered his protection in the capital of the Land of Fire. On the battlefield, countless hearts will be burdened with worry, and many will hesitate in fear. The Ninja World War operates under certain protocols, one of which is the absolute transcendence of the daime. The great ninja villages are forbidden from attacking the daime of other villages. This unwritten rule is strictly enforced, lest they face a united retaliation. These ninjas are, after all, merely the watchdogs of the daime. Since the establishment of the One Nation, One Village system by Senju Hashirama, the clan of the first Hokage has become the loyal retinue of the daime, tasked with their protection. Within the village of Konoha, there are only a handful of Senju clan members. These individuals are destined to travel to the capital of the Land of Fire to spend their remaining days. Only a few have chosen to remain in the village, a decision permitted by the daime. Among them are Senju Rope Tree and his sister Tsunade. Thus, strictly speaking, the Senju clan can no longer be considered a part of Konoha. However, blood ties run deep. Senju Rope Tree, the direct grandson of Hashirama, is undeniably of pure lineage. Without the directive of the second Hokage, it would have been improbable for him to be integrated into Konoha. Following his inclusion, Rope Tree's future is already set. Provided his talents do not wane, he is destined to rise to the rank of Hokage. Yet, as he has only just graduated, he requires protection to foster his growth. A genius who has not yet matured cannot truly be deemed a genius. This upcoming ninja world war surpasses all previous conflicts in scale. Konoha possesses virtually no strength to safeguard these fledgling talents, which is one reason behind the village's potential dissolution. Should Rope Tree enter the battlefield, how many ninjas would be required to protect him? Moreover, his abilities would render him little more than cannon fodder, of no substantial use. However, should he fall in battle, the bond between the Senju clan and the village would be irreparably severed. Many elderly individuals struggle to accept this reality. After all, the symbolic significance of the Rope Tree is far too profound, surpassing even that of Tsunade, as it represents a patriarchal society. Alas, let this matter be. The third Hokage sighed deeply, realizing that retrieving the Rope Tree would be a futile endeavor. He could only hope for the best, wishing that the individual could safely reach Orochimaru. The remaining strength of Konoha shall not be squandered on a single person, not even the Hokage. What of the situation on other battlefields? The third took a puff from his pipe and inquired. In the office, Chief Strategist Nara Shikaku organized the documents in his hands and reported, "The battlefield in the Land of Water is exceedingly tense, with the Mist Ninja mounting a fierce offensive. The Mist Ninja possess the most formidable bloodline limit users, proving to be quite troublesome. However, with the involvement of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, the situation has stabilized. The Mist Ninja are unlikely to break through in the short term, having achieved little success." The third Hokage nodded at this news, acknowledging the formidable strength of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Fire release counters water release, while the Byakugan's insight can unravel the mist concealment technique. And what of the Cloud Ninja? The battlefield on their front continues to advance towards us. Despite the presence of Jiraiya and his disciples, the disparity in forces remains overwhelming. The struggle is arduous. Lord Jiraiya has entered Sage mode to repel several enemy assaults, yet the impact has been limited. Minato is occupied using the Flying Thunder God technique to tend to the wounded, and even with the involvement of various clans, the outcome is not promising. The sole piece of good news is that the Cloud Ninja have only deployed the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, while the 2 Tails Jinchuriki appears to be engaged in battle with the Rock Ninja in the north. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent, recognizing the immense pressure that strategic weapons like Jinchuriki place on Konoha, should one manage to harness the power post-tailed beast transformation. A Jinchuriki poses a far greater threat on the battlefield than even an elite ninja. A single-tailed beast bomb could be evaded by high-ranking shinobi. But what of the Chunin? Even elite ninjas would hesitate to confront such a force head-on. The third Hokage could only hope that Danzo could turn the tide in the Land of Wind. Otherwise, Konoha would face dire straits. And what of the Rock Ninja? The primary forces of the 2nd and 3rd divisions encircle a contingent of Cloud Ninja, likely the 3rd division. Their intention seems to be to annihilate this unit before advancing southward. From our position in the western direction of the Land of Earth, the East Death Brigade has infiltrated the Land of Fire with the 1st Division of Rock Ninja. Yet Lord Sarutobi Shinjiro has successfully blocked their advance with the 3rd Division. If the Rock Ninja do not reinforce their troops, this stalemate may persist for an extended period. Both the 3rd Hokage and Nara Shikaku are acutely aware that the greatest pressure currently facing Konohagakure emanates from the 2 battlefronts of the Land of Water and the Land of Lightning. Previously, upon hearing of the IWA Shinobi's 1st Legion breaching the defenses, the 3rd Hokage was compelled to dissolve the village, a reaction fueled by a disparity in information. In the direction of the Land of Water, Konohagakure initially engaged with 1-5 legions against 3 legions of the Mist Shinobi. However, with the subsequent involvement of 2 prominent clans, it transformed into a near-equal confrontation of 2 legions against 3. Similarly, in the Land of Lightning, Konohagakure began with 1-5 legions against 3 legions of the Cloud Shinobi, but after reinforcements, the situation mirrored that of the battlefront in the Land of Water. At one point, when the eastern forces breached the western defenses, it nearly paralyzed Konohagakure with fear, as they faced only a single legion against the IWA Shinobi, and likewise, just 1 legion against the Suna Shinobi. The breach in the IWA defenses was alarming, yet Konohagakure remained unaware of the movements of the other 2 IWA legions, fearing an imminent assault that would culminate in a 3-to-1 disadvantage, thus leading to a complete collapse of the Western Front. During the tumultuous period, freshly graduated students from Konohagakure were hastily conscripted onto the battlefield, the numerical disparity being utterly daunting. Eventually, It was revealed that Noki had dispatched those 2 legions to encircle Reikage, providing a much-needed respite for Konohagakure. Otherwise, a total rout in the west could have precipitated a cataclysmic failure across all fronts, leaving Konohagakure with no recourse but to surrender. As for the Suna Shinobi, they were the weakest. However, Tsunade was particularly adept at countering puppet techniques and poisons, which allowed for a degree of stability. Nevertheless, the prevailing circumstances remained dire, particularly with the impending resolution of the conflict between the IWA and Cloud Shinobi in the north. The victor would undoubtedly intensify their assaults on Konohagakure, eager to conclude the hostilities, for they too are burdened by the cost of war. Chapter 33. The Third Hokage's Strategy. The Third Hokage finds himself at a loss. As this is a contest of national strength, wherein individual prowess holds little sway, even the mightiest of Kage, when confronted by thousands of shinobi and an unending barrage of ninjutsu, faces inevitable demise. The Uchiha clan, even when wielding Susanoo, would find themselves at the mercy of overwhelming odds. While Susanoo is indeed formidable, the chakra of its wielder is not infinite. Unless one attains the divine status of a ninja god, capable of effortlessly deflecting tailed beast bombs, they must simply fulfill their designated roles. What news from Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, for this was the crux of their predicament. Should this issue remain unresolved, Konohagakure would be left to await its own demise. The current strategy involves defeating the Suna Shinobi to liberate the 4th Legion, enabling a concerted defense against the impending might of the IWA Shinobi. Nara Shikaku perused the intelligence reports in his hands and relayed, Lord Danzo and Lady Tsunade have devised a pertinent plan. However, the supreme puppet, the Feather Serpent God, from Sunagakure poses a considerable challenge. Unless this issue can be resolved, a complete dismantling of the Suna Shinobi will remain unattainable. We must seek an opportune moment to sever the Feather Serpent God from the main forces of the Suna. The third Hokage remained silent for a considerable time, having previously conferred with Danzo regarding this pressing matter. Together, they had devised a plan to confront the Feathered Serpent deity. Unlike other puppets, the Feathered Serpent is a creation beyond the capabilities of even legendary puppeteers. Not even the esteemed Monzaemon, who crafted the 10 Shinobi, could replicate it. The Feathered Serpent is not merely an individual's invention, it embodies the pinnacle of an entire village's technological advancements. It is essential to understand that the design of the Feathered Serpent was benchmarked against that of the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju. Although its power does not rival that of Hashirama, it stands as a strategic weapon akin to the tailed beasts in their Jinchuriki, possessing far greater stability and ease of control. In the southwestern front of the Land of Fire, where it borders the Land of Wind, the battlefield witnessed a fierce confrontation between Konoha and Sunagakure. The relentless onslaught of Rosh's sand gold technique drove Konoha to retreat steadily, aided by the advantageous terrain. Chiyo commanded the puppeteers to unleash a barrage of attacks upon Konoha with the Feathered Serpent, while the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Fu, occasionally transformed to unleash a tailed beast bomb upon them. Although the 4th Division of Konoha possessed formidable overall strength, they lacked high-end combat power. After all, they were but a single division facing an entire great ninja village. As the forces of Konoha fell back under the relentless assault of Sunagakure, they could only rely on their intimate knowledge of the terrain to resist the enemy. At the command center of Konoha's 4th Division, the blonde, dual-tailed Tsunade, the pinnacle of the ninja world, slammed her fist onto the table, openly expressing her dissatisfaction with Danzo. Lord Danzo, did you come here merely to instruct us on how to retreat steadily? The other ninjas broke into a cold sweat. For only Tsunade dared to speak so boldly before Danzo in the shadowed realm of the ninja world. Should anyone else have the audacity to do so, they would be summoned for AT session at the root. As a high-ranking official of the village, Tsunade was acutely aware of the precarious situation Konoha faced. They needed to create a breach against Sunagakure to decisively end the conflict. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for Konoha. Recognize your position, Tsunade. I am the supreme commander here, Danzo stated in a remarkably calm tone. Tsunade, infuriated, understood the hierarchy. Within Konoha, Danzo's strength indeed ranked second, with the 3rd Hokage standing as the unrivaled first, both at the zenith of their powers. It was Danzo and the Hokage who truly held sway over Konoha. Meanwhile, the red-haired Kushina Uzumaki comforted Tsunade, urging her to remain calm. The strategist unfurled a map, and Danzo stepped forward to elucidate his plan. As long as the Feathered Serpent remains shielded by their forces, we cannot dismantle this puppet. rendering us incapable of mounting an effective counteroffensive. Imagine an infinitely powerful turret capable of simultaneously attacking multiple targets. How formidable it would be. The turret, known as the Feathered Serpent, must be neutralized before Konoha can advance. Danzo, with his cane, gestured on the map, stating that according to the current situation, tomorrow the Sand Shinobi would advance to this point. I've already arranged for the route to sever the connection between the Feathered Serpent and the Sand Shinobi here. This is our sole opportunity. If we do not eliminate the Feathered Serpent now, our defeat will be inevitable. The responsibility of dealing with the Feathered Serpent falls upon the route, while you must hinder any other adversaries. Tsunade, you will lead the ninjas to confront Chiyo's puppet army. The tasks for the rest will be communicated to you separately by the route. I do not wish for anyone to falter tomorrow, otherwise. Do not blame me for my ruthless methods. As Danzo spoke, he turned his gaze towards Kushina, particularly emphasizing Kushina as the Jinchuriki of Konoha. Your task tomorrow is to confront the one-tailed Jinchuriki of the Sand. I do not expect you to defeat him, but you must impede him. Especially regarding the tailed beast bomb. Do you understand? By the end of his statement, Danzo's tone was chilling. Tsunade felt a surge of anger and was ready to argue with Danzo, but was restrained by Kushina. Respectfully, Kushina replied, Lord Danzo, I will do my best. Please rest assured. The thought of the third Hokage's indulgence towards Kushina irked Danzo. Now, when the use of Jinchuriki as weapons was required, it became a matter of probability. Potentially spiraling out of control. Very well. Danzo waved his hand, instructing everyone to return and prepare thoroughly. Once the group departed from the command center, only Danzo remained. He addressed the oil lamp before him. I do not wish for our plans to fail in a few days. Do you understand? From the shadows, a man with golden hair stepped forward. I understand, Lord Danzo. I will do my utmost. I do not seek effort. I demand results. I am indifferent to your lives. I only desire victory. Should we fail to achieve it, I shall execute you. I hope you comprehend the gravity of the situation. The golden-haired man presented a specially crafted kunai to Danzo, knelt on one knee, acknowledged with a yes, and then vanished. Danzo silently regarded the kunai. Etched with symbols of space-time ninjutsu. May the ancestors bless Konoha. Damn that Danzo, Tsunade muttered as she departed. She was not afraid of Danzo, yet, as a Konoha ninja, she had to obey his commands during wartime. All right, Tsunade's sister, I understand the importance of tomorrow's mission. It is only natural for Lord Danzo to be stern, Kushina stated. Aware of her duty as Konoha's nine-tails Jinchuriki. Weapons are meant for a purpose. Who does not know that? Tsunade embraced Kushina, reassuring her, do not be afraid. I will protect you. Thank you, Tsunade. Kushina suddenly turned her head to glance at the distant shadows, yet found nothing amiss. Tsunade, observing her unease, inquired, what troubles you? Kushina? Kushina shook her head, dismissing her doubts. She had merely sensed a gaze upon her, perhaps a mere figment of her imagination. It's nothing. We should return and prepare ourselves adequately. As the two departed, a blond man re-emerged from the shadows, and a whisper echoed through the darkness. Kushina, I will protect you. Meanwhile, within the command center of the Sand Shinobi, Chiyo, Raza, and F. Boku, along with other high-ranking Sand Shinobi, convened for a meeting. Chiyo commenced the discussion. According to our Umbu's reconnaissance, there has been a significant increase in the reinforcements of the 4th Division from Konoha. The 3rd Hokage has disbanded the Leaf, extracting the hidden forces from various clans to deploy them across the battlefronts. The 3 major advisors have each reached their respective locations to oversee the command. We stand against the darkness of the shinobi world. As many listened, an icy chill coursed through their hearts. Chapter 34. The Darkness of the Ninja World. The Predicament of the Cloud Ninja. The term Darkness of the Ninja World refers to Danzo, the master of the roots of Konoha. This is a phrase that evokes images of bloodshed and slaughter. Not only does he suppress the illicit actions of various clans within Konoha, but he also adopts a more hardline approach externally. He has accomplished numerous tasks deemed impossible by others. Many acquaintances and loved ones of individuals within the ninja world have undoubtedly perished in the wake of Danzo's orchestrated operations, either directly or indirectly. When it comes to instilling fear in the various ninja villages, Danzo's reputation far surpasses that of the 3rd Hokage. Chiyo observed the reactions of those around her, feeling a sense of helplessness. Such was the formidable power of Danzo's name and influence. Raza stepped forward and stated, there is no need for concern. This is war, where his assassination tactics hold no sway. This is the battlefield of a great army. And even the darkness of the ninja world cannot conjure more ninjas for Konoha. He continued, We must advance methodically, constricting Konoha's strategic space. Even Danzo cannot stir the waters significantly. Pointing to the map, Chio remarked, "This location has unique terrain. We must exercise particular caution when we pass through here in a few days. Do not assume there will be no ambush." Danzo is a man who frequently creates the impossible. Although Chio had never directly confronted Danzo, she was well aware of his tenacity through her brother, who oversaw the Umbu of Sunigakure. Furthermore, Danzo was instrumental in solidifying the position of the then young third Hokage, who, despite his nominal title, lacked the accolades and prowess to claim such authority at his peak. It is not easy to contend with one of his caliber. The various clans of Konoha felt a wave of dread at the mere mention of Danzo's name. Hearing Chito's words, Raza and the others did not dare to be complacent and responded in unison. The Jinchuriki of the One-Tail, Fu, clasped her hands together and murmured a Buddhist chant, Amitabha. As the meeting adjourned, Chio called Raza aside, emphasizing her concerns once more. In this war, she could afford to make mistakes. But Raza must act correctly and accumulate sufficient prestige. While strength is vital for a Kage, strategy is even more crucial. Power is merely a stepping stone to achieving such a position. With prestige, Raza would save considerable time navigating the internal disputes of the village once he ascended to leadership. Sunigakure is in dire need of a vigorous and capable wind shadow to guide them in swiftly recuperating and restoring the village's strength post-war. As the reports of the battles between Sunigakure and Konoha were conveyed to Tsuji, Xiaori inquired, "Master, shall the Shadow Army intervene?" Tsuji waved his hand and remarked, "Indeed, but not at this moment. It is after their decisive battle that we shall seize the thousand-hand rope tree. And only then will we deal with Tsunade. She remains there, unable to flee, so there is no need for haste. Should they emerge victorious against the Sand Ninjas, the fourth corps of Konoha will be dispatched to our vicinity." Tsuji inquired about a matter of concern. "Has the location of the thousand-hand rope tree been determined?" Xiaori responded, "Our scouts in the capital of the Land of Fire have gleaned from conversations with members of the Thousand-Hand clan that the Thousand-Hand rope tree has secretly departed from the clan stronghold. It is likely heading towards the battlefield defenses in the Land of Water, where Orochimaru resides." Tsuji chuckled, finding the child utterly amusing, treating war as if it were a trivial matter. Xiaori could not fathom the antics of the thousand-handed rope tree. He believed the child was acting solely on his own behalf. Should anything happen to him, the thousand-handed clan would surely descend into madness. At numerous instances, the significance of legitimacy cannot be overstated. The sacred tree of the thousand hands symbolizes the rightful legacy of the first and second Hokage. If one were to witness him on the battlefield, the Mist Ninjas would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with excitement. Capturing such an individual during Konoha's surrender could yield immeasurable benefits. As the lesser ninjas observed the Mist front lines, they understood that this person must be taken alive. Upon hearing this, Xiaori realized that Tsuji had assigned this task to the alluring and cunning Kagayame, prompting her to delicately inquire, "Master, why place such importance on a mere minor figure?" Tsuji is indifferent to notions of orthodoxy and reputation. As for the strength and potential of the thousand-handed rope tree, with a mere adjustment on the operating table by the master, it can surpass decades of arduous training. It is indeed a crucial experimental apparatus, as well as an essential tool for training Tsunade. However, it holds immense significance. Upon hearing this, Xiaori shot Tsuji an exasperated glance. Well aware of Tsuji's fervent desire to ascend to the pinnacle of the ninja world. "What is that look in your eyes? Do you think I am motivated by beauty? I am doing this for the advancement of medical technology in the ninja realm." Tsuji spoke with utmost candor. Sujijing intended to enlighten his charming secretary with the right principles, but unexpectedly, the five elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth sent him a message. The mystical gem within him conveyed the urgent news. Yun Rin was entirely besieged by Yan Run, while Lei Ying was fighting desperately in retaliation. Without hesitation, Tsuji entered the underground hive, infusing it with his chakra. He established a connection with his essence through the Mind Stone, awakening a clone of himself, which we refer to as number 2. After cleansing the nutrient solution from his body and changing his attire, number 2 Tsuji inquired, "Essence, what is the matter?" "I must attend to the matters in Huangtu. You will remain here to oversee. Given the recent fluctuations in the situation, a significant meeting is undoubtedly imminent. Act accordingly when the time comes." Number 2 then produced an apple and began to savor it with delight. "Rest assured, I will handle things. We are linked through the mind network." Suji nodded to his secretary and directly opened a spatial door with the space gem, departing from Rock Hidden Village. Let us proceed, Xiaori. We must continue to illuminate Rock Hidden Village and perform numerous surgeries for our compatriots. Number 2 Suji's eyes gleamed with excitement. Such an opportunity to explore the mysteries of the human body was truly invaluable. Unlike his original self, who would idle away his time concerning himself with beautiful women, he was resolute in his purpose. Xiaori smiled and followed number 2. The darkened sky unleashed a relentless downpour, washing away the metallic scent of blood in the air. On the ground lay the lifeless bodies of cloud ninjas and rock ninjas. The third Reikage snapped the neck of a cloud ninja and cast it aside. Gazing at the vast, layered demonstration walls, he felt a wave of despair. The cloud ninja forces he led were now completely encircled by the rock ninjas, and the hope of breaking free was exceedingly slim. The combined earth release techniques of the rock ninjas were extensive and powerful, serving as formidable weapons on the battlefield. Moreover, to ensure the capture of the cloud ninja core, the deranged Noki had dispatched 2 Jinchuriki. The third Reikage glanced at the 2 weary wood golems beside him, their golden ponytails disheveled and their bodies stained with blood. To fend off the joint assault of the 2 rock ninja Jinchuriki, she had sustained considerable injuries. He gently patted the heads of the 2 wood golems, recognizing their bravery. Yet, they were still inexperienced in controlling the tailed beasts and had yet to fully master such formidable power. His intention in bringing her along was to utilize the war as a means for her to gain experience. The previous 2 tails Jinchuriki had perished in the Second Shinobi World War. The 2 wood golems were quite young, and their own chakra was too feeble to contain the tailed beast. The third Reikage sensed countless rock ninjas lurking beneath the ground and had made a final decision. This army of over 10,000 must not be annihilated here. Otherwise, the cloud ninja forces might never recover until the next Shinobi World War. He resolved to stay behind and cover the retreat of the cloud ninja corps. Without further hesitation, he summoned the commanding officer, Deity. Come here. Deity, the wielder of the lava release bloodline limit from Cloud Hidden Village, not magma, but rather the ability to create rubber, was the Reikage's right hand. During the 4th Shinobi World War, he had aided Naruto multiple times with his rubber abilities. Detai's expression was grave, fully aware of the current predicament. Lord Reikage, the forces of the rock ninja to the south are relatively weaker. We may attempt to break out from that direction. The third Reikage shook his head. Knowing that any attempt to break through would lead to certain death, Naki's willingness to send both Jinchuriki signified his unwavering resolve. I now convey to you my final command. Upon hearing the words, the expression on Tsukadai's face changed dramatically. As Reikage trusted aid, he understood the weight of Reikage's statement. Lord Reikage, we are not afraid of sacrifice. You must not remain here. The Cloud Shinobi still require your guidance. The third Reikage shook his head, asserting that the crux of this war lay with the Awagakure, not Konoha. We have lost the initiative against Awagakure, yet Inoki underestimates me. Tsukadai, you must lead them back. As long as our ninja corps remains intact, we still possess the potential to vie for supremacy. Compared to the role of the ninja corps, my existence holds little significance. Tsukadai, hearing these words, became agitated. The third Reikage was truly a totem of spirit for the Cloud Shinobi, the only one to have elevated the art of physical ninjutsu to unprecedented heights. He could battle the 8 tails for days and nights solely with his physical prowess. The only man capable of enduring the explosive force of a tailed beast bomb. With a single, fluid motion, he had severed one of the 8 tails' horns, subduing the beast rampage with mere brute strength. In the realm of cultivation, he was a legend among all practitioners of physical ninjutsu. As for the sacrifices of the ninja corps, those were trivial matters. Would the annihilation of a single Cloud Shinobi corps leave Awagakure unscathed? The Cloud Shinobi do not fear death. Chapter 35. The third Reikage's resolution. Tsukadai spoke again, Lord Third, but the Reikage raised his hand to halt him. Return, and allow my son to inherit the title of Reikage. As for whether to continue the war, you must carefully assess the situation before making a decision. Observing the solemn expressions of Tsukadai and the other confidants, the Reikage's demeanor turned grave. I am the Reikage. You shall execute my orders. Take the scroll back with you. My final words are inscribed within. Do not dally. Break through to the east and depart immediately. With tears welling in their eyes, Tsukadai and the others accepted the scroll and departed alongside 2 members of the Wooden Clan. The Reikage exhaled deeply. Facing death required immense courage. He had contemplated retreating after the corps had departed, but that possibility was untenable. He had to confront 2 ninja corps, over 20,000 men, along with the strategic weaponry of Awagakure's Jinchuriki. Should he abandon his post, they would swiftly pursue the cloud shinobi, thus he must resolutely impede their advance. Damn it. The lessons of the first Hokage were indeed correct. One must exercise caution. The second Raikage had fallen to the hands of the brothers Kin and Jin, and he had once mocked them, only to realize that he too was merely a brash fool. The third Raikage could only manage a bitter smile. Those at the pinnacle of the ninja world seldom meet their demise easily, such as he, the former second Hokage, and the second Otsutsuki. Yet, in reality, these seemingly invulnerable shinobi often perish due to unforeseen circumstances, all stemming from the weight of responsibility. Could the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique truly not save him? There is nothing else. It is merely the responsibility of the Hokage. The second Otsutsuki cannot fly. Can he not escape? It is solely for the sake of the hidden villages that one must fight with all their might. Am I not the same? The third Raikage grinned menacingly, his entire being erupting with black lightning. Noki, I must give you, old man, a harrowing reminder. Hell Spike, one book, one hand. Thunderstorm. The third Raikage turned in the opposite direction, his right finger pointing, instantly shattering hundreds of earthen walls in his path. Hell Lightning Flash. The third Raikage speed surpassed the sound barrier, unleashing a deafening roar through the air. Within mere seconds, he annihilated all nearby rock ninja with his black lightning. The rock ninja were startled by the Raikage's rampage, yet under the guidance of their command system, they managed to encircle the third Raikage. He bought precious time for the Cloud Ninja Legion. Any rock ninja attempting to pursue the Cloud Ninja would face the Raikage's wrath. Quick. Too quick. In such a short distance, even the golden flash pales in comparison. The rock ninja commanding from the front swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of irritation. They aimed to capture the Cloud Ninja Legion, not this muscle-bound brute. Damn it. Their ninjutsu could not breach his lightning armor, let alone inflict damage upon him. Such terrifying speed made it exceedingly difficult to land a hit. Even wide-area attacks would falter against his supersonic movements. The exasperated commander reported the situation to the Supreme Command. Shortly after, upon receiving the intelligence, Naka's brow furrowed. The third Raikage is widely recognized as one of the most powerful figures in the ninja world. The strongest spear paired with the strongest shield. In terms of individual strength, he ranks among the top 5. In a one-on-one confrontation, even his own father would struggle to defeat him. Naka's mind was rife with frustration. Mobilizing such a formidable army from the land of Earth was not meant for besieging the Raikage. However, it was evident that the Raikage intended to sacrifice himself to hold them all at bay. Remarkably, he was capable of accomplishing such a feat. This is due to the Raikage possessing a speed second only to the Flying Thunder God technique in the ninja world. In terms of short-distance movement, the Flying Thunder God technique does not surpass the third Raikage's velocity. Despite the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique being celebrated, it is not an invincible technique. First, the Flying Thunder God technique requires the throwing of kunai to create a mark. Second, executing the Flying Thunder God technique necessitates time, albeit a brief interval that ordinary ninjas can scarcely perceive. Yet, these weaknesses manifest as significant vulnerabilities before the third Raikage. Before the emergence of Konoha's Golden Flash, the third Raikage was renowned as the fastest in the ninja world. The more Noki pondered, the more his headache intensified. Once the third Raikage detached himself from the Cloud Ninja, they truly found themselves at a loss. At this moment, an advisor suggested, Lord Noki, shall we not have the two Jinchuriki attempt to subdue the Raikage? The cold gaze of Huangtu fell upon the foolish advisor. Are you an imbecile? With the Jinchuriki and Raikage clashing, can we withstand the aftershocks of their battle? The advisor, realizing his blunder, offered an awkward smile and fell silent. As long as Huangtu refrained from contemplating the issue regarding Suji, his mind remained clear. Convey my orders. Let Lao Zi and Han pursue the Cloud Shinobi individually. Upon sighting the Cloud Shinobi, they are to unleash their tailed beast bombs, compelling the Raikage to engage them in battle. We shall follow at a distance. Prepare to substitute at any moment. Remember, merely harass, do not confront directly, and afford the Raikage no respite. I wish to see if his strongest shield can withstand ninjutsu without chakra. Huangtu, without hesitation, targeted the Raikage's vulnerabilities, forcing him into a head-on confrontation. The Raikage, upon discovering the IWA Shinobi's Jinchuriki, immediately transformed into his tailed beast form, launching a tailed beast bomb towards the retreating Cloud Shinobi. Without a moment's thought, he surged forth like a bolt of black lightning. Bang! Bang! The two red-tailed beast Jinchuriki were sent flying, struck by the Raikage himself. The preparation of their tailed beast bomb was abruptly interrupted. Shadow Clone Technique. The Raikage entered a frenzied state, engaging in a fierce clash with the tailed beasts. The Jinchuriki in tailed beast form could heal from any injury, their chakra seemingly inexhaustible, truly a formidable weapon. Lao Zi expelled a stream of lava from his mouth. Yet the Raikage dashed through it without flinching, landing a powerful punch squarely on Lao Zi's eye in his second tailed beast stage. Lao Zi screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, while the Raikage seized Han, slamming him down. Huang Tu, observing from a distant mountaintop, gasped in disbelief. Was this truly a human? No wonder the Cloud Shinobi were a group inclined to resolve issues with brute force. With such strength, what need was there for contemplation? Action was the only answer. Huang Tu spoke to the advisor beside him. Divide our forces into 10 segments, taking turns to engage. Once the Jinchuriki withdraw, let each one take their turn to wear him down. Against a ninja like the Raikage, we must exhaust his chakra before contemplating his demise. The advisor relayed Huang Tu's orders. Profoundly shaken, the pinnacle of the ninja world was leagues apart from them. The Raikage, wielding the two Jinchuriki, relentlessly assaulted the IWA Shinobi, forcing them to retreat. Come on, IWA brats, is this all you've got? The third Raikage laughed heartily, exhilarated and overjoyed. At long last, he could unleash his full power. He was not inferior to anyone. He longed to have lived in the same era as the god of ninjas. Otherwise, he would have surely contended for the title. Chapter 36. The curtain falls on the mighty man. Huang Tu never anticipated that this depletion would consume a full 3 days and nights. The IWA Shinobi were left in a state of numbness. Was this truly a human? Without further ado, has the chakra quantity not already reached the level of a tailed beast? The Jinchuriki have retreated to rest on several occasions. It is essential to understand that while the Jinchuriki can harness the tailed beast's boundless chakra, their usage is nonetheless constrained by their physical stamina. As their strength wanes, they can no longer engage in the fierce battles of tailed beast transformation. In his heart, Noki felt a sense of relief. Fortunate that they did not rely on their numerical superiority to engage in a direct confrontation, which would have resulted in a significant loss of IWA Shinobi. Under Naka's command, the IWA Shinobi employed earth release techniques from a distance, concealing themselves underground. However, many ninjas, regardless of how deeply they hid, were still apprehended and eliminated by the Raikage. After 3 days and nights of relentless combat, nearly 1,000 ninjas perished on the battlefield. Standing atop the fallen IWA Shinobi, the Raikage remained unscathed. Not a single mark upon his body. All the IWA ninjas felt an overwhelming dread. They were not facing a mere human, but a deity. The so-called god of ninjas was truly formidable indeed. Noki trembled with rage upon viewing the battle reports. How could he present such dismal news to others? Over 20,000 men had clashed against one, yet after 3 days, they had failed to vanquish him? Cursed wretch. Noki gritted his teeth, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Was this the terrifying power of a peak shadow-level ninja? If the Raikage mastered flight, even his father would hesitate to enter the Raikage sensory range. Though dust release was formidable, its initiation speed was perilously swift. Throughout the recent battles, had it not been for the support from the Cloud Ninja forces, the two Jinchuriki would have been mercilessly slain by the Raikage. In the face of the Raikage's speed, even the tailed beast bomb could not unleash its might. The Raikage's lightning chakra armor rivaled the forbidden power of the Uchiha clan Susanoo, proving nearly impervious to damage. Lord Noki, the censor ninjas have brought good news, exclaimed the messenger, excitement radiating from his demeanor. What news? Noki inquired, furrowing his brow. Could it be that the Cloud Ninja forces, in a moment of folly, had returned to rescue the Raikage? If that were the case, it would be disastrous. The censor ninjas reported that the Raikage chakra was nearing depletion. He could not endure much longer. Naka's eyes lit up. This truly was auspicious news. If the Raikage persisted, the morale of the IWA Shinobi would likely shatter completely. In his heart, Noki shouted, "Excellent. I truly believed you were invincible." He ordered the front lines to proclaim, "Whoever slays the Raikage shall be promoted by 3 ranks. A bounty of 100 million. Noki understood that at this critical juncture, the demoralized IWA Shinobi needed a boost. A chance to eliminate the exhausted Raikage once and for all. Many rock ninjas stand on the brink of psychological collapse, a disintegration of cognition. Let us venture forth to witness the fall of the Raikage. Huang Tu can hardly contain his excitement, and the other rock ninjas share in his fervor. The title of Kage signifies not merely a position, but serves as the very backbone of a village's spirit. With the Raikage's downfall at the hands of the rock ninjas, the Cloud Ninjas shall inevitably feel inferior in his presence. This embodies a profound psychological victory, ineffable in its glory. High above the clouds, Sushi sits cross-legged in midair, savoring the sight of the battlefield below, which has been engulfed in combat for 3 days and nights. He observes with keen interest as the Reikage single-handedly overwhelms two Jinchuriki in their tailed beast forms. The younger of the two is forcefully expelled from his transformation, nearly suffering a fatal blow to the brain from the Reikage strike. Had it not been for the intervention of Old Z, the rock ninjas might have contemplated capturing the Five Tails in a few years' time, if not for the medical ninjas at the rear replenishing the stamina of the two Jinchuriki. They would have been utterly exhausted by now. The power of the tailed beasts is not so easily wielded. Thus, even the likes of Killer Bee, who may one day master the power of the tailed beasts, cannot sustain their transformation for extended periods. The wallflower Huang Mao, son of the Sage of Six Paths, does not count. Suji's eyes clearly discerned that the chakra within Reikage was nearly depleted, and the chakra armor adorning his body could no longer be sustained. The demise of the Reikage was imminent, destined for today. The sky darkened, as if mourning the fall of this formidable warrior of the Shinobi world. Countless rock ninjas emerged from the earth, dispersing to form a wide circle. They gazed upon the man before them, who resembled a deity, the Reikage, whose reputation for invincibility was well-deserved. His pursuit of a martial art that harmonized speed, strength, and defense reached unprecedented heights under the stewardship of the Third Reikage. In Suji's estimation, perhaps only the legendary Might Guy, with his Eighth Gate, could rival the pinnacle of the Third Reikage in terms of physical prowess. This is not mere flattery. One could challenge Might Guy to face a legion of over 20,000 ninjas, alongside two Jinchuriki, in a 3-day battle, and witness whether he could endure. As for the notion of Might Guy dispatching 20,000 foes in an instant, such an outcome is not dictated by the narrative. Opponents would not simply vanish. Not everyone possesses the prowess of the Sage of Six Paths. While I acknowledge the potency of Might Guy's ultimate technique, I must confront it head-on. Wouldn't you agree, Sage of Six Paths? The silent rock ninjas emanated an ineffable aura, profoundly illustrating that numbers equate to strength. The sheer multitude, akin to an army of ants, fixated upon him, was intimidating enough to instill fear with mere presence. After 3 days and nights of relentless combat, the Third Reikage experienced a bittersweet exhilaration from the battle, yet felt a sense of frustration. Aside from engaging with a select few powerful adversaries, the majority of his time was spent combating the relentless onslaught of rock ninjas. One need not elaborate on the earth techniques of the rock ninjas. Their concealment underground was indeed vexing. Though I may perish today, I remain the unparalleled Reikage. Suji was nearly overcome with laughter, struck by the resemblance to the legendary Shichuba Wang. However, the rock ninjas remained silent, withholding their opinions. After 3 days and nights of relentless battle, they held a profound respect for the Reikage. The Reikage cast a scornful glance at the lofty figure of Anoki, mockingly stating, "You must be the gluttonous son of Anoki." At these words, Anoki's face involuntarily twitched. The surrounding rock ninjas dared not utter a word, wishing to block their ears. They wished to see the Reikage off. Anoki had initially intended to engage in verbal sparring, but the Reikage's remark extinguished his interest, igniting a desire to swiftly end the confrontation. United Ninjutsu, Earth Release, Super Earth Sphere. Thousands of rock ninjas executed a combined Earth Release technique, encasing the Reikage in a colossal earthen sphere. As lightning crackled around him, he entered the lightning release chakra mode, his speed surging as he instantaneously lunged towards Anoki. Yet, just as he approached the edge of the massive earthen barrier, the lightning surrounding him began to fade. Damn it! Why now? The Reikage realized that his chakra was insufficient to sustain his movement. The exhaustion of chakra over 3 days and nights, coupled with the depletion of physical strength, took its toll. Helplessly, he watched as the immense earth sphere enveloped him, continuing to drain the scant remnants of his chakra. Had he been familiar with Naruto, he would have understood that in the narrative. The next instance of the rock ninjas employing such a united technique would be against the Ten Tails. He should have felt honored. Bang, bang, bang. The earth trembled as the Reikage retaliated from within the sphere. However, as time passed, the sounds of his resistance gradually subsided. The rock ninjas sensed that their combined earth release technique could no longer absorb any chakra and had the sensing ninjas verify repeatedly. Finally, they confirmed that the Reikage was deceased. They chose not to prolong their earth release technique, unwilling to reduce him to a mere pulp. A complete corpse held far greater value. Lord Anoki, it has been confirmed that the Reikage is dead. Anoki nodded in satisfaction. Had the Reikage possessed sufficient chakra, their technique would not have contained him. Chapter 37. The debut of Earth, Water, Fire, and Metal. The Reikage solo performance, spanning 3 days and nights, had finally come to an end. This battle would eternally be etched into the records of all the great ninja villages. In the future, during lessons on legendary figures of the ninja world, instructors would recount the Raikage's final act. The third Raikage became an idol for practitioners of physical ninjutsu. The sealing team was instructed to seal the Raikage's body and return it to the village. Huang Tu beheld the lifeless form of Raikage liberated from its earthen confines. A multitude of emotions surging within him. He increasingly recognized that confronting Suji necessitated a similar strategy. It was imperative to engage him with numbers, never to face him alone. Regardless of how legendary a ninja may be, they would ultimately succumb to the overwhelming force of sheer numbers. Observing the sealing squad of ninjas meticulously preparing Raikage's remains, a profound sense of relief washed over the entire IWA ninja community. Many rock ninjas pondered where to unwind first. Upon witnessing this scene, Huang Tu understood that the Legion required a respite. Convey my orders. Rest for 3 days. Abundant food and entertainment shall be provided. The multitude of rock ninjas erupted in cheers. Long live Lord Huang Tu. As he listened to the praises of his comrades, Huang Tu felt lightheaded, almost euphoric. Indeed, this was the sensation he craved and relished, the adulation of the masses. However, the moment he compared himself to Suji, he realized that such a claim was beyond his reach. Although Huang Tu had not accomplished the mission assigned to him by the higher-ups of the rock ninjas to annihilate the Cloud Ninja army, the Raikage could still provide him with a satisfactory excuse this time, an offensive non-combat. Lao Zi and Han, upon witnessing the death of the Raikage, breathed a sigh of relief. Thank the heavens, this inhuman being has finally perished. The younger Han inquired, Lao Zi, is the lightning release body forging secret technique of the Yue clan truly that formidable? With his vast experience, Lao Zi explained to his younger companion. Though the lightning release body forging technique of the Yue clan is powerful, there is only one that is extraordinarily so. Even the first and second Raikage did not possess such a degree of abnormality. It is likely that the third Raikage's strength is only second to the legendary ninjas Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama of yore. Do not fear should you encounter such ninjas in the future. If the Cloud Ninjas could cultivate another abnormality like the third Raikage, it would be a wonder. As he spoke, Lao Zi pointed to a massive boulder, saying, I consumed this very stone. Han, encased in a specially crafted red armor that revealed only his eyes, remarked, is there truly such a powerful ninja in the ninja world? Indeed, our Lord Otsutsuki is one. With a single dust release technique, regardless of any tailed beast host, they would be reduced to mere remnants, Lao Zi lamented, recalling the moment he witnessed Inoki personally reduce the disobedient previous Four Tails Jinchuriki to atoms. Han expressed admiration. I am well aware of the might of our Otsutsuki's dust release. Are there any ninjas who can be compared to the third Otsutsuki? He found it hard to believe that any power could rival the invincible dust release. Lao Zi patted Han on the shoulder, saying, do not underestimate the heroes of the world. Though dust release is terrifying, there are methods to counter it. However, our Otsutsuki has not personally acted in decades. In other ninja villages, even if they devised countermeasures, there would be no opportunity to implement them. Nevertheless, the third Hokage of Konoha is known to be a formidable force, not inferior to our Otsutsuki. As for the strengths of the third Mizukage and third Kazekage, that remains uncertain. Han, disbelief evident on his face, replied, I am aware that the third Hokage is proficient in all the techniques of Konoha, but what can he possibly use to compete with our Otsutsuki's dust release? Old Z sighed in resignation, lamenting the casual banter that often transpired among ninjas, as if the outcomes of battles could merely be deduced from surface-level data. He explained, are you foolish? Who would dare to confront Lord Otsutsuki's dust release head-on? In combat, one must naturally evade the tangible and strike at the intangible. Indeed, who would willingly face the Otsutsuki's dust release? Wouldn't you agree, Impure Zetsu? Thank you. The drawing has been revised to Impure Zetsu. Han recognized that he was trapped in a cognitive dissonance, prompting old Z to elucidate further. Both of us possess the power of tailed beasts within us, allowing us to adeptly manipulate chakra's nature and form. Yet even so, we cannot claim mastery over any specific chakra attribute. The third Hokage was widely acknowledged throughout the ninja world for his profound expertise in all 5 chakra attributes, displaying unparalleled skill in both form and nature transformations. Such formidable prowess may not surpass the destructive capacity of the tailed beast bombs we wield while transformed. However, in a direct confrontation, we would undoubtedly meet our demise. To eliminate such ninjas, one must create opportunities that compel them to engage with us directly, akin to the necessity of overpowering the third Raikage. It is said that, aside from being unable to utilize the first Hokage's would release from his bloodline limit. He mastered all the ninjutsu inscribed in the legendary Book of Seals. Han fell silent, having only become a Jinchuriki for IWA after the Second Great Ninja War, and was thus largely unaware of many secretive matters within the ninja realm. Old Z was eager to impart further secrets of the ninja world to his younger companion. However, the four-tailed son Wukong within Han was already sounding alarms of impending danger. Kill. Avenge Lord Raikage. The battle cries resonated from below as 5 ninjas clad in cloud attire emerged from the earth, their target being Huang Tuesday. The assailants were none other than the 5 members of the elemental quintet, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, who had recently donned the garb of cloud ninjas. They were originally hired at a hefty price by the grass ninja to assassinate Suji. In the narrative, the Xianyuan clan, a mysterious organization, proclaimed to be without a village or master, operating solely to exchange wealth for calamity. They held the title of ninja hunters, adept at tracking down rogue ninjas. The 4th Raikage once led his subordinates in seizing the ancestral scroll of secret techniques from the village of Cedar, prompting Cedar Village to enlist the Xianyuan clan to pursue the 4th Raikage and his associates. The Xianyuan clan, emboldened by their explosive insects, faced the 4th Raikage without fear, not only claiming the life of one of his subordinates but also placing the 4th Raikage and another under dire threat. Had the 4th Raikage not sought Tsunade's aid for healing, he might have met a fatal end. After Suji captured him alive and transformed him in the Rock Ninja Hospital, he endowed each individual with the prowess of a shadow-level ninja, simultaneously implanting 5 types of bloodline limits: Doton, Gangtun, Londun, Xingtuan, and Yintuan. Doton allows one to erase their presence and become completely transparent. Xingtuan enables instant teleportation. Yintuan facilitates the manipulation of matter, akin to the inorganic reincarnation learned in the Dragon Cave Sage Arts. Moreover, using the Mind Gem, Suji provided the 5 individuals with a mental local area network, allowing them to share sensory perceptions such as sight and sound during combat. Additionally, Suji implanted all the techniques he had researched, including various 5-element transformations, forbidden techniques, and collected secret arts, into the memories of the 5. The latter 2 bloodline limits, Xingtuan and Yintuan, are Suji's own imperfect creations. Chakra can effortlessly manipulate the physical laws of the world, and these 2 bloodline limits are the products of his research. The inspiration for the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, stemmed from an anime featuring a red cat and a blue rabbit that Suji had watched, leading him to bestow such titles upon them. The 5 of them, having employed Doton to conceal their presence and evade the sensory capabilities of the vigilant ninja, stealthily approached Huang Tuesday. In a sudden assault, a cold katana glimmered with a chilling light, striking Huang Tu's neck, shattering the rock upon it. It was revealed that Huang Tu was protected by a layer of rock armor, a technique utilized exclusively by elite jounin, showcasing the transformation of chakra's properties and forms. Similar techniques include the sand armor of Sunagakure and the lightning armor of Kyomogakure. Suji observed the unfolding drama in the sky, his possession of the spatial gem rendering him invisible to the perceptive ninjas who remained oblivious to his presence. Chapter 38. Suji finally unleashes his wrath. The earth is chilly. With 5 shadow-level powerhouses attempting to assassinate him, one might think he should feel satisfied. It is not that Suji lacks grandeur. Rather, it is a matter of vengeance. The incessant buzzing of bothersome flies has plagued him for years, and it is high time they met their demise. The reaction of the earth was swift, given that he had been personally trained by Noki. The rock ninjas were even quicker, shouting to protect Lord Earth. Earth-style, earth-flowing river. The ground surged forth like a roaring river, pushing back the 5 assailants. Earth-style, yellow spring marsh. The ground beneath the 5 transformed into soft mire, a force pulling them down into the swamp. The guards of Earth displayed their prowess, engaging in combat alongside the 5 with their ninjutsu. Jean snickered coldly, his body hardened, crackling with electricity. Lightning release, lightning formation. The electricity emanated from Jean, paralyzing the nearby ninjas, rendering them immobile. Body flicker technique, lightning slash. Mu utilized his bloodline limit, appearing beside Earth, his blade resembling a roaring silver dragon as it descended with tremendous force. Should this strike land, even Earth, encased in stone, would be cleaved in 2. Suddenly, the tailed beast, Old Purple, materialized beside Earth, sweeping his tail and sending Mu flying. Steam release, eruption. Scalding steam enveloped Earth, obscuring his exact position from the 5. water and fire-formed seals, executing a combined ninjutsu. Fire release, wind release, storm dragon inferno. A colossal fire dragon, stretching 100 meters, incinerated the nearby rock ninja guards into ashes. Old Purple, encasing earth and tailed beast chakra, whisked him away from the onslaught of combined ninjutsu. Old Purple was internally astonished by the sheer ferocity of the ninjutsu and chakra displayed. Who were these formidable assailants? Why target Earth? How had they bypassed the vigilance of the perceptive ninjas? These questions flooded Old Purple's mind, but urgency prevailed. He knew he must evacuate Earth. Against the united force of the five, he could not guarantee Earth's safety. Earth felt an unbearable rage brewing within him. Had he known who orchestrated this assassination attempt, he would have unleashed the fury of the Otsutsuki's heir upon them. Clang! In the midst of their escape, Old Purple collided with an invisible wall. His swift momentum caused him to hit his head, momentarily halting his thoughts. The five had collectively invoked the power of telekinesis, a force akin to psychokinesis, catching Old Purple completely off guard. Baka, release Lord Earth. In that fleeting moment, the five individuals had arrived beside Earth, who was seized by one arm. The other four acted swiftly, shattering Earth's clone and breaking his limbs, rendering him incapable of performing ninjutsu. Subsequently, the five alternated in using body flicker techniques. Their continuous, instantaneous movements leaving the rock ninjas utterly unable to pursue. In the blink of an eye, both Earth and the quintet vanished from sight. Upon awakening, Old Purple witnessed this scene, feeling a cold sweat trickle down his back. Where was Lord Earth? Han helped him up, shaking his head, revealing that he had been taken by those five individuals. The sensory ninja could only ascertain that they headed north. What are we waiting for? We must pursue. With Earth absent, Old Purple, being the highest-ranking individual present, directed the rock ninjas to split into groups and surge northward. Just moments ago, they had been reveling in the triumph of defeating the Raikage, only to be jolted by such a sudden turn of events. The majority of the rock ninjas were caught off guard. They remained oblivious to the situation until their superior announced that Earth had been abducted in plain sight. The rock ninjas who grasped this news felt as though they had been dealt a resounding slap to the face, particularly the sensory ninjas. Old Purple led the elite rock ninjas in pursuit of the direction from which Earth had been taken, feeling as if a colossal weight were about to descend upon him. Would Noki not hold him accountable for Earth's predicament? Internally, Old Purple felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Earth, with his limbs broken and cast aside onto the ground, endured excruciating pain that made him want to moan in agony. Yet, instilled with the teachings of Noki, he maintained his composure and inquired, "Who are you? What is the purpose of your actions? Are you aware of the consequences your deeds will bring to this world?" The five elemental ninjas exhibited no reaction to Earth's words. Nevertheless, he continued to speak incessantly, hoping to glean some useful information. Suddenly, the incessant chatter of Earth ceased as he lowered his head and knelt on one knee towards a particular direction, collectively exclaiming, "Master." With great difficulty, Earth turned his head and beheld the very person he had dreaded seeing most. Suji descended gently from the heavens, standing before the earthen figure. The expression on the Earth's face transitioned from shock and disbelief to fear, eventually blossoming into a radiant smile, illuminating the surroundings. "Brother Suji, it is you. Please, save me." The Earth was engulfed in terror, yet it forced itself to suppress the haunting memory of the five individuals who had called out to the master. These strangers had appeared from nowhere and captured me here. I must inform my father, so he may witness the terror of the Earth's shadow. Suji smiled as he observed the earthen clown, deluding himself with a sense of falsehood, feeling an unprecedented tranquility within. This is the essence of a transcendent. He yearned to have everyone kneel before him, offering their reverence. Whether their sentiments were genuine mattered little. The true intrigue lay in their compelled submission. The Earth. Su Jibing's cold voice interrupted Huang Tu's fantasies. "Do you have any final words?" Huang Tu's smile gradually hardened, losing its luster. He was not foolish. He understood the implications of the titles used by the five. Indeed, he had been naive, believing that Suji would always remain silent and passive. After all, he was a student of his own father. If it were not for his father's support, would Suji have achieved his current standing? This was fundamentally why he harbored deep-seated disdain for Suji. It was a deeply ingrained perception issue, largely unrelated to intelligence. Huang Tu realized that Suji would not spare him, and thus he erupted in desperation, angrily demanding, "Suji, why are you doing this? If it weren't for my father taking you in as a disciple and continuously supporting you, would you have attained such accomplishments?" Suji wore a stoic expression, merely waving his hand. The 5 individuals, upon receiving the command, commenced their application of torture. Suji was acutely aware of his own nefarious nature. He harbored grudges that would endure until the world's end. He had no intention of easily letting Huang Tu off the hook. Surely, it was imperative to subject him to the full spectrum of torturous methods. Naturally, that was non-negotiable. Listening to Huang Tu's anguished cries, Suji produced a camera of his own design. Hundreds of robots took to the skies, capturing every angle of Huang Tu's torment in a comprehensive 360-degree panorama. These recordings could be revisited whenever he sought amusement on a day when his spirits were low, to prevent the pursuing rock ninjas from interfering. Suji periodically harnessed the power of spatial gems to transport them over varying distances. Suji raised his hand, and a beam of light illuminated the yellow earth. The yellow earth exhaled a breath, becoming capable of speech. Suji, grant me a swift resolution. Suji gazed at Huang Tu's barely alive state with immense satisfaction. Suji's language was remarkably cold. Hiki. Suddenly, Huang Tu laughed maniacally. Suji, I concede that I am inferior to you. Yet there is one matter in which I surpass you. Suji curled his lips, already having an inkling of what kind of nonsense Huang Tu might utter. Do you know? Suji languidly perched upon a rock, displaying little interest in Huang Tu's words. Observing Suji's nonchalant demeanor, Huang Tu felt a surge of frustration. Do you know that Jasmine secretly harbors feelings for you? I know you are aware. And I also know that you reciprocate her affections. However, I have resolved to ask my father to propose to the Blackstone family. After enduring countless hardships, I shall finally wed the woman who adores you. No matter how deeply she cherishes you, she will always remain your sister-in-law. How does that make you feel? Are you enraged? Huang Tu shouted these words with all his might, eager to witness Suji's fury. Yet, Suji appeared utterly disinterested, as if Jasmine Blackstone were an individual entirely unrelated to him. Is that all? He mused. Suji let out a derisive laugh, assuring, rest assured. I will take good care of your sister-in-law. How foolish, he thought, to believe he had won the heart of a goddess. The existence of Huang Tu persisted until today, not due to Suji's inability to vanquish him, but rather because his presence was necessary for Suji to discern allies from adversaries. As for Haishi Morina, the darkness within her womb was merely a technological byproduct of Suji's soul gem. Huang Tu's union with the goddess was but a facade. Upon hearing this, an inferno of rage surged within Huang Tu. You scoundrel, what are you planning? He is your elder brother-in-law. Little did he expect that Suji was a traitor. Suji, should you dare to act in such a manner, my father will surely not let you off lightly, Huang Tu declared, though he felt a tinge of inadequacy in his resolve. Indeed, the man before him was the legitimate future Otsutsuki. Even if he were to forcibly marry Morina, what could Inoki possibly do? All he could utter was a promise to care for her daughter-in-law moving forward. The thought of that scene drove Huang Tu to madness. Suji, however, found no interest in his appearance any longer, as his fingers pressed against the forehead of Huang Tuesday. The light gradually faded from Huang Tu's eyes, succumbing to death. Nevertheless, the essence of his soul manifested as a tangible chakra. The soul of Huang Tu observed all that transpired with curiosity, pondering. What has happened to me? Sealing. The chakra sorcerer unfurled the scroll in Suji's hands, completely sealing Huang Tu's soul. Suji desires not merely the corporeal demise of Huang Tu, but seeks the complete obliteration of his very soul, wishing for it to vanish entirely from existence. However, Suji's understanding of the soul remains rather superficial, rendering him incapable of annihilating a person's essence in totality. Upon death, barring extraordinary means that might tether a soul to this realm, all souls, without exception, return to the Pure Land. Even should Suji employ the art of spiritual transformation to extinguish a life, he cannot obliterate the soul within. You 5 shall venture to the front lines of the battles between IWA, Shinobi, and Konoha, collaborating with the agents present there to locate a boy of the Uchiha clan. Upon your discovery, please inform me. Suji harnessed the power of the spatial gem to transport these individuals away. Casting a glance at the lifeless body of Huang Tu, Suji departed with a sense of satisfaction. A quarter of an hour later, Lao Zi and the others gazed at Huang Tu's corpse with grim expressions, overwhelmed by an indescribable fury. Who could it be? Who possessed such motives and such power? As for the Cloud Shinobi, each shadow-level powerhouse is known by name. It is implausible that 5 unknown shadow-level warriors could emerge from the Cloud Shinobi. Furthermore, the bloodline limits employed by these 5 were evidently not recorded within the annals of the Shinobi world. After a moment of contemplation, Laozi decided that such intelligence analysis should be entrusted to the intelligence department. Reluctantly, Laozi issued the command, let the sealing team and the medical team return Lord Huang Tu's body. Leave 2 small teams to conduct an investigation, regardless of the outcome. They shall return in 3 days. The others were instructed to withdraw to the camp and await further orders. In the presence of so many, their highest commander had been taken and slain. Not long ago, 2 ninja legions had battled for 3 days and nights to bring down a single adversary. The dignity of the entire rock ninja was being trampled upon mercilessly. Han observed the despondency enveloping the rock ninja. The spirit and morale of the troops were on the verge of disarray. Once they were alone, Han could no longer restrain himself and inquired, Laozi, will leaving just 2 small teams for the investigation be sufficient? Laozi shot a disdainful glance at the young man, retorting, sufficient? How many do you believe would suffice? We are dealing with 5 shadow-level powerhouses. Even 2 of us could be eliminated. Moreover, they wield an unknown bloodline limit. If it were not for the need to appease the higher-ups of the village, I would not even consider dispatching 2 ninja teams. If they fail to uncover anything, that would be fortunate. But if they do, will they return alive? Humph. Han scratched his head. He was still young and lacked the finesse to adeptly navigate affairs. Chapter 39. A Sudden Thunderbolt. In the office of the Otsutsuki, since allowing his son to command 2 formidable armies to encircle a single division of Kumogakure, Noki had not received a single favorable report. In a bid for caution, he even relinquished the imminent capture of Konohagakure and dispatched both Jinchuriki into the fray. Little did he anticipate that his shinobi would become the stepping stone for the final act of the 3rd Reikage. The moment he received the news, Noki was engulfed in regret, questioning why he had not taken it upon himself to be present at the front lines. As the war raged on, the regular war council of Awagakure convened. Seated in the Tsuchiki's chair, Noki listened to the intelligence division as they meticulously presented the battle reports from various fronts. Upon hearing the news of the Reikage's demise, the office erupted in enthusiastic applause. Noki could only shake his head in resignation. In reality, Awagakure had suffered tremendously. Yet the news of the Reikage's death stirred a sense of victory among the people. Such is the nature of the human heart. Noki had long foreseen this outcome. Had the Reikage not fought with reckless abandon, the Kumogakure forces would not have escaped. Nevertheless, he refrained from interrupting the jubilant celebrations in times of war. The populace craved a glimmer of hope, even if it was merely superficial. Suddenly, an Umbu member burst in, shattering the jubilant atmosphere. Observing the anxious demeanor of the Umbu, who was signaling him urgently, Noki understood that this was an urgent report. He shook his head, indicating that the elders were present, and urged the Umbu to speak plainly. Acknowledging Noki's prompting, the Umbu reluctantly relayed. The latest report reveals that Lord KT was attacked by 5 suspected Kumogakure ninjas while overseeing the battlefield cleanup. Lord KT has perished. This is the report from the veteran, Old Z, at the front. The remains of both the Reikage and Lord KT have been brought outside. After delivering the grim tidings, the Umbu bowed his head, grateful that Tsuchikage Noki had not unleashed his fury upon him, despite their disdain for KT's authoritative demeanor within the Umbu. Upon hearing the Umbu's words, Noki suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Grasping the table to steady himself, he turned to Otsutsuki beside him and asked, Otsutsuki, did I mishear something? At that moment, Otsutsuki, tears streaming down his face, sobbed, Tsuchikage, Lord KT is no more. He has been assassinated. A surge of determination welled up within Noki. He forcefully pushed the weeping Otsutsuki aside and strode toward the Umbu, declaring, take me to the bodies of the Reikage and Lord KT. Yes. The Umbu dared not utter a word as they accompanied the clan leaders and the Tsuchikage to view the remains of the 2 individuals. Yuki immediately recognized the body as that of his own son. Having lost his wife early on, he had only this one son left. And now he was gone. The very purpose of sending him to the northern battlefield was to ensure his safety, yet the outcome was tragically the opposite. He lay dead before him. Unable to contain his tears, Yuki felt hot droplets streaming down his cheeks, each tear resembling fragments of stone as they fell to the ground. Hearing his sobs, a heavy silence enveloped the gathering, with everyone refraining from making even the slightest sound. Ultimately, it was Yuki's father-in-law, the head of the Hekishi clan, who stepped forward to offer consolation. As a seasoned ninja who had endured countless battles, Yuki quickly regained his composure. His mind began to race with the various uncertainties surrounding his son's death. He took his father's handwritten letter and scrutinized it multiple times. It contained numerous ambiguities that compelled him to seek answers from Old Purple. Though he had suspects in mind, many questions remained unanswered. Summon Chief Suji to examine the bodies, Yuki commanded. The Umbu swiftly went to fetch Suji, who was engrossed in life sciences. Upon Suji's arrival, Yuki approached him directly, placing a hand on his shoulder and sorrowfully stating, "Suji, Huang Tu has been assassinated. Please examine his body. We require intelligence to analyze the enemy he encountered." Suji replied solemnly, "My lord Otsutsuki, please accept my condolences," and then commenced the autopsy. Yuki discerned that the Suji before him was indeed the real one, not a shadow clone. As the Otsutsuki who had presided over Awakens for decades, he quickly shook off the grief of losing his son. In the entire ninja world, Suji was undoubtedly one of those who bore enmity towards his son. Thus, he was the first to come under suspicion. However, if Suji was indeed the genuine article, then who else had the motive to assassinate Huang Tu? Furthermore, the presence of 5 enigmatic elite Shinobi raised even more questions. Where had these 5 shadow-level warriors come from? How had they evaded the sensory ninjas? Was it through intangibility? But could all 5 possess such an ability? So many perplexities loomed over him, leaving Yuki to await Suji's autopsy report. "My lord Otsutsuki." Huang Tu's limbs were severed, rendering him unable to fight, and Suji's report bore no distinction from his inspection. The enemy was indeed formidable, leaving Huang Tu with scarcely any opportunity to retaliate, ultimately rendering him incapable of resistance. Daimyo intended to further inquire about Huang Tu, yet was interrupted by an intelligence report from the Umbu. "Lord Otsutsuki, the 4th Legion of Konoha, under the command of Danzo, has united with the 3rd Legion of Konoha and has commenced a counteroffensive against us. The 1st Legion, led by the late Mori Hiroshi, has been compelled to retreat, with the defensive line now pushed to the border of our 2 nations." Suppressing his simmering anger, Daimyo declared, "Convene an expanded meeting to deliberate on our subsequent strategies." The 2nd Suji was also to participate in this meeting, which required the attendance of all departmental heads. As he listened to the squabbling of these elderly gentlemen, the 2nd Suji could not help but reflect on the true Suji. Indeed, he was a scoundrel, subjecting Huang Tu to a myriad of tortures, employing the power of the mind gem to prevent his demise. Quite a masterstroke. Should anyone dare to repay Suji's kindness with malice, then Suji would ensure they met their maker. The 2nd Suji held no interest in the discussions at hand. These individuals were merely vying for the interests of their respective clans. Regardless of their decisions, he, the 2nd Suji, was solely concerned with the wounded and the afflicted. Chapter 40, The Battle of Konoha and Awakens. Sujijin observed everything with great interest. Tuanzo was indeed quite capable. However, even now that Suji had traversed into this world, he still could not comprehend Tuanzo's maneuver of thrusting a kunai into Susanoo. Could it be that, in that particular action, Tuanzo employed a transformation of nature with wind release, thereby enhancing the cutting power of the wind to test the defensive capabilities of Susanoo? Suji ultimately concluded that it was all Okamoto's fault, a mere illustrator of comics, utterly lacking in understanding of Naruto. In a clandestine maneuver, Danzo had drawn the star ninja of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, into the fray, seizing upon the misinformation regarding Minato's presence on the battlefield. Danzo employed space-time ninjutsu to transfer the formidable Yamada no Orochi. Faced with this seemingly indestructible puppet masterpiece, Danzo inscribed explosive tags on dozens of root ninjas, orchestrating a sacrificial assault to obliterate the Yamada no Orochi entirely. It is important to note that this puppet could withstand the might of a tailed beast bomb. Witnessing this scene, Chiyo was moved to tears. The one-tailed Jinchuriki was ensnared by Konoha's 9-tails Jinchuriki, bolstered by Minato, Tsunade, and Danzo. Chiyo found herself at a disadvantage against Tsunade. Even with Raza's formidable strength, he could not prevail against the combined forces of Minato and Danzo. Ultimately, Chiyo, being the most astute, promptly surrendered. Danzo recognized the precarious situation facing Konoha and chose to withdraw while ahead. Realizing that gaining the upper hand against Konoha was futile, Chiyo opted for peace to preserve Tsunagekyu's vitality. In the end, Danzo and Chiyo presided over the negotiations between the 2 ninja villages. The conflict concluded with Konoha's victory as the curtain fell. The most significant loss for Tsunagekyu was that of the Yamada no Orochi, a priceless weapon fashioned from the collective might of a ninja village, designed to counter the legendary Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Observing the information regarding Scorpion, Suji could sense Scorpion's deep resentment over the destruction of the Yamada no Orochi. Had it not been for necessity, Konoha would undoubtedly have refrained from its destruction, opting instead to bring it back for study. Shuji ignited flames in his hand, reducing the intelligence to ashes. The true self, not engaging in the study of physiology with beautiful young ladies, found himself here. The primary Shuji was engrossed in investigating the chakra of the seven-tailed rabi, inquiring without lifting his gaze. I came to observe the progress of the tailed beast chakra research, while also placing the soul of Huang to hear. Suji, as he spoke, released the scroll in his hand, allowing the essence of the lust to enter a cylindrical tube where it succumbed to slumber. According to the current pace of research, unraveling the enigma of the tailed beast chakra's infinite proliferation may take several months. Is there an urgent need to launch the Heavenly Eye system? Suji inquired. There is no rush. What I require now is to firmly establish myself in the position of the fourth Hokage. Then seek the dragon vein in Lulan to uncover the pivotal time gem. The true strength of the Otsutsuki clan remains unknown. Swiftly augmenting our power is the wisest course of action. Suji asked, have we still not gathered any information on White Zetsu? Unfortunately, we have yet to locate Uchiha Madara through White Zetsu. Suji proposed, perhaps we should consider approaching Nagato directly to obtain the Rinnegan. Suji shook his head, expressing that we ought not to perceive real individuals through the lens of anime and manga. He harbored doubts about Uchiha Madara's lack of manipulation regarding the Rinnegan. The primary concern lay in the fact that he was still alive, should he sense any unforeseen developments. What would prevent him from using space-time ninjutsu to whisk away those eyes? As long as Uchiha Madara remains unvanquished, a new incarnation of Indra cannot emerge. Regarding the notion of directly ascending to the moon, my understanding of chakra remains insufficient. Who can say whether Sage of the Six Paths brother exists on the moon by some other means? The most prudent and advantageous course of action is to broker a deal with Uchiha Madara. Suji further elaborated. Once Uchiha Madara has perished, our negotiations with Kaguya would be far more favorable. Our adversary is not the woman on the moon, but rather the enigmatic Otsutsuki clan. A devoted son like Kaguya will be willing to do anything, provided we can assist him in liberating his mother. Suji nodded slightly, urging the acceleration of research. The primary function of the Tianyan satellite is to monitor the Otsutsuki clan residing within the ninja world. My greatest concern lies in the possibility of members of the Otsutsuki clan traversing through time and space, creating unpredictable variables that must be identified. Suji gestured an OK sign and resumed his focus on the research. Suji approached Cat Dan, gazing at the slumbering figure before him, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. How delightful it was to have Cat Dan propel him to the pinnacle of the ninja world during his ascent. Suji Shia left the organization S-Space with a sardonic smile. What? Am I also required to go? Suji number 2 expressed his discontent. Daiemu, unable to persuade his apprentice, replied, that area is the main battlefield, where you can truly exert your utmost capabilities. Suji no. 2 recognized Daiemu's skepticism towards him, yet seeing the signed appointment letter already in hand, he reluctantly accepted it. Suji stated, very well, but I have conditions. I shall not engage in frontline combat. My responsibility will solely be to tend to the wounded. Daimyo readily acquiesced, secretly relieved. Regardless of whether it was Suji's doing or not, he had no direct connection to it. For the ensuing years, Suji would remain under his watchful gaze, not only due to his own suspicions, but also for the sake of the village. The matter pertained to the successor he had chosen, and it must not falter. Perhaps in an attempt to assuage the grief of losing a son, Daimyo personally took to the battlefield this time. This delighted Suji, who had anticipated exerting pressure on Konoha, compelling the third Hokage to the front lines, and subsequently forcing the third Otsutsuki into action as well. However, he had not anticipated Daimu's proactive decision to engage in battle. Once on the front lines, Suji had myriad strategies to orchestrate a conflict between the third Hokage and the third Otsutsuki. Nevertheless, Suji discerned a deeper motive behind Daimu's actions. This was likely a test of his character. Truly a cunning old fox. Alas, the consequences of this test would be beyond his endurance. From that moment forth, no one could obstruct Suji's plans. He and Han, accompanied by a legion of shinobi, joined the fray against Konoha. The once fallen Mori Dongshur ascended to prominence, becoming the supreme commander of the 3 great legions tasked with the war against Konoha. Daimyo was now genuinely committed. Had it not been for concerns about financial strain, he might have deployed an additional reserve legion. In a futile attempt to consume a division from the Cloud Shinobi, he squandered a prime opportunity to assault Konoha, ultimately failing to seize this prize and losing his own son in the process. A classic case of robbing Peter to pay Paul. Moreover, Konoha seized this opportunity to dismantle Sunagakure, reallocating a division in the process. The current balance of power among the legions stood at Konoha 2, IWA Shinobi 3. The Ninja World War had entered a new phase, with Konoha facing a dire situation of 1 against 3. Chapter 41, the 4th Reikage Kumogakure. The newly inaugurated 4th Reikage. AI wept bitterly before his father's portrait. He understood that his father had willingly sacrificed his own life to ensure that a Shinobi legion returned, all to secure greater advantages in the ongoing war. Ultimately, the council resolved to deploy the 2nd and 3rd legions from the north to Konoha, coordinating with the 1st Legion in their assault. Simultaneously, the 2 Jinchuriki were to accompany them, intent on overpowering Konoha's Ninetales Jinchuriki with a thunderous assault. At that moment, Sushi found himself at the border of the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire. Observing the battlefield that had been ravaged by conflict, Scorpion, seated within the Crimson Liohua, lamented, "Leader, I have relayed several messages to you. Were we not to capture Tsunade of Konoha here?" Suji felt helpless. In Wuin Village, Tokiwa Mei had yet to capture the elusive Senju rope tree. What weighed most heavily on him was the fact that the Otsutsuki still drew breath. Kakuzu emerged from the shadows, addressing the esteemed leader with utmost reverence. "It is an immense honor to be in your presence." Scorpion derisively retorted, "Flatterer." Kakuzu's green eyes glared fiercely at Scorpion, and had it not been for the leader's presence, he would have demonstrated the formidable power of his superlative resentment. "Enough. I did not come here to witness your quarrels." "Yes," both Scorpion and Kakuzu replied with respect. "During your time here, have you encountered the unique chakra I previously mentioned?" What Suji referred to as the White Zetsu. Regardless of its life form, it undoubtedly harbors chakra within. On the northern battlefield, Suji observed the entire arena from the skies for several days, yet he did not encounter any White Zetsu. It appears that the current Uchiha Madara is not exercising stringent surveillance over the tailed beasts. "No." The two answered in unison. Scorpion incredulously inquired, "Leader, it is simply unfathomable that there exists a presence you cannot monitor." Suji shook his head. Baiju typically concealed himself underground. Even if he were nearby, he would remain oblivious if situated over 100 meters below the surface. This was one of the reasons Suji specifically awakened Clone Number 1, Suji, to study the tailed beasts and to launch the Tianyin satellite system, enabling global surveillance. Moreover, the Otsutsuki clan is not limited to the tragic figure of Kagaya. Imprisoned on the moon, there are other members of the Otsutsuki lineage scattered across the world. Thus, Suji's oversight and management are essential, necessitating the formulation of appropriate strategies. "Leader, do we still need to pursue Tsunade?" Kakuzu inquired. That incompetent buffoon from the earth, having squandered so much time in the Northern War, has delayed the deployment of Noki to the battlefield for far too long. Otherwise, he could have personally intervened to capture Tsunade at any moment. Why would Suji wish to apprehend Tsunade in plain sight? The answer lies in the pursuit of merit and prestige. In his initial design, upon Naka's demise, the IWA Shinobi would suffer defeats across numerous battlefields, enveloping the entire Awagakure in an atmosphere of sorrow and despair. At such a juncture, Suji, the hero, would need to emerge, accomplishing significant feats to establish his renown and successfully ascend to the position of the 4th Otsutsuki. Why target Tsunade? Firstly, it is because he seeks to ascend to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Secondly, Konoha and IWA share a bitter enmity. His first major achievement was derived from a confrontation with Konoha's Kaido-dan, and the second stemmed from his relationship with Tsunade herself, quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Thirdly, Tsunade not only serves as an experimental subject, but also possesses a noble status, allowing for intriguing exchanges with Konoha. She is a wealthy and generous woman, worthy of Suji's diligent study. Yet, presently, Noki remains alive and well. Suji can only postpone this step. No need for that. You may proceed to the border of the land of Earth, where I shall require your assistance. Suji contemplated for a moment and decided to enlist their cooperation in assassinating Yaki. After all, he needed to create the illusion that Yaki met his demise at the hands of the 3rd Hokage. This way, capturing the princess of Konoha would be more convincing. Wouldn't he? Chief, shall we depart now? Here is the battle briefing between Konoha and the Sand Shinobi. Suji received the briefing and proceeded directly to the base of the mysterious organization located deep beneath the ocean. With a swift glance, Suzy grasped the particulars of the ongoing battle. The fourth Reikage had no time to wallow in grief. Intelligence from various battlefields of the ninja world fluttered into his office like snowflakes. Each of his analysts meticulously collated and dissected the information, ultimately presenting it before him. In the wake of the third Reikage's demise, the fourth Reikage profoundly understood the formidable challenge of being a leader. The third division, which had retreated, must be reintegrated into the conflict against Konoha. It was imperative to secure the benefits that this war promised. Rather than retreating in the face of the third Reikage's death, the fourth Reikage embodied the indomitable spirit of the Cloud Ninja. He recalled the lesson imparted by his father: a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Striking Konoha was the paramount duty of the Cloud Ninja, even if it necessitated an alliance with his father's killer. Yet, as a leader, the welfare of the village must take precedence. Did Noki not also rally all forces to persist in the assault on Konoha after the loss of his son? Setting aside the intelligence regarding the demise of the Yellow Earth, the fourth Reikage was oblivious to the origins of the formidable adversary that had emerged. However, this was not the moment for investigation. Meanwhile, the newly appointed secretary, Mabu-e, felt a pang of sorrow. He had only recently become the third Reikage's aide and now found himself under a new master. The father and son shared identical temperaments and methods of operation. Concealing his inner grief, Mabu-e recognized that the third Reikage was the spiritual totem of their Cloud Ninja. The retreat of the Cloud Ninja was safeguarded by the valiant efforts of the third Reikage, who fought valiantly alongside over 20,000 ninjas for 3 relentless days and nights. How could the Cloud Ninja not mourn? Mabu-e, prepare the heavenly transport technique. I must head to the front lines of Konoha. I entrust everything in the village to you. Please manage our affairs well, the fourth Reikage instructed after a simple funeral for his father. Upon assuming the mantle of Reikage, he did not engage in any power plays. Reikage-sama, I lack the capability, Mabu-e instinctively protested at the Reikage's words. The fourth Reikage placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Mabu-e, I have faith in you, just as my father did. Take me to the front lines. Killer Bee and the others need me. Once the two from the hidden village have rested, they can join us at the front. Mabu-e met the Reikage's gaze and nodded. Reikage-sama, I will manage it well. With a series of hand seals, Mabu-e enveloped the fourth Reikage in a radiant white light, and in mere moments, he materialized at the Cloud Ninja's front lines. Killer Bee, witnessing his elder brother donned in the Reikage's attire, refrained from his usual clumsy rap and simply embraced him. The Reikage returned the embrace with equal fervor. B. How fares the situation at the front? Big brother, we advanced several hundred miles since the departure of the Golden Flash. Upon his return, the front lines once again held firm. Among the legendary 3 ninjas, Jiraiya had ascended to the status of a sage, rendering our high-level combat power insurmountable. Killer Bee briefed his elder brother on the recent developments. Although Reikage had already reviewed this information in his office, he felt compelled to consult with the frontline ninjas to ensure nothing was overlooked. This time, we must decisively crush Konoha, as the abundance of prodigies emerging from there instills genuine apprehension within Reikage. Historically, Orochimaru has been the strongest among the 3 ninjas, yet unexpectedly, even the least formidable Jiraiya has attained sagehood. The distinction between a sage and an ordinary ninja is vast. Chapter 42, Assassination of Orochimaru. Capture of Shju. In the Hidden Mist Village, the third Mizukage observed the reports of the fierce battle between the Rock and Cloud ninjas to the north with an impassive expression. Those 2 fools, had they not meddled, Konoha would have been vanquished already. There was no chance of the third Hokage disbanding the village. Furthermore, the actions of those 2 imbeciles allowed Konoha to take advantage and eliminate the Sand Village, significantly alleviating their pressure. The Umbu surrounding the third Mizukage remained silent. Yet his words seemed to stir his injuries, causing him to cough up blood. Realizing the dire state of his health, the third Mizukage inquired of his aide. What is the situation with Yakura? Lord Yakura is leading his forces steadily, having pushed Orochimaru's First Legion into a retreat. However, the tide turned with the intervention of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. A genius named Shursui from the Uchiha clan has caused us considerable trouble. Lord Yakura has dispatched the 7 ninja swordsmen to infiltrate the Land of Fire and coordinate with the frontline forces to exploit any gaps in the battle lines. Listening to the Umbu's report, the third Mizukage nodded in satisfaction, then recalled the secret operations of the Umbu and asked, how fares the mission with Kagayame? What is the likelihood of success? Lord Mizukage, we have yet to receive any news from Lady Kagayame. Surely, she will succeed. The Umbu, unsure of how to respond, could only offer optimistic words. The third Mizukage internally sighed and remarked, "The Byakugan is not so easily obtained. If there is no success within a month, we shall abandon the endeavor. The Byakugan from branch families self-destruct upon death or departure from the body, and capturing those from the main family is no simple task. The Byakugan possesses the ability of foresight, rendering anyone invisible before them. Without approaching them unseen, how can we hope to acquire their eyes?" "Understood." The Umbu immediately set about conveying orders. The third Mizukage gazed out at the desolate village, his thoughts consumed by the figure of Sh0. "Oh, Sh0. You must gain sufficient prestige in this conflict." Meanwhile, Terumi Mei, mentioned by the third Mizukage, was stationed with her Umbu subordinates. The valiant Terumi Mei concealed herself among the trees, observing the approaching Konoha ninjas, and inquired, "Kisame, are you certain that Senju Sh0 is near Orochimaru?" The shark-faced Kisame replied with resignation, "Lady Mei, this information comes from our informants. I cannot ascertain its authenticity." Terumi Mei cast a disdainful glance at Kisame. Were it not for his unwavering obedience, he would have long been cast aside. Nonetheless, he proved to be a diligent and dedicated ninja, discerning the leader's favor as a valuable tool. Upon receiving intelligence about Senju Sh0, Terumi Mei was filled with exuberance. Her respect for the leader, Suji, deepened further. It was as if the leader could see through time itself. After receiving the news, Terumi Mei temporarily set aside her mission to seize the Byakugan and promptly arrived to capture Senju Sh0 alive. She was perplexed as to why Suji placed such importance on a mere rookie fresh from the academy. Yet this was an order, not a matter of choice. When Orochimaru witnessed Senju Sh0 sneak onto the front lines, he nearly suffered a cerebral hemorrhage in frustration at the previous Hokages. In such a brutal war, what could a novice possibly contribute? Merely serve as cannon fodder? The death of Senju Sh0 would spell significant trouble. Orochimaru was not afraid of accountability from Konoha as higher-ups. However, there were deeper sentiments involved. He shared a genuine bond with Tsunade, akin to that of family. Tsunade had ardently supported his aspiration to become the next Hokage, even entrusting her younger brother to him as a student. It is crucial to understand that it was not Senju Sh0 who benefited from being one of the legendary Sannin, but rather Orochimaru who owed a debt to Tsunade. To comprehend this, one might reflect on why Asuma, the son of the third Hokage, served as the instructor for the heirs of the prominent Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. It is akin to Tsunade bestowing upon Orochimaru a political fortune. However, Orochimaru finds himself devoid of any surplus strength to safeguard Senju Rope Tree. Reluctantly, he must keep Senju Rope Tree close at hand. Yet, Senju Rope Tree, being a typical adolescent, incessantly clamors to join the battlefield to prove his mettle. Aspiring to emulate the grandeur of his grandfather, the god of Shinobi, Orochimaru, having once traversed this age, may not have had a similar youthful folly. Yet he is well aware of the chaotic nature of such a companion. Indeed, he understands all too well that this kind of individual would become a quintessential liability on the battlefield, endangering not only himself but also his allies. Thus, Orochimaru persistently keeps him within sight. "Orochimaru-sensei, I can finally step onto the battlefield. Watch my performance." Senju Rope Tree exclaims, exuberant as a frolicking dog. Orochimaru's face remains stoic, yet a subtle smile graces his lips. Compared to the child he once was, Senju Rope Tree has indeed matured significantly. Albeit his boisterous demeanor persists. "Rope Tree, do not stray too far," Orochimaru warns. Meanwhile, another of Orochimaru's disciples, Mitarashi Anko, observes as Rope Tree dashes into the dense forest and urgently calls out. Does he not know the dangers of entering a forest unaccompanied? Who knows what traps may lie hidden within? "Orochimaru-sensei, I'll stay close," Anko assures respectfully, her admiration for her teacher, a renowned figure in the ninja world, evident in her tone. The honor of being one of Orochimaru's disciples fills her with pride. Orochimaru has already summoned his summoning beasts. A swarm of small snakes has ventured deep into the woods to scout for danger. After all, it would be uncharacteristic for Orochimaru to allow Senju Rope Tree to venture unprepared into such perilous terrain. Senju Rope Tree may be Navi, but Orochimaru is far from it. Anko assists her teacher by carrying various documents as their group prepares to relocate to a new base. Due to the formidable strength of the Mist Ninja, they are compelled to retreat once more. Although this retreat takes them deeper into the land of fire. The certainty of avoiding infiltration by Mist Ninja remains elusive, prompting Orochimaru to exercise utmost caution. Meanwhile, the enigmatic Karatsuchi and her entourage secretly detect an approaching presence, revealing a yellow-haired individual. Kuratsuchi's subordinate, Ao, a sensory ninja, discerns that accompanying Senju rope tree are several small summoning serpents. He promptly reports to Kuratsuchi, Lady May. It is Orochimaru's summoning beasts. The yellow-haired one, based on his chakra, should be Senju rope tree. Kuratsuchi, observing the yellow-haired figure maintaining a vigilant ninja stance while cautiously exploring, instructs, deploy a small team to probe the situation. Turning to the newly arrived Umbu in turn, Zaibujan addressed him, newcomer, follow Kisame to assassinate Orochimaru shortly. Do not falter. Zaibujan nodded enthusiastically, as a prodigious student who graduated after merely 2 years of training. He was eager to test the mettle of the legendary Sannin. Terumi May regarded Zaibujan's eager demeanor with approval. In the battlefield, encountering formidable ninjas and losing one's courage often equated to bidding farewell to this world. The operation Terumi May orchestrated was not merely aimed at capturing Hashirama Senju, at least not as the official report suggested. It sought to decisively sever the command structure of Konoha's 1st Division, where Orochimaru resided. Facing a ninja army from another nation, Konoha's forces were severely dispersed. The prolonged front line revealed vulnerabilities, providing an opportune moment for the missed Umbu to infiltrate. The 7 ninja swordsmen had already received orders from Kei Kayagura, proceeding to sabotage Konoha's supply lines at a distance. Terumi May felt a surge of excitement within her. The renown of the Sannin was legendary in the ninja world, their strength akin to that of Kage. Moreover, they were still young, brimming with potential for the future. Of course, exceptional individuals like Suji did not count. If she could indeed eliminate Orochimaru here, she would be hailed as a heroine of the mist. A female ninja akin to Tsunade or Chiyo. Calculating the distance of Orochimaru's movements, Terumi May ordered decisively, strike, upon sensing Orochimaru's chakra. Simultaneously, Orochimaru's side detected an ambush. Lord Orochimaru, be cautious. The Byakugan of a Hyuga clan expert beside Orochimaru caught sight of a massive chakra sphere hurtling towards them. A black-tailed beast bomb tore through the air, bearing the aura of death aimed at the Konoha ninjas. Orochimaru's subordinates recognized the tailed beast bomb and turned pale with fear. Who would dare to touch that? With icy serpent-like eyes, Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals. Invoking a summoning technique, Triple Rashomon. 3 immense gates, adorned with ghastly faces, rose from the ground, deflecting the tailed beast bomb forcefully. A violent roar echoed in the distance, accompanied by tremors. The user of the tailed beast bomb was none other than the trump card brought by Terumi May, the 6 tails Jinchuriki, Yutaka. Lacking the strength of exceptional individuals like Suji, Terumi May had brought an overwhelming force that Konoha could not repel. The 9 tails Jinchuriki was engaged in battle in the land of Earth, leaving no corresponding power to counter Yutaka here. With a swift motion, Orochimaru extended his Kusanagi sword, sending the tailed beast-formed Yutaka flying. Orochimaru's guards began their counterattack, but suddenly, a thick fog enveloped them, obscuring their vision. Sensory ninjas, report the enemy's location. The attendants of Orochimaru began to mount a well-coordinated counterattack. The Umbu of the mist, in unison, employed the water release, great waterfall technique, creating an aquatic environment. They retaliated with earth release and lightning release. Orochimaru calmly directed his subordinates while simultaneously swallowing the scrolls from Hongdo's hands directly into his own stomach. Hongdo, follow my shadow clone and do not stray, he instructed. Leaving behind a shadow clone as his main body advanced to seek out Senju rope tree and confront the Jinchuriki of the mist. Deep within the forest, ice release, crystal ceiling. Kahaku May formed hand seals, freezing the explosive tags at the feet of Senju rope tree, who looked down in terror as the tags were about to detonate. Chapter 43. The situation takes a sudden turn. A piercing chill erupted, freezing not only the already ignited explosive tags, but also extending upwards to encase Senju rope tree, who had stepped on the tags, in a massive block of ice, thereby saving his life. It was indeed Kahaku May's timely intervention. Her ice-release bloodline limit stemmed from Suji's body modification technology. She watched as Senju rope tree almost fell victim to the trap set by the mist. The admonitions of Suji surged to her mind, prompting her to decisively rescue the 1,000-hand rope tree. As she gazed at the figure, now unconscious and encased in ice, she scoffed. A fool with a head full of fervor. I truly cannot fathom what that individual expects from him. Could he possess some extraordinary talent? Yet, what kind of talent could warrant such attention? After all, he has the ability to bestow bloodline limits at will, and what release is merely a form of bloodline limit. Furthermore, Whether the descendants of Senja Hashirama can replicate what release remains uncertain. It eludes my understanding. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned a messenger pigeon to dispatch a prepared letter. The 1st Division of Konoha's forces was under assault, presenting a prime opportunity for a full-scale offensive. In a flash, she evaded a long sword that extended over 10 meters, a weapon of Orochimaru, the Kusanagi sword, known for its ability to stretch freely. Orochimaru's voice echoed from all directions. Koyomi, release the person in your grasp. Koyomi was the only individual in the shinobi world possessing dual bloodline limits, a prodigious ninja from the mist. Having once held a high-ranking position in the Umbu, Orochimaru recognized her instantly, casting a glance at the frozen thousand-hand rope tree. A palpable aura of killing intent emanated from him. Though the individual in my possession is the grandson of your first Hokage, as the commander of this division, your priority should be to confront the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails. Otherwise, your command post may face utter devastation. Orochimaru refrained from further discourse, acutely aware of Koyomi's validity. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to test the waters. Koyomi smiled serenely, unperturbed. A ninja, after all, must not act recklessly. Orochimaru was no impetuous child. His paramount duty was to lead the division, not to serve as a bodyguard for the thousand-hand rope tree. A cacophony of slicing air filled the atmosphere as a multitude of shurikens swarmed around Koyomi like a dense cloud of locusts. This was indeed the advanced technique of shuriken shadow clones, learned by Orochimaru from his own master. The cherry lips of Terumi May parted slightly, exhaling wisps of mist that danced around her. Any shuriken that encountered the fog emanating from her would instantly transform into molten iron, cascading to the ground. This phenomenon represented the acidic solution of her unique bloodline limit. The narrative could dissolve the terrifying power of the Susanoo, embodied by the second pillar. Hidden in the shadows, Orochimaru furrowed his brow. He was merely a shadow clone here. His true self was engaged in battle with the Six Tails Jinchuriki, bearing greater responsibility to protect the command center. The lives of all ninja legions depended on this, leaving no room for recklessness. Terumi May wielded a dual bloodline limit, both intertwined with acidic solutions. 99% of the taijutsu masters in the ninja world would refrain from confronting her. Any taijutsu ninja, merely contemplating whether their skills could counter Terumi May's ability to dissolve the Susanoo, would quickly realize their inadequacy as her opponent. Fortunately, Orochimaru was not a master of taijutsu. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Earth style, Earth Flow River. The searing flames dispelled some of the mist, churning the earth beneath Terumi May's feet. Orochimaru aimed to drag her underground, seeking to exploit the terrain to suppress her bloodline limit. However, frost enveloped Terumi May's feet, instantly freezing the very ground beneath her, solidifying the tumultuous earth in place. What? A startled exclamation erupted from the forest as Orochimaru's shadow clone witnessed the scene. His worldview shattered. He swore he was not mistaken. It was indeed Terumi May employing ice release. Previously, upon seeing the Senju's rope tree encased in ice, Orochimaru had believed it was the work of Terumi May's accomplices. Yet, it was unmistakably her doing now. How had she achieved this? The ice release bloodline limit belonged to the Mizukage clan, and it was certain that Terumi May bore no blood relation to them. Yet, the frozen earth lay before him, forcing Orochimaru to accept the truth. How did you accomplish this? Orochimaru's shadow clone appeared before Terumi May, realizing he had no chance of retrieving the Senju rope tree from her grasp. Despite believing himself to be stronger than Terumi May, he was merely a shadow clone. Meanwhile, Terumi May had become the first ninja in the ninja world to possess 3 bloodline limits. Unfortunately for Orochimaru, he was unaware of the other modifications made by Tsuji. The 5 individuals of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth each possessed 5 distinct bloodline limits. Terumi May offered no response, forming hand seals to unleash her self-developed ice release technique. Ice release, 3,000 worlds. A terrifying chill erupted like a nuclear explosion, transforming the entire forest into a realm of ice crystals. Orochimaru's shadow clone had no time to react, instantly becoming an ice sculpture. Subsequently, the icy form shattered, and Orochimaru's shadow clone dissipated into white smoke. Terumi May gazed upon the power of her jutsu, thoroughly satisfied. The power bestowed upon her by Tsuji is truly exquisite. Before long, the 1,000-handed rope tree in her possession will transform into yet another reward. Kaguya Otsutsuki no longer concerns herself with the unfolding battle here. She departs with the 1,000-handed rope tree in tow. Her mission has reached its conclusion. As for the Six Tails Jinchuriki and Kisame, Kaguya will await them at the designated evacuation point. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the clash between Orochimaru and the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, now in a tailed beast transformation, has escalated to a fever pitch. The combat style of the Jinchuriki is refreshingly straightforward. At a distance, he utilizes tailed beast balls. In close quarters, he resorts to sheer force. In this transformed state, as long as the damage is not immediately fatal, the chakra of the tailed beast swiftly restores him. It is akin to engaging in battle with an immortal body. Under such formidable power, the overwhelming majority of ninjas find themselves utterly helpless. Many ninjas lack the strength to breach the defenses of the Jinchuriki, who have been transformed into tailed beasts. Orochimaru, however, is an exception. As a master of ninjutsu with abundant chakra, he is capable of engaging in combat through his techniques. The Six-Tails Jinchuriki swatted away a massive boulder hurled towards him, only to be subsequently sent flying by a fearsome wind-style projectile. Orochimaru has no intention of engaging the Jinchuriki in close combat. As he received feedback in the form of chakra and memories from his shadow clones, his complexion grew increasingly pale. At that moment, he could not afford to worry about Senju Rope Tree, who had been captured by the enemy. Nor did he have the mental capacity to ponder the enigmatic mystery surrounding the ice-style bloodline limit of Kakashi Mei, which piqued his curiosity like a cat's clawing at its heart. His most pressing concern was to extricate himself from the battle and re-establish communication with the command center and his subordinate forces. He had just received alarming news from his summoning beast. The Mist Ninjas were launching a full-scale assault. Furthermore, within the Land of Fire, the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen from the Mist had already disrupted a vital supply route, with his command center unable to issue orders. A single misstep could force Konoha to surrender outright. Uchiha Fugaku, the current leader of the Uchiha clan responsible for providing support, wore a troubled expression. In Chapter 44, Hyuga and Uchiha, Hyuga Hizashi also bore a grim countenance. The Mist Ninjas had initiated a new all-out offensive, yet the overall commander, Orochimaru, had yet to provide them with specific counterattack orders. They speculated that something unexpected must have transpired on Orochimaru's end. Logically, they should attempt to re-establish contact with the command center. However, awkwardly, they were not part of the formal organization. Additionally, the third Hokage's Umbu and Root were overtly shadowing them, blatantly monitoring their every move. Every action they took required Orochimaru's approval. What should the Hyuga clan leader do now? Fugaku understood the predicament, but it was imperative to act. The battlefield was ever-changing, and being the weaker side, they could not afford to remain disorganized. The stakes involved their lives and the fate of their families, leaving no room for negligence. Hizashi was acutely aware of the current situation, unable to contact Orochimaru. They had to proactively seek change. The dilemma, however, was that without Orochimaru, who would they listen to? As for the various ninja units below, it was futile to think they would heed their commands. Although the Legion was composed of ninjas, its functioning resembled that of a military rather than that of a ninja. The military operates on orders, not on individual personalities. Without the proper orders, even the third Hokage would be powerless to intervene. This measure was also in place to prevent the enemy from utilizing transformation techniques for internal sabotage. Hizashi hesitated. He could not trust others to command the Hyuga clan. Moreover, many clan elders had arrived, and some of them did not even heed his words. Fugaku, perhaps our two clans should act independently. Hinata finally spoke. His younger brother. Hinata hesitated momentarily, tacitly accepting his elder brother's decision. This is war. For those whom they could not trust. They dared not entrust their families' lives and fortunes to untrustworthy individuals. This principle applied to them, and it equally pertained to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, understanding that this was the wisest course of action. Very well, let us proceed separately. After reaching a consensus, the two prominent families divided into two directions and advanced toward the front lines. Uchiha Shursui was accompanied by the 4-year-old Uchiha Itachi, who could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "Clan leader, why don't we contact other troops?" Fugaku refrained from elaborating and simply commanded, "Shursui, ensure the safety of our designated area with our clan members. Do not undertake any unnecessary actions without my orders, understand?" Shursui, observing the serious demeanor of the clan leader, nodded in agreement. In the battlefield, it was crucial to avoid conflicting orders. He was determined to heed the clan leader's directives. "Shursui, I entrust Itachi to you." The young Uchiha Itachi, despite his tender age, was perceptive enough to grasp that his father was embarking on a perilous mission. Rather than expressing distress, he calmly stated, "Father, I will listen to Brother Shursui, so you need not worry." Fugaku, feeling a twinge of sorrow, gently ruffled his son's hair. "Itachi, your primary concern must be your own safety." At that moment, a clan member approached. "Clan leader, we are ready." Fugaku cast one last glance at his son, raised his hand, and proclaimed, "For Konoha, we shall prevail. Victory is ours." The Uchiha ninjas shouted fervently, fighting not only for the village of Konoha, but also for the survival of their clan. In the wake of defeat in war, the families of Konoha would reap no benefits. Hyuga Hisashi felt a throbbing headache. He had no effective means to persuade the obstinate clan elders. The Hyuga clan was divided into the main family and the branch family, the latter existing solely to protect the former. However, in the current state of warfare, it was implausible for the branch family to shield the main family. With their numbers already sparse, this was sheer madness. Every individual ought to engage in combat, striving to mitigate the disadvantages posed by their limited forces. Yet, the clan elders invoked ancestral traditions, leaving Hyuga Hisashi powerless and incensed. Ultimately, he negotiated to reduce the number of branch family members assigned to protect the main family. Thus, he led his kin into battle against the Mist Ninjas. The Sharingan and Byakugan, renowned dojutsu bloodline limits, commanded immense power. In the face of these two bloodline limits, the strength of equally skilled ninjas was effectively halved. The Sharingan's abilities of insight, hypnosis, and replication rendered opponents too fearful to meet the gaze of the Uchiha clan. Imagine the inconvenience in battle when one dares not look upon the enemy's face. The Byakugan's vision capabilities rendered the Mist Ninja signature technique, the water release, hidden mist technique, utterly ineffective. With the ability to perceive chakra in its entirety, 99% of concealed tactics were rendered futile. Moreover, by observing the chakra within their adversaries, they could discern the telltale signs of ninjutsu usage, granting them a significant advantage in combat. This was only if the Hyuga clan faced ninjas capable of attacking from beyond their line of sight, a rarity indeed. The involvement of these two prominent clans of Konoha stabilized the previously deteriorating situation. The land of fire, Konoha, now lay desolate and devoid of vitality. The migration of all villagers had indeed alleviated the pressure on defense. It must be said, this was a masterstroke. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had only just begun to find peace after a few days, when an urgent report from Orochimaru shattered his tranquility. Previously, Danzo had swiftly concluded the battle with the Sand Village, allowing Konoha a moment's respite. However, the most challenging phase had now arrived. As the Mist Ninjas unexpectedly initiated their offensive, the third Hokage had foreseen that the other three great ninja villages would soon follow suit with a full-scale assault. It was time to deliberate where Sarutobi Hiruzen and the remaining Umbu would venture. Choosing a battlefield meant he would have to decide to conclude the fighting there first. After some contemplation, the third Hokage opted against aiding Orochimaru. The Mist Ninjas retained their combat strength most intact and were separated from them by a strait. It was evident that Konoha lacked the sufficient power to force the Mist Ninjas out of battle, even if they managed to temporarily drive them away. The enemy could employ harassment tactics. Could they maintain a vast ninja army in such a manner? It is utterly unrealistic. Currently, all fronts are severely understaffed. Among the remaining three great ninja villages, the strongest is the Hidden Mist Village, followed by the Hidden Stone Village, with the Hidden Cloud Village in the last position. After much deliberation, the third Hokage resolved to concentrate the remaining forces on the battlefield against the Cloud Ninja. The Cloud Village has suffered the loss of the third Raikage, and one of their legions has been severely crippled by the Stone Ninja. Moreover, as long as the fourth Raikage retains his wits, he will undoubtedly refrain from engaging in a fatal confrontation with Konoha. This implies that if the Cloud Ninja are sufficiently pressured, the fourth Raikage will have no choice but to retreat, both to stabilize his internal affairs and to minimize further losses. If he were to join forces with Jiraiya and Minato against the fourth Raikage and the two Jinchuriki, the Two Tails and the Eight Tails, and if they could successfully compel the Cloud Ninja to withdraw from the battle, then Jiraiya could provide support to the Mist Ninja and Minato could assist the Stone Ninja. Konoha would be revitalized. The third Hokage pondered this critical decision that would determine the fate of Konoha. He must choose wisely. At that moment, an Umbu operative delivered intelligence to the third Hokage. Inoki, accompanied by two formidable Jinchuriki, was launching a full-scale invasion on the western front. Danzo was commanding Konoha's third and fourth corps, which were already engaged in fierce combat with the Stone Ninja. The third Hokage felt a cold sweat break out upon his brow. While he himself was not afraid of Inoki, Konoha's ninja forces could not withstand such a threat. An adversary of Inoki's caliber could only be countered by an opponent of equal strength. The only bloodshed in the ninja world comes from possessing such formidable power. A tailed beast struck by dust release can only await revival like a spring. Yet, mere dust release is not the most terrifying aspect. The crucial issue is that Inoki can fly. Anyone familiar with modern warfare understands the paramount importance of air supremacy. Neither Danzo nor Tsunade on the Western Front stand a chance against Inoki. Convey my orders. Completely seal the village. All forces must support the Western Front and engage the Stone Ninja. The third Hokage could only relinquish his previous notions and personally lead all remaining forces to support Danzo. His paramount objective was to restrain Inoki. In Chapter 45, the Rock Ninja's resounding advance. The third Hokage resolutely decided that he must first determine the outcome against the Rock Ninja. Though such a decision diverged from earlier expectations, the battlefield is ever-changing. The third Hokage could only hope that the former Hokages would bless Konoha and allow him to catch up. His greatest concern was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He fervently wished that during the battle, the Jinchuriki would not be swiftly eliminated by a hidden dust release technique. Should that occur, it would be prudent for Konoha to surrender early. Otherwise, with the Rock Ninja possessing 2 Jinchuriki, the Cloud Ninja another 2, and the Mist Ninja likewise, Konoha would struggle to find an equal number of elite shinobi to counter such strategic weapons in the absence of the Nine Tails. As for the clan leaders of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, how many prominent families could be found in that great ninja village? In terms of heritage, Konoha could not compete with the combined strength of others. The third Hokage's anxious sentiments resonated with every individual present. Consequently, the remaining Umbu of Konoha acted swiftly, reaching the front lines in the shortest possible time. Under Inoki's command, the Rock Ninja surged with morale, driving the 2 armies led by Danzo into a retreat. In fact, Danzo did not dare to utilize the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, as its transformation would present an immense target, an ideal opportunity for dust release. As night fell, Tsuji leisurely sipped on a beverage behind the Rock Ninja. The silver-haired Ryosei, clad in a white nurse's outfit, gently massaged her master, Tsuji. Since following Tsuji, this young girl from the theatrical version of Blood Prison had begun to lead a life of privilege. In the Rock Ninja's hospital, she could almost do as she pleased. After all, Tsuji's people were afforded such privileges. Aside from perhaps initially struggling to adapt to the daily care of Tsuji's luxurious lifestyle, everything else brought her immense satisfaction. After all, how could a place like Kusagakure compare to the highest standard of living in the shinobi world, found beside Tsuji? Master, I will prepare your bath, the gentle young Ryosei said, recalling the teachings of her predecessor, Sumeru, to always speak softly to her master. No need. Tonight, I still have to tend to my compatriots. Poor souls. Tsuji naturally spoke, his gaze directed towards the Rock Ninja's main tent several kilometers away. Possessing the ability to create bloodline limits, his vision was no less acute than that of the Byakugan. He perceived the dual letter pinned by the third Hokage to Inoki. The ninja world is indeed fascinating, still holding on to some customs of the Warring States period, where conflict was ever present. In those tumultuous times, when 2 clans found themselves at odds, yet their grievances did not warrant enmity to the point of risking the annihilation of their entire lineage, dueling became a prevailing means of resolution. This approach was particularly suitable for clans that harbored no significant animosities, aside from those destined to become bitter foes. With the establishment of the nation and village system, conflicts arose between the Rock and Mist villages, separated by half a continent. Such disputes were resolved through the historic duel between the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage. Ultimately, both perished in their confrontation, sparing their villages the burden of war expenses, a most economical outcome. It was unexpected that the third Hokage devised such a strategy to restrain Inoki, preventing him from entering the battlefield. Nevertheless, Tsuji remained unfazed. Once Inoki arrived at the front lines, retreat would be but a distant thought. The Leaf's forces had not attempted to assassinate Inoki, for he commanded many expendable subordinates, capable of crafting the illusion of an assassination attempt. Tsuji contemplated the progress and plans of his experiments. In 1 month, he must ascend to the position of Tsuchikage. Therefore, within this time frame, he needed to arrange for Noki to meet with the former Tsuchikages. Upon reading the letter in hand, Noki slammed it onto the table, exclaiming, "Humph. The third Hokage certainly knows how to play his cards." He pondered the notion of a one-on-one battle. The leader of the Uchiha clan remarked, "Lord Tsuchikage, we have no need to entertain his request. Our victory is already assured. The Uchiha clan, akin to the Yamanaka clan of Konoha, was a unique family of shinobi that utilized insects to perform secret techniques. Others nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, Lord Otsutsuki. Moreover, we cannot guarantee that Konoha will honor the duel's agreement. Given their current circumstances, they may very well gamble everything." Imri T. Shurjin, the supreme commander of the legions, also opposed the idea, stating, "As long as you remain here, Lord Third, Konoha would never dare employ a jinchuriki. With our absolute advantage, it is merely a matter of time before we crush Konoha." The senior IWA shinobi felt a sense of ease. It seemed inevitable that Konoha would face defeat. They were unwilling to encounter any unforeseen complications, especially not wishing to repeat the tragic fate of Naka's son, Keidu, who had perished without gain on the battlefield against the Northern Cloud shinobi. Listening to his subordinates' various responses, Noki nodded thoughtfully. He still harbored the intention to accept the duel, for it was a matter of the village's honor. However, his subordinates' counsel was not without merit. Regardless of the outcome, such a confrontation bore little advantage. If victorious, would the third Hokage willingly relinquish their entire defensive line? If Konoha intended to surrender, they would have done so long ago, coerced by the daimyo behind them. As for the possibility of defeat, although Noki was confident, he was not arrogant. He did not possess absolute certainty in overcoming the third Hokage. Dust release indeed had its formidable aspects, yet it was not devoid of imperfections. The essence of any technique lies within its wielder, as long as one is human. Weaknesses exist, and thus, perfection remains unattainable. Furthermore, dust release had long been disseminated throughout the world by the second Otsutsuki. Its secrets were hardly confidential. It would be folly for the third Hokage to recklessly confront dust release. "Decline the third Hokage's challenge on my behalf," Noki instructed his secretary, before addressing the commander. T. Shurjin. "In 3 hours, we launch a full-scale assault. The outcome rests with you." Imri T. Shurjin confidently replied, "Rest assured, Lord Third." In the western front of the Land of Fire, the third Hokage rushed in haste to read Inoki's letter, then handed it to Danzo. After both had perused its contents, a profound silence enveloped them. Inoki had declined the third Hokage's challenge. Danzo, unwilling to accept this, gripped his cane tightly, his mind racing, yet failing to conjure a viable strategy. The thought of Inoki arriving at the front lines without engaging in combat was inconceivable. One could not underestimate the enemy in warfare. The third Hokage's son, Sarutobi Shino, understood his father's anxiety but recognized the grim reality they faced. Thus, he suggested, "Lord Hokage, should we not prepare a retreat plan? Given that the rock shinobi are advancing, a withdrawal seems inevitable to prevent chaos within our ranks and mitigate greater losses." Tsunade nodded in agreement, as the pressures had been mounting significantly in recent times. For her sake, the third Hokage refrained from disclosing that his brother had been captured alive by the Mist Shinobi. Even with the remnants of support, their impact would be negligible. The third Hokage acknowledged the proposal, instructing them to proceed with their preparations while retaining Danzo. Tsunade, Sarutobi Shino, and other senior members of the military departed, leaving the two old comrades in a contemplative silence. This crisis confronting Konoha was markedly different from the challenges they faced upon assuming leadership. A misstep now could see Konoha topple from its esteemed position, perhaps never to reclaim it, a matter that affected all clans and ninjas within the village. Observing the third Hokage, who was incessantly smoking, Danzo could no longer contain himself and proposed, "What if we concentrate our elite forces for a surprise attack?" Compelling Inoki into a decisive confrontation, either to defeat him or incapacitate him. The third Hokage exhaled a plume of smoke, his expression one of resignation. "Inoki can fly." At that moment, Danzo felt an overwhelming urge to scream like a frustrated groundhog. Why was Konoha so wary of Inoki? The answer was simple. Inoki's deterrent power was on par with the strategic level of tailed beasts. There was no other reason but the existence of dust release. For instance, in the original narrative, Pain could obliterate Konoha with a single almighty push from above. Similarly, Inoki possessed a ninjutsu capable of achieving equivalent devastation. The third Hokage, the third Mizukage, the fourth Raikage, and even the future fourth Kazekage could not match this. Some might argue that the third Hokage and his counterparts could achieve similar results through relentless destruction, yet this highlights the distinction between tactical and strategic levels. Why was Minato's prowess so formidable, yet he was willing to sacrifice himself for the balance of tailed beasts? Why is it that the rogue ninjas within the Akatsuki can capture Jinchuriki, yet their individual significance pales in comparison to that of the Jinchuriki within their own villages? This elucidates the matter. In the narrative, the colossal island turtle, regarded as a formidable entity. instills such trepidation that even Naka's subordinates dare not permit him to deploy dust release in its presence. Moreover, the immense form of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki post-transformation is impossible to conceal. How could Noki, stationed at the front lines, not be regarded with apprehension? The intentions of the Hokage and Danzo revolve around transforming Naka's strategic prowess into tactical might during the fray. This is the rationale behind the Hokage's summons. Those who comprehend the peculiarities of dust release harbor an innate fear, even should Noki refrain from direct engagement. The deterrent power of a nuclear state is incomparable to that of a non-nuclear state, regardless of identical conventional weaponry. With Naka's presence, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is rendered ineffective. Who then shall withstand the tailed beast bomb? Before his comrades, Danzo no longer conceals his irritation. Do we simply stand idly by as the rock ninjas advance? Morale holds immense significance in warfare. Noki possesses the ability to fly, rendering even Minato's flying thunder god technique ineffective. The third Hokage and Danzo find themselves in a quandary. For the second Tsuchikage perished alongside the second Mizukage, while the second Hokage and the second Raikage fell victim to ambush. It appears that encounters between these two Kage often lead to unfortunate outcomes. In the subsequent Ninja World War, the Kage of the two great villages seldom crossed paths, a tacit understanding that became the norm. Upon hearing Danzo's words, the third remained silent. As for reallocating personnel from other fronts, there are no surplus troops available for him to command. A glint of ruthlessness flickers in Danzo's eyes. Monkey, you know the war has reached a critical juncture. If we delay, the only path forward is Konoha's surrender. A desperate gamble may yet alter our fate. The third Hokage, meeting Danzo's gaze, nodded in acknowledgement, aware that he had brought the last vestiges of their strength to this confrontation. Since this is a gamble of fortune, the consequences of potential failure need not be contemplated. They may perish in this endeavor, yet Konoha must endure. Even in defeat, the next Hokage could quell the enemy's wrath. Thus, who shall be the fourth Hokage? Danzo. Understanding Sarutobi's implication, tentatively proposed, shall we select Orochimaru as the fourth Hokage? The third Hokage shot Danzo a furious glare. You scoundrel, how dare you suggest such a thing? Orochimaru, lured by you, has begun to embrace unscrupulous methods. Many civilians, upon first encountering Orochimaru, are seized by an overwhelming sense of fear, an aura of dread enveloping them. Danzo scoffed, for Orochimaru was no mere child. He was fully capable of discerning right from wrong, and his choices were his own. The third Hokage was acutely aware that this path was of Orochimaru's own making. He felt helpless, faced with three beloved disciples embroiled in vice. What could he do? Among the younger generation, only Minato distinguished himself, while the likes of Senju Rope Tree and Akahoshi were inconsequential. Although Minato's prowess did not yet rival that of the seasoned Kage, he simply needed time to mature and earn the requisite accolades. Nevertheless, as long as Danzo did not obstruct him, the third Hokage was determined to promote Minato without hesitation. It was essential to remember that Minato had the mentorship of Jiraiya. Moreover, the third personally selected Minato as the fourth Hokage. Danzo was the sole obstacle. The decision to appoint Minato as the fourth was made. Danzo was displeased, yet powerless, designating Orochimaru as the alternative should Minato not ascend. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, nodding in agreement with Danzo's suggestion. Were Orochimaru to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be displeased. Yet, this was a command, not a negotiation. Thus, the two reached a consensus on the matter. The third sighed in relief. Knowing that Orochimaru had support beyond just Danzo, many middle-aged ninjas were also his advocates. While Orochimaru's image among the common folk might be tarnished, his contributions were undeniably substantial. With their agreement on the next Hokage, no issues remained. The third Hokage tapped his pipe and inquired, "What plans do you have for the surprise attack on the Rock Ninja?" Danzo, who oversaw route, was the mastermind behind most assassination plans. Hence, he was truly an expert in this domain. The conventional and elite forces of the Rock Ninja surpassed theirs, leaving little room for opportunity. The only feasible course of action was to launch a strong offensive with an elite team, akin to what the late Tobirama had orchestrated. Thus, they required Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. Danzo articulated his sole strategy. The third Hokage grimaced, feeling a twinge of bitterness. He was reluctant to involve Minato in this endeavor. Should it fail, they could serve as scapegoats, but not Minato. Hiruzen Sarutobi regarded Minato as the savior of Konohagakure. With this in mind, the third rejected Danzo's proposal. Minato was not an option. He was the leader of the next generation of Konoha, and they needed a different approach. Danzo, well aware that Hiruzen would never agree, was not surprised. He then proposed an alternative strategy, tracing his fingers across a map, asserting that the rock ninja would most certainly initiate the attack. They needed to retreat, extend their lines, and then identify a point of breakthrough. The assault on the IWA Ninja Command Center commenced, leading to a decisive confrontation with Inoki. At that time, numerous IWA ninjas would serve as a protective cover, rendering Inoki's dust release technique ineffective. The crux of this plan lay in our imperative to distinguish between victory and defeat within a single day. Any prolonged engagement would spell utter devastation for the Western Front, which lacked high-level combat power. The third Hokage surveyed the route chart drawn by Danzo on the map, his eyes glinting with resolve. So be it, he declared with finality. Summoning the upper echelons of the Leaf Village, the third Hokage announced the plans he and Danzo had devised. The first order of business was the selection of the fourth Hokage, which had been decided in favor of Minato, with Orochimaru as a potential candidate. When he perceived dissent among the assembly, he firmly stated, "Esteemed colleagues, this is a wartime appointment, and I possess the authority to designate my successor." Tsunade and Kushina were both incredulous, yet they understood that once a decision was made by the Hokage and the Hokage's advisor, it was immutable. As for the plan to ambush Inoki, only a few voiced their objections. The core members were acutely aware of the current situation, recognizing that continuing the conflict would inevitably lead to Konoha's surrender. Reluctant to accept such a fate, they resolved to fight with all their might. The notification regarding the future Hokage indicated that the third Hokage had resolved to make personal sacrifices, whether he perished in the assault on Inoki or later became a scapegoat. It was a weighty decision. Once the plan was fully articulated and the assembly dispersed, Kushina had yet to speak with Tsunade before the latter hurried away. This time, Tsunade had not been factored into the planning. Frustrated, she sought out the third Hokage, demanding, "Old man, why was I not included in this assault plan?" The third Hokage had anticipated her return and handed her a document. "This is the collective resolution from this meeting. Your task is to safeguard it. Should this assault fail and I do not return, you and Jiraiya and Orochimaru are to execute commands in accordance with this resolution." Upon hearing her mentor's words, Tsunade fought back tears. "Teacher, why not relay this order through the Umbu? I could partake in the ambush mission." The third Hokage gently ruffled her hair, acknowledging her growth from a mischievous girl into a formidable kunoichi. "The Umbu will indeed relay relevant orders. However, this document serves as decisive evidence. You are one of the legendary three. When Danzo and I depart, you must also manage the situation on the Western Front. My dear, as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, your involvement will mitigate much of the contention. With you and Jiraiya holding this document, the supporters of Orochimaru will pose no significant threat. After the war, we cannot afford internal strife within Konoha." Chapter 47. The third Hokage versus the third Otsutsuki. In the depths of night, the IWA ninja launched their assault. Fortunately, the presence of the Hokage bolstered the morale of Konoha's forces. Under the astute command of Danzo, Konoha executed a methodical counterattack. Simultaneously, the elite J-nin of Konoha began to covertly assemble at the Hokage's location. 3 days later, in the stillness of the night, Danzo and the third Hokage, clad in armor, surveyed the multitude of ninjas below. Throughout these 3 days, Danzo and Sarutobi had exerted every effort to mobilize Konoha's high-caliber combatants. Consequently, the front lines faced relentless setbacks. However, this strategy also extended the IWA ninja's front, revealing vulnerabilities in what was once an unassailable line, which Danzo seized as an opportunity. The diminutive figure of the third Hokage emanated a formidable aura as he prepared for a final rallying cry. "Friends, the events of today will determine the fate of Konoha. You are all well aware of the detailed plan. Now, protect our village. May the first Hokage watch over us. Onward." This contingent of fewer than 100 ninjas, shrouded by the cloak of night, effortlessly infiltrated the ranks of the IWA ninja along the front line. The IWA forces responded swiftly. However, the disparity in strength rendered their efforts futile. They lacked the capability to thwart the incursion of this small unit. Meanwhile, Suji, who had just undergone a significant experiment, a surgery, sensed an urgent movement towards Inoki's position. The soul gem within Suji immediately sensed the presence of these individuals. Such chakra he instantly recognized as Danzo's. However, the chakra adjacent to Danzo was far more formidable. Within the entirety of Konoha, only one person possessed such power. The formidable Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his pronounced brows and striking eyes, was audaciously engaging in assassination. It seems that Inoki's influence on Konoha has become exceedingly burdensome. Sujishin thought to himself, I had secretly summoned the cannon fodder for the scorpion, yet I did not anticipate such a fortuitous event occurring before they all arrived. Suji could easily surmise with his toes that the third Hokage, accompanied by a formidable contingent, was undoubtedly poised to confront Noki. While it was improbable to eliminate Noki entirely, inflicting grievous injuries and disrupting the IWA Shinobi's command was certainly within reach. It was not that these individuals lacked the capability to slay Noki. Rather, as long as Noki retained his faculties, he would not be easily captured by the likes of the third Hokage and his cohort. Even if he were outmatched, his instinct for survival would compel him to flee. This was not cowardice, it was a matter of duty. Noki understood the implications of his demise for the IWA Shinobi. One must not underestimate the significance of a Kage to a Shinobi village. The catalyst for the Third Shinobi World War was, after all, the prolonged disappearance of the Kazekage from Sunagakure. The last time the IWA Shinobi faced a setback on the northern front. Over 20,000 of their ranks fell to vanquish a single Reikage. This time, Noki would be subjected to the forces of Konoha under the protection of the IWA Shinobi. Such a disgrace would render them unworthy of their status as one of the 5 great Shinobi villages. Perhaps dissolution would be in order. The command center where Noki resided was not the main headquarters. He did not engage in the minutiae of frontline command. That responsibility lay with the deceased Mori Azuma. Only in his presence did the command center hold true authority. The Mori clan was taken aback by the fortuitous turn of events. What began as a mere opportunity to elevate the young clan leader to a position of prestige had culminated in immense power as the supreme commander. All authority over IWA Shinobi's legions now resided in the hands of the late Mori Azuma. The Mori family members now walked with an air of buoyancy, anticipating the glory that awaited them upon the conquest of Konoha. However, upon receiving the latest reports, Azuma furrowed his brow. Where had such a formidable team from Konoha emerged? Capable of penetrating the IWA Shinobi's defenses so swiftly? Could they be the same enigmatic figures that had unexpectedly vanquished the sunset-hued Shinobi? Azuma found himself perplexed. Yet he wasted no time in taking action. He instructed the Otsutsuki to heighten their vigilance and dispatched 10 squads of Shinobi to apprehend this infiltrating force. Additional battalions were to be mobilized to bolster the defenses of the command center. Saba prepared to relocate the command center. As the assistant to the legion, Mori Saba promptly executed Azuma's orders. Could this be the work of Konoha? Azuma mused, finding the notion increasingly absurd. For Konoha to achieve such an infiltration, they would need to mobilize a significant number of elite Shinobi. Without high-caliber combat support, the front line would soon crumble. What was their objective? Moreover, to penetrate with such a small contingent and attempt to capture the commander first indicated that their target was likely the Otsutsuki rather than him. With this realization, Suji felt a sense of calm wash over him. Anxiety. What was there to be anxious about? Those seeking out the Otsutsuki were merely courting their own demise. The rock ninjas hold a profound admiration for Naka's strength, a sentiment that remains inexplicable even to themselves. Perhaps it is the formidable power of dust release, or the enduring influence of long-standing propaganda, or possibly the indelible impression left by the third Otsutsuki. Just as the Leaf Village reveres the god of Shinobi, the rock ninjas are similarly devoted to their Otsutsuki. Regardless of their identities, all will be rendered to ashes beneath the might of Lord Otsutsuki's dust release. East Death has penned an urgent missive, instructing his subordinates to deliver it to the Otsutsuki. Upon reading the letter, Noki is soon informed by his umbu that there are reports of infiltrators in their vicinity. With a disdainful huff, Noki commands the umbu to prepare and deliver a surprise to these vermin. As he rises to equip himself, a thought strikes him, prompting him to inquire, what is Yuji up to? The umbu, taken aback by Naka's sudden interest in Yuji, responds, Lord Yuji is currently in the field hospital, attending to critically injured soldiers from the front lines. Ah, Noki muses for a moment before instructing, summon him to my location. No, never mind. Abruptly shifting his decision, he orders that messengers be dispatched to the heads of the nearby clans to unite against these intruders. Furthermore, he decrees that no others should be allowed entry into this area. The umbu, noting that there are no further commands from Noki, promptly set forth to relay the instructions. Suji, I hope it is not you. It should not be you. Ohayaki gazed back. Several miles away lay the field hospital where Suji was stationed. Ohayaki was eager to uncover whether there were traitors among the rock ninja. He had always felt that Huangtu's death was rather suspicious. This notion intertwined with his vague sense that an unknown faction was orchestrating events within the village. Whatever the nature of the organization, as long as they had ulterior motives, they would inevitably reveal their true intentions. Ohayaki was unafraid. At this moment, he resembled an aged general adorned with flags, an operative from a mountain clan. Having confirmed with sensory ninjutsu, reported to the third Hokage and Danzo, it can be confirmed that level of chakra is comparable to Lord Third's. It must be the Otsutsuki. Danzo nodded at the third Hokage and said, "Proceed as planned. The Otsutsuki is yours." The third Hokage, clad in armor, silently nodded. Subsequently, the two shared a tacit understanding and simultaneously formed hand seals. Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed Fire Release, while Danzo employed Wind Release. Fire Release, Super Multiple Fireball Technique. Wind Release, Devastating Gale. The two legendary figures of the ninja world executed a large-scale ninjutsu simultaneously. 5 enormous fire dragons, bolstered by Danzo's Wind Release, surged forth towards Ohayaki, who stood a kilometer away. Enemy attack. A rock ninja operative shouted. Yet before the exclamation could fully escape his lips, Danzo struck him down from behind with his blade, ending his life on the spot. The combined ninjutsu of the third Hokage and Danzo prompted the rock ninja to spring into action. Water Release, Water Chaos Wave. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Water Release, Water Barrier. A myriad of intricate water release techniques extinguished the 5 colossal fire dragons. Ohayaki floated into the air. Recognizing Sarutobi Hiruzen, third Hokage, it has been a long time. Otsutsuki, indeed, it has been a while. The third Hokage also greeted Ohayaki. Ohayaki addressed his subordinates, "You go and deal with Danzo and the others. I will handle this here. Stay at a distance." The third Hokage was unperturbed, waiting for Ohayaki to finish before saying, "Ohayaki, it has been over 20 years since we last met." Ohayaki smirked. "It has been 22 years. The third Hokage dispelled any distracting thoughts and said, "Ohayaki, let us see who is stronger between the Otsutsuki and the Hokage." Ohayaki's expression darkened as memories of fear instilled by Uchiha Madara resurfaced. "Hokage, you will regret this provocation." Sarutobi Hiruzen drew 2 wind release shuriken, expertly hurling them towards Ohayaki, while simultaneously dashing towards him, forming hand seals. Wind Release, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen is in his prime, with chakra reaching the pinnacle of its potential. 2 shurikens soar through the air, transforming from 2 to 4, and then from 4 to 8. Within a few breaths, they rain down like a tempest, sealing off Naka's movement. Noki forms a one-handed seal, invoking the Otsutsuki's secret technique, Earth Release, Heavy Stone Technique. The wind shurikens that approach Noki turn to stone, dissipating into wisps of white smoke. Ultimately, the very essence of the 2 wind shurikens becomes petrified and falls to the ground. The third Hokage remains impassive, continuously forming seals with his hands. The ground erupts, sending earth and rock skyward, simultaneously infused with the essence of fire release, transforming into magma bombs. At this moment, the true prowess of the Doctor of Ninjutsu is revealed. The 5 elemental techniques flow effortlessly from his hands, and his combined ninjutsu surpasses even Kakuzu's Earth Grudge fear and ferocity. Noki is not to be outdone. He forms seals, conjuring a massive water release shield to protect himself. Meanwhile, the earth violently shifts as enormous stone hands emerge from the ground, reaching out towards the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly summons his strongest summoning beast, Enma. Upon his arrival, Enma, upon seeing Noki, remarks, "I never expected you, Hiruzen, to be battling Noki. Both of you are destined to face each other on the battlefield." Hiruzen's expression turns grave as he responds, "Enma, I require your strength." Enma transforms into the Rui Jingu Bang, and Hiruzen wields it, sweeping to shatter the colossal stone hand. Water Release, Hidden Mist Technique. The third Hokage forms seals, vanishing from Naka's sight. Mist envelopes the area, thickening and rising higher. Suddenly, a staff thrusts through the dense fog, aimed straight at Naka's chest. The staff extends rapidly. Inoki reacts swiftly, cloaking his right arm in a thick layer of rocky armor, striking directly at the Rui Bang. However, upon noticing the multitude of explosive tags affixed to the Rui Bang, a surge of alarm courses through him, and his entire body becomes encased in stone. The sound of continuous explosions fills the air, sending Noki tumbling through the chaos. Chapter 48. A fierce battle ensuing. Naka's fighting spirit ignites. Like the third Hokage, it has been a long time since he has engaged in a truly unrestrained battle, for worthy opponents are scarce. Both of their strengths have ascended to the highest echelons, akin to the legendary figures of yore. The third Raikage, the second Hokage, the second Otsutsuki, and the second Mizukage all belong to this elite tier. They share a commonality. They have reached the pinnacle of ninja prowess, yet they remain unable to surpass Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Indeed, they lack even the qualifications to be compared to these two titans. Whether through bloodline limits or other constraints, their ceilings have been defined. There is no further path for advancement. Even within the realm of Shinobi, conjectures abound regarding the formidable might of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, suggesting that their prowess is not solely attributed to their bloodline limits, but rather to other enigmatic factors. Regrettably, the mysteries surrounding these two titans remain unsolvable following their demise. Earth Release, Rock Rain. Earth Release, Heavy Stone Technique. Noki unleashed a relentless barrage of stones upon the third Hokage, enhanced by the Heavy Stone Technique. Each boulder descended with the ferocity of artillery shells. As Sarutobi Hiruzen sprinted, he formed hand seals. "Enma, let's go." "Not a problem." The staff in the third Hokage's grasp transformed back into the monkey-like Enma. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a water release technique, summoning a majestic water dragon that soared skyward. Enma perched atop the dragon's head, riding it aloft to confront Noki. Observing this spectacle, Noki marveled, "Hokage, you truly are impressive." Yet, his movements remained swift as he formed the ram seal and executed an earth release. Earth Release, Body Flip. The ground beneath Sarutobi Hiruzen executed a complete 180, rendering him unable to evade the vast upheaval, and he was promptly thrust underground. The water dragon, previously sustained by Sarutobi Hiruzen, was abruptly disrupted, cascading into a downpour. Seizing the opportunity, Enma approached Noki, producing a rope that ensnared him. Noki attempted to evade, only to discover his body immobilized. In an instant, he comprehended the situation. It was Nara clan's shadow secret technique, Shadow Binding Jutsu. Emerging from the depths, Sarutobi Hiruzen employed the Shadow Binding Jutsu to secure Naka's shadow, effectively immobilizing him in the air. Due to Naka's own technique, the Heavy Stone Technique, remaining in effect, he did not plummet from the sky, maintaining his suspension. Yet, the rope ensnaring Noki suddenly transformed him into a rock, plummeting to the ground. It was a stone clone. Enma's plan faltered, and as he descended, he reverted to the staff, which Sarutobi Hiruzen reclaimed. Suji followed the retreat of the hospital. Yet the scenes unfolding at Daimu remained vividly etched in his mind, all too clear for him to overlook. Suji marveled. Truly the pinnacle of power within the shinobi world. Both individuals possessed unparalleled wisdom and experience. How splendid it was. Was it not more thrilling than the battles depicted by Kishimoto? The intensity of a real-life confrontation undoubtedly surpasses that of manga and anime. Meanwhile, Danzo, accompanied by the Umbu and Root, infiltrated the ranks of the IWA shinobi, engaging in combat to hinder their movements, preventing them from encircling and isolating his forces. This dark figure of the shinobi realm demonstrated his remarkable prowess as a disciple of the second Hokage. Not only did he wield wind techniques with extraordinary skill, but he also developed corresponding taijutsu based on his mastery of wind. His subordinates coordinated seamlessly with him, wreaking havoc among the IWA shinobi as if a tiger had entered a flock of sheep. Suji perceived everything and refrained from taking action. He decided to let them exhaust themselves for a while, and he should also prepare to capture the key figure. Sushi, through the Soul Gem, informed Scorpion and Kakuza to take action on the western front of the Land of Fire at the Konoha Command Center. With the third Hokage and Danzo leading a large contingent of elite shinobi away, the ultimate command fell to Tsunade. A few kilometers away, Scorpion and Kakuzu concealed themselves underground. Upon receiving Suji's orders, Scorpion reviewed the latest intelligence sent back by their spy. Tsunade, that woman, remained unchanged, continuously accompanying the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki at the Konoha main command. Kakuzu's eyes glimmered with a vibrant green, eagerly anticipating Suji's command to seize their target. His patience wearing thin. The leader, as per usual, had yet to issue the capture order. Scorpion scoffed, remarking on Kakuzu's numerous pins, questioning how he could possibly abduct Tsunade amid such stringent protections. Kakuzu refrained from retorting. After all, he was not Hashirama Senju. Going in alone would be tantamount to suicide. Kakuzu inquired, "Did the leader specify when we would strike?" Scorpion shook his head. Having not yet transformed himself into a puppet, he retained human habits, opting not to sit within the Hirita chariot while observing. Scorpion furrowed his brow, aware of some of Suji's plans. yet puzzled as to why the call for cannon fodder had ceased. In the land of lightning, on the northeastern front of Konoha, Minato handed a bowl of water to Jiraiya, who had just returned from battle. Jiraiya, having utilized Sage Mode, had repelled an enemy Jinchuriki in tailed beast form, leaving him severely drained. "Are you all right, sensei?" Minato inquired with concern. His Rasengan technique proved ineffective against the Jinchuriki in tailed beast form, thus placing the brunt of the fight on Jiraiya. With the enhancement of Sage Mode, Jiraiya had gained substantial power, enabling him to contend with the strategic weapon that was the Jinchuriki. Coupled with Minato's ability to relocate tailed beast bombs, Konoha managed to endure despite the absence of a Jinchuriki. "Ha ha ha, your teacher is a sage, doing just fine," Jiraiya boasted heartily, exuding confidence. However, Minato appeared troubled. "Sensei, the latest intel from the Umbu indicates that the third Hokage has taken Konoha's remaining forces to support the Western Front." Jiraiya fell silent upon hearing this news. Just recently, they had learned of Orochimaru's ambush from the Mist Shinobi, forcing a retreat on the Eastern Front. Moreover, Senju Rope Tree had been captured alive by the Mist Shinobi. Across all fronts, Konoha had received no good news lately. Minato stated gravely, "Sensei, if nothing changes, Konoha may have to surrender." Jiraiya scratched his white hair, deep in thought, and lamented, "Is there truly no way to turn the tide?" Observing the resolute expression on Minato's face, Jiraiya asked, "Do you have any ideas?" Without hesitation, Minato responded, "Sensei, the only solution I can conceive is to compromise or even surrender to any of the hidden villages in exchange for victories on the other two fronts." This was a strategy that Minato had pondered over for several days. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya felt an urge to express his anger, yet after a moment of reflection, he came to agree with his disciple's perspective, recognizing it as indeed the option with the least loss. Chapter 49, Minato. Orochimaru's counterattack. Minato's approach was not without its challenges. The current leadership of Konoha might not necessarily concur. Furthermore, whether Awagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure would accept Konoha's surrender to one of them posed a significant dilemma. The greatest difficulty lay in the inability to fracture the tacit alliance among these three factions, as Konoha would have no chance of resurgence. In a 1-4 confrontation, Konoha was bound to lose. A 1-3 fight would also result in defeat. However, a 1-2 scenario offered a guaranteed victory. This was not due to Konoha being inherently stronger than two of its adversaries, but rather because Konoha had mobilized all its forces with no reserves left to conceal. In contrast, the other two factions were unwilling to reach the point of disbanding their villages, which prevented them from matching Konoha's full commitment. Hence, there remained a glimmer of hope for Konoha in a 1-2 engagement. Thus, the original 1-4 situation, when factoring in the already surrendered Tsunagakure, could, under ideal circumstances, allow Konoha to achieve 2 victories while sustaining a single defeat. This consideration painted a rather optimistic outcome. Jiraiya felt immense pride in his disciple, convinced that he would undoubtedly lead Konoha towards a glorious future as Hokage. "Minato, I shall write to the old man now and urge him to make a decision." Despite having an advisor present, Jiraiya was reluctant to engage with him, recognizing that the ultimate authority rested with the Hokage. Minato observed this unfolding situation, suppressing the unease within him. Simultaneously, he harbored concerns for his beloved Kushina, stationed on the Western Front. In his heart, he wished for Kushina's safety. "Kushina, please take care of yourself." In the Land of Fire, on the Eastern Front, the battlefield between Konoha and Kirigakure was rife with turmoil. Amidst the Mist Ninja's surprise attack, Orochimaru rallied to stabilize the situation. Although the Mist Ninja had gained considerable advantages, he prevented the front from collapsing, which was his greatest achievement. Orochimaru held the position of command, alongside Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, and Hyuga Hayashi, the clan leader of the Hyuga clan. Currently, both clan leaders bore grim expressions. The recent large-scale assault by the Mist Ninja had inflicted significant losses upon Konoha. The Hyuga clan suffered casualties among several of its main family members and lost an exceptionally valuable Byakugan. For the first time, the Hyuga clan had failed to reclaim their clan's bloodline limit. This loss was something the entire Hyuga clan found impossible to accept. Consequently, Hayashi had ample justification to reprimand the clan elders. Although the Hyuga clan leader wielded considerable power, he too felt the weight of discontent brewing among the branch families. It had become evident that the caged bird had failed to protect the Byakugan. Thus, why should the branch families continue to bear the burden of being caged birds themselves? Even his own younger brother, Hinata Hisashi, felt a surge of restlessness. Uchiha Fugaku remained silent, his face etched with an indescribable sorrow. His dear friend perished during the recent onslaught by the Mist Ninja in a desperate attempt to save him. The anguish of his friend's demise compelled him to unlock the forbidden eye of the Uchiha clan, transforming his three-tomo Sharingan into the coveted Mangeki Sharingan. However, this eye, spoken of in family legends as a taboo, was a secret Fugaku dared not reveal. The relationship between the clan and the village had always been fraught with tension. In such circumstances, the acquisition of immense power by the clan could lead to uncontrollable consequences. As the clan leader, he could not afford to let chaos ensue. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, we have received news that our remaining forces have been dispatched to support the Western Front. The higher-ups have advised us to continue retreating our defenses, ensuring that the Eastern Front does not collapse. Orochimaru turned to the side, addressing the elder, Tsunade Koharu, and inquired, "Elder Koharu, do you have any suggestions?" Orochimaru, the supreme commander of the Eastern Front, knew that Koharu had merely come to oversee the situation. As one of Konoha's most skilled medical ninjas, second only to Tsunade, she had been preoccupied with tending to the wounded. An increasing number of casualties implied that Konoha was suffering extensive losses, and she was acutely aware of the dire predicament facing the village. With Sarutobi Hiruzen having gone west, a choice had indeed been made. The Hokage had made a decision. How could she, as an advisor, perceive it? She scrutinized the situation keenly. Orochimaru, let us proceed according to the Hokage's directives. With our current strength, we cannot mount a counterattack. Upon hearing Koharu's measured response, Orochimaru surveyed the various leaders present. To hear many perspectives is to gain clarity, while to trust one source alone is to remain in ignorance. Although Orochimaru had already resolved to take action, he sought to elicit opinions from others and gauge their thoughts. What are your views? Fugaku, please share your thoughts. Uchiha Fugaku, upon being called upon by Orochimaru, began to speak. We have suffered significant losses from the Mist Ninja's assault. However, the Mist Ninja has also incurred heavy casualties. Their 7 ninja swordsmen have been decimated, leaving only 2 remaining. The Jinchuriki of the Six Tails has sustained severe injuries and will require several days to recuperate. We should seize this opportunity to orchestrate an effective counteroffensive before consolidating our defenses. If we merely retreat, we risk being relentlessly pursued and overwhelmed by the Mist Ninja without a moment's respite. Fugaku's perspective was astute, prompting Orochimaru to nod in agreement. He felt a sense of dread at the oppressive pressure exerted by the Mist Ninja and recognized the wisdom in Fugaku's assertion that a measured offensive could alleviate that pressure, granting the weary ninjas a moment of reprieve. And what of you, Hinata clan leader? Do you have any suggestions? Hyuga Hizashi, upon hearing Orochimaru's inquiry, reflected on Uchiha Fugaku's words and responded, "Currently, our ninjas are predominantly injured. Thus, an effective counteroffensive should primarily consist of elites. By selectively deploying a portion of these elite forces to form a strike unit, we can not only enhance combat efficacy but also mitigate the injuries sustained by our ordinary ninjas." Orochimaru nodded in agreement and subsequently posed questions to other subordinates. In summary, there was a consensus to initiate a counteroffensive. However, debates ensued regarding the selection of personnel and the approach to be taken. Not everyone comprehends the notion of sacrifice. In this regard, the Uchiha clan has performed commendably, willingly assuming the role of the primary attackers. Many small clans are preoccupied with the notion of allowing other clan ninjas to take the lead while they conserve their strength. Orochimaru, as a commoner, harbors no fondness for these individuals. His ascension to become the disciple of the third Hokage is attributed to his innate talent, rather than familial connections like those of Jiraiya and Tsunade. Although Jiraiya seems to lack familial ties, his lineage has long been intertwined with the contract of the Toad clan, granting each generation the opportunity to learn sage techniques. As for Tsunade, it is needless to say that she is not in want of resources. Observing the evasive figures below him, Orochimaru reflects, how can one hope to build a prosperous Konoha with such insects? Thus, it is decided that Uchiha Shursui shall serve as the vanguard for the counterattack, with Hyuga Hayashi as his aide. The others shall take turns to rest. Chapter 50. The Watermelon Head and the 7 ninja swordsmen on the side of Kirigakure, Kirigen Yagura, after reading the scathing letter from the third Mizukichi, gazed darkly at the assembly of mist ninjas before him. With his frustration boiling over, he inquired, "So, it is a mere nobody from Konoha who has eliminated 5 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Is that correct?" Although Suigetsu Hozuki felt disgruntled with Kirigen Yagura, he dared not voice his dissent. His strength and status were no match for Kirigen Yagura, so he refrained from provoking him and simply responded, "Indeed. It is true that the watermelon-headed one's taijutsu is exceedingly extraordinary. As you are aware, we, the 7 ninja swordsmen, do not claim to be invincible. However, it is truly remarkable that a mere taijutsu practitioner could dispatch 5 of our number in such a short span of time." The watermelon-headed figure, known as the river toad demon and the loquat-wielding Shirzong, recalled the terrifying image of the watermelon head, drenched in blood and sweat, which sent shivers down their spines. In that state, a single kick from the watermelon had annihilated the straw puppet, leaving only a dull knife and a puddle of flesh behind. The straw puppet had initially aimed to exploit the blunt knife's ability to shatter all defenses and defeat the watermelon head, a master of physical combat. Little did he expect his demise in that fleeting moment. Simultaneously, the loquat-wielding Shirzong, who was caught in the wake of the kick's air blast, found his formidable beheading blade shattered in 2. The terrifying force of the impact fractured Shirzong's bones, rendering him incapacitated on the ground, thus withdrawing from the battle. In a swift flurry, they had merely exchanged a few glances and employed a handful of substitution techniques before meeting their end. As the remaining combatants realized the peril they faced and attempted to escape, the watermelon head moved with lethal precision, each strike akin to the destructive force of a tailed beast bomb. The overwhelming area of effect damage claimed the lives of 4 others, leaving only the incapacitated Shirzong and the watermelon head, now seamlessly fused with the greatsword, to survive. Had the watermelon head not intervened to save a comrade, it is likely they would have all perished in that moment. Certainly, their demise stemmed from the recklessness of the 7, as they foolishly withstood the full might of Might Guy's 8 gates released in unison. In the unfolding narrative, the next individual to engage so brazenly, 6 Paths Madara, nearly met a similar fate. Upon hearing this account, the temper of Yuzukitachi subsided considerably. This was a grave injustice. It was also a point of confusion for him. Any formidable individual, especially one hailing from a major shinobi village like Kanehagakure, would undoubtedly have a record of their missions. Their ascension to power could not possibly remain concealed from other ninja villages, as it is public knowledge. How could one not understand the level of their mission when entrusted with such tasks? Many significant missions are entrusted to specific individuals by their clients. Hirage Yachiyo held sway over the Umbu, yet suddenly, a lone ninja emerged, engaging in a 1v7 confrontation, annihilating 5 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, who remained oblivious to his identity. This incident stands as an utter disgrace since the founding of the Mist Village. It also signifies a dereliction of duty on the part of the Umbu. It is no wonder that the 3rd Mizukage vociferously berated the soon-to-be 4th Mizukage. Not long ago, the 3rd Reikage valiantly withstood an assault from 20,000 rock ninjas, battling for 3 days and nights before meeting his demise, forever honored. His sacrifice truly elevated the reputation of the Cloud Ninja's lightning-based chakra techniques within the shinobi world. In stark contrast, the fade of the 7 ninja swordsmen was shattered by a singular individual who single-handedly felled 5 of their ranks, truly astonishing. Hirage Yachiyo felt an urge to emit a sound akin to a groundhog-esque squeal. The foundation of the Leaf Village is undeniably profound, especially with the recent rise of Uchiha Shirsui, who has been treading upon their Mist Village. His terrifying genjutsu and physical combat prowess have caused considerable distress among the Mist ninjas. Particularly alarming is his exceptional skill in genjutsu, which can be cast from an astonishing distance. Coupled with the Uchiha clan's fire-based techniques and his own unique, intangible shadow clone jutsu, he is nothing short of invincible. The Mist Village has already suffered the loss of 3 shadow-level warriors at his hands. Uchiha Shirsui seems to be on the path to becoming the most formidable Uchiha. Given his age, it is only a matter of years before he rightfully claims the title of the strongest within the Uchiha clan. Damn belief. Hirage Yachiyo suppressed his inner fury. Well, the emergence of such a figure is certainly not the fault of the 7 ninja swordsmen. They are the emblem of our Mist ninjas. With a shortage of manpower, we must promptly replenish our ranks. Do you two have any suggestions? Bansai Shizuku recalled the watermelon-headed ninja's techniques with trepidation and responded, Ringo Ayuri has performed admirably. Her mastery of lightning techniques is commendable. She could attempt to become the wielder of the Raijin sword. Hirage Yachiyo considered the brown-haired girl. Indeed, her proficiency in lightning techniques was quite impressive. And he nodded in agreement. Ringo Ayuri had excelled academically and in her mission completions, distinguishing herself as an exceptional elite J-nin. Although her strength might be lacking, her youth presents ample room for growth. Very well, let her temporarily assume the role of the Raijin sword's wielder, If she performs well, we shall make it official. What of the other candidates? Suigetsu Otsutsuki glanced at Terumi Mei's companions, the newly graduated Zabuza Momochi and Kisame Hashigaki, and remarked, Kisame and Zabuza can inherit 2 of the ninja swords. Before Kurigane Yachiyo could make a decision, Terumi Mei interjected immediately, I disagree. I have use for these 2. As Kajitsun Yagura was about to nod, he was interrupted by Terumi Mei, yet he felt no anger. Once one becomes a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen and is directly under the Mizukage, they fall outside Terumi Mei's jurisdiction. However, Terumi Mei is his capable aide, and he has no intention of undermining her. Both Kisame Hashigaki and Zabuza Momochi were eager, but upon hearing Terumi Mei's disapproval, they calmed themselves. The allure of joining the 7 ninja swordsmen is irresistible to the Mist Ninja. It is not merely the enhancement of power that the swords confer, but also a supreme honor. After a moment of contemplation, Kajitsun Yagura instructed, deliver the other 4 swords to Lord Genjutsu and let him oversee their distribution. We must not allow these swords to lie idle. They are weapons, and the ongoing war with Konoha presents an opportunity for their prowess to shine. Among the Mist Ninja, Genjutsu's prestige is well known. The 7 he selects are not to be opposed by Yagura's rivals. Kajitsun Yagura then inquired, Terumi Mei, have there been any recent accomplishments from the Umbu? Although Yagura serves as the Umbu leader for the Mist, the 3rd Mizukage has entrusted him with significant authority. He is in charge of directing operations against Konoha, while the specific affairs of the Umbu are managed by Terumi Mei. In essence, Terumi Mei effectively performs the duties of the Umbu leader. In the future, when Yagura assumes the mantle of Mizukage, Terumi Mei will advance from her position as deputy leader of the Umbu to become its head. In this recent raid, they captured several Konoha prisoners, the specifics of whose identities are being verified by the Umbu. The most notable achievement was acquiring a Byakugan from the Hyuga clan, the purest form, which can be utilized upon transplantation. Lord Yagura, the most pressing matter now is to place a seal on this eye to ensure its preservation and prevent loss. Furthermore, how do you intend to allocate this Byakugan? Many clans have expressed interest. Yagura was aware of the significance of the Byakugan. It is a treasure of immense value. This bloodline limit is exceedingly useful in intelligence gathering, and in the eyes of the Mist Ninja, the Byakugan is synonymous with combat. Only Konoha, which possesses an abundance of Byakugan, would act in such a manner. I shall personally lead the sealing team to secure this Byakugan. As for its allocation, Yagura surveyed the room. Everyone present were his trusted confidants. However, Terumi Mei, being a strong individual, would likely not desire it, for freedom holds great importance to the powerful. Once one possesses the Byakugan, it becomes akin to a Jinchuriki's property belonging to the village. This eye can only be wielded effectively by sensory ninjas, and it necessitates the sacrifice of one's own eye. Yagura's gaze finally settled on Ao. Ao, are you willing to protect this eye and dedicate your life to its use for the Mist Ninja? The relatively young Ao, upon hearing the Umbu leader and future 4th Mizukage speak to him in such a manner, was overwhelmed with excitement. I am willing, Lord Yagura. I am ready to dedicate myself to the Mist Ninja. Yagura nodded. Ching's prowess was that of an elite jonin, well-versed in sensory and reconnaissance ninjutsu, and a specialist in intelligence for the Umbu. He need not engage in combat on the battlefield. As a more clerical ninja, he would serve admirably as a member of her Umbu in the future. Very well, follow me shortly. Yagura was thoroughly pleased with Ching's response. This was the hallmark of a commendable Mist Ninja. What is the nature of the transaction from the Rock Village? Terumi Mei pondered, realizing that there was no actual transaction. It was all a ruse orchestrated by her to deliver the Senju rope tree to Suji. Chapter 51. Terumi Mei's deception. Terumi Mei understood that if the leader Suji did not receive the Senju rope tree from her, he would undoubtedly come to their hidden mist village personally to retrieve it. The thought of Suji's terrifying strength made her believe it would be best to prevent his arrival in the village. Should any careless individual cross paths with Suji, she feared that the hidden mist village might be utterly dismantled. Although Suji had scrutinized her inside and out and placed a psychological curse upon her, her resolve remained unchanged. She still wished to contribute to the hidden mist village in any way within her capabilities. Suji arrived at Mist Hidden Village, undoubtedly able to depart unscathed. However, the fate of Mist Hidden Village remained uncertain. Minister, the IWA Shinobi have proactively sent envoys, claiming they wish to negotiate the exchange of certain captives we have apprehended. Guoju Yizhong was hardly surprised. Despite the implementation of the village system where declarations of war and ceasefires were dictated by the village's orders, personal grievances still lingered amidst the Shinobi World War. While these feuds could not instigate outright warfare, opportunities for revenge were seized when possible. For instance, the son of the third Mizukage met his demise at the hands of the heroic Yakura from Sunagakure, rendered a mere husk by her scorch-release techniques. This incident left both the Kirigakure clan and the Mizukage faction deeply dissatisfied with the alliance that was to be forged. Nevertheless, it was inconceivable to continue the Second Great Ninja War merely for the sake of one fallen Mizukage heir. As the inheritor of the political legacy of the third Mizukage, Ijong had no qualms about leveraging Yakura's head as a bargaining chip to unite with the Kirigakure clan. Wuju Ijong inquired, "Who does IWA Shinobi wish to exchange? And what price are they willing to pay?" To which Terumi Mei responded, "They have directly provided a list, but we have yet to compile it. So we cannot ascertain whether the individuals they seek are indeed our captives. Furthermore, the price offered by IWA Shinobi is a new potion developed by their medical sage, Sushi. It has the potential to unleash a person's latent abilities, resulting in a terrifying surge of chakra. According to the evaluations from the Umbu, this product, dubbed the Despair Potion, is exceedingly formidable. Its effect is such that a ninja who consumes it can experience a chakra increase of threefold or even more, resulting in a dramatic enhancement of their power. The cost, however, is that it irreversibly extracts chakra from the body, culminating in death, an ultimate gambit for mutual destruction with the enemy. The assessment from the Umbu concluded that acquiring this is imperative, along with the relevant data, as we must develop analogous potions. Upon receiving this report, Guiju Ijong could not help but be astonished. A product capable of tripling or exceeding one's chakra was indeed terrifying. Moreover, its potential for mass production rendered it revolutionary. Within the Shinobi villages, there was no shortage. This inevitably left Kajitsun Yado in a state of bewilderment, for such a product possessed the potential to upend the current dynamics of the ninja world. He even contemplated the prospect of a fourth ninja war erupting in the future. While the ninja world was not devoid of potent secret techniques, their efficacy paled in comparison to this despair-inducing elixir, representing a chasm of difference. Firstly, such explosive techniques were not universally accessible. They were the closely guarded secrets of various clans, seldom shared with outsiders. Secondly, even possessing such techniques did not guarantee mastery. It required both talent and time. In contrast, Suji's Despair Elixir was a strikingly formidable advantage. It is widely acknowledged that, aside from the Jinchuriki, other ninjas extract chakra from their own bodies. This means that the character Guy, who dramatically alters the narrative with his 8 gates technique, derives his surging chakra from within himself. While the effects of the Despair Elixir might be slightly inferior to the 8 gates, its advantages are manifold. Firstly, there is no need to learn intricate techniques, possess innate talent, endure rigorous training, or squander time. It is usable by anyone. Secondly, the Despair Elixir is capable of mass production, such a remarkable asset. Would the Rock Village not ensure it reaches the Mist Village? Forget grievances. The value of this item could easily exchange lives. Kajitsun Yado was certain that Noki would not hesitate to decapitate anyone who dared to distribute such when Suji utilized the spatial transmission methods of the mysterious organization to deliver the Despair Potion into her hands. Terumi Mei was utterly astonished. Undoubtedly, they were not merely toying with us. After all, their acknowledgement of this item's existence already signifies their sincerity. Yagura nodded, unable to decipher the true intentions of the hidden rock village, but he understood the necessity of gathering information first. Thus, he remarked, "Have someone discuss the specific conditions with them. This potion will influence the distribution of post-war benefits. Once we obtain detailed intelligence, I will personally report to Lord Mizukage. Moreover, the Umbu should commence research on this potion to ascertain whether we can create a replica or an alternative. This is crucial for us to secure the upper hand in negotiations." Terumi Mei nodded, recognizing the significance of this item for the Mist Shinobi. Such a substance should either be completely absent or possessed by all. Only if the enemy has it, must they also have it, ensuring a balanced situation. Terumi Mei replied, "Yes, I will ensure that the Umbu's pharmaceutical research department initiates a project on this." Yagura specifically cautioned, "Indeed, you must remain vigilant regarding this matter. If any issues arise, report to me immediately." Terumi Mei nodded, yet internally lamented that leader Suji was merely commanding others. Sujiming possesses the extraordinary ability of spatial translocation, yet he refrains from directly teleporting to seize the Thousand Hands rope tree. even if he chooses not to intervene personally, with the multitude of subordinates at his disposal. It seems perplexing that they do not come to retrieve the thousand hands rope tree he has captured, but instead, he prefers to wait for an opportune moment for her to deliver it to him. Nevertheless, in the end, when Tsuji expresses his desire to meet her in the hidden rock village, Koizumi Mei finds herself filled with joy once more. What a delightful adversary! The thought of soon encountering Tsuji brings a sense of elation to Koizumi Mei's heart. This time, what reward should she seek? The transformation of blood boundary, chakra enhancement, various secret techniques, ninjutsu, and sealing arts. Koizumi Mei is acutely aware of Tsuji's capabilities. He undoubtedly possesses the potential to alter the very fabric of the ninja world. Tsuji promised her that he would help her become a deity. She believed him. She also looked forward to that day when, as a god, she could escape the cycle of resentment in the ninja world, attaining true freedom and peace. In the western region of the Land of Fire, the offensive from the Rock Ninja had subsided. Many of the Rock Ninja chose to retreat rather than pursue their immediate gains. Tsunade understood that this was not due to the overwhelming might of Konoha, but rather the actions initiated by the third Hokage and Danzo. It was evident that the third Tsuchikage had encountered an attack, prompting the Rock Ninja to withdraw their forces and form a significant encirclement. They were determined to confine the third Hokage and his companions, ensuring that they could not return to the ranks of Konoha. Seizing the opportunity, Tsunade commanded the Konoha ninjas to regroup in preparation for the impending assault from the Rock Ninja. At times, she found herself in despair, questioning why the order established by her grandfather had crumbled so swiftly. War, she despised war. And that damned Tsuji. The more she contemplated, the more she felt that her goal of avenging herself against Tsuji in this conflict was becoming increasingly unattainable. As a protected medical ninja, Tsuji had been well guarded by the Rock Ninja. Konoha couldn't even breach the front lines of the Rock Ninja. How could they possibly eliminate Tsuji, who was safely ensconced in the rear? Even assassination seemed implausible. Konoha lacked the strength to eliminate a shadow-level powerhouse surrounded by such formidable protection. Chapter 52. Teacher. What a surprise! Danzo plunged his blade into a Rock Ninja emerging from the ground, his body now splattered with blood, both his own and that of the enemy. Yet, his thoughts were consumed with concern for the battle involving the third Hokage. He commanded the Konoha ninjas to continue their efforts, urging them to entangle the Rock Ninja further. In another location, the terrain was pockmarked with massive boulders, flames, and small lakes, remnants of the fierce clash between the third Hokage and the third Tsuchikage. Their battle had raged for an entire day and night. Both leaders were at the peak of their powers, and the conflict was exceedingly intense. The third Hokage, growing anxious as his plan to severely injure Inoki had yet to materialize, noted that Inoki bore wounds, his demeanor no longer as relaxed as at the outset. Both combatants exchanged powerful ninjutsu, their chakra reserves now dwindling. Hovering in the air, Inoki addressed the Hokage below. Third Hokage, surrender. I can spare your lives. Danzo and the others were nearing their limits. Even if you do not consider your own fate, think of theirs. Under the might of the Rock Ninja army, you have no chance of leaving alive. Konoha's defeat is inevitable. The third Hokage twirled his staff with determination, his voice resolute. Without trying, how can we know? Inoki snorted disdainfully, this is your own choice. A white barrier materialized between his hands and instantaneously expanded outward. Upon touching the ground, everything the white barrier came into contact with disintegrated into atoms, vanishing without a trace. In the distance, beneath the shadow of a colossal stone, the earth molded itself into a figure, none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had evaded Naka's dust release technique by employing the earth-style, body flicker technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen formed seals with his hands and first conjured a dense fog using the water release, hidden mist technique. Subsequently, he invoked the forbidden technique from the Book of Seals, spiritualization technique. This extraordinarily rare secret art enabled one to activate their soul with chakra, manifesting it into existence. By transforming himself into a living soul, he could traverse vast distances to eliminate foes, control their bodies, and invade their mental realms. The spiritualization technique separates spiritual energy from physical energy, materializing the former into a spiritual body to engage in combat, achieving effects that transcend conventional ninjutsu. The third Tsuchikage recognized that he had failed to eliminate the Hokage and remained on high alert. From within the mist emerged a flurry of wind shuriken, a signature jutsu of the third Hokage known as the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Inoki sensed a new wave of assault approaching. Earth-style, heavy stone technique. Countless wind shuriken dissipated into white smoke, four of which transformed into Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, employing the double transformation technique. The four Hiruzen figures simultaneously hurled their Rui Jingu bangs. Rui transformation, diamond prison. The shadow clones of the monkey sage morphed into a massive cage that ensnared Noki. Without a moment's hesitation, Noki summoned a brilliant light between his hands and executed the dust release, limit removal technique. He spun in midair, causing the diamond prison to dissipate into white smoke. Although Noki was unaware of the Hokage's subsequent intentions, he knew he could not allow himself to be trapped. Taking to the air, he seized control of the skies. Whoosh! Another volley of wind shuriken surged forth from the mist below. Upon witnessing this, Noki cursed under his breath. His response remained unchanged. He invoked the heavy stone technique once more. Sarutobi Hiruzen repeated his earlier strategy, again employing the double transformation technique. 3 shadow clones of Sarutobi Hiruzen positioned themselves in various directions and unleashed an illusion. Illusion technique, dark passage. Noki raised his right hand. But there was no time to weave the seals to dispel the illusion. Nonetheless, he reacted swiftly, employing the earth release, stone technique, transforming himself into a being of stone. This would mitigate the impending damage. Unfortunately, in his strategic miscalculation, Noki was unaware of the existence of the spirit transformation technique. This technique transcends all barriers. Capable of infiltrating even the depths of stone, the ability to fly is an entirely natural occurrence. The spirit of Sarutobi Hiruzen materialized beside Noki. With a swift movement, it aimed to penetrate Noki's very being. Should it succeed, Noki would be rendered utterly defeated. Yet, to his astonishment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's attempt faltered, thwarted by an invisible barrier. How could this be? The third Hokage found it utterly incredulous. What sort of barrier could withstand the spirit transformation technique? Such a ninjutsu should not exist within the ninja realm. The delay caused by this barrier allowed Noki to dispel the illusion. As he beheld the spirit before him, a cold sweat broke out. The only known practitioner of this technique, Kato Dan, had been eliminated by Yuki, had he not? To his utter surprise, the third Hokage had mastered this technique as well. How careless. Moreover, where did this barrier come from? A profound question loomed in Naka's mind. Teacher. There is no need for doubt. The barrier is my technique. Upon hearing this voice, Noki felt a surge of panic within. This voice's owner should not have been present here. Teacher, there is no need to ponder. It is indeed me. Suji's face soared through the skies, appearing beside Daimyo. Daimyo skillfully employed his ninjutsu to masterfully regulate his facial expressions, ensuring that he did not allow his emotions to betray him. Suji smiled gently, as his spiritual gem effortlessly deciphered Daimyo's thoughts. Daimyo was so preoccupied that he barely acknowledged Sarutobi Hizashi, instead inquiring, Suji, what brings you here? Suji did not pay any heed to the swiftly departing spirit of Sarutobi Risen and replied, I have come here to accompany the teacher on his journey. Brother Huang too. I imagine you are quite lonely in the Pure Land. I wish for the teacher to convey my regards to you. Suji's tone was remarkably gentle. Yet within Daimu's heart surged a tumult of anger, shock, and fear. Could it be that the incident concerning Huang Tudi was indeed so? Daimu's voice faltered intermittently. However, Suji's response was resolute as he asserted, indeed, it was I who personally resolved the matter regarding brother Huang Tuesday. I shall refrain from detailing the state in which he met his Intiu, an elder. A profound sorrow and anguish enveloped the Yimu's heart. The death of Huang Tu was, astonishingly, at his own hands. He had misjudged the situation. Daimu inquired, what compelled you to act in such a manner? Suji was in high spirits as he elaborated to Daimyo. As for this issue, it naturally stems from my long-standing displeasure with brother Huang Tu. He has been a source of incessant trouble for me, frequently seeking to create difficulties that consume my precious time. You see, having someone around who constantly schemes against me is akin to having a fly incessantly buzzing about. I simply could no longer endure it. So I seized the rare opportunity of his absence from the village to send him to meet the previous Tsuchikage. During his absence, I have experienced an unexpected tranquility. Tears welled in Daimu's eyes as he reflected, this is my fault. Perhaps I should not have allowed you to engage in conflict. Suji smiled and said, Teacher, this is actually of no consequence. For anyone who obstructs my path shall meet their demise. Gazing at Suji's smile, Ohayaki felt an icy chill envelop him. He had never witnessed such a ruthless side of Suji. Could it be that he had been concealing his true self all these years? Concealment? Suji shook his head. My objective has been unequivocally clear from the very beginning. My purpose is to unravel the truths of this world. The lust merely interferes with my research. Ohayaki incredulously replied, Is it truly for this? Suji nodded, his expression exceedingly solemn. Indeed, this is precisely the reason. My obsession with this matter surpasses even that of the earth for the position of the Otsutsuki. He has made several attempts against me for the sake of the Otsutsuki title, and naturally, I shall eliminate Huang Tu to achieve my own ends. Daimyo was deeply saddened by Suji's words, realizing the truth. So, your strength has been concealed all along, has it? Suji opened his heart and spoke to Daimyo. Indeed, for a greater purpose, I have been concealing my true abilities. Chapter 53. The unyielding Daimyo looked at his disciple Suji, feeling an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. Perhaps he had never truly understood this prodigious student he had taken under his wing. He had only recognized his talent. Never having engaged in a dialogue about his ideals and beliefs, he remained oblivious to the true aspirations that drove his disciple. Previously, he had interpreted Suji's aloofness merely as a simple disdain for the trivial pursuits of the world. Suji continued, "Teacher, I shall not place my hopes in others. I place my faith solely in myself." Daimyo's expression grew icy. He recognized that there was a problem with his disciples. He must rectify this situation. Regardless of Suji's intentions, the chosen successor had strayed from the path he had envisioned. It was evident that in Suji's heart, the village was merely a means to an end, or something of that nature. He harbored no love for the village. And it was clear that he had no thoughts of sacrificing himself for its sake. Such a person, how could Daimyo dare to allow him to become the fourth Otsutsuki? Suji, perhaps it is my fault that you have become this way. If you leave this place now, I shall not pursue the matter of the Yellow Earth. Nor shall I hold you accountable for your earlier attempt on my life. Daimyo endeavored to engage in a final dialogue. Suji's talent is indisputable. He has single-handedly advanced the medical system of Awagakure for decades. His inventions and reforms within the medical department have elevated the standard of healthcare in the ninja world to unparalleled heights. Suji scoffed, "Teacher, do not be so naive. I have come here solely to escort you to meet the predecessors." Daimyo, perplexed by Suji's actions, inquired, "Suji, are you truly prepared to confront the relentless pursuit of a ninja village? This stands in stark contrast to your desire for a tranquil pursuit of truth." Suji exhaled deeply. Today marked the culmination of all his grievances as a rock ninja. "Master, at what point did you come to believe that the rock ninjas would think I was the one who killed you? The true perpetrator of your demise is the third Hokage of Konoha. As for me, I shall naturally ascend to the position of the fourth Otsutsuki, rectifying the chaos and bringing an end to the third Shinobi World War." On hearing Suji's inquiry, Noki was taken aback, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. He continued to interpret Suji through the lens of his previous beliefs and understanding. Noki could not fathom the source of Suji's confidence. Nor could he comprehend the meticulous calculations that seemed to underpin each of Suji's moves. Yet, he understood one undeniable truth. Life is a singular, fleeting opportunity. Suji has perished, and with him, all his ambitions shall be extinguished. Dust release, original realm separation technique. Daimyo, with hands clasped together, conjures a transparent cubic barrier that ensnares Suji, reducing him to an atomic state, culminating in a tremendous explosion. However, to Daimyo's astonishment, Suji remains unscathed within the barrier, seemingly unaffected by the dust release. This phenomenon is attributable to the power of the gem of strength, which Suji has harnessed. This gem governs the analysis of all energies in existence, granting its bearer the ability to master and manipulate any force or energy they seek to control. It allows the usage of any bloodline limit, bloodline elimination, and bloodline collection, extending even to energies beyond chakra, including natural energy and sage techniques. Furthermore, the gem harbors boundless energy, capable of supporting and enhancing other gems' powers. Presently, the gem of strength possessed by Suji is not yet complete. It remains a mere prototype. Nevertheless, it suffices to absorb the dust release with ample capacity. Simultaneously, during the absorption process, Suji instantaneously utilizes the gem's power to decipher the dust release technique. With mastery over the mind gem, Suji's cognitive processes transcend human capabilities, signifying that he has indeed learned dust release. Previously, Suji was unable to employ dust release nor develop it, simply because he had never witnessed it. Indeed, throughout the years, Daimyo had refrained from utilizing dust release in his presence. Identifying the combination for dust release from the myriad transformations of the three chakra attributes is akin to pinpointing a single water molecule within an expansive ocean. At that time, Suji had other research projects that had to be set aside, leaving the study of dust release in abeyance. Now, having personally experienced dust release, He has essentially glimpsed a fixed solution to the combination of chakra, and Suji's intellect allows him to deduce with remarkable ease. What is happening? Could it be a specially developed sealing technique? Noki could not comprehend how Suji managed to become immune to the damage inflicted by dust release. For the first time, the invincible dust release had failed, prompting him to immediately distance himself from Suji. However, how could Suji possess a sealing technique specifically designed to counter dust release if he had never witnessed it before? Noki was bewildered and profoundly shaken, as this transcended the fundamental principles of chakra within the ninja world. Master, I hope you can impart to me the secrets of dust release, the weighty rock technique, the heavy rock technique, and other mysteries mastered by the Otsutsuki. Suji spoke earnestly to Ohayaki. Upon hearing Suji's words, Ohayaki coldly sneered. If you believe that you can threaten me into surrendering these items with my life, then you have gravely misjudged me. I, Ohayaki, am not one to fear death. With a single hand seal, Ohayaki unleashed an S-rank earth release technique. A colossal stone giant materialized in the air, buoyed by his heavy rock technique. Earth release, exploding shards technique. The stones adorning the giant erupted in all directions like a torrential downpour of needles. Ohayaki's indiscriminate barrage aimed to gauge Suji's capabilities. In the realm of ninja combat, intelligence reigned supreme. Had Ohayaki known that Sarutobi Hiruzen would employ the spirit transformation technique, he would have swiftly utilized a concealment ninjutsu to hide upon witnessing the third Hokage obscure the battlefield with mist. It was inconceivable that he would remain foolishly stationary, awaiting the Hokage's move. Were it not for Suji's prior study of the spirit transformation technique and his development of a barrier capable of countering it, Ohayaki would have already met his demise. In the current predicament, Ohayaki had to meticulously ponder the various anomalies surrounding Suji's appearance in order to decipher his abilities. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you shall never be defeated. Ohayaki formed another hand seal to employ a substitution technique. However, the process was interrupted as a hand landed upon his shoulder, disrupting his chakra flow and preventing him from executing his ninjutsu. The shock coursing through Ohayaki was profound. For the owner of that hand was Suji. He had not even sensed Suji's approach. When a ninja loses the ability to perceive the enemy's arrival, what remains but the inevitability of death? How is this possible? How did you accomplish that? Ohayaki hesitated, his expression betraying utter chaos. What on earth is happening in this world? Why does Suji possess so many inscrutable abilities? Teacher, cease this charade. Do you not comprehend the disparity in our strengths? Su Jizong released his grip, his expression devoid of emotion. He would never admit that he did so to witness the incredulous expression on Daimu's face. As a time traveler, observing the myriad of emotions displayed by characters from this alternate universe due to his presence was a source of amusement. Daimu roared in anger. What nonsense is this? Chapter 54. Suji's ambitions in Daimu's hand. A radiant white light emanated, signaling yet another dust release. Extreme boundary removal technique. Suji remarked, what a stubborn old man. At the same time, a radiant white light emanated from his hand, signifying the dust release, limitless separation technique. The two waves of dust release collided in the air, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The stone giant beneath Noki was shattered, yet it also shielded him from the residual shockwave of the blast. In that instant, witnessing this spectacle, Noki's defenses crumbled entirely. He shouted in disbelief, "Am I seeing things?" Refusing to succumb to superstition, Noki rubbed his eyes. Yet the fragments from the stone giant's destruction lingered, leaving him with no choice but to accept the reality. How is this possible? How could you have mastered dust release? Noki's mind raced, contemplating a potential explanation. Could it be that the Otsutsuki clan secretly imparted dust release to you? The Otsutsuki clan, being the lineage of the second Tsuchikage, naturally possessed the inheritance of dust release, although no other member had yet learned it. Master, stop overthinking. Your relationship with the Otsutsuki clan is so strong. They are your staunch supporters and would never betray you. Suji pondered for a moment and added, at least while you are alive. After the tumultuous outburst, Ohyuki managed to regain his composure, having been overwhelmed by a succession of events that had shattered his mental state. Once he had calmed down, Ohyuki refrained from taking further action and instead inquired, where did you learn that dust release technique? Suji smiled and replied, of course. It was just taught to me by my master. Impossible. Ohyuki retorted without a moment's hesitation, his disbelief palpable. It was akin to employing advanced technology to extract a needle from the ocean, only for someone else to casually scoop it up without any sophisticated means and then claim to have learned from your method. Shouldn't the focus be on that advanced technology? In the context of dust release, The secret lies in the intricate interplay of the three elemental chakra transformations, akin to the advanced technology for retrieving the needle from the sea. Is this something one could simply grasp after a single observation? Master, I understand this may exceed your comprehension. However, if I lacked sufficient capability, how could I possibly harbor such ambition? Ohyuki utilized a secret ninja technique to force himself to remain calm, yet reality remained unaffected by his will. Tsuji's mastery of dust release is a tangible reality. Simultaneously, Noki has come to a profound realization. He may indeed meet his demise here today. Tsuji, why do you conceal your true capabilities before me? I would undoubtedly grant you the position of the fourth Otsutsuki. There is no necessity for you to persist in hiding your prowess. I, Noki, am not one to prioritize personal gain over the village's interests. Noki voiced his lingering doubts. Indeed, had Tsuji chosen to unveil his full potential, the Awakens would not resort to clandestine means to eliminate him. Rather, they would ensure his protection until he becomes invincible, as this aligns with the collective aspirations of all IWA ninjas. They are in need of a ninja deity. As for the position of Otsutsuki, it is merely a trifling matter. Much like the first Hokage in Konohagakure, his actions are inconsequential. As long as there exists such a figure in Konoha, the wealth of the ninja world will inevitably flow toward it. If Tsuji truly possesses the qualifications of a deity among ninjas, he would undoubtedly be unanimously recognized by the rock Shinobi as the next Otsutsuki. Such triviality as the Yellow Earth, even if endowed with talent surpassing that of Inoki, would never have the chance to vie for Tsuji's position. Tsuji fell silent for a moment, fully aware that Naki's words were indeed valid. He had pondered this issue himself. However, it did not align with his interests. Indeed, Master, if I were to showcase my full capabilities, I am confident that you would directly pass on the position of the fourth Otsutsuki to me. I also trust that you would wholeheartedly assist me in ascending to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Yet, that is not my ultimate goal. Noki grew even more perplexed. If power is not your motivation, then what drives you to undertake all of this? Yes, Tsuji. Even if you are not pursuing power or the zenith of the shinobi realm, this does not contradict your display of talent. All my actions are aimed at uncovering the truths of this world. However, the path is fraught with challenges. Moreover, my true adversaries are neither you nor the ninjas of other villages. Tsuji is wary of the Otsutsuki clan. A race capable of developing technologies such as chakra undoubtedly warrants his apprehension. He lacks such abilities. Even if you are facing an enemy unknown to me, should you not unite the strength of the entire ninja village to confront them? On the other hand, Inoki struggles to comprehend Tsuji's perspective. You are right, Master. He acknowledges. However, my endeavors extend beyond the confines of Awakens. The interests of the IWA ninjas do not align with my own. Inoki responds, how can they not align? The stronger you become, the more formidable Awakens will be. Whatever research you pursue, mobilizing the resources of an entire village will undoubtedly enhance the efficiency of your studies. Tsuji's expression grew enigmatic. As he addressed the teacher, your understanding is misguided. Your comprehension is far too superficial. A ninja village aiding me wholeheartedly? I do not require your assistance. I am capable of creating machines that are far more obedient, with efficiencies that surpass anything the village can offer. Daimu's countenance darkened as he sensed an ominous shift in the atmosphere. He inquired in a dry tone, what are you planning to do? Tsuji smiled gently, patiently explaining to his teacher, Teacher, consider this world composed of matter. Its operational principles, from inception to the present and into the distant future, remain immutable. 4. The Tao is eternal. However, beyond this fixed and intricate essence, there exists a realm brimming with uncertainty and captivating magic, the free will of humanity. Human will is constrained by the material world, unable to unleash its full potential. Those of the ninja realm, particularly the shinobi, immerse themselves in the allure of power through chakra, yet fail to grasp the true essence of this world. Chakra is neither power, nor a symbol of authority, nor a mark of status. It embodies knowledge and discovery. When ninjas perceive chakra as mere strength, they are fated to dwell in suspicion and fear, perpetuating unending wars born from their trepidation and fervent adoration of this force. Ninjas believe themselves superior, possessing power, while neglecting the importance of evolution and accumulation. Human society is not a reflection of nature, nor is it a domain governed by survival of the fittest. When ninjas cease to represent the progressive productive forces of humanity, they ought to be discarded. I shall initiate this process, revitalizing the world. I envision a realm far superior to the present. Chapter 55, Sayonara. Sensei. Upon hearing Tsuji's words, Inoki trembled in fear. He could surmise what Tsuji intended, undoubtedly to obliterate the existing order of this world, potentially condemning the entire Awagakure to perdition. Inoki sensed his voice quivering. What? What are you planning to do? The first grand endeavor upon becoming Otsutsuki is to eradicate the daimyo of the land of Earth, allowing me to assume control over the land of Earth. Tsuji smiled and inquired, how is it, teacher? Do you not find it quite insane? Daimyo swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he replied, are you aware of what you are embarking upon? You are opposing the entire world. The rock ninjas will not shelter you. You shall perish under the onslaught of the entire realm. Not even the god of ninjas would be an exception. Tsuji let out a disdainful laugh. Thus, dear teacher, this is precisely why I have never contemplated following your previous advice. I chose to withhold my talents and thoughts until now. At this very moment, amidst the turmoil of the ninja world war, I seize this opportunity to clarify the situation in Awagakure. Taking lives may be a trivial matter, yet altering the mindset of an entire populace presents an insurmountable challenge, especially considering that what Tsuji intends to accomplish is akin to tearing off their roofs for the people of the ninja world. Even the most flawed piece is far superior to the ravages of war. Tsuji's approach of twisting the necks of people around the world and forcing them forward will undoubtedly lack support. Fortunately, Tsuji neither desires nor requires their endorsement. However, he seeks a fundamental territory, and the land of Earth would suffice. It possesses a sufficient population, ample space, and adequate resources for him to conduct large-scale experiments and realize his vision of 6 Infinity Stones technology. All of humanity will serve as fuel for Tsuji's ascent to greatness. One might ponder whether humanity is willing to acquiesce to such a fate. Tsuji is not the protagonist, caught up in notions of bonds, friendship, and village life. His aspirations have remained unwavering. Of course, he occasionally indulges in respite, allowing enchanting women to continue their melodies and dances. After all, it is entirely reasonable to pause on the path to omniscience and omnipotence, is it not? The expression on Ohayaki's face turned ominous. He feared that Tsuji would obliterate the hard work of the previous Otsutsuki. Should Tsuji pursue his intentions, Awagakure would undoubtedly face siege and annihilation. All the daimyos and their vested interests would surely react with fervor, determined to eradicate a madman like Tsuji, leaving him in utter ruin, without a grave, perhaps even erasing his very existence from the annals of history. Tsuji gazed at the anxious daimyo. Teacher, let us be realistic. While there may be those who can thwart my ambitions, you certainly are not among them. A resolute expression graced Daimyo's face as he retorted, Tsuji, do not underestimate me. Allow me to demonstrate the essence of my stone will. As rock ninjas, we shall not yield to mere brute force. Tsuji erupted in laughter. You believe you cannot be subdued by strength? Teacher, your comprehension of power is rather superficial, which leads you to such a notion. However, this is not entirely your fault. Your understanding of me remains lamentably insufficient. Tsuji noticed that Ohayama seemed to want to say something further, but he had lost his patience. Today, he had spoken enough. This also marked the conclusion of the scant friendship between him and Ohayama. Techniques such as dust release and fire release vanished without a trace as they approached Tsuji, leading Ohayama to finally reach a certainty. Tsuji possesses the extraordinary ability to nullify ninjutsu, a power that transcends the mere spatial transfer of techniques. Master, relinquish to me what the Otsutsuki ought to possess, and I shall grant you a dignified end. Naka's heart ached with sorrow, and the thought of the entire world besieging Awagakure rendered him breathless. The architect of this turmoil stands before him, Tsuji, yet he finds himself utterly powerless against him. Noki ceases his resistance, calmly resigning himself to the impending death. Go ahead, but do not expect to obtain what you desire from me. It is not that Noki lacks resolve. He has sent out numerous distress signals. Yet his Umbu and the outer IWA Shinobi have seemingly vanished. He realizes he is ensnared within a barrier, a colossal one, which his dust release cannot shatter. Master, why resort to this? Once you are gone, I shall ascend as Otsutsuki, and all that I speak of will naturally come to me. You are merely expediting the process. You know I am a stubborn individual. My only fear is that acquiring these things will taint my hands with the blood of too many IWA Shinobi. Why must it be this way? As Tsuji spoke, his right hand suddenly erupted with frost, followed by searing magma, and then the unyielding strength of steel. These manifestations represented a myriad of bloodline powers, and astonishingly, Tsuji seemed to possess them all. Upon witnessing this scene, Noki grasped merely the tip of the iceberg regarding Tsuji's abilities, and his last glimmer of hope was utterly shattered, rendering his countenance a pallid gray. In the face of Tsuji's unfathomable strength, Noki ultimately succumbed, casting a scroll towards Tsuji. Suji, I hope that the last remnants of Awagakure are obliterated. Suji nodded. Very well. I accept your proposal. With a sharp clap, Suji snapped his fingers, and in an instant, he and Anoki descended to the ground. Anoki, filled with astonishment, received an explanation from Suji. It was merely a minor application of spatial abilities. The location where they landed was directly before Sarutobi Hiruzen. A terrifying fire dragon dissipated around them, the manifestation of the third Hokage's attack. Unaware of the anomaly occurring in the air, Sarutobi felt the weight of Konoha's expectations upon him. He could not afford to lose. Rui Stick, transformation. The Rui Stick in the third Hokage's hand elongated, thrusting toward the two. However, to Sarutobi's astonishment, his Rui Stick pierced through Inoki's heart. Observing Inoki's condition, blood poured from his mouth. And it seemed he was on the verge of meeting the Sage of Six Paths. Sarutobi was left in stunned disbelief. Suji softly whispered into Anoki's ear, "Sayonara, Sensei." Regardless of the tumultuous history between Suji and Anoki, Suji resolved to turn the page on this chapter. In that fleeting moment, Suji immobilized Anoki, rendering him unable to evade the fatal strike from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Anoki comprehended the gravity of the situation. He felt his vitality swiftly waning, with his last vestiges of strength. He uttered, "Suji, you bastard, you have not spoken well of the Awagakure." Before he could finish, this legendary figure of the shinobi world met his demise. Sarutobi Hiruzen, utilizing his sensory ninjutsu, naturally perceived Anoki's death. Yet, he remained perplexed, struggling to grasp the unfolding events. Why had Anoki failed to evade a seemingly mundane attack? Was it truly Suji who had brought about Anoki's downfall? Hokage, tread carefully. Suji confirmed the death of Anoki, his emotions a mystery. And after uttering a single phrase, he vanished from sight. Harnessing the power of the space gem, he departed from the scene, returning to his field hospital. Simultaneously, Suji dispelled his vast illusionary barrier. Instantly, the perceptive ninjas of Awagakure's Umbu guarding the perimeter sensed the chakra of the third Tsuchikage had vanished. Panic ensued. The chakra of our Lord Tsuchikage has disappeared. Quick, let us ascertain what has transpired. Follow me, we must secure the third Hokage. The Umbu operatives, filled with dread, realized the gravity of their situation, that Tsuchikage had perished under their watch. With an urgency akin to frenzied ants, they sprang into action. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached to confirm Inoki's demise. Confusion enveloped him, yet he understood the necessity of retreat. Those who lagged would surely be torn apart by the encroaching IWA ninjas. He had no desire to accompany the Tsuchikage in death. As the third Hokage signaled his departure, he encountered the incoming IWA Umbu. Chapter 56. Now everyone, please refer to me as Lord Suji. Upon meeting their adversary, the tension was palpable. An IWA Umbu inquired, "Hokage, where is our Tsuchikage?" Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized that his words would fall on deaf ears, yet he replied, "Your Tsuchikage has perished, slain by Suji." Absurd. Preposterous. How could someone of your capabilities possibly kill our Tsuchikage? Lord Suji was tending to the wounded at the rear. He could not have committed such an act. You not only perpetrate this deed but also slander our Tsuchikage as successor. Seize him, and the truth will inevitably come to light. With a heavy sigh, the third Hokage understood that disbelief was inevitable, and he bore the burden of responsibility for the Tsuchikage's death. Danzo, upon receiving the third Hokage's signal, commanded his subordinates to converge towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, intent on launching an offensive. The IWA Umbu, upon discovering Inoki's lifeless body sprawled upon the cold ground, noted that the blood upon his chest had begun to congeal. A glance from Suzuki Taro, the deputy leader of the Umbu, confirmed that the wound upon Inoki's chest was inflicted by the third Hokage's summoning beast weapon. In the face of this grim sight, the Umbu fell silent, their sorrow too profound for words. Eventually, the leading Umbu made a decision to prepare the body of their third lord, notify the heads of various clans, the ministers of each department, and the frontline commander, Lord Higashida. Most crucially, they would summon Lord Suji to oversee the situation. They resolved to maintain confidentiality, ensuring that the news of the third lord's demise would not reach the troops, lest it undermine their morale. The Umbu would retract their operations, awaiting the high-ranking officials of the village to deliberate on a course of action. A young Umbu inquired, "My lord, shall we not intensify our efforts to hunt down the perpetrators from Konoha?" "Baka." Suzuki Taro retorted sharply, then elucidated, "The third Tsuchikage has met his demise. Our foremost priority is not to uncover the identity of the assailants or pursue them relentlessly, but rather to ensure the stability of our village." We shall address this matter once a new Otsutsuki has been appointed. Now move. One by one, the surrounding Umbu accepted their orders and set off to deliver the notifications. As Suzuki Taro meticulously examined the body of the third Otsutsuki, a wave of discomfort and an insatiable curiosity washed over him. How had the third Hokage managed to slay the Otsutsuki? Yet, the paramount concern for the village was not the truth, but the selection of a new Otsutsuki. This principle holds universally. A nation cannot endure a day without a leader. Consider the daimyos, regardless of whether their deaths were by suicide or assassination. The critical issue is not the revelation of the truth, but the election of a new daimyo. The new daimyo will then decide the extent of any investigations to be undertaken. The passing of Inoki cast a heavy shadow over Suzuki Taro's heart. Why did it occur precisely when the IWA Shinobi were on the verge of overcoming Konoha? He anticipated that the entire offensive from IWA would come to a halt. Even in the face of an impending village annihilation, a leader must be chosen to guide them. This is the essence of survival for any organization. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo converged, acutely aware of the diminishing intensity of the IWA Shinobi's pursuit. However, they had no time for contemplation and proceeded with their planned retreat. At the front lines. Upon receiving the Umbu's notification, Mori Higashi's scalp prickled with dread. His ominous premonition was materializing. An accompanying Umbu conveyed the news of the third Otsutsuki's demise, sending a shiver down Higashi's spine. He found it nearly impossible to accept this reality. It was only when he beheld the lifeless body of the third Otsutsuki in the conference room that he could fully grasp the truth. Higashi sensed that a storm was brewing within Awagakure. Suzy Yuan was poised to seize the supreme authority of Awagakure far earlier than he had anticipated, and this was indisputable. In the dead of night, the upper echelons of the IWA Shinobi front had gathered together. At this juncture, those present had all laid eyes upon the corpse of Ohayaki. And based on their collective understanding, they confirmed that it was indeed the body of Ohayaki himself. Thus, a pressing question emerged. What should they do now? While Ohayaki had been alive, they had all heeded his commands. However, with Ohayaki's abrupt departure, many high-ranking officials remained within Iwagakure. The new Otsutsuki could not bypass these individuals. After all, the position of Otsutsuki necessitated the approval of the majority. Otherwise, it would merely result in the elevation of a puppet. In this assembly, Suji rightfully occupied the seat of honor. Sujiji inherently possesses the qualifications to become the fourth Otsutsuki, a fact that is undeniably evident to all. Although age may pose a concern, true strength renders age inconsequential. Furthermore, Sujiji is celebrated as a hero among the IWA Shinobi. During the last Ninja World War, he vanquished Konoha's rising star, the gifted Kato Dan, who was deemed worthy of the Hokage title. Subsequently, he spearheaded a reform of the IWA Shinobi's medical system, nurturing a multitude of medical ninjas. Despite his contentious relations with certain clans, such as the Sato family, his contributions are irrefutable. As for his credentials, Sujiji holds the esteemed position of Minister of the IWA Shinobi's medical department, standing among the upper echelons. Minister Su, do you have any recommendations? Inquired the venerable leader of the Kamizura clan, Kamizura Keita, with deep respect. The Kamizura clan, akin to Konoha's Aburame clan, is a family of ninjas that employs nurtured insect companions in battle. Although Kamizura Keita has only recently reached the threshold of the elite ninja rank, he is acutely aware of the immense strength possessed by the man before him. His age and achievements place Sujiji in a realm beyond mere posturing. Most importantly, Sujiji is not a solitary figure. He embodies more than just the title of a disciple of the third Otsutsuki. Suji oversees the medical department. And within the configuration of the three-person ninja team, there is invariably a medical ninja present. Suji oversees all medical ninjas, and in his reforms, these medical ninjas are the beneficiaries. This indicates that Suji possesses an extraordinarily vast support base. This explains why these ancient clans, with their long-standing legacies and numerous formidable members, still obediently heed Suji's words. Ultimately, it all boils down to power. Upon hearing this, Dong Sishen and others fell silent, eagerly awaiting the words of Suji, the future ruler of Awagakure. No matter how disregarded a crown prince may be, the moment the emperor passes, he instantly ascends to the highest rank. Suji's current status mirrors this. The entire Awagakure revolves around him, and everyone speaks sweetly in his presence. The world is suffused with sunshine. This is the reason why power serves as the elixir of eternal youth. Suji eschewed any pretense of modesty and spoke candidly. The front line shall remain as it is. The senior officials currently stationed there have all returned to Awagakure. We will convene a supreme council in the village, wherein I shall formally assume the position of Otsutsuki. I trust there are no objections? The assembly exchanged glances, daunted by the prospect of dissent. It is well known that Suji, the esteemed healer of Awagakure, is intolerant of opposition. Yes, Lord Su, they replied, bowing in compliance. If Suji were still an elite jonin, these individuals might not exhibit such deference. After all, in the world of ninjas, power reigns supreme. Although the role of the shadow is not solely to engage in combat, one cannot be perceived as weak. Within Awagakure, only a handful of venerable elders possess overt strength that surpasses what Suji has demonstrated. Suzuki Taro, the deputy minister of the Umbu, spoke up, inquiring, Lord Suji, how should we arrange the Umbu's deployments on the front lines? Suzuki Taro, in reality, serves as the head of the Umbu, holding a rank equivalent to Suji. Yet, one can observe that he still humbly addresses Suji with honorifics, even though his strength has reached that of a shadow. Suzuki Taro's swift response, delegating the authority of the Umbu's arrangements to Suji, signifies a submission in surrendering power. Chapter 57. Suji commands with authority regardless of the circumstances of other departments. The Umbu, due to its unique nature, operates under the principle of one emperor, one court. This is because it is a department of utmost significance and importance, essential to be firmly in the hands of the shadow. Suji pondered for a moment. The dark faction did not pose an immediate concern for him, and he harbored no fear of insubordination from others. He was also keen to actively seek opportunities to challenge and deal with those who acted without discretion. Suji stated, apart from the classified missions that have already commenced, all other clandestine operations shall be suspended until new directives are issued from the village. The current objective is to maintain the status quo. I implore everyone to uphold the situation at the front lines, so as not to complicate the upcoming meetings. Suji cast his gaze upon Dong Siren, who, upon noticing Suji's attention, felt a jolt of apprehension. Before he could utter a word to relinquish command of the legion, Suji spoke, Dong Siren, you are the highest commander on the front lines. I entrust you with this responsibility, granting you the utmost authority. Do not falter. Hearing Suji's confidence in him, Dong Siren exhaled in relief. Lord Suji, there is no cause for concern. I shall ensure that Konoha does not impede our efforts. After Suji's arrangements were completed, he exhibited no interest in engaging with these future subordinates to foster any camaraderie. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall take my leave now. I entrust the remaining matters to your capable hands. Yes, Lord Suji. The crowd awaited Suji's departure before swiftly immersing themselves in their tasks. Each family commenced reaching out to their respective clans, hoping to curry favor with Suji as swiftly as possible. The Eastern Dead, upon witnessing Suji's exit, let out a long sigh of relief. In that moment, when Suji's gaze fell upon him, he felt an overwhelming fear. From Suji's eyes, he perceived a chilling intent to kill. He speculated that the death of the third Otsutsuki, Noki, might be connected to Suji. Not long ago, Huang Tu had been slain under the protection of the Rock Ninja, and today, the third Otsutsuki was also murdered by the Hokage despite heavy security from the Umbu. He sensed a correlation between these two incidents, both bearing an eerily similar style. Yet, lacking evidence, it remained merely a conjecture, one he dared not voice. To utter a single word detrimental to Suji could very well lead to his demise. Although he held the esteemed position as the supreme commander of the three ninja legions, who oversaw nearly all of the Rock Ninja, he understood that in Suji's eyes, he was but a mere insignificant pawn. Would anyone believe otherwise? Wasn't the highest-ranking individual currently lying here? If Suji were not orchestrating matters behind the scenes, the enemy would be Konoha. However, if it were indeed Suji pulling the strings, no, that cannot be. Lord Suji shall not err. The Eastern Dead, with their minds occupied by incantations, departed from this place to arrange matters pertaining to the Legion. Lying down like Elder Suji, Longshi provided him with a massage. He had never anticipated that Dong Siren, a cowardly individual, would dare to question him. Were it not for his possession of the Soul Gem, which allowed him to perceive Dong Siren's thoughts, he might have remained oblivious to the existence of such a person doubting him. However, whether or not he was doubted held little significance. The reality was that he could bring benefits to Yin village, and the death of Yimu was indisputable. Their goal was to derive profit from this situation, rather than pursue truth and justice. As for Dong Siren, he might hold some authority, but perhaps another person would perform even worse in his stead. Let him continue his work. Suji's thoughts returned to the hidden stone village, where he contemplated his adversaries. A cruel smile crept upon his lips. The third Hokage and his companions had returned to their camp in a state of disarray. Although they had accomplished their designated objective, the cost was tremendous. With a third of their ranks lost, it is crucial to note that those who participated in this operation were the elite of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen recounted every detail of his encounters to Danzo, seeking his analytical expertise. Danzo was the true ninja of Konoha, excelling in intelligence analysis, assassination, and conspiracy planning. He was the most proficient in these arts within Konoha. In contrast, Sarutobi Hiruzen's capabilities in such matters were considerably inferior. Hiruzen, if you can ensure that you are not ensnared by any genjutsu, it is certain that this hero of the Hidden Stone Village eliminated Inoki. The reasoning might stem from his impatience with Inoki, seeking to seize power prematurely. We have previously analyzed him. Although he does not pursue power, he is resolute in his governance. Suji possesses a strong desire for control and a clear sense of purpose. This is the most credible hypothesis. Otherwise, it is difficult to fathom his motive for eliminating Inoki. After all, Inoki was the only obstacle in terms of power. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, stating, "It seems we have become a mere instrument in the hands of this young man. It is hard to imagine that he possesses such formidable strength and operational capacity." Danzo recalled their last encounter with Suji, during which he had offered him some advice. Could it be that his casual remarks had borne fruit? Nevertheless, the rationale was of little consequence. What mattered was the impact on Konoha. Danzo inquired, "What shall our next course of action be? Shall we await the response of the rock ninjas?" The third Hokage nodded. "We must confirm the news of Inoki's demise." Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was also convinced of Inoki's death, he was reluctant to gamble on it. If Inoki were to feign death, it would create considerable complications, while the likelihood of such a scenario was negligible. The Hokage was not willing to take that risk. The third Hokage took a deep drag from his cigarette and continued, "If the rock ninjas cease their assault tomorrow, it will indicate that Inoki has indeed perished. After all, we are the weaker party. The rock ninjas have no need to employ such deceptive tactics against us, as they could easily overpower Konoha without resorting to feigned death." Danzo produced a map, visibly excited, as intelligence from Root indicated a 99% probability of Inoki's death. Regardless of whether Inoki was truly dead or merely pretending, our objective of buying time had been achieved. With the rock ninjas unable to launch a large-scale offensive against us, we could effectively utilize our elite combat forces. It is time we devised our next strategy to decisively defeat the Cloud Ninjas and bring an end to the conflict with them. The fourth Raikage, a brash youth, finds himself lacking the support of his predecessor, resulting in a discordant command on that side. The third Hokage exhaled a smoke ring, observing that some antiquated figures were taking advantage of this young man. Although the fourth Raikage possesses considerable strength, he pales in comparison to the seasoned Kage. With Minato's Flying Thunder God technique and Jiraiya's Sage techniques, even with my assistance alongside the Jinchuriki, we still fall short. This level of power merely grants us an advantage. It is insufficient to compel the Cloud Shinobi to withdraw from this conflict. We must devise a strategy to bolster our forces. What about those in the Root who practice the 8 gates? Can any of them open the 7th gate? Danzo rubbed his chin, expressing his frustration. No. Most can only manage the 3rd or 4th gates. There is but one who has reached the 6th gate, yet even he is merely an elite jonin. Not a single individual has unlocked the 7th gate in recent years. Do not harbor such hopes. They were all aware that not long ago, Might Guy of Konoha had unleashed the full power of the 8 gates in a desperate bid to save his son. Had it not been for that, he might have annihilated the 7 ninja swordsmen. After all, the explosive power of opening all 8 gates comes with devastating AoE attacks that conventional ninjutsu like the substitution technique cannot evade. Even retreating underground would result in being reduced to pulp by a single strike, truly terrifying. Chapter 58. Sarutobi's Joy and Tsunade's Sorrow. Regrettably, the 8 gates require both innate talent and relentless effort, and without the ability to unlock the 7th gate, one can only attain the status of an elite jonin. It is the 7th gate that truly reveals the might of this taijutsu. The 3rd Hokage sighed, lamenting that pure ninjas like Might Guy are exceedingly rare. Decades of unwavering dedication culminate in but a single moment of use. Danzo nodded, recognizing that power cannot be conjured from thin air. If the Cloud Shinobi do not dispatch a few strong illusionists, the elder of the Karasuma clan is nearing death. Let him illuminate the final glimmer of hope for Konoha. The 3rd Hokage, resigned, watched as Danzo took the initiative. Danzo's expression was one of malevolence. What do you mean by voluntary? If you lack the will to be the villain, I shall take that role. They can either perish on the battlefield or face my reckoning after the war. Years ago, they had both faced numerous obstacles from the Karasuma clan, and out of respect for their status as Konoha elders, he had spared their lives. If they wish to maintain their family's prominence, they must contribute. Anyone who dares to shirk their responsibilities shall face the wrath of the previous generations. Listening to Danzo's tirade, the third Hokage adjusted his Hokage hat. Danzo was merciless not only to others but to himself as well. Once Danzo finished his scathing remarks, the third Hokage spoke. Veteran Kage cannot be recklessly disturbed. Thus, we are left with the emerging talents for temporary reassignment. From the Mist Shinobi, only Uchiha Shursui stood out as a promising candidate. Illusions and body techniques are remarkably exceptional. Although he has only recently attained the level of a shadow, his combat prowess should not be underestimated. Moreover, his Sharingan can effectively suppress tailed beasts. Upon hearing the name Uchiha Shursui, Danzo fell silent for a moment, reflecting. The Uchiha clan's genius is perpetually emerging. Sarutobi Hiruzen, replacing the tobacco in his pipe, concurred. Indeed, yet another superlative talent has arisen from the Uchiha lineage. However, as a descendant of Kagami, he lacks a strong sense of familial loyalty and prioritizes the village's interests above all else. Danzo scoffed, declaring that one could never fully trust the Uchiha, as one could never know when they might succumb to folly. Let us not regard our villagers with such disdain, Danzo interrupted the third Hokage, for such a perspective was contrary to his principles. A person should only be judged after committing a crime, not preemptively deemed a sinner before any wrongdoing. Danzo waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in rehashing the same old arguments. Hiruzen, that is your concern. My duty lies in preventing errors. There is no need to further discuss our ideologies. As for the aging members of the Hyuga clan, he bemoaned their reluctance to contribute, grumbling about their cowardice. They should join the fray alongside the Cloud Ninjas rather than allowing only the Branch family to bear the brunt of the battle. Danzo felt an overwhelming urge to forcefully submerge those decrepit old men in the nearest latrine, cursing their inactivity. While he and the Hokage were engaged in relentless combat on the front lines, these elderly figures of the village, who prided themselves on their seniority, had been defying them since Sarutobi's ascension as the third Hokage. Though Danzo had already dealt with many of them in a brutal purge, numerous others had survived, now serving as the patriarchs of their clans. These individuals held esteemed positions, often avoiding village duties, and would look down upon both him and the Hokage with disdain. Danzo reciprocated their contempt. With the village in disarray, he intended to ensure these old relics bled dry on the battlefield during this war. He had already begun this endeavor on the Western Front. However, in other regions, his reach was limited. The influence of Orochimaru and Jiraiya was insufficient, and the other two Hokage advisors lacked the courage to confront these elders as he and the Hokage did. In his heart, Danzo seethed. Only I, Danzo, can save Konoha. How can this wretched insect and these self-serving bastards restore the greatness of the village? The third Hokage did not dismiss Danzo's proposal. Although merciful, he was not weak. Even he was compelled to fight desperately on the battlefield while those elders hid away, complaining incessantly. Did they truly believe he, the Hokage, would remain patient with such behavior? It is permissible to criticize the Hokage, but should you dare to undermine the interests of Konoha, then the Hokage shall have no choice but to send you to meet the previous Hokage. The following day, Danzo excitedly shared intelligence from the Umbu spies with the third Hokage. It was confirmed that the higher echelons of IWA Shinobi were systematically retreating from the front line, and Awagakure had been placed under complete lockdown. Through meticulous analysis of the intelligence, it was unequivocally established that the third Tsuchikage had indeed perished. The IWA Shinobi found themselves in a predicament, as a nation cannot endure a day without its leader. Their most pressing concern was the election of a new Tsuchikage, which became the singular priority for IWA Shinobi. It would take at least 3 days for them to appoint a new leader and mobilize their various agencies. This afforded Konoha valuable time, especially considering they had the extraordinary flying thunder god technique at their disposal, courtesy of Minato. The third Hokage felt a wave of relief wash over him, for he had known despair after his ninjutsu was thwarted by an inexplicable barrier. He realized the gravity of the situation. Failure meant surrender for Konoha. The weight of responsibility rested heavily upon his shoulders, more than anyone else, as his power was matched only by his obligations. Little did he expect that fate would take a turn with the death of Inoki. Although he was perplexed by the circumstances surrounding Suji and Inoki, He recognized this as a boon for Konoha. A second strategic turning point had indeed emerged. The first had been the fierce battle between IWA and Kumo in the Northern Theater, which provided Konoha a much-needed respite and led to the withdrawal of Sunagakure from the ninja world conflict. Konoha must seize this strategic opportunity. Success in persuading Kumo to withdraw from the battle would revitalize Konoha, allowing for a potential stalemate with Iwagakure and Kirigakure, thus bringing an end to the ninja world war. In such an event, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not have betrayed the villagers of Konoha, nor the legacies of his predecessors, and he would honor the spirits of those who had fallen. It would be nothing short of perfect. Suppressing his excitement, the third Hokage addressed Danzo. Proceed as planned. I will inform Tsunade and convene a meeting. Once the meeting concludes, we shall set forth. Danzo, recognizing the urgency of the situation, nodded and went to make arrangements. With a resounding crash, Tsunade shattered the table in her fury, the force of her blow creating a deep crater in the ground beneath. Her voice trembled as she exclaimed, "Are you telling me my brother has been captured for nearly a month? Why am I only hearing this now?" The third Hokage relayed the information regarding Senju Rope Tree being taken by the enemy on the battlefield in the Land of Mist. Upon hearing this, Tsunade lost control of her emotions. "Tsunade, mind your tone," Danzo admonished as he entered through the curtain. "This is war, not child's play. I have already exercised considerable patience regarding Senju Rope Tree's disobedience in venturing to the battlefield alone. Orochimaru is not his caretaker, and neither are we. He has graduated and is no longer a child." Tsunade gazed defiantly at Danzo, asserting, "What is wrong with my brother caring for Konoha?" "Humph. You are no longer a child either." Danzo's demeanor softened considerably as he discerned that Tsunade had regained her composure. As the direct grandson of the first Hokage, he alone ventured into battle, oblivious to the multitude of concerns he stirred in others. If it were not for his esteemed lineage, he would have long been cast onto the battlefield as mere cannon fodder. You should be grateful he did not perish at the hands of the Mist Shinobi, but was merely taken captive. After the war, we can negotiate and find a way to bring him back. Had he died there, who knows how much trouble it would have caused us. Danzo's voice was chillingly cold. Although Senju Rope Tree was the grandson of his mentors, the first and second Hokages, in his eyes, there was no distinction. Was the third Hokage's status any less noble? He continued to fight valiantly for the future of Konoha. What right did a mere genin have to defy orders? His death on the front lines would affect Tsunade, who in turn would impact Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Furthermore, the elders of Konoha, the Senju clan, and the bonds with Konoha would also be influenced. By remaining obedient in the capital of the Land of Fire, he acted in the best interest of himself, his sister, his teacher, Konoha, and the Senju clan. This was a resounding victory for countless individuals, truly a multifaceted triumph. Yet, he chose to disregard orders and rush to the battlefield, leaving many in anguish, prompting numerous messages to the third Hokage, beseeching him to send someone to retrieve him. This was also why the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, with his gentle disposition, still viewed freshly graduated ninjas as children. Were it Danzo in charge, during wartime, disobedience would lead to an immediate summons to meet the former Hokages. Chapter 59. Tsuji knocks on the widow's door. Tsunade was acutely aware that Elder Danzo was admonishing her. She was unwilling to listen and retorted impatiently, "Understood. Enough with the rambling, Danzo." She wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Senju Rope Tree was her only surviving blood relative. How could she not be concerned? Yet, she also recognized that her teacher genuinely cared for her brother. But as Hokage, he had to prioritize the village. "Teacher, I will keep a watchful eye on the rock Shinobi." Tsunade gazed intently at the third Hokage, speaking earnestly. She was acutely aware that her brother had transgressed the taboos set by Danzo. As someone who cherished order above all, Danzo harbored a profound disdain for ninjas who defied commands. Such individuals were undeniably detrimental to themselves and others, especially amidst the chaos of war. It was not merely her brother. Even Danzo, at times, considered the third Hokage's decisions flawed, feeling an impulse to eliminate him on the spot. As for accolades and sacrifices, every clan had endured losses in the turmoil of war, claiming their kin were ninjas. To Tsunade, the first and second Hokages represented her grandfathers. Yet, for the third Hokage and Danzo, were they not also beloved mentors and guiding lights on the path of the ninja? Their reverence and affection for the first and second Hokages was no less than hers. The third Hokage's decision to prevent Senju Rope Tree from participating in the war, instead dispatching him directly to the Senju clan stronghold in the Land of Fire, demonstrated a profound commitment to his protection. It is noteworthy that the founding families of each ninja village had become personal guardians to the feudal lords, serving as their vassals. Konohagakure effectively served as the vassals of the Land of Fire, while the Senju clan was a personal retainer to the lord. Moreover, throughout the various ninja world wars, there existed agreements among the feudal lords that the flames of conflict would not encroach upon their doorsteps, with only the lives of their ninjas being consumed. The third Hokage placed a reassuring hand on Tsunade's shoulder, urging her to relax, reminding her that her teacher was still present, and not to burden herself with excessive pressure. Truth be told, if Tsunade had any desire to assume the mantle of Hokage, the third Hokage would undoubtedly nurture her ambitions wholeheartedly. However, Tsunade was reluctant, while Orochimaru was fervently striving towards that goal. As for Jiraiya, he exhibited little interest in political affairs, perpetually in pursuit of the child of destiny, wandering the lands for years. If only Tsunade would accept the position of Hokage, he would not need to pass the legacy through generations to Minato. Tsunade nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation faced by Konoha and the immense pressure her teacher bore, saying, "Please take care, sensei." The third Hokage harbored concerns about Tsunade confronting Tsuji, as intelligence indicated that this potential adversary of hers might ascend to the position of fourth Tsuchikage. Sarutobi Hiruzen briefed Tsunade on the latest developments regarding Tsuji, detailing his formidable capabilities and cautioning her against impulsive actions. Upon hearing this, Tsunade gritted her teeth in frustration, yet managed to maintain her composure. She assured him, "Sensei, I am the overall commander. I will not act rashly." "That is reassuring," replied the third Hokage. Pleased with Tsunade's growth, he entrusted the battlefield to her, confident in her abilities. With Tsunade coordinating alongside his son, even if the IWA Shinobi regrouped for another assault, they could hold out until he and Danzo returned to provide support, preventing the situation from spiraling out of control. In the Land of Earth, Iwagakure, many prominent families had already received the disheartening news of the demise of the third Tsuchikage at the hands of the Hokage, rendering the efforts of the Umbu to contain the information largely ineffective, although it remained beneficial for the common folk. In the Tsuchikage clan, the mournful cries echoed following the deaths of the esteemed Inoki and his successor, KT. Within the expansive courtyard of KT, a beautiful woman clad in mourning attire knelt before two photographs, weeping inconsolably. She was KT's wife, the first beauty of the IWN, and the cherished gem of the second Tsuchikage's family, Korwashi Marina. This enchanting figure, a wife, a mother-to-be, and a widow, bore the weight of her sorrow visibly. Her once radiant visage had grown gaunt, yet the air of vulnerability surrounding her intensified, evoking an instinctual desire to protect. Becoming a widow at such a tender age was undoubtedly a tragic fate. Furthermore, for women of her esteemed lineage, remarriage was simply not permissible within the clan. As the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage, Korwashi Marina had momentarily ascended to the role of the clan's foremost representative, albeit this status was fleeting. In a patriarchal society, such opportunities were seldom afforded to women, and her standing was largely attributable to her connection to the second Tsuchikage's lineage. During wartime, the death of KT did not warrant a funeral, as all fallen shinobi were to be interred collectively in the Martyrs' Memorial Cemetery after the conflict's conclusion. A communal ceremony would be held, and thus, KT's remains had been preserved for this purpose. Only a handful of clan members performed a ritual to honor him, hoping for his peaceful repose in the afterlife. Unexpectedly, the day prior, the most esteemed and formidable IWA, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, had perished at the hands of the Hokage. The members of the Tsuchikage clan were left in a state of frenzy upon witnessing Inoki's lifeless body, their faith shattered. It seemed utterly implausible that the invincible dust release, paired with Inoki's aerial abilities and vast battle experience, could succumb to the third Hokage. Such an occurrence felt like the absurdity of a fantastical tale. Even the death of the second Tsuchikage had occurred in a life-or-death struggle against the second Mizukage, where only one could emerge alive. The notion of a Tsuchikage falling in a one-on-one confrontation was simply beyond their comprehension. As Korwashi Marina endeavored to console her clan members, she was informed by a servant of the impending visit from the medical minister, Tsuji, accompanied by his secretary. She promptly instructed, quickly, treat them with the utmost respect. With the death of Inoki, the Tsuchikage clan had begun to decline, while Tsuji was on the cusp of ascending to greatness. Unbeknownst to Korwashi Marina, who was soon to become the Tsuchikage, Tsuji harbored little fondness for her late husband, KT. In order to firmly establish his position as the Earth Shadow, Suji must cultivate strong relationships with the prominent clans. As his mentor's family, the Liang Tianping clan undoubtedly possesses significant value in this endeavor. This symbiosis between Suji and the Liang Tianping clan is mutually beneficial. Moreover, he can seize this opportunity to secure advantages for his own family. The Heisher clan. With the backing of the second and third generation of Earth Shadows, it is likely that Suji would not dismiss their goodwill. These matters have already been discreetly discussed between the two families, with plans to implement them after Suji's formal succession. However, now that Suji has arrived at the Huang Tu family residence, Heisher Emoli Nai perceives this as an opportune moment. Lord Suji, please. Although Suji is her younger uncle, Heisher Emoli Nai refrains from addressing him directly, opting instead to include a title of respect. Suji nodded and stepped inside. This time, not only did Suji bring along his trusted confidant, Xiari, but he also accompanied a number of female guards, all of whom were meticulously trained by him in the hospital as doctors and nurses. These individuals harbored unwavering loyalty towards Suji, having been marked by him with a binding seal. Suji possesses his own developed gem technology, having transformed these young women through surgical enhancements. Each of them possesses the true strength of elite jonin, serving as Suji's temporary bodyguards. When Shari saw Suji enter, she instructed her subordinates, "Guard this place well, and do not allow outsiders to enter, including the Umbu." Understood. Numerous female ninjas responded, employing barrier ninjutsu to seal off the entire space. They also utilized multiple barriers to prevent outsiders from discerning what transpired within. Meanwhile, several servants were dismissed, leaving only Suji, Shiari, and Heishi Morina inside. Observing Suji sending everyone away, Heishi Morina realized that he intended to discuss something of great importance with her, and her heart could not help but race with excitement. This matter was pivotal to her future prosperity. How could she afford to take it lightly? Chapter 60, Sister-in-law, you wouldn't want to. Suji spoke directly, saying, "Sister-in-law, you must be aware of my teacher, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki." Heisei Marina wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and nodded sorrowfully. The third Tsuchikage. Inoki held great prestige and was highly regarded by the villagers and the community. Sushi, with an expression of unwavering righteousness, boldly proclaimed, "Although our esteemed teacher has fallen victim to the treacherous schemes of the despicable third Hokage and has departed to join the previous Tsuchikage, the endeavors of our Awagakure must persist, and our journey continues onward. However, a serpent without a head cannot thrive. We require a new Tsuchikage. I am honored to have been nominated by the esteemed Jonin, and I aspire to assume the mantle of Tsuchikage." Suji then inquired about his purpose. "What is the stance of the Heishi family and the Liangxinping family regarding my succession to the position of Tsuchikage?" Upon hearing Suji's direct approach, Heishi Morina dared not speak ambiguously or evade the question. It is akin to the soon-to-be enthroned prince questioning his ministers about their views on his ascension to the throne. Naturally, the ministers would respond with accolades: good, better, best. No. Rather, best, best, best. They would exhaust every flattering term within their vocabulary. Heishi Morina, however, was not easily swayed. She believed she had rendered a favor to Suji and thus felt entitled to make demands. Those who seek to repay favors can be quite off-putting, especially when dealing with someone like him, a renowned killer physician who despises unsolicited advice. He perceives anyone who offers him suggestions as mentally unwell, deserving of a psychiatric evaluation to uncover the source of their folly. My father, representing the Heishi family, has communicated to me that they are unwavering supporters of yours, willing to employ every means possible to assist you in seizing control of Awagakure. The elders of the Liangxinping family have also conveyed their sentiments, affirming that you are the sole disciple of 3 generations of Tsuchikage, and they pledge their eternal support to ensure your ascension to the position of Tsuchikage. Suji regarded these superficial remarks with mere indifference, harboring no belief in their sincerity, as he stood poised to ascend to the pinnacle of power in Rock-Hidden Village. He was confident that, barring any irrationality, no one would dare to publicly declare his unworthiness to succeed the position of Tsuchikage at such a critical juncture. Naturally, there would be dissenters. Some had incurred Suji's ire to such an extent that they could hardly entertain the hope of his mercy. Left with no other recourse, they could only rally together with a few allies for one final struggle. Coincidentally, Suji had no intention of extending them any clemency. Suji's lips curled into a cold, indifferent smile. "Sister-in-law, you are an astute individual. Do you desire to wield power?" Upon hearing Suji's words, the power-hungry Heishi Marinai responded swiftly, No, that is a matter for you men. My greatest wish is simply to nurture this child to grow up happily. Suji's expression took on an odd demeanor. The black soil requires no nurturing, for it will naturally flourish on its own. Suji's expression was impassive, and his tone was frigid, laced with an ominous aura as he spoke. Let me be frank, sister-in-law. I do not place my trust in you. My enmity with Huang Tu is profound. He has caused me considerable trouble on numerous occasions, and I refrain from retaliating solely out of respect for my mentor's legacy. I am a person of extremes. Either I do not act, or I act decisively. I intend to leave no trace of trouble, including any association with Huang Tuesday. The best resolution would be a reunion in the Pure Land, away from him. As for you, you serve as a pivotal link between the Haishi and Liang Tianping families, both of whom are shadows of the earth. Your influence is considerable. Observing the sudden pallor on Haishi Morina's face, Suji felt a flicker of satisfaction within. Though his demeanor remained chillingly aloof, Suji would never admit that this was a delight in tormenting a widow. Yet, as the widow of Huang Tu, I too do not wish for your survival. Witnessing Suji's stark transformation and listening to his menacing words filled Blackstone Mariana with dread. Being in a family of privilege, how could one be unaware of the terrifying consequences of failure in the power struggle? However, a sudden epiphany struck her. Suji spoke these words to her out of necessity. Otherwise, given his penchant for avoiding unnecessary complications, he would have no reason to engage in conversation with her at all. Blackstone Mariana promptly clarified, Lord Suji, I have no intention of opposing you as Huang Tu did, relying on the glory of his 3 generations. I bear no grievances against you. As the clandestinely chosen subject of Suji's experiments, could he possibly be ignorant of her true nature? Indeed. Blackstone Mariana lacked both the inclination and the audacity to stand against him. How was Suji so acutely aware? The soul gem resided within her, akin to Suji's perpetual surveillance over her. This tormenting of a widow undeniably brought him a certain thrill, especially considering she was the rightful wife of his adversary. Huang Tuesday. The thought of Huang Tu's words before his demise only intensified his satisfaction. Nothing is more exhilarating than revenge, if there is anything more gratifying. It is the complete obliteration of one's foe. Huang Tu stood against him, and all who were associated with him faced either destruction or submission. There was no alternative path, nor would Suji allow it. Suji waved his hand and said, Sister-in-law, it is not that I, Suji, lack benevolence, but rather that certain individuals wish to exploit your identity for their own purposes. Recently, I suspect many have reached out to you, attempting to frame me. The mere thought of such troubles prompts me to consider eliminating those who create disturbances. If you were no longer in this world, they would be unable to use your identity to harass me. Haisha Morina felt a chill run through her, for Suji spoke the truth. When the news of the death of the 3rd-generation Otsutsuki, Ohyuki, spread among the prominent families, indeed, some of Suji's adversaries had begun to visit. They sought to leverage the prestige of the Haisha and Tenkyo families to thwart Suji's ascension to the position of the 4th Otsutsuki. Haisha Morina dared not gamble on Suji's sincerity and promptly replied, Lord Suji, there have indeed been individuals who expressed dissatisfaction with you. However, I have rejected them and have not engaged in any conspiracy. Enough. Suji interjected, halting Haisha Morina from continuing. As for loyalty, I shall discern it for myself. Yet I understand that loyalty is not absolute. It is, in fact, synonymous with absolute disloyalty. Sister-in-law, your status is unique, and I wish to show you something. After which I shall further assess your loyalty. Suji's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, a look that seemed to convey a sentiment of surely. You do not wish for this, eliciting a wave of contempt from the nearby Xiaori. The master has always been one to speak one way and act another. Previously, she had claimed that Suji desired dumplings. Suji would resolutely declare, with an expression full of righteousness, that he is not the kind of person one might suspect. Yet, observe the current situation. After eliminating Daimyo and ruthlessly dealing with Huang Tu, he is on the verge of becoming the most powerful figure in Awagakure. His true nature is now unmistakably revealed. He could not even contain himself, waiting until he fully ascended to the position of Otsutsuki to unveil his genuine self. Suji's purpose for coming here was clear to his secretary, Xiaori. It was certainly not to seek retribution. He merely wished to savor the taste of dumplings. Having never before experienced the secret recipe dumplings of the Haishi and Liangshanping families, it was not that Suji had fallen from grace, rather, he was simply driven by curiosity. As a seeker of truth, he yearned to understand the essence of dumplings. Reading about them and hearing others speak of them always left a lingering sense of incompleteness. The sages have stated, what is acquired from books is ultimately superficial. True understanding comes from personal experience. Suji, naturally, was inclined to heed this wisdom. To discern the quality of dumplings, one must first taste them. It is only through personal engagement that one can truly grasp the matter at hand. Chapter 61. Astonishing. Suji actually indulged in adult content. Suji waved his hand, and Xiaori promptly produced the technological marvel projector that Suji had previously prepared. A spherical device, Xiaori infused it with chakra, causing the orb to levitate and project a video into the air. This was a modest trick of Suji's, destined to become a sensation in the civilian market in the future. Hisaki Mariana inquired in confusion, "What is this?" Suji and Xiaori remained silent, compelling her to follow their gaze. The scene commenced with a cacophony of battle cries, depicting a tumultuous battlefield. The Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi engaged in fervent combat, their jutsu, shurikens, and kunai intertwining amidst the chaos. Soon, Heishi Maria was struck with astonishment as she beheld the figure of Huang Tuesday. It dawned on her that this must be the recent conflict between the Rock and Cloud Shinobi in the north. At the heart of the Rock Shinobi's ranks, Huang Tu stood resolute, directing the pursuit against the Cloud Shinobi with fervor. A wave of panic surged within Heishi Maria. She could not comprehend the nature of this phenomenon. She was bewildered by the source of Suji's information and the origins of these images. However, she was certain that Suji had not shared this spectacle with his father-in-law, the formidable Inoki, at that time. It felt as though she was privy to knowledge that could lead to her demise should it be revealed. Suddenly, 5 ninjas emerged abruptly from the periphery. Launching an assassination attempt on Huang Tuesday, Heishi Maria discerned the peculiarities of the situation. Given Huang Tu's stature, there would undoubtedly be sensory ninjas nearby. It was inconceivable for the enemy to approach Huang Tu undetected and execute such an attack. The 5 assailants were none other than Suji's modified warriors, Jin, Mu, Shui, Hua, and 2 formerly known as the ninja hunter Xinyuan Zhang, now transformed into lethal instruments of his design. The projector displayed the harrowing moment of Huang Tu's assassination. As Jin, Mu, Shui, Hua, and 2 enacted their deadly plan, the shadowy orchestrator, Suji, revealed himself. A chill enveloped Heishi Maria. Cold sweat broke out upon her brow. She rose abruptly, asserting with unwavering conviction, "Lord Suji, this must be a covert sabotage operation orchestrated by another ninja village. They have utilized the principles of illusion to fabricate these images." In an instant of inspiration, she concocted her narrative, which, surprisingly, bore a semblance of credibility. Although she internally believed in the authenticity of the projection, she knew precisely what to articulate. Suji reached out, pulling Heishi Morina into his embrace, gripping her chin to direct her gaze towards the screen. "Allow me to watch in peace," he commanded, sitting in Suji's arms. Heishi Morina felt a chilling sensation in her limbs, her breath becoming labored. Yet, she dared not defy Suji's wishes, nor did she ponder the implications of her position. Instead, she focused intently on the video unfolding before them. She witnessed the various tortures inflicted upon Huang Tu, the torment rendered so vividly that it led to his demise. Heishi Morina's body stiffened at the sight. She felt little anger towards Huang Tu's death, but rather a chilling thought crossed her mind. Knowing all this, would she still have the chance to live? As the video drew to its conclusion, Suji coldly inquired about Huang Tu's last words. Last words? Suji's words were chillingly cold. "Hiki." The scene suddenly revealed Huang Tu laughing maniacally. "Suji, I can see that I am not your equal. However, there is one matter in which I surpass you. Do you know what it is, Suji?" Suji languidly perched himself upon a rock, remaining unfazed by Huang Tu's words. The greatest affront one can endure is to be disregarded. Observing Suji's nonchalant demeanor, Huang Tu's composure shattered. "Moli Nai harbors a secret affection for you. Are you aware of that? I know you are, and I also know you hold feelings for her as well. However, I have resolved to request my father to propose to the Blackstone family. After much toil, I shall wed the woman who adores you, regardless of her fondness for you. She shall forever be your sister-in-law. How does that make you feel? Are you enraged?" Huang Tu bellowed these words, eager to witness Suji's fury. Yet, Suji appeared utterly disinterested, as if Blackstone Moli Nai were a stranger to him. "Is that all?" Suji let out a disdainful laugh, assuring, "Rest assured, I shall take good care of your sister-in-law." Subsequently, Suji brought an end to the life within the yellow earth. Cold sweat dripped from the forehead of Hei Shur Moli Nai, her voice trembling as she stammered, This must surely be a new illusion devised by the enemy. Indeed, it was unmistakably a new form of deception intended to sow discord among us. Suji grasped the trembling shoulders of Korwashi Marina, gazing at her translucent skin, and gently whispered into her ear, "Do not be afraid. This is real, for it was I who orchestrated these events, and I recorded all of it." Like a startled cat, Korwashi Marina abruptly struggled free from Suji's embrace. She looked at him, feeling her body weaken, her legs turning to jelly and lacking strength. Terror, fear, gripped her heart like a relentless nightmare. Suji conveyed these matters to her. Was it to ensure her understanding? Hisaki Morina was rendered speechless for a while. And finally, with a tremor in her voice, she uttered, "You. Of course, I seek vengeance. Do you really think I am unaware of what Huang Tu has done?" Suji naturally took over the conversation, stating, "In the village, with so many eyes and ears, eliminating him would be quite troublesome, and moreover, Noki is not easily deceived. However, on the battlefield, dispatching this pest is virtually effortless. The nature of the ninja world's warfare leaves Noki with little time to investigate the underlying reasons. I have always held grudges rather than gratitude, once provoked. I do not forget." Suji rose to his feet, drawing closer to Heishi Marina, their faces mere inches apart. With utmost seriousness, he declared, "I shall exact my revenge. What nonsense is this about repaying kindness with enmity? Begone. You have provoked me, and it is not merely you who shall suffer, your loved ones, your friends, and even the very traces of your existence shall be obliterated." Do you think that Suji's punishment of Huang Tu ends here, after merely tormenting him? How naive. In the future, when Suji has mastered the Pure Land, what awaits Huang Tu will be the hell that Suji himself creates, where he shall endure ceaseless torment until the end of time. Heishi Marina, unable to maintain her composure, collapsed to the ground, her voice hoarse as she inquired, "So, you have come here today to end my life?" Suji spoke gently, "Sister-in-law, there is no animosity between us. Every time I visit, you treat me with such hospitality and delicious food. How could I possibly wish you harm? Sister-in-law, please remain calm. Take a deep breath and compose yourself. Let us examine another matter." Xiaori, witnessing Suji's authentic depiction of overcoming adversity for the first time, could only conclude that, as she had suspected, provoking her master could not lead to a favorable outcome. The wife of an adversary, was this not a direct affront to her master's authority? As the confidant of her master, Xiaori inherently understood his penchant for engaging in games reminiscent of the bull's head, colloquially known as NTL. Suji, upon hearing the thoughts of Summer, silently ridiculed himself, dismissing her concerns. It was entirely natural for his assistant to possess a profound understanding of him, given their frequent in-depth discussions. However, upon witnessing the turmoil within Heishi Marina, a myriad of emotions intertwined within her. She could scarcely fathom that it was indeed Suji who had orchestrated the demise of her husband, subjecting him to unimaginable torment before his death. A blend of fear, terror, and sorrow enveloped her, yet beneath it all lay the most primal instinct of survival. After all, who truly wishes for death? Suji, for his part, never worried about the potential leakage of such matters. As Teacher Chen had imparted, one must learn to repair computers while mastering photography. No one had yet succeeded in pilfering videos from Suji. With a wave of Suji's hand, the projector displayed another scene. It was evident that this was set against the backdrop of the sky. The body of Korwashi Marina trembled as if shaken by a sieve, for she had laid eyes upon Suji, Onoki, and the third Hokage. Most crucially, Suji stood beside Onoki. For reasons unknown, Onoki did not evade the Hokage's staff, resulting in his heart being pierced, leading to his demise. His final words echoed in the air, "Suji, you bastard, care for Iwagakure." Ono's last lingering attachment was to the village of Stone. Korwashi Marina realized that what she witnessed diverged significantly from the propaganda. Her clansmen had not mentioned Suji's involvement in the battle. Overwhelmed by fear, she wept, exclaiming, "Suji, why have you done this?" In a fit of despair, she abandoned all restraint, knowing well that once she uncovered Suji's secret, survival was impossible. In her agitation, she discarded the respectful title of adult. Struggling to comprehend the situation, she remarked, "The third Otsutsuki was your mentor." Despite the narrative where Sasuke slays Kakashi, Obito eliminates the fourth Hokage, and Orochimaru defeats the third Hokage, such actions are deemed disgraceful within the shinobi world. The bond between a master and disciple surpasses. Suji coldly interrupted Heishi Marina's words, his tone frigid and earnest. "Anyone who obstructs my path regardless of our relationship or any kindness they have shown me, must perish. Much like Nagato's decisive action against Jiraiya in the narrative, he understood that once his ideology was articulated, his mentor would undoubtedly oppose him. Knowing this would breed animosity, he felt compelled to eliminate the threat before it could fully manifest. Sujika is not a person who harbors gratitude. He is solely enamored with himself. Suji possesses a profound understanding of himself. His motive for eliminating Noki is not rooted in a penchant for murder. When he ultimately achieves his goal, the entirety of the shinobi world will meet its demise. Must he wait until that moment to extinguish Naki's life in order to reveal his compassion and humanity? Suji does not seek compassion or humanity. Perhaps Heishi Marina was overwhelmed by fear, but she gradually regained her composure. She understood that Suji shared so much with her not to provide clarity about the demise of Huangtu and Danyamu, but rather to urge her to take some action. Thus, Heishi Marina cautiously inquired, Suji, by showing me these things, are you intending for me to do something, or simply to provide me with understanding? Suji remarked with a playful expression, what is it? Sister-in-law, do you wish to survive? Upon hearing Suji's words, Kawashi Marina felt a glimmer of hope arise from her despair. Born into a prestigious clan within the shinobi world, she was the jewel of her family, possessing everything one could desire, luxury, wealth, and grandeur. Such indulgence was never sufficient. At merely 20 years of age, how could she possibly contemplate death? In Chapter 62, Delightful Enjoyment, Kawashi Marina, even if not for herself, must consider the life of her unborn child. For someone in the bloom of youth, untouched by the harshness of life's trials, and devoid of familial discord, having been cherished since childhood, it seemed as though the world revolved around her. Who would wish for death in such a life? Yearning instead for eternal existence and the perpetual enjoyment of riches? Kawashi Marina expressed her feelings of grievance. I wish to live. The playful torment inflicted by Suji has reached its conclusion. From the very beginning, he had no intention of taking the life of Heishi Marina. She has been a subject of his keen interest, a valuable asset. Moreover, the child she carries, Haitu, is a product of the soul gem experiment, an offspring of his own making. This child, while not of blood relation in the traditional sense, was created through alternative means. It is important to note that Haidu, born from Heishi Marina, does not carry the bloodline of the heir family, but rather that of the pure-blood Heishi lineage. The experiment remains unfinished. To destroy the experimental apparatus along with Heishi Marina would be a reckless pursuit of trouble. Sujika is an individual of remarkable frugality and simplicity. Therefore, in order for Heishi Marina to survive, Sujika must ascertain the veracity of her words. Suji sat resolutely, delivering a succinct command. Kneel. She hesitated, her voice trembling. How can this be? I am a married woman. I cannot engage in such actions. I cannot betray him. Without offering your loyalty, how will you demonstrate your complete severance from the earth? You must understand that the one in power detests the earth above all else. Merely relying on the glory of 3 generations of earth shadows, you find yourself akin to a mere insect before him. He intends to bring about a thorough reckoning. Xiaori chuckled coldly within, her words devoid of mercy. You must realize that he is soon to ascend as the earth shadow. What value will you hold then? Heishi Marina was exasperated. Did she not care for her dignity? Suji sat there with an impassive expression, observing the changes in the countenance of Heishi Marina, who was utterly enraptured. From shyness to anger, then back to shyness, reluctance, and once more to shyness, followed by a pleading gaze, and ultimately to a resigned acceptance. This kind of intangible performance was simply mesmerizing. Is it not more captivating than Boran? Suji felt an exhilarating rush. It was the enchanting expression of coyness, a blend of refusal and invitation. Ultimately, she realized that she could not resist. Blackstone Mariana understood that she represented more than just herself. If she were to truly deny Suji, not only would it be her downfall, but her entire Blackstone family and the Tianping clan would face utter annihilation at his hands. After all, she was aware that Suji had even dared to eliminate his own mentor, the esteemed Tsuchikage Ohyuki of the village. Was there anything in this world that he would shy away from? Though their families were formidable, they paled in comparison to Suji, who wielded the greatest power, rendering them mere harmless pets. Moreover, considering Suji's youth, he possessed an abundance of time to methodically dismantle any of them. Please, don't film. Upon seeing the projector aimed at her by Xiaori, Blackstone Mariana recognized its purpose. Her voice trembled with unparalleled fear. The video of her kneeling in submission was now in Suji's possession, a potent leverage against her. as she began to kneel and apologize. The moment Xiaori made her move, she instantly covered her face with her hands, halting her actions. Her skin flushed crimson, delicate and tender, exuding a breathtaking beauty. Lord Suji's patience is finite. Consider the fate of your family. Xiaori firmly declined Blackstone Mariana's plea. This was no jest. It was an edict from her master. And disobedience was unthinkable. She understood that this was Suji's retribution. Observing the master-servant dynamic, Blackstone Mariana recognized that compliance was the best way to minimize her suffering. In the ensuing events, Xiaori demonstrated her unwavering loyalty to Suji. Under her guidance, Blackstone Mariana performed the ancient rituals of apology, bowing, kneeling, and prostrating herself, embodying a submissive demeanor that pleased Suji. Do not lower your head. Why are your eyes closed? Open them. You must maintain eye contact with your master. The eyes are the windows to the soul. Only by gazing into your eyes can the master discern your true feelings and the sincerity of your apology. Bow. Oh. As Suji ascended to the heavens, he was utterly exhilarated. After a prolonged period of exertion, the weary black stone, Marina, inquired, Lord Su, is it time? Before her stood a pair of master and servant, both exuding an aura reminiscent of demons. How could Suji possibly let her off easily? After a long and restless night, Suji felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration upon being reborn into this world. This is strength. This is power. Delightful. The following day, Suji felt refreshed and invigorated after spending the entire night imparting wisdom. During this time, Haishimu Melina repeatedly acknowledged the harm she and Huang Tu had inflicted upon him. She expressed her deep remorse for their past transgressions, crying out her apologies to Suji. On several occasions, she fainted, only to be revived by the gentle coaxing of Xiaori, prompting her to continue her apologies. However, the simplicity and brevity of her contrition seemed inadequate to convey true sincerity, as she persistently bowed her head in penance. Suji, observing her sincere demeanor, ultimately decided to temporarily let her off the hook. Suji did not merely seek to bully Heishimu. He simultaneously harnessed the power of gemstones to transform her body, rendering her a more suitable vessel for the gestation of the soul gem experimental subject. Hey Tuesday. Heishimu has awakened, yet she dares not open her eyes. Last night, having apologized to the point of exhaustion, she was supported from behind by Suji, who compelled her to face the memorial portrait of Hei-Tu and apologize on his behalf. Her voice fractured the stillness, echoing with sorrowful lamentations. Fortunately, the barriers outside shielded them from the world. Ultimately, moved by her sincerity, Suji chose to grant her temporary reprieve, deciding to observe her actions henceforth. Xiaori, attending to Suji as he donned his garments, suddenly recalled and inquired, by the way, my lord, you have yet to share with me the events of last night regarding the embroidered plum blossoms on the bed. Her curiosity was not born merely from a desire to know, but from her aspiration to be regarded as Suji's most trusted confidant. It was evident that Suji had chosen not to disclose this matter to her. Very well, awaken and rise, he instructed. Suji savored the beverage handed to him by Xiaori, relishing the massage from the most exquisite beauty of Yanin village. He explained to the two women, at this moment, you have also become my subordinates, and thus, I can share this with you. When Suji transformed Haishimu, he naturally implanted a mental seal within her. The mental seal, developed by Suji, is the ultimate incantation for controlling individuals. It does not erase one's emotions or thoughts. It merely renders one incapable of resisting Suji's commands. Suji does not possess any peculiar systems. After a single game of poker, the female counterpart remains steadfast and unwavering. He holds a deep conviction in his spiritual incantations. Firstly, allow me to elucidate why the quilt is adorned with plum blossoms. From the very beginning, the black soil was never the offspring of the yellow earth. Rather, it is a product of my soul's experimentation, merely taking form through the physical vessel of a human woman, namely you, endowing it with corporeal existence in the material realm. You are the maternal entity of this experimental subject, thus one could assert that the black soil is our shared progeny. Upon hearing this, Xiaori felt a sudden pang of jealousy. She too could fulfill this role and was exceedingly willing to be the subject of the master's experiment. I created the black soil, hence it bears no relation to the Liang Tianping family, except in legal terms. Suji smiled, possessing the soul gem. He wielded the power of illusion to alter perceptions directly, not to mention the trivial matter of modifying memories. Hu and GT and I share a bitter rivalry, surely. You do not believe I would allow him to effortlessly wed the most beautiful woman of Yn village and ascend to the pinnacle of his life? Suji's lips curled into a hint of indifference. Huang Tu would allow him to remain in the Pure Land for a while longer. When they met again, he would reveal this truth to him. It was uncertain how overwhelmed Huang Tu would be. Contemplating this scene, Suji found the sensation of his hand gliding over the deity even more pleasurable. This was the truth of last night. Woven into the white sheets, there was no need for astonishment. Upon hearing Suji's words, Heishi Marina's eyes sparkled. In essence, aside from the legal ties she shared with Huang Tu, she had no connection to the Tate family or Huang Tu himself. From the very beginning, she had been Suji's. This was truly splendid. Heishi Marina was an exceedingly pragmatic individual. She would not dwell in fantasies. Since the most precious aspects had already been claimed by Suji, she resolved to follow him wholeheartedly from that moment onward. Suji is on the verge of becoming the most esteemed Otsutsuki, and it is likely that he will wield greater power than any Otsutsuki in history. Furthermore, Suji is renowned as the most handsome man in Awakens and perhaps even the entire Shinobi world, radiating an undeniable masculinity, seemingly enriching his own stature. Given this, one might ponder whether there are any benefits to being associated with him. For Korwashi Marina, Huang Tu is not the father of her child. So what connection do they truly share? As for emotions, let us not be absurd. Huang Tu is preoccupied with devising ways to contend with Suji daily. Their relationship bears little resemblance to that of acquaintances. And what are the debts owed to Huang Tu, to Yuki, to the Nabuta clan? A marriage alliance is hardly a one-sided contribution from the Nabuta family. Without their support, could Huang Tu have ascended to the position of Umbu leader at such a young age? Maintaining his position with unwavering stability? Does anyone truly believe Huang Tu is an unprecedented genius? Korwashi Marina, who has been marked with a mental curse seal, knows precisely whom to align with and follow, regardless of the circumstances surrounding the child she carries, or the fact that Suji conducted perilous experiments on her without her consent. She must feign ignorance and play the fool, expressing her contributions with great delight. As for the inconsequential matters, it is best to forget them. Korwashi Marina, having endured both toil and strife for Suji, naturally has the right to request, no, to implore for corresponding benefits. Chapter 63, The Fourth Otsutsuki. Punish the Sato clan. Korwashi Marina boldly asks for her due. My lord, I slap. A hand descends, and Korwashi Marina covers her mouth, stifling her scream. I still prefer your defiant demeanor, sister-in-law. Suji displayed a smile reminiscent of the Chow family. Some may perceive Suji as eccentric, to which he could only express his regret. How could these young individuals possibly comprehend the joy of role-playing? He noticed that Korwashi Marina shot him a glance, revealing that she had come to see him as somewhat peculiar. Is he truly so enamored with role-playing? Yet, what of it? Is there any fault in a man's eccentricities? It is utterly commonplace, especially considering that he holds dominion over her fate, wielding the power of life and death at his discretion. His interest in her is, indeed, a source of delight for her. Meanwhile, Natsuhi felt a surge of anxiety. Is the art of pleasing a man truly an innate talent for women? Why, overnight, did Korwashi Marina seem to transform into an entirely different person? If Suji were to employ the Mind Stone to read thoughts, it would undoubtedly reveal to him that this is a natural human gift. When confronted with individuals or entities capable of wielding control over one's destiny, one naturally learns to embody humility and courtesy. Esteemed Suji, she inquired, considering my unwavering assistance in nurturing the experimental subjects you desire, should I not be deserving of some form of reward? Heishi Marina understood that one can only negotiate terms when one is deemed necessary. Otherwise, who would take such matters seriously? Suji gazed at the enchanting beauty, a woman whose allure surpassed that of flowers, and felt an overwhelming joy. Indeed, what is the purpose of omniscience and omnipotence if not to revel in life's pleasures? Women, wealth, power, fame, and status are, after all, mere appendages of strength. Ha ha ha, Suji chuckled and inquired, sister-in-law, would you be interested in serving as the Otsutsuki's assistant? Suji's voice resembled the whispered temptations of a devil, and he was the sole assistant of the Earth Shadow. Upon hearing this, Heishi Marina's eyes sparkled like two radiant stars. She nodded fervently, expressing her willingness to be an assistant to the Earth Shadow, and the only one at that. Truly placed her above countless others. However, when she caught sight of Shiori beside her, her earlier elation diminished, for this individual was Suji's confidant. Thus, she respectfully inquired, what about Sister Shiori? Suji caressed two distinct peaches and remarked, I have appointed him as the minister of the Dark Division. She will oversee the affairs of the Dark Division on my behalf. However, Xiaori was reluctant to part from Suji's side, playfully insisting, My lord, I wish to stay by your side and serve as your Otsutsuki secretary. I have no interest in being the minister of the Dark Division. Xiaori understood that Suji held no regard for the ninjas of the Dark Division, and engaging in such matters would only distance her from her lord. Staying closely by his side was undoubtedly the wisest choice. The position of Minister of the Dark Division was of little appeal. Let those who desire it take it. Suji pondered for a moment. Having Xiaori as his secretary seemed advantageous. As for the position of the Minister of the Dark Department, there appeared to be no suitable candidates, so he decided to allow her to serve for a while. Sister-in-law, I require the complete submission of the Haishi and Liang Tianping families, not mere support. I am not in need of capable subordinates. Rather, I seek all the ninjutsu, secret techniques, sealing arts, and related materials from the Haishi and Liang Tianping clans. Remember, it is essential that I receive everything. These are the true treasures of value to me. You will handle this matter and demonstrate your capabilities. Haishi Marina understood the gravity of the task at hand. The items Suji demanded constituted the very foundation of a clan. She spoke gently and tactfully advised, Lord Suji, even if your prowess rivals that of the god of ninjas, they may still be reluctant to relinquish such vital knowledge. Suji spoke coldly. I am well aware that if you wish for the future of your family to endure, you must endeavor to persuade them. I have not left you empty-handed. I have augmented your body, and now you possess the ability to wield dust release. Do not feel pressured. The success of this matter bears little consequence for me. It solely determines the extent of your future power. Upon hearing that she could utilize dust release, Haishi Marina was overwhelmed with excitement and embraced Suji. It is noteworthy that dust release has been renowned since its inception, arguably even more so than wood release, as the latter cannot be learned. Dust release, however, is indeed learnable. In the narratives, whether it be Yamato, whose body was partially fused with white Zetsu, or figures like Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, white Zetsu, and Akatsuki's Tobi, among these ninjas skilled in wood release, none acquired it through study. Those who possess the ability simply do, while those who do not are incapable of learning it. Apart from white Zetsu and Tobi, who were themselves created from the god tree and can utilize wood release, Yamato, Obito, and Madara gained their abilities due to the cells of Hashirama Senju. None of them learned it via the amalgamation of water and earth chakra. The origin of wood release traces back to either Hashirama Senju or the god tree, making it fundamentally unattainable for ninjas. Conversely, dust release is different. It can be learned through innate talent. However, the first condition is a high level of talent, and the second is the scarcity of individuals capable of learning it. If both conditions are met, it can indeed be mastered. Wood release is reputed to be a bloodline limit formed by the fusion of water and earth chakra. Yet, throughout the extensive history of the Senju clan, who has ever learned it? After the death of the first Hokage, the second Hokage directly transplanted his brother's cellular material to create wood release ninjas to counter the tailed beasts, without ever seeking out ninjas skilled in water or earth chakra for instruction. Although the Haishi clan possesses a scroll for learning dust release from the second Otsutsuki, they lack individuals with sufficient talent. Yet, Suji, with a mere flick of his hand, endowed Haishi Marina with the ability to utilize dust release. She eagerly began to experiment, and as she concentrated, the memories of dust release implanted in her mind surfaced effortlessly. The white light in her hand coalesced into a barrier, disintegrating a table enveloped within it. It was real, truly dust release. For those not immersed in the ninja world, the significance of bloodline limits for a ninja, a family, or a village is profoundly underestimated. Just revisit the Legend of the Eyes arc in Naruto, Shippuden to witness the internal strife within the Otsutsuki clan. The study of wood release by Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobarama, Orochimaru, Danzo, and others begs the question. If bloodline limits were not formidable, would these individuals be so obsessed? Haishi Marina's eyes sparkled with determination as she assured, Rest assured, while I cannot guarantee the two-day Ping family, I will certainly ensure the Haishi clan's success. Suji, with a joyful touch upon the peach, remarked, There is no rush. Come, let me have acro first. After Summer Day provided an explanation to Haishi Marina, the two of them sprang into action, attending to the esteemed Suji with fervor. With the passage of time, and under the guidance of the Earth Shadow, Haishi Marina's demeanor improved remarkably, aided by the rewards of dust release. Indeed, The life of an ancestor is a most blissful one. To ensure my position as an eternal ancestor, I, Tsuji, must strive diligently. Yanin Village Bulletin. The high-level meeting of the Rock Ninja convened as scheduled. In the presence of a representative from the land of Earth's daimyo, the assembly elected the new leader of Yanin Village, the fourth generation of the Earth Shadow. This esteemed position was assumed by the disciple of the third Earth Shadow, Anoki, the head of the medical department, and the hero of Yanin Village, Tsuji. Given the ongoing war, the newly appointed Earth Shadow is exempt from reporting to the daimyo. The Upper Ninja Council acknowledged the new Earth Shadow, and the fourth Earth Shadow donned the official uniform. In the presence of the villagers of Yanin, he formally ascended to the role of the fourth Earth Shadow. The fourth Earth Shadow delivered an important address, proclaiming that, at present, Konoha stands as our adversary. He vowed to lead all ninjas in vanquishing the wicked Konoha, ensuring that Yanin Village emerges as the foremost ninja village. Blah blah blah. The spacious and brightly lit office of the Earth Shadow. Tsuji first summoned the patriarch of his adversary, the Sato family, Sato Yuan. The Sato clan was renowned for their expertise in medicinal herbs and medical ninjutsu. However, they encountered Tsuji, a prodigious medical ninja. Following his groundbreaking innovations in medical ninjutsu, reforms in the healthcare system, and the invention and application of medical instruments, the Sato family's interests plummeted dramatically. They had once diligently strived to advance their medical technologies in an attempt to keep pace with Tsuji, only to realize the bitter truth that if effort alone sufficed, there would be no need for genius. It was utterly laughable, as they could never catch up. Yet, in the pursuit of profit, one might sell their soul to the devil. What was a mere obstacle like Tsuji in comparison? If they could eliminate him, their troubles would cease. Thus, the Sato family naturally resolved to dispose of Tsuji. However, opportunities eluded them until they conspired with Huang Tu, joining forces to confront Tsuji. Now, both Huang Tu and Dame Yu lay lifeless on the battlefield. Tsuji has ascended to the position of the fourth Tsuchikage. The patriarch of the Sato family trembles in his calves, for who is unaware of Tsuji's temperament? Those who dare to voice dissent either meet their demise or tread the path toward it. Recently, due to the treachery of Huang Tu against Tsuji, the Sato clan was dispatched to the battlefield, enduring immense suffering, with many clan members perishing like mere cannon fodder. The distinction between Ohyuki and Tsuji lies in the former's genuine regard for his villagers as kin. In contrast, Tsuji only acknowledges those who display remarkable talents as worthy individuals. Should one be a mere parasite, languishing through life, Tsuji would regard them as inconsequential as the air. If one were to provoke him, Tsuji would not hesitate to send them to meet his predecessor, the former Tsuchikage. As Tsuji spoke, the elder patriarch of the Sato clan, his face creased with a smile reminiscent of a chrysanthemum, respectfully presented the information of his clan members to Tsuji. Tsuji flipped through the pages, seeking to select a few capable researchers, as he intended to embark on numerous large-scale scientific endeavors. The remaining inept individuals would serve merely as cannon fodder in the ongoing conflict with Konoha. Out with the old, in with the new. It was a fitting way to make room for fresh talent. Tsuji picked up his pen and marked down over a dozen names, tossing the list into Sato Iwan's hands. Select a few of the beautiful ones from your family to serve me. The individuals whose names I have marked will be sent to the Umbu, and the rest of your family, excluding the minors, shall be dispatched to the battlefield. Your Sato clan is considered one of the prominent families of our Wagakure. Surely, you possess some capabilities. The third Hokage perished due to a treacherous scheme, and his son is currently engaged in combat against us. I expect you to bring back the son of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Shino. Of course, should he meet his demise, I require his corpse as well. In this operation, surviving will be deemed fortunate. Falling in battle will be regarded as misfortune. Should you fail, there will be no return for you. Do you have any questions? Upon hearing Tsuji's words, Sato Iwan was filled with elation. Tsuji had granted them a chance at survival. Otherwise, those unseasoned children would have been sent directly to the battlefield, becoming mere vengeful spirits. At the very least, the entirety of their family had not been treated as lunatics and carted off to a hospital for confinement. Two families that had previously opposed Tsuji had already been permanently erased from history. None at all, thank you, Lord Tsuchikage. Your brilliance shines ever so brightly. Sato Iwan exclaimed, showering praises with genuine fervor, devoid of any pretense. This is the essence of survival. Tsuji's punishment for them bears little distinction from that meted out by the third Hokage, a consequence they find acceptable. It is important to note that their past actions were aimed at swiftly eliminating Tsuji. It is entirely reasonable for Suji to eradicate them completely. Before arriving, he had assumed that Suji would treat their family as mere poultry, slaughtering them as a warning to others. Begone! Yet, even Sato, the clan leader, appeared diminutive before Suji, a mere shadow of his former self. My lord, why did you not cast them all onto the battlefield to deplete their numbers? Xiaori inquired, puzzled. Suji is not one to harbor grievances openly. His enduring philosophy is that enmity must be thoroughly extinguished. In the summer, this becomes a matter of your perception. Why do you believe that their existence is far superior to their demise? Suji spoke with an air of indifference. Lamenting the summer days, it was evident that he lacked an understanding of capital operations. Humanity is the most invaluable asset. The Sato family would become his most devoted servants, diligently toiling for Suji's grand ambitions, with generations perishing in the process. They ought to be grateful for my magnanimity. Are you certain this is what one might call sparing them? Aside from those few with intellect who shall serve as my eternal beasts of burden, the survivors will either be reduced to mere experimental subjects destined for destruction or become expendable tools, consumed across various domains. Their arduous existence is merely beginning. Murder? Too pedestrian. Instead, I shall prolong their suffering, drawing it out interminably. A swift end would grant them true release. Upon hearing Suji's plans, Xiaori felt a chill run down her spine. It became clear that defying the master would only lead to dire consequences. The Sato clan was condemned to serve Suji as beasts of burden for eternity. Chapter 64. Future plans. Suji found amusement in the unspoken thoughts of his secretary. How naive. One day, Suji envisioned transforming a portion of the ninja world into ethereal beings. These soul entities would be devoid of the corporeal limitations of illness, fatigue, and the need for rest. At that time, relentless and tireless workers would emerge, laboring endlessly, 24 hours a day. By granting these individuals immortality, Suji would indeed be bestowing a boon upon all of humanity. Orochimaru was overjoyed. Suji will harness the power of time, manipulating its dimensions to enable these individuals to experience a day on the ground while an entire year transpires above. With such formidable assistance, the extent of wisdom Suji can acquire from the multitude is truly beyond imagination. It is with these resources that he can ignite the divine flame, ascend to the divine throne, and thereby cultivate transcendent aspirations. As the new leader, the fourth Otsutsuki, Suji has meticulously determined where to unleash his three fires. However, the selection of an opportune moment remains essential. Suji gazed at the map before him, which displayed a plethora of colors indicating the distribution of various powers within the ninja realm. He pondered the current situation in the ninja world. One prominent figure undoubtedly was Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin and the pinnacle of the ninja world, the princess of the land of fire. In contrast, Sarutobi Shinji, the son of the Hokage, appeared as an inconsequential figure in Suji's eyes. The matter of Tsunade had lingered in Suji's notes for quite some time, and he occasionally found himself growing impatient. At present, Tsunade was in her prime, and as a time traveler, how could he not harbor aspirations of ascending to the highest peak of the ninja world? Suji, with his adventurous spirit, benevolence, and sense of justice, though often directed towards beautiful women, was acutely aware that many worlds are governed by patriarchal norms. As a man deeply influenced by modern ideals, he pursued the notion of gender equality. His mission was to advocate for women's liberation, encouraging greater female participation in societal affairs. To achieve this, Suji knew he must investigate the physiological health of these women. However, Tsunade and her village bore a blood feud against him, which would certainly make her reluctant to cooperate. Thus, Suji could only resort to forceful means, believing it was ultimately for her benefit. Suji wore a serious expression. In truth, the significance of Tsunade as a subject of experimentation is paramount. Capturing her and her brother would provide ample leverage to exchange for the cells of Hashirama Senju. The cells of Hashirama Senju are intrinsically linked to the wood release, which remains the only bloodline limit that Suji has yet to replicate. Similarly, the divine technique of the god tree's descent, belonging to the realm of bloodline limits, cannot be reproduced without the ability to control the god tree. This bloodline limit is rendered utterly ineffective. While both involve the manipulation of trees, the former pertains to the bloodline limit, whereas the latter falls under the category of bloodline inheritance. Suji believes there may exist some unknown connections between the two, meriting investigation. Moreover, Tsunade is indeed related to Suji's ongoing research project concerning gemstones. Therefore, this endeavor must succeed. The second flame signifies a triumph in war, transforming Konoha into the ultimate victor while simultaneously positioning Iwagakure as the final champion. In due time, numerous benefits can be extracted from Konoha. Furthermore, Konoha must endure Tsuji's relentless pressure to become militaristic, ultimately evolving into a war machine. Various research initiatives will fervently unfold, precisely as Tsuji desires. The fruits of their intellect will serve as sustenance for Tsuji. The third flame naturally pertains to the meticulous restructuring of the various clans within the village, necessitating the unveiling of all secret techniques and ninjutsu. The methods employed will predominantly be violent, with gentler approaches as a supplementary measure. This endeavor is intrinsically linked to Tsuji's pursuit of omniscience and omnipotence, his ultimate aspiration to attain divinity. Those who stand in his way shall be vanquished. With Yama's defeat, who else can obstruct him? Of course, this is merely part of his role as the Otsutsuki. Once he concludes the Third Shinobi World War, he will accumulate strength over time, subsequently eliminating the corrupt feudal lords and dismantling their bureaucratic systems. He aims to fully integrate the entire national framework under his governance, not merely to wreak havoc. Such a vast territory still requires management. Tsuji seeks to construct a new world, transforming society into a system organized around scientific research. In this new world, Tsuji will harness his technology to grant everyone chakra, thereby ensuring that all individuals become ninjas. With universal mastery of chakra, the explosive growth of productivity will undoubtedly accelerate the unraveling of truth. Apart from his concerns regarding the concealed Otsutsuki, Tsuji also grappled with the uncertainty of how to address the issue of Uchiha Obito. In truth, Tsuji preferred collaborating with Kurizetsu. As long as your objective was to release the formidable Otsutsuki Kagaya, he would comply with any request. Furthermore, this cunning individual was an immortal, privy to numerous secrets of the ninja world. Yet, he remained ensconced beside Uchiha Obito, which ultimately necessitated the resolution of the Obito dilemma. The answers he sought concerning the Mangeki Sharingan, Rinnegan, and Six Paths techniques lay with Uchiha Obito. Additionally, the matter of the dragon vein was pivotal, as it pertained to the study of the time and space stones. Investigating the enigmatic region of Lulon would have to wait until the comprehensive deployment of the Heavenly Eye satellite system. Otherwise, Tsuji feared being ensnared in the temporal tide while researching the dragon vein, preventing his return to the present. Should he encounter the legendary Otsutsuki god, his fate could be sealed. The Heavenly Eye system not only provided spatial positioning but also temporal coordinates. In due course, equipped with the Heavenly Eye system, he would not be lost within the currents of time. Tsuji, a diligent researcher, naturally understands the importance of self-protection during experiments, adhering to the principle of safety first. At the juncture of the land of fire and the land of lightning, this realm serves as the battlefield between Konoha and the Cloud Shinobi. Following the demise of the Third Raikage, the Cloud Shinobi experienced a period of despondency. However, under the leadership of the newly appointed Fourth Raikage, their morale surged, compelling Konoha to continuously retreat behind fortified lines. Had it not been for Jiraiya's transformation into a sage, significantly augmenting his strength, Konoha might have succumbed to the might of the Raikage brothers. The golden flash of Konoha's victories was remarkable, frequently rescuing Konoha ninjas from the clutches of Jinchuriki, earning him the affectionate moniker of Little Sunday. The dynamics of the battlefield shifted with the arrival of the Third Hokage and the Jinchuriki. For the first time, Konoha's elite forces surpassed those of the Cloud Shinobi. After reviewing Minato's proposal for surrender, the Third Hokage commended his foresight. Surrendering is not an act of shame, however. The interests of the foremost ninja village are immense, and they are reluctant to relinquish them. Surrender is indeed a viable strategy, yet plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. Who could have anticipated the demise of the Flying Inoki? The Rock Shinobi halted their offensive, and the entire Iwagakure was preoccupied with selecting a new Otsutsuki. Only after the new Otsutsuki was appointed could the Rock Shinobi organize their counterattack, thus providing the Third Hokage a crucial window to address the Cloud Shinobi threat. After the operational meeting concluded, Jiraiya hurried to see the Third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon observing Jiraiya's urgency, had a sense of what troubled him and inquired with a hint of resignation, "Jiraiya, do you have any suggestions regarding the battle plan discussed?" Jiraiya, however, was far more concerned about the feelings of Tsunade, impatiently asking, "Oh, old man, now that you're all here, I needn't worry about that. I heard that Orochimaru has captured Senju Rope Tree from the Mist Shinobi. Is that true? Does Tsunade know?" Sarutobi had no qualms about Jiraiya's concern for Tsunade, acknowledging that Jiraiya was the type who would not meddle in affairs outside his purview. The strategy for the war against the Cloud Shinobi was the third Hokage's responsibility, and Jiraiya had little interest in those matters. Jiraiya was a man of simplicity, with his priorities clear. First was Konoha, second was Tsunade, and third was the Child of Destiny. With his mentor present, his attention naturally turned towards Tsunade. The third Hokage nodded, contemplating before deciding to inform Tsunade. War is inherently brutal, and he too could meet his end on the battlefield at any moment. Jiraiya began to fidget, deeply familiar with Senju rope tree. Akin to a brotherly bond, their relationship was so close that they could share resources freely. He had always regarded the thousand-hand rope tree as a prospective little brother, yet he never anticipated that such an event would unfold. The third Hokage observed Jiraiya's anxious demeanor, tapping his pipe against the table. We lack the surplus strength to address this matter. Let us hope the rope tree is well. Jiraiya, feeling distressed and comprehending his teacher's sentiment, responded, I understand. I shall not act impulsively. Chapter 65. Konoha's fierce assault on the Cloud Ninja, taking advantage of the interval during the Rock Hidden Village's selection of the Otsutsuki. The Rock Ninja hesitated on the western front. As the pressure on Konoha's western front significantly diminished, powerful allies, including the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, secretly arrived at the battlefield against the Cloud Ninja. Within 6 days, he launched a total of 12 fierce assaults. The combatants had no opportunity to withdraw from battle, and even their moments of rest were seized amidst the conflict. The fighting was relentless, often pitting fewer forces against greater numbers. Konoha suffered heavy casualties yet achieved remarkable results. In a series of 5 encounters with the Reikage brothers, the third Hokage gravely injured the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, forcing the two brothers to retreat from battle. Jiraiya, in Sage Mode, combined with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, under Danzo's command, supported Minato Namikaze. They pressed forward with great momentum, causing the Cloud Ninja, including the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, to retreat steadily. Upon witnessing Konoha's desperate resolve, the fourth Reikage understood the third Hokage's intent to carve out a breakthrough from their ranks. Should the Cloud Ninja withdraw from the Ninja World War, Konoha's situation would be entirely revitalized. At the very least, it would conclude in a stalemate with the Mist and Stone Ninja. The fourth Reikage, in the most combative phase of his life, was oblivious to the concept of retreat. Konoha was formidable, yet he sought to be even more so. His father would rather die in battle than negotiate any treaty with the Rock Ninja, and he would do no less. There exists only a Reikage who dies in battle, never one who surrenders. Seeing the fourth Reikage's fervent fighting spirit, the Otsutsuki felt a headache coming on. He was a strategist. As the right hand of the third Reikage, he had brought back the Northern Cloud Ninja forces to prevent the third Reikage sacrifice from being in vain. Now he assisted the fourth Reikage, devising strategies to navigate the current situation, well aware that they must avoid direct confrontation. Reikage-sama, we should not engage in open warfare with Konoha at this moment. We must feign weakness and retreat while fighting, he advised. The third Hokage is personally overseeing the situation, and Konoha's Jinchuriki have already come to our side. We hold no advantage. Upon hearing this, the fourth Reikage slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, what nonsense. Do you think the Cloud Ninja fear Konoha? The Foundation is somewhat large-headed. The Cloud Ninja have always thrived on martial prowess, venerating strength. However, warfare ought to be a matter of evasion and stratagem, where the strong preys upon the weak. This is the true path. At present, the might of Konoha surpasses that of the Cloud Ninja, their morale soaring high. Thus, the Cloud Ninja should refrain from confronting Konoha during their peak vigor and wait until they weaken before striking. After all, strength cannot endure indefinitely. Their exuberant morale cannot be sustained forever. Konoha is pressed for time, while we are not. Lord Reikage, retreating is not an act of cowardice. Konoha currently seeks to engage us in a decisive battle, hoping to annihilate our living forces. Their desire is to confront us in a grand showdown, which is why they have recalled the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails from the Western Front. By avoiding their moment of greatest morale, we not only minimize casualties but also facilitate the accumulation of our own strength. When their spirits wane, we shall strike decisively. And the longer we can prolong our engagement with Konoha, the more advantageous it becomes for us. Other ninja villages will also intensify their offensive efforts across various fronts. The fourth Reikage is not a man resistant to counsel. He recognizes the validity of the Foundation's advice. However, what he requires is a political equation, not merely an economic one. He ascended directly to the position of Reikage after his father's demise. While he possesses the strength to be Reikage, he lacks the gravitas and established accomplishments to command absolute authority, primarily due to his inexperience. This will encumber him significantly during the post-war reform process. Originally, he intended to leverage the achievements of the Third Great Ninja War to triumph over Konoha and seamlessly inherit the Reikage title from his father. At that juncture, with his father's support as a revered elder, many reforms could be enacted. The current situation starkly contrasts with that vision. He is in urgent need of validation. Mabui, what is your perspective? The elegant Mabui, with her striking features, also disapproves of a head-on clash with Konoha. Yet she understands that the Reikage desperately requires military accomplishments to solidify his standing. Lord Reikage, let us first evade Konoha for a few days. It would be prudent to engage in guerrilla tactics for a time. Within a few days, once the new Otsutsuki assumes power in Awakens, they will undoubtedly continue their war against Konoha, not solely for revenge on the third Otsutsuki, but also to seize opportunities amidst this conflict. The western front of Konoha lacks Jinchuriki, and only Tsunade and Sarutobi Konohamaru cannot withstand the onslaught of two-tailed beast bombs. Moreover, Lord Reikage, the ultimate victory will hinge upon whose strength remains intact, thus enabling a larger share of the spoils. The fourth Reikage comprehended Mabui's intent. Reluctantly, he slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "Very well. We shall play the part of the underdog for a time, and later, we shall make Konoha regret it." The earth trembled as the night was suddenly illuminated by a blinding flash. The Reikage, despite his youth, felt the weight of expectation upon him, especially in a village where valor was revered. His father had perished in an ambush by the Iwa Shinobi, while the formidable Otsutsuki, Inoki, had met his demise at the hands of the third Hokage. If he could vanquish the third Hokage, it would serve as a testament to his strength and solidify his authority over Kumobikure, bringing immense benefits to his leadership. Report. Came the urgent call. The Konoha Jinchuriki, accompanied by a cadre of ninjas, had launched a surprise attack. Lord Killer Bee is engaged in battle with the Ninetales. The situation was chaotic, with Killer Bee having already thwarted an enemy-tailed beast bomb. "What shall we do, Reikage-sama?" his subordinates asked, sensing the tension. The fourth Reikage crackled with electricity, his fury palpable, yet his commands remained composed. "Relay my orders. First, repel the Konoha assault, then withdraw in an orderly fashion. Curse Konoha. I will see what happens when Iwa strikes again from the western front." In a fit of rage, he slammed his fist onto the wooden table, sending splinters flying. "Damn Konoha. Killer Bee, the Reikage has commanded you to retreat from the battle," an Umbu ninja conveyed to the tailed beast-formed Killer Bee. At that moment, Killer Bee had fully transformed into the Eight Tails, his consciousness intertwined with that of the beast. "What's this sudden change of heart, brother?" Killer Bee pondered. Though he understood that Konoha sought a decisive confrontation, he recognized that his brother, the newly appointed fourth Reikage, was eager to establish his reign through victory. The Eight Tails, residing in Killer Bee's consciousness, remarked, "It's merely a moment of recklessness. Once he calms down, he will know the right course of action." Suddenly, the Eight Tails exclaimed, "Cursed Bee! The Konoha Jinchuriki has harnessed the power of the Nine Tails." Killer Bee, perplexed, queried in his unique rap style, "Isn't that to be expected? After all, they are from the Uzumaki clan." The Eight Tails lightly struck Killer Bee's head with its tail. "You don't comprehend the true terror of the Nine Tails' power. Sealing techniques and the martial prowess of the Uzumaki clan may only restrain the Nine Tails, but to wield its power freely is an entirely different challenge. This woman from the Uzumaki clan is a prodigy, capable of channeling the Nine-Tails' strength to unleash tailed beast bombs at such a young age." Chapter 66. Human Experimentation. The Secrets of Chakra. In the Hidden Rock Village, the fourth Otsutsuki, Tsuji, after convening the heads of various prominent clans, has established a newly formed security unit within the Umbu. This unit, a segment of the Umbu, is tasked with the protection of the Otsutsuki. Its members, all meticulously trained by Tsuji himself, consist of skilled doctors and nurses from the hospital, each having undergone significant enhancements. The revelation that Heishi Marina possesses the ability to utilize dust release left the elders of the Heishi clan utterly astounded. This was particularly shocking since Heishi Marina's chakra nature did not align with wind, fire, or earth, rendering her seemingly incapable of mastering such a technique. Nevertheless, her adeptness in wielding dust release shattered their preconceived notions. Upon uncovering the secret behind her mastery, they respectfully presented a comprehensive collection of their clan's ninjutsu and secret techniques. Meticulously organized to Suji's office. They were not merely fantasizing about the prospect of producing additional ninjas skilled in dust release. They were also profoundly apprehensive about rival clans acquiring this ability. Their sole recourse was to ingratiate themselves with Suji, hoping that he might, in his leisure, remember their deference and bestow upon them some small favor. Over the course of 2 days, the Ping family and other major clans symbolically relinquished a portion of their ninjutsu documents, demonstrating their submission. Such knowledge was the lifeblood of their clans, and it was inconceivable that they would part with it simply at the behest of Otsutsuki. Suji had no time to dwell on these individuals. He first organized the information he had obtained and read it attentively. Suji cast aside all trifles to Xiaori and Heishi Molina, immersing himself alone in the treasures provided by the Heishi family. He voraciously absorbed the wisdom and experiences of ancient scholars, delving into their studies and insights on chakra. Many aspects remain profoundly outdated and even somewhat rudimentary. However, those occasional flashes of inspiration can lead Suji to profound realizations. Chakra serves as a lever to manipulate the material world, with the chakra itself representing the pinnacle of the Otsutsuki clan's advanced technology. Suji's exploration of chakra, alongside his investigations into the world through this mystical energy, continuously enriches his knowledge. Among these insights, the most invaluable are the flashes of brilliance that illuminate his understanding, offering Suji unique intellectual revelations. Countless sparks of wisdom explode within his mind, illuminating the path ahead. This unfolds beneath the ninja hospital in the underground beehive laboratory of Awakens, utilizing the highly confidential information provided by various families. Suji was inspired to immediately commence human experimentation. Numerous experimental subjects exhibiting bloodline boundaries such as melt release, steel release, rock release, and explosion release lay on the examination table, awaiting Suji's intervention. Suji controlled the infusion of the life elixirs he had created into these test subjects. The life elixir is a miraculous concoction developed by Suji through the study of chakra and the mysteries of the human body, particularly the art of yang release. The two primary functions of the life elixir are evolution and immortality. Evolution and immortality are the wondrous manifestations of life. This is particularly evident in the yang release power exhibited by Senju Hashirama. Suji's research reveals that the genetic constitution of individuals in the Shinobi world indicates that human lifespan is relatively short, with few reaching the age of 100. However, what captures Suji's attention even more is the phenomenon of atavism in their genes, wherein carriers of the bloodline limit genes can awaken these abilities under the influence of certain potions, bringing their genetic makeup closer to that of their ancestors. At a pivotal moment in time, a significant transformation occurred in the human genome, the moment when chakra entered the human realm. Specifically when the Sage of Six Paths imparted chakra to humanity. This infusion of chakra permanently altered the genetic fabric of the inhabitants of the Shinobi world. Suji serendipitously discovered a life elixir that possesses a unique influence on human genetics, capable of optimizing genetic boundaries while also enhancing genetic longevity, thereby extending human lifespan. He unveiled its secrets and directed the development of the life elixir into two distinct avenues, one focusing on the creation of a longevity potion, and the other on the advancement of genetic optimization. This led to the subsequent series of life elixirs, namely the longevity potion and the evolution potion. If the longevity potion represents a more benign development of the life elixir, akin to an individual possessing formidable solar energy mastery, characterized by vigorous vitality and robust physical capabilities, then the evolution potion embodies a complex and maximized transformation of the life elixir's effects on genetics. This may result in mutations that forge new genetic boundaries, potentially leading to ancestral resurgence, awakening one's genetic lineage. However, the development of the evolution potion remains incomplete, fraught with extreme complexity and an abundance of unknowns and uncontrollable variables. There can be no assurance that Suji will achieve the desired outcome upon its usage. Suji must thoroughly research and master this knowledge before it can be utilized in a controllable manner. For those beings devoid of chakra, apart from sentient life forms, the evolution of other species stems from genetic mutations. This is a gamble shrouded in uncertainty, wherein alterations are subjected to the rigorous scrutiny of nature. Those that are deemed unsuitable are eliminated, while others adapt and pass down the favored genes through generations. This is the essence of the evolutionary journey. Such evolution does not guarantee an increase in strength. It may lead to greater fragility, dictated by environmental factors. Through the most ruthless natural selection, The victors of unknown variations are chosen, despite its complexity and difficulty to comprehend. This is precisely the enigma that Suji is called upon to understand and decipher. Suji's journey involves deciphering this nearly infinite code, seeking the underlying patterns and secrets that lie within. He is a seeker of truth, with learning and research as his path. Thus, he administers a life serum to these experimental subjects, while observing from a superhuman perspective, utilizing the synergistic power of the Power Stone, the Mind Stone, and the Space Stone. He gains a higher dimensional view to witness the evolutionary processes occurring within these bodies. Simultaneously, he harnesses the energies of the 3 incomplete infinity stones to exert control over their bodies and the evolution transpiring within them. Under the influence of the life serum, their chakras undergo a remarkable transformation, not into formidable ninjutsu, but into an entirely different form. Astonishingly, the chakras contain encoded life information. The life serum acts simultaneously upon both the chakras and genes, resulting in a transformation of the chakras into a form that Suji has never encountered before. With both the serum and chakras exerting a dual influence on gene expression and recombination, Suji wields the energy represented by the gem technology he has created, influencing the very essence of life and its origins. He delves into the secrets of the Otsutsuki clan, unraveling the mysteries of life woven into the fabric of chakra. The transformation of the life source through the 3 infinite gems, combined with the optimization of life potions, results in dramatic and rapid changes within each experimental subject, marking an astonishing advancement in Suji's research. Empowered by the 3 gems, Suji observes, at the microscopic level of electrons and protons, the remarkable phenomenon of chakra rewriting such foundational elements. Suji unravels the path of chakra and human genetics, while simultaneously postulating the evolutionary history of chakra. He gains insights into the world beyond the ninja realm, contemplating the myriad of life forms from other planets that have been absorbed by the Otsutsuki clan. The enigmas of these life forms leave traces within chakra. The more Suji delves into the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan, the clearer his own transcendental journey becomes. The Otsutsuki are the pioneers, having encapsulated numerous laws and mysteries of the world within chakra. With the aid of chakra, Suji is able to directly glimpse the technological prowess of the Otsutsuki clan. In this realm, chakra and bloodline limits possess the extraordinary ability to arbitrarily rewrite the rules of energy and matter, manifesting an array of astonishing miracles. The colorless life serum gradually dissipates within the subjects, causing their bodies to tremble violently. Their skin and tissues ripple like water, quivering as a profound transformation unfolds within them. The genetic chromosomes within their nuclei collapse with a resounding crash, rapidly reorganizing under the dual influence of the serum and chakra. Chakra alters these genes, resulting in the autonomous optimization of many individuals' bloodline limits, rendering them more stable and immensely potent. Through these transformations, Suji is assured that the evolution under the dominion of chakra is a predetermined program, as these changes invariably progress towards a more favorable direction. He has not witnessed any instance of evolution veering towards failure or distortion. Rather, these individuals subtly exhibit a tendency towards the emergence of the Otsutsuki. Suji wielded 3 gemstones, bestowing nourishment and energy upon these individuals, thereby perpetuating the transformation. The fusion of the elements, melt release, steel release, rock release, and explosion release, caused a complex metamorphosis within the body of the steel release bloodline user, whose cells incessantly reconfigured their genetic makeup, exponentially proliferating and augmenting. The surface of his body visibly swelled, as his epidermis oscillated between steel and biological skin. Diverse metallic components within certain cell nuclei amalgamated, giving rise to entirely novel metallic cells. An array of exhilarating new alloys was birthed within him, only to be swiftly discarded. Conversely, the rock release bloodline user underwent a petrification process. His cells transitioned between organic matter and rock-like substances. The alterations within the melt release bloodline user bore resemblance to those of the rock release user, yet his petrification was infused with the essence of fire release, rendering him a being of magma, a form akin to liquid life. Within the body of the explosion release bloodline user, myriad chakra underwent miraculous property transformations, permeating the molecular structure and delving to the atomic level. Each molecule and atom constitutive of his cells, under the command of chakra, experienced changes reminiscent of nuclear reactions, unleashing an immense surge of energy. Had it not been for the protective influence of the power gemstone, this explosive energy would have obliterated Su Ji's hive laboratory. Moreover, other bloodline users exhibited significant transformations in their physiques under the influence of the life elixir. A peculiar characteristic emerged among all bloodline users, a tendency for horns to sprout from their foreheads, as if their bones were evolving into a new bloodline. Was this a manifestation of actively evolving skeletal veins? Su Ji meticulously documented the transformations in the nature of these phenomena and the genetic variations, preserving these invaluable samples. The miraculous results produced by the life elixir combined with the genes of the bloodline limit users are beyond even Su Ji's ability to replicate. Each instance of evolution brings forth a unique change. The life elixir serves as a key, unlocking the secrets concealed within the depths of chakra belonging to the Otsutsuki clan. The bloodline limit users merely function as mediums through which Su Ji observes chakra. Chapter 67, The Latest Developments. Tsunade saves lives. Through his research on the evolution of these bloodline limits alone, Su Ji has acquired a wealth of precious data. His findings regarding the transformations of bloodline limits, the self-integration of chakra and life, genetic evolution, and the fundamental secrets of the Otsutsuki clan, as well as the truths underlying chakra, have yielded astonishing revelations. Among these discoveries, what brings Su Ji the most joy is his newfound understanding of numerous chakra secrets. This seemingly omnipotent medium, Su Ji swiftly perused the foundational contents of chakra, delving into the profound mysteries of the Otsutsuki clan. Even the illustrious Otsutsuki lineage, in their quest to manifest extraordinary abilities, must rely upon chakra. The astonishing powers of time travel, spatial manipulation, mental control, reality alteration, and the transformation between the tangible and the ethereal are all attained through the medium of chakra. Su Ji, having uncovered numerous secrets of chakra, still sensed that many mysteries remained to be explored. He could effortlessly replicate the bloodline limits he had studied, rendering them devoid of secrets. Time swiftly elapsed, and Su Ji had long forgotten his role in leading the Shinobi World War, immersing himself wholeheartedly in his research. The world of Naruto is an extraordinary realm, not merely remarkable for its existence, but for the Otsutsuki clan and the chakra-based technological advancements they have devised. Material disintegration, mind-reading techniques, time-space traversal, and various ninjutsu and bloodline limits abound. The Otsutsuki clan had long consolidated the truths they discerned from the natural world into their core technology, chakra. Thus, in a mere few years, Su Ji was able to develop the terrifying technology of the Infinity Stones through his exploration of chakra and the natural truths it embodies. Su Ji harnessed the power of spatial gems to suppress the transformations of the explosive blood limit experimental subject. Within him, various intense reactions of luminescence and heat were meticulously documented by Su Ji. Additionally, other experimenters contributed invaluable data, which would serve as inspiration for Su Ji in the creation of a complete infinity gem. After Su Ji perused the research on the bloodstained boundaries, he gained insight into the fundamental design of chakra. In his heart, he discerned how the reality gem should be conceived and the path it ought to traverse. The study and fabrication of the reality gem is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a single stroke. However, in this vast ninja realm, all individuals in the future are destined to serve Su Ji. Naturally, the burden of tasks must be placed upon these individuals. When the time comes, should Su Ji present them with even a hint of existential crisis, they will undoubtedly strive to refine his vision, utilizing the flames of their intellect to forge his throne. The unknown breeds fear. The more profound his understanding of chakra, the less reverence he holds for the Otsutsuki clan. Upon exiting the laboratory, Su Ji indulged in the rare pleasure of drinking and moon-gazing, summoning numerous songstresses to join him. As Su Ji devoted himself to the advancement of the world, he certainly deserved to relish the fruits of his labor. From the Umbu, he learned that Summer had rushed to his side after his departure from the Hive laboratory, bearing urgent intelligence. However, Su Ji had previously instructed her not to disrupt his research with information that did not pertain to his life and safety. Thus, Summer withheld the frontline reports, opting not to inform her lord at that moment. After all, the lives of those mere pawns pale in comparison to the paramount concerns of their master. Su Ji was contemplating whether to organize a beauty pageant to select a group of the finest dancers for his esteemed Lord Otsutsuki. After all, it was essential to provide a lifeline for those beautiful maidens who possess little more than exquisite physiques. In the midst of the ongoing war in the ninja world, survival was indeed a daunting challenge. and it was imperative for someone of his stature to assume responsibility. Just then, Xia Ri entered, interrupting Su Ji's delightful reverie, my lord. Here are the latest battle reports from Konohagakure and Kumogakure. Su Zhihui waved his hand, dismissing the dancers, and furrowed his brow inquiringly. Did Konoha emerge victorious? Summer shook her head and opened the intel, reading aloud. The third Hokage is stationed on the front lines, supported by the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and Danzo among others, effectively suppressing the Cloud Ninja. The Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze, utilized space-time ninjutsu to transfer the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, in collaboration with the Konoha forces, inflicted injuries upon the Raikage and his brother duo. However, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, exhibited exceptional control over his tailed beast, successfully escaping the encirclement. The Cloud Ninja began to retract their lines, while Konoha's side intensified their pursuit. Concurrently, the Mist Ninja seized the opportunity to compress Konoha's front, pushing the lines deep into the Land of Fire. Kagaya Yagura, accompanied by the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, advanced relentlessly, while Orochimaru found himself unable to contend with these two Jinchuriki alone. According to the analysis from the Umbu intelligence, Orochimaru's position may be on the verge of collapse. Suji gazed at the intelligence submitted by Shiari and inquired, "What is the Eastern Dead doing? Such a splendid opportunity squandered?" After Sushi assumed the mantle of the fourth Utsutsuki, he naturally directed the Eastern Dead to continue their assault on Konoha. With the third Hokage departing alongside several elite shinobi, particularly the Jinchuriki, it was expected that Konoha's western front would soon be breached. Upon hearing Suji's words, Shiari's expression turned peculiar. According to the intelligence from the Umbu, the Sato clan had promised immense rewards. Numerous clans of shinobi had united to target the third Hokage's son. The latest reports indicated that Sarutobi Shinizuke had become ensnared. Yet he was valiantly rescued by Tsunade at the cost of her life. Upon hearing this, Suji furrowed his brows. How could Tsunade possess such formidable strength? If she were capable of extracting an individual from the combined forces of numerous clans in the Hidden Stone Village, her prowess would be comparable to that of her grandfather. Hashirama Senju. This is war, not a solitary contest. It is a collective effort, involving close combat specialists skilled in taijutsu, mid-range ninjas adept in ninjutsu, and long-range experts proficient in throwing shurikens and kunai, as well as assassination techniques. There are also teams specializing in genjutsu and sealing techniques, among others. How could Tsunade, a ninja who specializes solely in taijutsu, manage to rescue someone amidst such a multitude? Xia Ri responded, "My lord, the intelligence has been meticulously verified by the Umbu, and the sensory ninjas on the battlefield have also confirmed that the chakra indeed belongs to Tsunade. However, it appears that her chakra has suddenly surged severfold." Suji gazed thoughtfully at the signatures of various intelligence ninjas on the report, pondering the possibility. Could it truly be an illusion? Suji glanced at the list, noting that those who besieged Sarutobi Shinji were all elite members from prominent families. Only an illusion of the caliber of Infinite Tsukuyami, or someone who had pilfered Suji's soul gem, could conjure such a mirage. Tsunade lacked such prowess, whether in genjutsu, taijutsu, or any other discipline. Konoha did not possess such an extraordinary figure. Tsunade, only by believing in Suji Shin can one acknowledge the existence of ghosts. Is it conceivable that he is unaware of Tsunade's formidable techniques? Indeed, should Tsunade employ the creation-rebirth technique, she might escape. However, bringing along another person is an impossibility. The challenges presented by each scenario are not of the same caliber. She is confronted by rock shinobi, masters of earth style and adept at trap setting. As a martial arts ninja, she heavily relies on the ground for leverage, yet the earth is under the dominion of earth-style techniques. In the face of numerous earth-style ninjas, no amount of chakra would suffice to sustain her. Chapter 68, Terumime. Capturing the Senju rope tree. Suji's gaze fell upon the intelligence report, which stated that Tsunade's chakra had surged by several dozen times. Was Tsunade's chakra always at such an elevated level from the beginning, or did it experience a sudden increase later on? Has the seal upon her forehead been released? Suji is aware of Tsunade's secret technique of sealing, which allows the storage of chakra extracted during ordinary times for release at critical moments. As the summer sun shines on the detailed intelligence in hand, what Suji receives is merely a concise briefing. My lord, it remains unbroken. Suji smiled, for he had discerned the unfolding events. He had not anticipated encountering such a situation. Eliminating all impossibilities, only one truth remained. Time travel, how intriguing. It seems imperative to capture Tsunade and subject her to examination on the laboratory table. Tsuji directly communicated with Scorpion and Kakuzu through the Mind Stone, instructing them to commence preparations. With Tsunade from the future arriving here, Tsuji resolved to take matters into his own hands. As for the fear of the unknown that Tsunade might harbor upon her arrival, as long as she utilizes chakra, she would not pose a challenge to Tsuji. Master, there is another piece of intelligence. The Hidden Mist Village has sent a request to see you, with the envoy being Terumi Mei. When Summer mentioned Terumi Mei, her expression was peculiar. She was aware that Terumi Mei was also a subordinate of the Master, a member of the God Organization. Oh, it seems we have received good news. Let her come. Escort the captive she brings to the Hive's prison, and you shall attend to it personally. Terumi Mei's arrival indicates that she has brought the Senju rope tree that Tsuji requested. Tsuji revealed a devilish smile, and the thousand-handed rope tree was destined for a luminous future. At the very least, he had evaded the fate of an untimely demise. On a summer day, he encountered Terumi Mei in the shadowy recesses of the organization. As the master had foretold, she indeed brought along a few captives. The two met in a secluded chamber. Terumi Mei, gazing at the haughty summer day with her chin raised, expressed her discontent. The leader has ascended to the position of Otsutsuki. What is there for you to be so pleased about? Observing Terumi Mei, who had adorned herself with great care, Summer Day was acutely aware of her intentions. She was undoubtedly petitioning the master for a new transformation procedure to elevate her bloodline limit further. Among ninjas, there exists not a single soul who does not revere power. Even the formidable Third Reikage and Third Otsutsuki had met their demise. Who could possibly feel secure? Only overwhelming strength might provide a semblance of safety. Summer Day refrained from engaging in her provocations and inquired, "Have you been monitoring the village hidden in the mist on behalf of the master, selecting suitable experimental subjects?" "Humph. I will certainly fulfill the leader's instructions. You merely need to ensure the master's well-being," Terumi Mei retorted, her thoughts solely occupied with Tsuji. As Tsuji entered, Jomiai Ming leaped into his embrace. Adorned in strikingly red, slender high heels and a blue off-shoulder dress, she wore a traditional ninja vest over her attire. Her enchanting, elongated eyes were fixed intently upon Tsuji, brimming with deep affection. Aware of Tsuji's ascension to the position of the new Otsutsuki, she surmised that the demise of the third Otsutsuki, Inoki, was undoubtedly related to him. After all, what could have possessed Inoki to choose death amidst the formidable defenses of his own IWA Shinobi? Ultimately, he left no final words for the village of IWA. "Leader, it has been quite a while since we last met." One of Jomiai Ming's eyes was partially concealed by her chestnut red, cascading curls, revealing a glimpse of her gem-like, translucent emerald gaze. Her sultry eyes, slightly narrowed, were suffused with languor and allure as she observed Tsuji's rapt attention upon her visage. The rose-tinted petals of her lips curved ever so slightly, enhancing the irresistible charm of her youthful, pink-tinted gloss. Complemented by the delicate lavender eyeshadow accentuating the corners of her eyes, she captivated Tsuji's senses. As a skilled medical ninja, Jomiai Ming could distinctly sense the rising heat within Tsuji. She also perceived the subtle changes in his demeanor and let out a soft, playful laugh. Tsuji inquired, "You have performed admirably in this matter. These blood-stained boundary dwellers are of great worth. What reward do you desire?" However, Chief Koyami Mei did not respond to Tsuji's words. Instead, she asked, "Pray tell, were you involved in the affairs of Oyamaki?" Within Koyami Mei, Tsuji had implanted a mental curse seal, thus he harbored no concern regarding her potential betrayal. Tsuji nodded, merely brushing aside a few obstructive insects. The astonishment within Mei Ming surged like tumultuous waves, as Tsuji's prowess once again transcended her expectations. After all, he was the legendary Noki of the ninja world. The reputation of Dust Release was well known among all the elite shinobi. "Leader, you are growing ever more formidable. It is quite endearing." Tsuji sought to comprehend the conflict between Konohagakure and Kirigakure, inquiring, "Kojume, what is the situation on the Mist Ninja's side? Is the war with Konoha proceeding smoothly?" Konoha, akin to an indomitable cockroach, exhibits remarkable resilience. As the overseer of the Umbu, Kojume was well acquainted with the circumstances of both factions. "We have orchestrated several significant offensives, yet they are perpetually interrupted by the sudden emergence of ninjas from Konoha. Particularly formidable is the Uchiha clan, the enigmatic Uchiha Fugaku. Alongside the renowned Shunshin no Jutsu user, has garnered the title of the strongest among the Uchiha. They have effectively subdued our bloodline limit clan within Kirigakure. The collaboration with the Hyuga clan's Byakugan has rendered many of our assassination techniques ineffective. Our famed 7 ninja swordsmen were nearly annihilated by an unknown nincompoop with a watermelon head. Upon further investigation by our intelligence agency, we discovered he was merely a low-ranking ninja from Konoha. Listening to Koju Mei's lamentations, Suji discerned that Kirigakure was still making incremental victories. For the outcome of such a conflict cannot be swayed by any individual. This time, let us bring back an ample supply of my newly developed despair potion. Ensuring Konoha suffers considerably. Koju Mei regarded Suji with skepticism. Leader, are you suggesting that we allow Konoha and ourselves to exhaust each other, while you sit back and reap the benefits with Iwagakure? Suji gently caressed her beautifully textured, long brown hair. My ambition extends beyond the confines of the hidden villages. It encompasses the entirety of the Shinobi world. Moreover, I have resolved that in the future, I shall elevate all of humanity to the status of Shinobi. The losses incurred during the Great Ninja War are trivial in comparison to the fate of humankind. Terumi Mei, in disbelief, remarked, Leader, are you certain about this? It is likely that every hidden village, including your own IWA Shinobi, will harbor deep resentment towards you. The esteemed status of a Shinobi is partly derived from the monopoly over chakra. Many individuals, despite possessing innate talent, lack the guidance necessary to harness chakra and become ninjas. Suji spoke with an impassive expression. The thoughts of a swarm of ants do not pique my interest, nor do I find them necessary to comprehend. What I choose to do is my own affair. This world lacks the qualification to offer choices. Mei Yin's heart trembled at this. Such was the allure of power. Leader, will there still be a hidden mist village in the world to come? Suji inquired. Do you wish for its continued existence? If everyone becomes a ninja, will the hidden village still possess the authority to govern all ninjas of a nation? However, Kuratsuchi did not respond to Suji's words. Instead, she buried her head against his chest and said, Leader, transform me. I require a power that is far more formidable. Chapter 69. The Future of Kuratsuchi. Suji gently caressed Miming's hair and inquired, Have you contemplated the ways in which you wish to enhance yourself? Miming replied, Leader, may we commence the transformation through mystical arts? Suji was taken aback. Transforming through sage techniques? What purpose does that serve? While the ice release could be attributed to one's own awakening, especially considering the intermarriages among the bloodline clans, there might be an explanation for the ice release due to the potential presence of the Mizuno Yuki clan's blood within you. However, the use of sage techniques would undoubtedly raise suspicions within your village. Sage techniques are even rarer than bloodline limits. Currently, there exists but a single practitioner in the ninja world, the legendary Jiraiya of Konoha, the Toad Sage. His sage techniques originate from Mount Miyaboku, and there was once the formidable Hashirama Senju, who also wielded such powers. Should another location for learning sage techniques be discovered, all the major ninja villages would vie for the opportunity to access it. Kagami Mei was acutely aware that her strength had reached a limit, despite being a shadow-level powerhouse. Yet, it seemed as though an invisible barrier obstructed her path to further advancement. Her intuition was not misplaced. A profound chasm separated the Otsutsuki from humanity. Regardless of the myriad of ninja techniques at one's disposal, my Rinnegan can effortlessly seal you with a single technique, rendering you powerless. Thus, no matter how formidable a ninja may be, if they are not a direct descendant of Otsutsuki chakra, they remain but an insignificant insect. Kagami Mei, uncertain of the path that lay ahead, inquired, Leader, does the promise you made within the divine organization not mean that we will ascend to godhood, rather than merely becoming sages? Suji exhibited great patience towards his companion, elucidating, an immortal is merely someone who can harness the energies of nature. Upon achieving divinity, one naturally gains the ability to wield such energies. However, the mere ability to manipulate natural forces does not guarantee ascension to godhood. Mei Ming appeared utterly absorbed, as if she wished to merge with Su Ji's very being, while Xia Ri, observing from the side, felt a pang of jealousy. Chief, what do we still lack in our quest for divinity? Su Ji replied, There are 2 entities, the tailed beasts and the husk of the divine tree. I am familiar with the tailed beasts, but what is this divine tree husk? As an esteemed member of the Umbu and head of the intelligence division in the Hidden Mist Village, Terumi Mei had encountered various secrets of the ninja world. She was certain she had never heard of the divine tree, let alone its husk. This matter was intricately tied to the Sage of 6 Paths, and only a scant few in the ninja world possessed knowledge of it. However, do not fret. In due time, I shall acquire it from a dying old man. The Seven Tails Jinchuriki has already been apprehended by the organization. What remains is the research and analysis of these two entities. Terumi may express her confusion. Leader, even if this divine tree is associated with the Sage of Six Paths, could it truly elevate us to the status of the legendary sage? Moreover, while the power of the tailed beasts is formidable, it merely grants the ability to become a Jinchuriki. Such strength, though impressive, is not invincible. Jinchuriki serve primarily as strategic weapons in warfare. Suji lightly tapped Mei Ming's forehead, saying, "You have merely observed the tailed beasts. Yet you remain ignorant of their origins and the process of their creation. Understanding this principle is the key to attaining divinity. Once you grasp the underlying mechanics, you too can create tailed beasts. Your exploration of chakra is still quite superficial. Chakra is not merely energy extracted from the body. It undergoes transformations in both form and nature to manifest as ninjutsu. It serves as a medium, an interface that connects the consciousness of individuals with the material realm. Furthermore, it is a formidable tool, a powerful instrument for reshaping the world." Suji gazed at the somewhat bewildered Mei Ming and Xiaori, realizing he had perhaps spoken too much. As for women, his expectations were modest. He merely desired obedience and beauty. No genius in the world could match the pace of his own intellect, nor did Suji seek a fellow seeker to journey alongside him. "Well, I understand that you may not grasp this fully. Allow me to share a piece of news. I am about to commence the creation of an ascension platform. When the time comes, you shall undergo the ascension ceremony upon this platform, granting you the potential to become divine beings. Of course, this is a rather distant endeavor. For now, let us focus on enhancing your physical forms. I shall employ the Yongdun serum, which I recently developed, to transform you into semi-immortal beings. Additionally, I will augment your vision, imbuing your eyes with abilities akin to the Sharingan and Byakugan, enabling you to perceive chakra and see through illusions. This fusion of the two should prove immensely beneficial to you." Suji provided a reassuring promise, calming Mei Ming. Filled with excitement, Mei Ming inquired, "What is the essence of a celestial body?" "You may simply understand it as a physique akin to that of the Whirlpool clan, where chakra and vitality reach extraordinary levels. Simultaneously, I will enhance your bloodline limit, amplifying its power and granting you greater mastery over it. Only a robust vitality can support your rapid ascent in strength." Eagerly, Mei Ming asked, "What level of power can I achieve after the transformation?" "Within the ninja realm, you would rank among the top 10. Even Kyubi Yagura would find it impossible to defeat you. Thus you would be considered the strongest in the Hidden Mist Village. Your innate talent is commendable post-transformation. Your control over chakra nature transformation and form alteration will experience remarkable growth." Upon hearing Suji's description, Mei Ming's eyes sparkled with hope. She finally expressed her lingering doubt. "Leader, does acquiring such formidable power entail any specific tasks from me?" A sense of unease lingered within her, for Suji had bestowed upon her an abundance of gifts. With his strength, he could transform anyone. As the Otsutsuki, many would willingly serve him as subordinates. Though she possessed great power, she understood that the sheer weight of numbers could render her helpless. Thus, why did Suji place such significance on her? Despite her allegiance to Suji, her heart remained tied to the Hidden Mist Village, and she wished not for her homeland to fall to his hands. In the village, your greatest potential would be to become the Mizuki. However, what I desire for you is to become the daimyo of the land of water. I eagerly anticipate your future." Suji briefly introduced his plans regarding Konoha's Mei. "What, leader, do you intend to involve yourself in the affairs of the daimyo? That is a forbidden matter." Konoha's Mei naturally understood that the daimyo and the bureaucratic system they represented were the true masters of the nation. The ninja, in essence, served merely as their watchdogs. Only the higher echelons of the ninja villages, integrated into their system, could truly be considered part of that framework. The status of ninjas was only somewhat acknowledged during the times of great ninja wars. Suji understood that the great name of a nation is akin to the emperor of a small realm, while the ninja serves as the emperor's military force. In any normal nation, soldiers should refrain from political involvement. The separation of military and politics is profoundly beneficial for the integrity of a nation. After the three great ninja wars, Suji's ambition to usurp the position of the Land of Earth's daimyo was akin to a military coup, establishing a junta. There is no need for concern. In the face of absolute power, any form of resistance is as futile as a mandish trying to stop a chariot. A clear overestimation of one's own capabilities. Suji dismissed the concerns expressed by Mei Ming. Even if the entire world were to unite, they would hardly stand a chance against the rock-hidden village, with the exception of the Otsutsuki clan. Suji found it difficult to ascertain the upper limits of the Otsutsuki clan's power, as his research on chakra remained incomplete. Once he fully comprehended all aspects of chakra, he would be capable of shattering the divine head of any Otsutsuki deity. Upon hearing his words, Koyuki Mei felt a sense of relief. However, she secretly mused that perhaps it was her very self that the leader valued most. This time, upon your return, ensure the proper management of the umbu in the village hidden in the mist. This will be the strength you can rely on in the future. By the way, I have yet to ask you a question. Do you aspire to become the Mizukage? I could assist you in eliminating Yakura. At these words, Koyuki Mei immediately shook her head. The village hidden in the mist was her homeland, and unless Suji strongly insisted, she truly wished for him not to intervene in its affairs. For when Suji took action, he would not consider whether the village could withstand the consequences. Leader, as a member of the God organization, I yearn to become a deity at the earliest opportunity, to escape this world twisted by resentment. My desire for power is not particularly intense. It is merely a necessity for self-preservation that compels me to strengthen myself. Sushi, upon hearing Koyomi Mei's response, nonchalantly remarked, Very well, do as you please, for this is merely a trivial matter. When the tides of progress surge forth, Wuin Village will inevitably make its own choices. It matters not who is in charge. He then added, Let us proceed. I shall assist you in your transformation. Koyomi Mei, visibly elated, replied, This time, I intend to remain atop. In Awagakure, at the ninja hospital, ever since Suji ascended to the position of Tsukage. The director of the hospital and the head of the medical department have not been appointed from within Awagakure. Instead, the responsibility was entrusted to Uzumaki K. Rin's mother, Uzumaki K. Setsu. After Suji conducted research on the unique constitutions of the Uzumaki mother and daughter, he developed numerous advancements in life sciences. He imparted this knowledge unreservedly to Uzumaki Xiangxue through the Heart Gem, aware that her only path to survival in the latter half of her life was obedience. Uzumaki Xiangxue swiftly adapted to her new role and diligently absorbed the wisdom Suji shared with her. Blessed with extraordinary talent, her aptitude for learning medical ninjutsu was remarkable. Supported by her unique ability to share life, her skills in medical ninjutsu had already reached a level just below that of the second most proficient individual in Awagakure. Known as the Summer Sun, Uzumaki Xiangxue listened, her face flushed, to the anguished cries of Terumi Mei, the piercing sounds reverberating through the very walls of the hive. Sushi's specialized large bed, often used for treating beautiful patients, creaked and groaned as if on the verge of collapse. On one side, Xiaori and Xian Weixiong were employing various medical ninjutsu to restore the vitality of Mei Ming. The fleeting spring nights gave way to the rising sun, and thus the shadows of the earth no longer rose early. For 7 days and nights, Suji diligently infused his life energy into Mei Ming's cells. This surgical endeavor resulted in a remarkable enhancement in the vitality of her cells, elevating her life force several levels higher. Her chakra level surpassed tenfold that of her previous state. It is worth noting that Mei Ming, prior to her transformation, was already an elite ninja of shadow rank. Classified by quantity, not merely by chakra, one could assert that Mei Ming now embodied a sage-like physique, albeit without the ability to utilize sage arts. Concurrently, Suji also augmented Mei Ming's in-release capabilities, resulting in a transformative enhancement of her illusionary techniques. The explosion of life force rendered Mei Ming almost unrecognizable, radiating with vitality. Xiaori, gritting her teeth, inquired, Mei Ming, how do you feel? Upon glancing at Xiaori, who had devoted herself tirelessly these past days, Mei Ming responded with a beaming smile, The leader's methods are truly extraordinary. I must also thank you for your assistance. Xiaori, vexed, turned her gaze away from Mei Ming, feeling as though she was merely a servant to Suji. However, she pondered, what merit did Mei Ming possess to warrant such treatment? Sensing Xiaori's discontent, Mei Ming approached and embraced her, whispering lazily in her ear, Let us form an alliance. Xiaori, perplexed, asked, What kind of alliance? Mei Ming elaborated, Consider this. The leader is quite the eccentric and will undoubtedly attract the opposite sex. We could unite our efforts to safeguard our interests, with you by his side and me within the organization. Sharing information and forming a beneficial alliance would be exceedingly advantageous. Xiaori scoffed dismissively. The master has no interest in such matters. Neither do I. Mei Ming, well aware of Xiaori's unwavering loyalty to Suji, leaned closer and suggested, in due time, we could utilize that projector together. Initially indifferent, Xiaori felt her cheeks flush red before ultimately resolving to nod in agreement. Humph. You are just as eccentric. All I desire is the leader's affection. Matters of propriety and honor are of no concern to me. Mei Ming, unperturbed, recognized that their alliance would serve to confront the various troublesome temptresses that might arise in the future. Chapter 70. Two Tsunades? From the future? Departed from the hidden rock village, carrying with her a selection of despair-inducing potions she had previously promised to Jiju Yashikura. Sushi, still captivated by the enchanting allure of, grew impatient and made his way to the confines of the hive's dungeon, where he encountered the pallid-faced Senju rope tree. Prior to being brought to the hidden rock village, the audacious Senju rope tree had caused quite a commotion in the umbu of the hidden mist village. Proclaiming himself a staunch supporter of the will of fire, vowing never to yield. However, he was swiftly subdued by several formidable umbu members and brought to a sobering silence. His fiery resolve had been momentarily extinguished. After receiving a harsh lesson from reality and confronting the chilling truths of this world, Senju Rope Tree finally adopted a more subdued demeanor. This was not merely a trivial scuffle from school days. This was a matter of life and death. Suji perused the physical examination report of Senju Ju brought by Uzumaki, feeling quite astonished. Indeed, the physical prowess of the Senju clan surpasses that of other ninja families by a considerable margin. At his age, Senju Ju's vitality is already more formidable than that of some J-nin, particularly his chakra, which has reached the level of a J-nin. The Uzumaki and Senju clans are truly endowed with exceptional qualities. It is imperative to nourish him adequately and enhance his physical condition. Once we capture Tsunade and acquire the cells of Hashirama Senju, we shall initiate various experiments upon him. We will commence with cloning experiments, establishing a comprehensive database and material repository for him. Subsequently, we shall conduct a series of fusion experiments involving bloodline limits and sage body techniques. Suji instructed Uzumaki Shanshua, stating that one of the most crucial experimental materials, the interstitial cells, had yet to arrive, and the essence of the Senju rope tree held other significant uses for Suji. Uzumaki Shanshua, who was attending to Suji, let out a few muffled sounds, indicating her understanding. In the office of the Otsutsuki, after addressing matters concerning the hospital, Suji summoned his elder sister-in-law to discuss the arrangement of village affairs. After distributing milk and soybean milk to the two, Suji, filled with reluctance, departed from Awagakure with his assistant, Shiari, heading towards the front lines of battle. After all, the issues concerning Tsunade should have been resolved, and it was time for him to conquer Awagakure, as he had long desired to achieve the pinnacle of the ninja world. At the frontline headquarters of Awagakure, the atmosphere was tense. The high-ranking Awagakure shinobi present dared not breathe, their expressions grave. As the newly appointed Otsutsuki sat in a position of authority, his demeanor far from pleasant. So, the Sada clan has yet to bring down Sarutobi Shino? Suji inquired, his face devoid of emotion as he regarded the group. Sato Iwan, the clan leader of the Sada family, was drenched in blood, and upon hearing Suji's question, he trembled. It is not that our Sada clan lacks effort, he hastily explained. They had liquidated half of their family assets, enlisted powerful allies from various clans, and promised substantial benefits, uniting to eliminate a single target. Yet, inexplicably, Konoha always seemed to evade their traps, as if forewarned. Simultaneously, that elusive Sarutobi Shino always managed to be rescued by Tsunade. Tsuchikage-sama, allow me to explain, Sato Iwan urged anxiously. Bang! Suji hurled the teacup in his hand directly at Sato Iwan's head. Although Sato Iwan, being a shadow-level ninja, could have evaded it, he refrained from doing so, standing obediently in place as the scalding waters splashed over him. This fourth Otsutsuki was no mere child. Despite his youthful appearance, he epitomized the principle of vengeance. With countless adversaries of Suji succumbing to their injuries in the ninja hospital, only to find themselves consigned to mental institutions, Sato Iwan's personal bravery paled in comparison to the authority wielded by the Otsutsuki. Imbecile! The Jinchuriki of the Five Tails wished to interject, but was restrained by the elder Z, who cast a disapproving glance at him. The young man, in his naivety, aspired to instruct the Otsutsuki on how to address his subordinates. Present were the highest commanders, such as Mori Higashido, along with the heads of various clans, all wearing expressions of suppressed indignation, yet none dared to voice their dissent. The young man, Han, was oblivious to the reality that Otsutsuki should embody love and equality towards all. How could one so brazenly humiliate a shadow-level powerhouse? Of course, Suji, engrossed in his frivolities with Terumi Mei, had long since relegated Tsunade's affairs to the back burner. He was now focused on comforting the widows, Uzumaki Kyuka and Heishi Marina, ensuring they were vigilant over Awakens. It was imperative that he communicated with them beforehand, providing adequate psychological support. Consequently, Tsunade's matters, which he ought to have addressed sooner, lingered unresolved for nearly 10 days. Yet, could the Otsutsuki err? The Jinchuriki were strategic assets, bound to heed the Otsutsuki's command, thus the two remained in the village. This time, they accompanied Suji to the front lines. Elder Z dared not disregard Inoki, for Inoki would not punish Awakens' ninjas for such a trivial reason. However, Suji was a different matter. The animosity between Huang Tu and Suji was common knowledge among the village's higher-ups. In recent days, many from the supporting Tude Ping family had been captured and executed by the Umbu, their corpses still hanging in the village. How could Elder Z allow his subordinate to stand up and voice dissent at such a precarious moment? Suji glanced at the death report handed over by the summer. Noting that nearly half of the Sato clan had perished, his anger subsided considerably, indicating that they had not merely procrastinated, but had indeed exerted genuine effort. Considering the significant losses incurred by your family, I shall temporarily mark this debt. Were it not for Suji's intention to gradually utilize Sato Yuan as a means to pressure the other clans, he would have allowed him to dissipate into oblivion today. East Death, report on the current situation. The East Death, who had been feigning lifelessness, immediately sprang back to life upon hearing the call from the Earth Shadow, respectfully responding. Lord Earth Shadow, our overall offensive has proceeded quite smoothly. However, this pertains solely to territorial matters. In reality, we have gained almost no advantage. Konoha seems to have anticipated our maneuvers, evading our repeated encirclements. They are unconcerned about the loss of territory, focusing instead on eluding us. Intelligence analysts believe that Konoha may be employing a strategy to lure us deeper into their territory. Therefore, I have recently slowed our offensive momentum and dispatched various scouts for meticulous reconnaissance. Suji gazed at the map, nodding at the methods to eliminate the eastern adversaries. He possessed an intelligence network that surpassed even that of Awakens. 3 days prior, under the authorization of the third Hokage, Danzo and Minato acted as envoys to negotiate with the Cloud Ninja. During the discussions, Minato shone brilliantly, engaging in a verbal duel with numerous ninjas, providing a comprehensive analysis to the Cloud representatives. Tsunagakure had withdrawn from the conflict, and the newly appointed Kazekage had commenced the restoration of Tsunagakure's strength, which was recovering remarkably swiftly. Should the Cloud Ninja persist in this struggle against Konoha, they would undoubtedly emerge as the losers of the Third Shinobi World War. At the very least, following such a confrontation, the side that would benefit the most would certainly not be the Cloud, but rather the well-preserved forces of Kirigakure and Awakens. With this in mind, why would the Cloud village fight tooth and nail for the sake of the other two villages? Even if Konoha were to fall from its position as the foremost ninja village, it would not be the Cloud that ascended to take its place. What purpose would that serve? After several discussions, Konoha promised the Cloud village reparations, and the fourth Raikage accepted Konoha's terms, leading to a reconciliation between the two parties. The fourth Raikage, initially reluctant to compromise, ultimately yielded, recognizing that Konoha's offer was too generous to dismiss. He publicly declared, "We are good friends," to Minato. Although Danzo harbored dissatisfaction with such a concession, he understood that, for Konoha, lives were more precious than riches. Wealth could be repaid over time, but if lives were lost, Konoha would have nothing left. The position of the fourth Otsutsuki was now indisputable, and he would undoubtedly continue the war against Konoha. Reconciling with the Cloud, albeit a surrender in less flattering terms, was still a favorable development, as it merely required payment without additional demands. Ultimately, the matter of finances would have to be resolved by the daimyo. Konoha had endured considerable expenditures to reach this juncture. A complete defeat for Konoha would lead to more than just monetary loss. Their core strength would inevitably be dismantled by the other ninja villages. Consequently, Konoha, having concluded its conflict with the Cloud, began a covert withdrawal of its forces, redistributing the Second Corps and various clan strengths to the eastern battlefield of the Land of Water and the western battlefield of the Land of Earth. Konoha's reinforcements were on the verge of arrival, which explains Suji's insistence on coming to the front lines rather than remaining in the comforts of home. Tomorrow morning, I shall initiate a surprise attack, and my plan is to be unveiled by the fourth Otsutsuki, Tsuji, on the western front of the Land of Fire. Sunigakure had long since exited the war, leaving Konoha and Awagakure to engage in battle, with reluctant minor ninja villages swaying indecisively in between. At Konoha's western headquarters, Tsunade sat alone in the command room, lost in thought. After healing Sarutobi Shinji, she had returned to her post. From the shadows emerged a woman with blonde hair tied in a ponytail, who inquired, "Why do you not leave this place? Did I not tell you he would come looking for you soon?" Tsunade was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. She struggled to respond, "I do not know." Strangely, the voices of the two individuals were indistinguishable. The golden-haired woman emerged from the shadows, and under the light, she was revealed to be Tsunade. This Tsunade, however, appeared slightly older than the current one, yet possessed an even greater beauty, exuding an aura of sanctity. How could there be two distinct Tsunades? The future Tsunade urged. "If you do not leave now, you will lose your chance." The present Tsunade replied, "But I am the commander here. If I depart, this battlefield will collapse entirely. I must wait for my teacher and the others to provide support before I can leave." The future Tsunade, filled with anxiety, stated, "Tsuji will arrive faster than Konoha's reinforcements. You will not be able to wait for them. Furthermore, even if Konoha's support arrives, you will have no opportunity to escape, as Tsuji will come here tomorrow morning to capture you. At that point, everything will revert to the original timeline, and we will lose our chance to resist Tsuji." The present Tsunade did not succumb to despair due to the words of her future self. She firmly held to her decision. "What you speak of remains unverified. I cannot abandon the ninjas of Konoha. This is the toil of my grandfather and my parents, and my clan. I cannot forsake it. Since you are the future me, you should understand what I desire at this moment." It became clear that the more beautiful and slightly older Tsunade was indeed a future version of herself, just as Tsuji had surmised. In the same timeline, it was impossible for two Tsunades of differing strengths to coexist. If they did, they could not possibly belong to the same timeline. The future Tsunade, filled with apprehension, warned her present self, "If you are captured, you will become one of Tsuji's vessels for the reality gem, forever unable to escape the future he has planned for you. I have merely traversed to this point in time, utilizing the power of the time gem he created, during his uninterrupted process of controlling the dragon vein and achieving self-transcendence. At this moment, he exists in a state beyond dimensions, seemingly detached from this universe. Only during this fleeting moment are the 6 infinity gems he crafted unclaimed. I seized this opportunity to traverse to this time. Once he fully controls the power of the dragon vein, he will become the master of the entire timeline, and our world will no longer exist." As the future Tsunade spoke, her form began to blur, indicating an unforeseen occurrence that compelled her to depart from this space-time. "Remember, do not oppose Tsuji. Instead, heed his words, for he speaks only truths. You must acquire knowledge that surpasses him." Before the future Tsunade could finish her warning, she vanished, leaving the present Tsunade in a state of confusion and helplessness. Chapter 71. The Invincible Tsuji. Despairing Tsunade. Because Tsunade learned from her future self that Tsuji's power surpassed the imagination of everyone in the ninja world, he was an enemy she could not hope to defeat. That man required the cooperation of the entire world to even have a sliver of a chance against him. The more her future self revealed, the less Tsunade felt inclined to resist Tsuji. She was already aware that 2 of Tsuji's generals, the rogue ninjas Scorpion and Kakuzu, were watching her closely. With a device engineered by Tsuji, her chakra was being tracked, and there was no way to deceive that machine. Tsunade feared that if she left even for a moment, Tsuji would order a relentless assault, and she would truly become a traitor to Konoha. As for finding a substitute, who could possibly replace her? The moment she departed, Sarutobi Shino, the son of her Hokage teacher, could very well be torn apart by the IWA ninjas in a frenzied attack. Her future self warned her that Sarutobi Shino would perish here, which only solidified Tsunade's resolve to remain. Sarutobi Shino was the son of the 3rd Hokage, akin to Tsunade's own brother. Future Tsunade had witnessed the sorrow of rescuing Sarutobi Shino from the IWA ninjas time and again. Tsunade believed her future self, yet the trend of fate was undeniable. Even if she knew Tsuji was coming for her, could she escape? If she fled, Konoha would fall, and they would become wandering souls in a vast ninja world, with nowhere to find refuge. There was no choice but to fight to the death. Future Tsunade had told her that if captured by Tsuji, she would be forced into cooperation, compelled to heed his commands. At this moment, Tsunade resolved that she would either die valiantly in battle tomorrow or find an opportunity to take her own life. She, Tsunade, one of the legendary three of Konoha and a princess of the Land of Fire, would never betray her village. Soon, Tsunade would witness the true meaning of despair. The next day, as the first light of dawn broke on the horizon, the IWA army launched a frenzied assault, this time employing Jinchuriki. Two colossal war machines inflicted devastating losses on Konoha, and their defenses were soon breached. With a stoic expression, Tsunade issued commands with precision. Meanwhile, a slug rested on her shoulder, through which she channeled her chakra. It was transferred to the injured patients, allowing her to perform the work of hundreds of medical ninjas and saving lives. Konoha's western front held strong for so long, thanks in no small part to Tsunade's efforts. Fire release, head hardening. Wind release, great tornado. The sudden emergence of the wind and fire combination ninjutsu sent many unsuspecting Konoha ninjas soaring through the air. The entire command center lay in ruins, engulfed in flames. Thousands of puppets appeared like a well-trained army, clashing violently with the Konoha ninjas. Taken by surprise, the Konoha ninjas retreated, shielding Tsunade in hopes of ensuring her safety. The assailants, Kakuzu and Scorpion, had been dispatched here, keeping a watchful eye on Tsunade for 6 months. Scorpion fared slightly better, as he could occasionally venture out to gather experimental materials. Kakuzu, however, felt a restless itch, as he was not on a profitable venture and was growing increasingly impatient. Over time, Scorpion too longed for the laboratory, wishing to return to his research. He did not relish in violence but sought eternity. Were it not for Suji's intention to have them search for White Zetsu, they would not have remained in the shadows for so long. Regrettably, they had been fixated on Tsunade of Konoha, while no leads on White Zetsu had surfaced. Tsunade-sama, please retreat swiftly. We will handle these two. You must continue directing the others against the rock ninjas, urged Tsunade's guards, pressing her to leave. It was already too late. The enemy had arrived. The seal on Tsunade's forehead had been released, and with hand signs, she unleashed her self-created ninjutsu, creation rebirth, entering a state of battle readiness. Kakuzu and Scorpion, having undergone Suji's modifications, exhibited overwhelming strength. One transformed into a relentless turret, while the other operated like a one-man army. Together, they rendered the Konoha ninjas incapable of mounting an effective counterattack. Elite Jonin were sent scattering in disarray. Tsunade's guards continued to implore her to withdraw, as her primary duty lay in command, not combat. At that moment, a sound pierced the sky, and a figure descended, hovering above them. The fourth Otsutsuki. What brings you here? The Konoha ninjas recognized Suji, incredulously inquiring. Quickly, protect Tsunade-sama. Tsunade's guards became frantic, knowing that a shadow would always be accompanied by his umbu. Suji must appear here, and they must flee with Tsunade. Stand down, you shall retreat, Tsunade calmly commanded the ninjas beside her. However, the guards wished to persuade Tsunade further, but she interrupted them decisively. Follow the orders, retreat. I will stay behind to stop him. Do not waste your breath. Numerous young guards harbored a deep-seated resentment, yearning to confront Suji with fervor. After all, Tsunade was not merely their superior and the princess of Konoha, but also their cherished idol. How could devoted admirers remain apathetic in the face of adversity befalling their goddess? Yet, they were swiftly escorted away by the elder ninjas, leaving without hesitation. Their presence would only serve to complicate matters for Lady Tsunade. Ah, have you conquered your fear of me and dared to face me directly? Suji jested, yet within his heart, he was perplexed, wondering how he could sense the powers of the Time Stone and the Reality Stone emanating from Tsunade. The dilemma was that Suji had not yet created these two artifacts. Although Suji did not create it, he recognized at a glance that it was undoubtedly the power of the Time Stone and the Reality Stone. Indeed, the future Tsunade had traversed to this present time using her own Time Stone. Upon hearing Suji's words, a surge of both old grievances and new hatreds flooded Tsunade's heart. She recalled how Kato Dan was brutally slaughtered before her eyes, while she was powerless to save her comrade. Without uttering a word, Tsunade launched herself at Suji, her foremost desire being to shatter the face of the man who regarded others as mere ants. With her first strike, she unleashed a powerful straight punch. Her right hand clenched into a fist. The force of her blow carved a deep trench into the earth. The air around them seemed to explode, as if it had been tightly grasped by an unseen hand. Tsunade's fist, fueled by sheer strength, could have obliterated a small mountain. Yet, her punch failed to connect. A barrier, resembling rippling water, absorbed her formidable power. Undeterred by her initial failure, Tsunade proceeded with her second strike. With a swift motion, she formed a single-handed seal and attempted to employ a sealing technique, aiming to bind Tsuji with chakra. However, the sealing runes that were supposed to manifest from her chakra transformation did not appear. Damn it! Tsunade could not fathom why the sealing technique had faltered. For her third strike, a verdant beam of chakra materialized in her right hand, taking the form of a glowing sword. She aimed it directly at Tsuji's heart. The peculiar barrier around Tsuji Tai re-emerged, rendering Tsunade's chakra surgical knife utterly ineffective. What could this phenomenon be? With her fourth strike, Tsunade slammed her fist into the ground, causing the earth to fracture. She then raised her hand, lifting a massive boulder weighing hundreds of tons, and hurled it towards Tsuji. However, as the boulder approached the barrier before Tsuji, it was repelled far away. A sense of foreboding filled Tsunade's mind. Even physical attacks had proven futile. Undeterred, Tsunade initiated her fifth strike before the effects of the fourth could manifest. Fire style, exploding flame dragon technique. This was an A-rank fire jutsu of the Senju clan. While Tsunade was primarily a taijutsu practitioner, she was not limited to physical techniques alone. She was simply adept in taijutsu and preferred combat through it. Yet, as anticipated, her ninjutsu also failed to breach the barrier. Now, how would she confront Tsuji? After Tsuji completed the analysis of the technological power contained within the gemstones lingering on Tsunade, he gazed at the motionless Tsunade and inquired, "Haven't you eaten?" In an instant, Tsunade teleported beside Tsuji, encircling him with a series of explosive tags. Blazing sparks illuminated the surroundings, and mere milliseconds later, the explosive tags detonated. Tsuji let out a cold laugh, and Tsunade's probing once again confirmed the ineffectiveness of the explosive tags. A profound sense of despair enveloped Tsunade as she pondered how she could possibly overcome Tsuji. No wonder her future self had never advised her to confront Tsuji head-on. Instead, she had always urged her to flee at the mere sight of him. Does Tsuji still possess weaknesses? Tsunade, having undergone rigorous ninja training, is well aware that there exists no flawless ninjutsu, and that every technique has its counter. However, how to dismantle Tsuji's barrier? With hands poised in a series of seals, Tsunade employed the secret technique of the third Hokage, the binding technique. This time, the cursed seal proved effective against Tsuji's barrier technique, yet it swiftly dissipated, as if its brilliance melted away upon contact with Tsuji's defenses. Tsuji delivered a powerful kick, and Tsunade attempted to block it, yet it was akin to an insect trying to halt a chariot, resulting in her being sent flying a considerable distance. Scorpion and Jiaodu observed the scene of Tsuji effortlessly overpowering Tsunade, devoid of any surprise. The leader's prowess had surpassed the limits of their comprehension. Undeterred, Tsunade rose from the deep pit, employing the creation rebirth technique to allow her wounds to heal autonomously. Tsuji was able to observe how Tsunade's medical ninjutsu transformed the nature of chakra, reverting it back into bodily energy. This process facilitated the healing of the body, nourishing each cell, while the division of cells occurred at an accelerated pace. As long as Tsunade's chakra remained unspent, theoretically, this technique could perpetually mend any injury she sustained. Remarkable. Tsuji marveled inwardly, realizing that it was indeed necessary to apply pressure on her for her to fully immerse herself in this line of research. It seemed that once he brought her back, providing her with more advanced equipment and superior knowledge would enable her to become a formidable ally. As for Tsunade's reluctance, Tsuji possessed ample means to compel her obedience. After all, her younger brother remained imprisoned within the confines of the hive. If she could not manage him, how could she contend with the village of Kanahigakure? As long as she maintained any ties to this world, she would ultimately be within Tsuji's grasp. Tsunade unleashed an array of weapons, shuriken, kunai, and various ninjutsu and taijutsu techniques. But to no avail, she could not breach the barrier protecting Tsuji. This was the profound essence of the Otsutsuki clan's chakra, with sufficient understanding and mastery of the bloodline limit. One could reach a level of control over chakra that rendered mere chakra-wielding ninjas utterly incapable of inflicting harm. They were, in essence, insignificant insects. Could Tsunade, Kakashi, and others exhaust themselves to inflict even the slightest meaningful damage upon Kaguya Otsutsuki? The deeper Tsuji delves into the study of chakra, the more he uncovers the profound mysteries of its hierarchical control. The divine tree and chakra represent the pinnacle of technology belonging to the Otsutsuki clan. While anyone is capable of consuming the fruit of the divine tree, Those who do so will undergo a transformation into an Otsutsuki. Chapter 72. The Goddess Captured. The infatuated Jiraiya. A radiant white light emanated from Suji's hand, forming a barrier. Dust release. Boundary dissolution technique. The luminous white glow flickered around Tsunade, causing beads of cold sweat to suddenly appear on her forehead and back. In the face of this unexpected turn of events, her mind became remarkably composed. 4. All that surrounded her had vanished, leaving only the spot where she stood unchanged. Tsunade recognized it as dust release, the singular bloodline limit within the ninja world. Possessing the unique ability to decompose matter, she felt the air around her grow heavier. Suji has surprisingly mastered the art of eliminating bloodstains. How infuriating. Tsunade raised her gaze to the suspended choice in the air, unwilling to accept her fate, and declared, Suji, your ambitions shall not prevail. Suji suddenly appeared before Tsunade, gently patting her shoulder. My dear, your understanding cannot fathom the extent of my power, which is why you utter such foolish words. Surely, you have encountered your future self? Tsunade, taken aback and filled with confusion, inquired. How do you know? Is that your illusion? Shuji's nostrils were graced by a waft of perfume, stirring a sense of delight within him as he retorted, Is it an illusion? Are you not aware of your own heart? Indeed, Tsunade was cognizant that the Tsunade from the future was not a mere phantasm. For an illusion could not conjure an entity that mirrored her memories and abilities so perfectly. Come, take it. Suji produced a bracelet, a specially crafted curse seal accessory designed for Tsunade long ago. This remarkable piece could monitor Tsunade's chakra in every cell of her body, enabling unprecedented levels of microscopic observation. More importantly, it served as a soul-binding ring, irrevocably linking her soul to that of Tsunade. No way. Though Tsunade was unaware of the true purpose of the bracelet in Suji's hand, she instinctively recognized it heralded ill tidings. Possessing a fiercely independent spirit, she resolutely chose to end her own life, denying Suji the chance to capture her. She was acutely aware that her abduction would spell calamity for Konoha and the ninja world. However, to her dismay, her chakra suddenly became unresponsive, refusing to heed her commands. Tsunade's suicide attempt faltered. She confronted Suji, bewildered. What is happening? Suji, what have you done to me? The inability to control one's chakra would surely incite panic. Truly, she was a girl utterly lost in the unfolding chaos. Suji grasped Tsunade's delicate hand, as soft as if it were made of nothing but air. Tsunade's body seemed to betray her will, and she could only watch helplessly as Suji adorned her wrist with a curse seal bracelet. She felt as if this bracelet had fused with her very flesh, dissolving into her wrist like liquid. Upon witnessing this scene, Suji turned to his two aides, Scorpion and Jiao, and said, Your mission has concluded. You may return to your respective posts. Your rewards will be dispensed at the end of this year. Furthermore, do you have any matters you wish to discuss with me? Scorpion, retracting his puppet army into a scroll, inquired, Leader, when shall we commence the research on the reality gem? I can hardly contain my anticipation. Suji promised Scorpion not only to grant him divinity, but also to bestow upon him eternity. This is Scorpion's aspiration, and eternity is not merely the power of the time stone, but rather the authority of the reality stone. Observing the fervent expression on Scorpion's face, Suji provided an answer. In 1 month, the chakra energy would achieve complete success, and once the Heavenly Eye system is fully deployed, you will be granted a laboratory and the necessary conditions to research the reality stone. At that time, your efforts will be greatly appreciated. Scorpion was elated by the leader's words. Within the ninja world, he regarded the others as mere insects, recognizing that only Suji understood the allure of eternity. Having lost his parents and having defeated the third Kazekage, Scorpion had severed ties with his past, and now he was willing to follow Suji eternally. And you, Kakuzu? Upon hearing Suji's words, Kakuzu's green eyes glimmered even more intensely, revealing an overwhelming desire for wealth. Leader, I will continue to hunt the bloodline limit users within the ninja world and relentlessly gather secret techniques. I am in need of more personnel. Upon hearing the request from Kakuzu, Suji did not hesitate and replied, Very well. I shall place the Shadow Troop under your command, and the elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth shall also heed your summons. I have but one request. I hope you perform your duties well, for I am generous in rewarding with wealth. Upon learning that Suji entrusted the entire Shadow Troop to him, Kakuzu's green eyes glinted ominously, foretelling a darkened hue. Kakuzu was fully aware of the fearsome reputation of Tsuji's shadow troop, renowned as a ruthless organization devoid of emotions, unafraid of sacrifice, and possessing terrifying combat prowess. Capable of fighting until the last breath. When united, the shadow troop could easily overthrow small ninja villages and establish themselves as tyrants. However, Kakuzu was not particularly fond of power. Rather, he contemplated how, with such assistance, his own income would soar. While capturing bloodline limit users and collecting secret techniques were indeed paramount, Tsuji was indifferent to the occasional side ventures that allowed Kakuzu to earn extra profit amidst his tasks. Tsuji is solely concerned with whether his demands have been fulfilled. He regards certain consumables that can be produced on the production line as entirely unworthy of his attention. If he so desires, he could effortlessly harness the chakra of the tailed beasts to mass-produce the energy gems, subsequently imbuing them with intelligence through the Mind Stone. Leader, I assure you the task will be completed. Kakuzu will not disappoint your expectations. Upon hearing Tsuji assign the Shadow Army to Kakuzu, Scorpion felt a twinge of envy. After all, his prideful puppet army pales in comparison to the leader's Shadow Army, which is truly a world apart. Tsuji nodded and activated the power of the space gem, directly transporting the incapacitated Tsunade away. Simultaneously, he effortlessly sent Kakuzu and Sasori to their designated location. The space gem proved to be remarkably convenient. The capture of Tsunade, the commander of the Konoha's Western Front, severely disrupted Konoha's command system. With Tsunade's departure, no shinobi remained to obstruct the Iwa ninja clan's assault on the son of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Shinji. Following Tsunade's abduction by Tsuji, the deputy commander, Sarutobi Shinji, met a tragic fate at the hands of Sada Iwan, who beheaded him. The command center of Konoha crumbled, leading to a chaotic retreat under the leadership of Akatsuki Izuma. Seizing the opportunity, the Iwa ninjas relentlessly pursued the Konoha shinobi, further expanding their victories. Perhaps Konoha's fate was not yet sealed, as the beleaguered Konoha ninjas fortuitously encountered Jiraiya, who had come to their aid. As the vanguard, Jiraiya, accompanied by the majority of Konoha's second corps and powerful allies such as Namikaze Minato, arrived to support Tsunade. However, the first shocking revelation he received from these defeated shinobi was that the fourth Otsutsuki, Tsuji, had personally intervened to capture Tsunade. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiraiya could hardly believe the news. Tsunade's strength was such that even in Sage mode, he would not dare to claim he could capture her alive. Capturing and defeating represented two different tiers of power. How could Tsuji, even as a shadow-level ninja, possess such overwhelming strength? Jiraiya could not fathom this reality. What made Tsuji so formidable? The existing hierarchy of the ninja world was well established. A non-bloodline user could not ascend to such heights overnight. Strength was undeniably attained through gradual cultivation. Master, please calm down. We need to ascertain what exactly transpired, said Namikaze Minato, trying to console him. Aware of his teacher's deep admiration for Lady Tsunade, Minato realized that with so many confirming the event, Tsunade's capture by the fourth Otsutsuki was undoubtedly true. Akatsuki Izuma, grimy and drained, bore the dried blood on his body, reflecting his exhaustion. He struggled to retreat with the Konoha ninjas, yet they were still scattered by the Iwa ninjas. The command capabilities of the Iwa troops were exceptional, truly deserving of their reputation as the foremost commanders. Lord Jiraiya, it is indeed true. Lady Tsunade has been captured by the Otsutsuki, who has mastered the dust release technique of the Iwagakure's bloodline elimination. Upon hearing the words, Jiraiya felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, plunging him into an immediate silence. In the world of shinobi, those endowed with bloodlines are undeniably superior to those without. This is an inescapable truth. Consider the various ninja clans. Despite lacking notable bloodlines, they invariably possess formidable secret techniques. If Tsuji has mastered dust release, it signifies that his chakra manipulation of fire, wind, and earth has reached an extraordinary level, placing him firmly among the ranks of seasoned Kage. Naturally, the specifics of any battle will depend on the tactical choices made by the opponents involved. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Jiraiya reluctantly exclaimed, Tsuji is merely 18 years old. This was a thought Jiraiya scarcely dared to entertain. Even Noki lacked such innate talent. Beside him, Minato Namikaze was also assessing the strength of the Otsutsuki, remarking, Sensei, we should stabilize our front lines first. We can only counterattack once the reinforcements arrive. Jiraiya nodded in agreement and began directing the ninjas of Konoha to regroup the fleeing soldiers and re-establish their defenses. Simultaneously, He discreetly instructed Minato, "You possess the Flying Thunder God technique. Take your team to scout the layout of Awakens." Minato hesitated, reluctant to lead his 3 disciples into such a perilous mission. "Minato, I understand your concerns, but Konoha has no alternative at this juncture. For the sake of victory, we have effectively surrendered to Kumogakure. Our village is currently in disarray. The swift conclusion of this conflict is the most prudent means of safeguarding our future." Minato nodded, recognizing the gravity of the situation, and he knew his trio of disciples was not lacking in strength. Kakashi had already attained the rank of Jonin, while Uchiha Obito and Rin were both Chunin. With Minato, a Kage-level shinobi, as their leader, Jiraiya was not issuing orders recklessly. Although Jiraiya wished to assign Minato a Jonin companion, each Jonin had critical duties to fulfill. After considerable deliberation, it seemed fitting to allow Minato to lead his own students. Minato had always aspired to protect his disciples, thus, it would be best for him to take charge. "Sensei, I will expedite the intelligence gathering," he assured. Upon concluding his words, Minato Namikaze utilized the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from sight. Jiraiya's decision to entrust such a mission to Minato spoke volumes of his confidence in his disciples' capabilities. He felt assured. "Tsunade, await me. I shall rescue you," he vowed, his anger directed towards the Hidden Stone Village. "You shall pay dearly for your actions." He also harbored resentment for Tsuji, warning that he better ensure Tsunade receives the utmost care. In Chapter 73, titled Obito, Kakashi, and Rin, Minato found himself in a tent, encountering his 3 disciples who had journeyed from the northern battlefield to the western front, steadfastly accompanying him. Kakashi, in a corner, meticulously polished his father's heirloom, the short blade of Konoha's white fang, a companion that echoed the presence of his father. The trials of war had fostered a maturity in Kakashi, sharpening his demeanor. Obito Uchiha, often perceived as the underachiever of the Uchiha clan, was busy organizing various supplies for the shinobi world, explosive tags, military rations, kunai, and more. Meanwhile, Rin, a medical ninja, was diligently concocting healing pills to restore vitality. Teacher Minato, the lively girl Rin, adorned with face paint, was the first to spot him, exclaiming joyfully. In the grim atmosphere of a battlefield rife with death, the presence of Minato, a figure radiating warmth like the sun, felt like a stroke of fortune. Many of their peers from the same cohort had already perished in the war. Even Obito, usually brimming with youthful fervor, fell into a contemplative silence in light of the stark reality. "Teacher Minato, is there a new mission this time?" Obito inquired, excitement evident in his voice upon recognizing his mentor. He felt an inexplicable urge to express his determination, particularly in Rin's presence. Observing his 3 disciples alleviated Minato's worries significantly, bringing a sense of cheerfulness to his demeanor. The vibrant antics of Obito, the mood lifter, brightened the otherwise somber atmosphere wrought by incessant bloodshed. Only in the company of these Konoha children could Minato find the resolve to continue his grim duties. "Jiraiya-sama has tasked our team with gathering intelligence. This is a perilous operation. Are you certain you wish to partake?" Minato queried. Obito, quick to respond, declared, "Of course. I, Obito, aspire to become Hokage. How could I possibly hesitate?" However, the masked Kakashi, despite his young age, doused the enthusiasm with a dose of caution. "Don't recklessly charge ahead. You'll only worry us." Obito's face flushed with embarrassment at Kakashi's remark. "You fool, Kakashi. That was bravery." He then rambled on about his ambitions to become Hokage, uttering phrases that seemed to lack coherence, yet managed to enliven the atmosphere. Minato regarded his 3 students and briefed them on the mission, instructing them to prepare for departure. "Teacher, won't Kushina-san be joining us on this battlefield?" Obito inquired. Minato gently ruffled Obito's hair and replied, "Kushina needs to confront the Jinchuriki from the Hidden Mist Village. She is headed there." Rin, with a sense of assurance, remarked, "Teacher Minato, Sister Kushina is incredibly strong. She will undoubtedly assist us in concluding the battle on that front." Minato nodded, indeed concerned for his beloved. "We shall depart in a quarter of an hour. Make sure you all prepare well." At the front lines of the Rock Ninja Command Center, Tsuji sat in the main seat. Beside him was Tsunade, whom he had just captured. The numerous rock ninjas entering the meeting glanced at Tsunade, immobilized and under the control of a curse mark, and were filled with astonishment. They were well aware of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, renowned as a formidable shadow-level warrior in the ninja world. This only deepened their sense of awe regarding the unfathomable strength of the 4th Uchiha. Tsuji glanced at the severed head of Sarutobi Shino presented by Sato Iwan, then noticed that Sato Iwan had already lost half an arm. He extended his right hand, his fingers delicately touching the head of Sarutobi Shino, and in an instant, he inscribed the essence of the man's brain using a gem, simultaneously preserving his DNA. In the future, this could be utilized for cloning purposes. It is certain that the expression on the faces of Konoha when confronted with the clone of this individual would be quite entertaining. Sushi's morbid curiosity surged forth, akin to a malevolent spirit. Indeed, let the Umbu take this back, for all the clans and the remaining ninjas to witness. Moreover, the news of capturing Tsunade, one of the legendary three of Konoha, has been disseminated. Seated beside Tsuji, Tsunade was rendered immobile, yet tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. The pain of losing Sarutobi Shino, who was like a brother to her, his head severed, was unbearable. Tsunade had graduated from the academy under the tutelage of the third Hokage, and Sarutobi Shino, being older than the legendary three, had filled in as their instructor, teaching them ninjutsu and practical combat when their master was unavailable. It was utterly unforeseen that he would meet his demise here. Now, witnessing Tsunade's expression, filled with an insatiable desire for vengeance, one could hardly disregard the grim reality of the ninja world. The frequency of war and the depth of animosity were overwhelming. Tsuji gazed at Sat Yuan, who was kneeling before him, and remarked, "Well done," with a flourish of his right hand. Tsuji manipulated a mass of chakra that underwent a transformation, gradually shimmering with a silver luminescence until it morphed into a metallic form. With a deft motion, he directed this metallic substance to settle upon Sato Iwan's arm, which had been severed at the elbow, where it automatically reshaped itself into a metallic prosthetic. Sato Iwan felt an uncanny resemblance between this metal and flesh. It contained veins and arteries, seamlessly integrating with his biological tissue, as if it were a living organism. This meant he could perform hand seals using this metallic arm. This remarkable material was a product of Tsuji's research into steel release, derived from life potions, capable of manifesting directly through chakra. Chakra is indeed a wondrous force. Consider the fact that chakra is extracted from the carbon-based human body, yet it can entirely transform into pure metal, truly miraculous. The personnel in the command center stood in astonishment, utterly taken aback by Tsuji's astonishing feat. Tsunade, too, was profoundly shocked as this surpassed her understanding of chakra's transformative properties. Was this steel release? Thank you, Lord Otsutsuki. The Sato family will undoubtedly serve Awagakure with unwavering dedication until the end. Tsuji revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. You see, we now have the vanguard to deal with the prominent families in the village. Go forth and perform your duties diligently. I shall not be stingy with rewards. Sato Iwan let out a sigh of relief in her heart. Their family had suffered significant casualties, enduring immense sacrifices, and they had finally managed to survive Tsuji's grasp. Iwan intended to return and inquire with the young women of her family about what Lord Otsutsuki truly required. How is the situation on the front lines, Dong Shuren? Dong Shuren produced the prepared intelligence and reported, Lord Otsutsuki, the reinforcements from Konoha, under the leadership of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, have gathered the remaining troops. They have begun to establish a new defensive line. According to the intelligence from the Umbu, the ninjas retreating from the battlefield of Kumogakure are continuously supporting the Western Front. The strategy team plans to seize the opportunity while Konoha is still regaining its footing to launch a large-scale raid to inflict damage on the enemy's viable forces. The objective is expected to be accomplished within 7 days. Upon hearing the report from Dong's sire, Tsuji nodded. He held little interest in such trivial matters of command. As long as the trajectory of the war aligned with his strategic needs, he was content. He spoke, "You may deliberate on the specifics of military command and execute accordingly. Should any issues arise in logistics or other areas, Dong's sire is to notify me directly. I also entrust the leadership of Lao Zi and Han to you. Collaborate effectively, as we all seek the welfare of Yenin village. However, should any discord emerge among you that jeopardizes our overarching goals, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." The assembly shuddered at Tsuji's words, for in this brief span of merely half a month, the newly appointed minister of the Dark Department, Xiaori, had already ignited a tempest of conflict within the ranks. Many ninjas, who have approached Tsuji's commands with indifference, bargaining, or outright refusal, have been sent for treatment in hospitals due to mental health issues. None of them wish to be classified as mentally ill by Tsuji, nor do they want to be apprehended by the Dark faction and subsequently dispatched to a psychiatric facility for research. although Suji is still in his youth. He harbors no profound sentiments for the rock-hidden village. Consequently, he does not ponder the implications of excessive killings on the stability of his rule. This indifference, however, casts a terrifying shadow over the villagers. Even the most seasoned elders dare not exhibit arrogance before Suji. They must stand respectfully and greet him as Lord Otsutsuki. This is a stark contrast to the era of Daemu, when many clan elders, relying on their seniority, would assert their dominance over him. In a mere fortnight, 3 individuals who had previously flaunted their age before Daemu, only to do the same before Suji, found themselves cast onto the battlefield, meeting their demise. Who would dare to show Suji any disrespect? Yes, Lord Otsutsuki. The crowd responded in unison. Even the passionate young Jinchuriki of the Five Tails refrained from uttering any criticism against Suji. The Umbu eliminated an elder from a prominent family within the village before Suji, who had defied his orders, being brutally slain. Depart now. Suji issued an eviction order, as his primary objective of apprehending Tsunade at the front lines had been fulfilled. Suji's next objective is to locate Uchiha Madara and address this unpredictable variable. The Mangeki Sharingan, Yin-Yang release techniques, 6 paths techniques, Rinnegan, Hashirama's cells, Indra and Ashura's chakra have long been inscribed in Suji's diary. He is merely awaiting the moment when Uchiha Madara reveals himself. Chapter 74, Training Tsunade. Grim news. This time, Konoha has dispatched the master and disciple duo of Jiraiya and Minato to the battlefield of the Land of Earth. Suji speculated that the 3 tragic students of Watergate must have arrived as well. The White Zetsu, who had been tasked with continuously monitoring Uchiha Bido, should also be present. Indeed, I have waited for far too long. Suji has unlocked Tsunade's linguistic abilities. Damn Suji. Suji paid no heed to Tsunade's vitriolic tirade, calmly whispering in her ear, "The power of the 1,000 hands is in my grasp." Tsunade's flow of invective abruptly ceased. However, it was not long before her expression shifted from fury to sheer terror. This cannot be. My brother cannot possibly be in your possession. You mean to imply that he has been captured by the village hidden in the mist, do you not? Suji articulated the words that Tsunade yearned to express. Instinctively, Tsunade resisted the acceptance of this reality, as memories flooded her mind of Suji employing various methods to conduct experiments on Kato Dan before her very eyes. "It must be your spies who eavesdropped on our high-level discussions," she asserted, uttering reasons she herself found hard to believe, dismissing the reality presented by Suji. Suji smiled as he took a necklace from his pocket. Tsunade was rendered utterly speechless, tears streaming down her face. This necklace, a cherished gift from her grandfather, the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, was unmistakable. In the narrative, anyone who donned this necklace, except for the main characters, Senju Rope Tree and Kato Dan, met with a grim fate. She had bestowed this necklace upon her younger brother, but now, in Suji's possession, what did this signify? Senju Rope Tree had indeed fallen into Suji's grasp. Tsunade was unable to comprehend what had transpired during this ordeal. However, this necklace could not lie. Suji gazed at the wilted Tsunade, adorning her with the necklace and gently placing its ornament into the trench. Her skin is truly exquisite, remarkably soft. Suji leaned closer to Tsunade, their noses almost touching. "For every insult you hurl at me, I shall exact my vengeance upon your brother. You are well aware of my prowess. I possess the ability to amplify his suffering, yet he shall not perish." Suji gently patted Tsunade's shoulder and said, "Come now. Continue your scolding. Let me witness your literary prowess." Upon hearing the profound anger in Suji's words, Tsunade, reflecting on the fact that her only younger brother remained ensnared in Suji's clutches, fell silent. With a resounding slap, a blow struck Tsunade, causing the esteemed member of the Senju clan to bleed from her lips and swell on one side of her face. Suji wore a stoic expression, truly believing that his allure would spare women from his wrath. Does he relish in being scorned? Does he take pleasure in suffering indignities? Why has the vitriol ceased? Do you comprehend? The order for the head of Sarutobi Shino was a decree I issued with unwavering resolve. I demanded their return at all costs. Intelligence reports indicated that he should have cared for you as an elder brother would. Tsunade's eyes were blurred with tears, and in that moment, she was engulfed by an overwhelming fury, anger at herself for not striving hard enough, which led to such humiliation today. If only she had exerted herself just a little more. Suji suddenly felt a surge of compassion. Gently caressing Tsunade's swollen face, he spoke softly, "Do not blame yourself. Your lack of strength is not your fault. Even if your power were to multiply 100-fold, the outcome would remain unchanged. I shall remind you once more, a captive must possess the awareness of their captivity. Consider your foolish brother who dreams of becoming Hokage. Surely, you would not wish for him to suffer at my hands. To meet a fate akin to that of Kato-dan. That sense of helplessness, that anguish, that despair, you would not wish to endure such torment once more, would you? After Tsuji spoke, he directly released Tsunade's ability to act. If she lacked anything, she could communicate with his Umbu. Obedience would yield the best outcome for her. Observing Tsunade, who was at a loss, her memories of Kato's tragic demise stirred by her own actions, Tsuji departed with a cold smirk. Tsunade soon realized that she had regained her ability to move, yet she no longer dared to engage in any reckless behavior. With her brother Senju rope tree in Tsuji's grasp, she was unwilling to endure another battle where her brother's body served as the battlefield. A clash of medical ninjutsu between her and Tsuji. That was truly a nightmare. Tsuji observed Tsunade's hesitant demeanor with great satisfaction. After the third Hokage reviewed a war budget, he was met with the sight of his partner, Danzo, entering with a frigid expression. Without any preamble, Danzo threw a report onto the desk before the third Hokage, declaring, "Sarutobi, your son is dead." The word struck the third Hokage like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned. Trembling, he picked up the report Danzo had provided, reading it with shaking hands. Upon finishing, he set the document down, desperately wishing it was merely a cruel jest reminiscent of their youthful days. Mito Minyan glanced at the report as well, noting the grim news. Tsunade, the commander on the Western Front, had been captured, and Sarutobi Shinji was beheaded by the Rock Ninja. Sarutobi Shinji, the Hokage's pride, was far more commendable than his wayward brother, Asuma. A formidable shinobi, Shinji was a trusted ally of Sarutobi Hiruzen, destined to aid the future Hokage. The news of Tsunade's abduction by the Otsutsuki, who had mastered dust release, compounded Hiruzen's distress, making it difficult for him to breathe. Just moments ago, he had been engaged in a fierce battle wielding his Rui staff against the tailed beast Jinchuriki, yet now, he struggled to bring his pipe to his lips. Failing time and again. Mito Minyan seized the pipe from the third Hokage's grasp and placed a hand on his shoulder, channeling his chaotic chakra. Calm yourself, old friend. The agony of losing a child, the heart-wrenching sorrow of a gray-haired man bidding farewell to his black-haired progeny, was unimaginable. Furthermore, the thought of Tsunade, whom he cherished like a daughter, being taken away was unbearable. As Hiruzen's breath steadied under Mito's guidance, the latter continued, "Take some time to collect yourself. We will discuss these matters tonight." Hiruzen gave a barely perceptible nod, recognizing his need for solitude. Mito led Danzo away, instructing the intelligence division to keep all intruders from disturbing the third Hokage. All intelligence should be directed solely to the two elders. Danzo, we are both nearing the twilight of our years. Could you not phrase your words more delicately? Mito grumbled. No matter how delicately it is said, it does not change the fact of that boy's demise. Can mere words bring him back? Danzo retorted. All I can do is deliver the news. The sooner he escapes this anguish, the better. Konoha still faces peril, and we do not require a Hokage mired in grief. Towanzo does not harbor any disdain for Sarutobi Shino, as he has watched him grow and even serves as his mentor. However, the harsh realities of war are unforgiving. Both are seasoned ninjas, and the loss of friends and family is a shared experience. After the two elders departed, tears streamed down the cheeks of the third Hokage, unable to be restrained any longer. The anguish of losing a biological son is unimaginable. Sarutobi Shino's child, whom he named Konohamaru, has now lost his father shortly after birth. He once dreamed of a joyous reunion after the war's conclusion, a dream now shattered. As night fell, the third Hokage summoned the two elders to discuss the next course of action. Are you all right, monkey? Mito Minyan inquired, observing the third Hokage's evident exhaustion with concern. Sarutobi Izashi shook his head, accepting the cruel hand of fate, insisting they focus on the matters at hand. As Hokage, he must fulfill his duties. Towanzo spoke. It has been confirmed that the fourth Otsutsuki has mastered dust release. However, our Jinchuriki is on the battlefield in the land of water, and Jiraiya's Sage Mode will afford him some protection. Minato's Flying Thunder God technique boasts remarkable speed. Both can utilize space-time ninjutsu, providing a temporary stabilizing factor. Once the Ninetales Jinchuriki arrives in the land of water, the situation should improve significantly. Our primary concern now lies in determining from which of the IWA or Kiri forces we will breach the front. Chapter 75. The Fury of the Mizukage Mito Minyan analyzed. If we withdraw forces from the north of Konoha and deploy them to both battlefronts, we will achieve parity. Our 5 major ninja divisions, combined with the mobilized troops after the village's dissolution, equate to an army of 10,000. If we distribute them, each side will receive 3 divisions. Our disadvantage lies in the Jinchuriki. Although the Ninetales Jinchuriki is formidable and can take on 2 opponents, he is but one and cannot be present on both fronts simultaneously. Once we determine the strategic direction for our breakthrough, we will deploy the Ninetales Jinchuriki at that point. Sarutobi Hizashi, unusually refraining from smoking, inquired, "What does the Intelligence Analysis Department report regarding the combat strength on both sides?" Tawanzo replied, "Both are among the 5 great ninja villages, each mobilizing 3 divisions, resulting in a minimal disparity in personnel strength. However, considering the immense threat dust release poses to Jinchuriki, the analysts believe that a breakthrough on the battlefield in the Land of Water would be more advantageous." Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito were acutely aware of the grave threat posed by dust release to large creatures, due to the significant casting time required for dust release. The faster and smaller the target, the lesser the threat it posed. Dust release represented the paramount danger to the Jinchuriki, who could unleash the tailed beast bombs. Mito presented a letter from Jiraiya to Sarutobi Hiruzen, in which Jiraiya expressed the hope that they would first address the situation with a Wagakure. He claimed to be able to harness the power of the Hidden Frog Village to counter dust release. After reading the letter, Hiruzen passed it to Danzo, who, upon reviewing it, inquired how Jiraiya could be so certain that the forces of the Hidden Frog Village could effectively confront dust release. "Do not tell me this is yet another prophecy from the Sage of the Frogs. I have never placed my faith in such notions," he retorted. Mito hesitated, uncertain himself. However, Jiraiya had mastered sage techniques during his time in the Hidden Frog Village, and thus they viewed it through a lens of profound reverence. The role of the Jinchuriki was to utilize the tailed beast bombs post-transformation. Otherwise, they would merely rank as elite shinobi or even as a leader of a village. There was a concern that, should the situation not turn in their favor, they might sacrifice the Ninetales Jinchuriki in vain. Danzo remarked, "It takes years to resurrect a tailed beast after its death. We cannot afford to wait that long." The highest interests of Konoha were at stake, and they could not rely solely on Jiraiya's word. Hiruzen concluded, "Mito, go to Jiraiya and ascertain the methods he proposes to counter dust release before we make any decisions." Mito nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity for cautious strategic planning. In the Mizukige's office, the 3rd Mizukige was incensed upon learning of the secret reconciliation between Konoha and Kumobikure, his blood boiling with rage, as he felt he was one step closer to reuniting with the former Mizukiges. Terumi could hear the 3rd Mizukige's curses echoing through the Umbu. "Foolish brutes, wretched scoundrels," various expletives reverberated throughout the village. It was no wonder the 3rd Mizukige was furious. The singular opportunity to dethrone Konoha had slipped through his fingers. Could he not express his frustration? Initially, the foolish Reikage and Tsuchikage had engaged in a conflict over a few minor villages in the north, unwisely granting Konoha a moment to breathe. Subsequently, the Sand Village withdrew from the Shinobi World War, affording Konoha yet another chance. Then, the 3rd Tsuchikage was eliminated by Konoha, who had previously been at their mercy. What a disgraceful spectacle. Reluctantly, he had to halt the war efforts and elect a new Tsuchikage. Following this, the Cloud Shinobi, fearing their own losses, extracted benefits from Konoha and withdrew from combat, revitalizing Konoha's position on the chessboard. Konoha, which had seemed doomed to defeat, had turned the tide to a more balanced stance, thanks to the manipulations of the 3rd Reikage and 3rd Tsuchikage. In stark contrast, the Mist Shinobi, who had been diligently striving against Konoha, were met with this disheartening news. Had all their sacrifices been in vain? Damn it, that fool Inoki, that wretched 3rd Reikage, accompanied by the sound of crashing and banging. The 3rd Mizukige had been in a state of extreme anger for several days. Indeed, with such a disastrous start, having done nothing wrong himself, it was infuriating to see a promising conclusion ruined by incompetent allies. Once he calmed down, he inquired, "Tobarama, what does it mean that a Wagakure intends to withdraw from the battle as well?" Following the instructions given by Yuji before his departure, Tobarama responded, "The 4th Tsuchikage has stated that we must force Konoha to surrender. The 3rd Tsuchikage cannot die in vain. He must provide an explanation to the village. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. That is the message conveyed to me by the Tsuchikage." Upon hearing Tobarama's resolute answer, the 3rd Mizukige could not help but doubt, for he was uncertain whether the newly appointed 4th Tsuchikage might also falter at a crucial moment. As the war had progressed, it was evident that whichever side withdrew last would face the greatest suffering. Thus, they hoped others would continue the fight, allowing themselves to withdraw and recuperate easily. If the fourth Tsuchikage shared this mentality, then the one bearing the brunt of the loss would indeed be Kirigakure. After a moment of contemplation, the third Mizukage remarked, "The Tsuchikage's words are untrustworthy. What is the latest intelligence from the front lines?" Tobarama presented the information from the Umbu, reporting, "Minister Kirigane has engaged in a stalemate with the Six-Tails Jinchuriki and Konoha due to our deep incursion into the Land of Fire. The extended supply lines have hindered our logistics, forcing the frontline troops to slow their offensive momentum. With Konoha and Kumogakure having formed an alliance, Konoha has redirected their northern ninja forces to the two major battlefields, further constraining our assault. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has joined Orochimaru's ranks, which has diminished our tailed beast advantage, while Awagakure still holds an advantage over Konoha. The arrival of Sage Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze has enabled Konoha to regain some of its edge." The third Mizukage felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing Tobarama's report. The current situation had devolved into a precarious balance between Konoha and the combined forces of Kirigakure and Awagakure, which boded ill. If both sides, evenly matched, were unwilling to relent, it would inevitably lead to a brutal confrontation, transforming the battlefield into a veritable meat grinder. Only when their vital forces were depleted to the point of anguish would they consider ending the conflict. The third Mizukage realized that continuing this course would yield a Pyrrhic victory, yet they had no choice but to persist. The sunk costs were too significant. Having fought for so long, Kirigakure could not afford to let go. After all, their situation differed from that of Kumogakure and Sunagakure. Internally, they faced no substantial issues and could focus wholeheartedly on defeating Konoha. The third Mizukage pondered deeply, recognizing that the key lay with Awagakure, and thus asked, "Is there any way to ensure that Awagakure continues to fight?" Zao Miming did not respond. Instead, she turned her gaze towards the esteemed elder of the Hidden Mist village. Although the elder did not partake in combat, he was one of the founders of the village and had served as a steadfast ally to successive Mizukage, his prestige surpassing even that of the Mizukage. His unwavering dedication to the public good and his refusal to engage in the power struggles of the Mizukage, instead diligently executing their will and wholeheartedly assisting them, had secured him such a high position. Noticing the Mizukage's momentary confusion, the elder employed his advisory skills to elucidate, "Esteemed Mizukage, the essence of our ninja battles revolves around interests. The only factor that could sway the Tsuchikage lies within the benefits of the Awagakure or his own personal gain. Although the fourth Tsuchikage has only recently ascended, he had already initiated medical reforms in Awagakure prior to his rise, thus earning considerable prestige. His exceptional talent and formidable strength have garnered the respect of IWA ninjas. Furthermore, he enjoys the unwavering support of medical ninjas, and the prominent clans within the village find themselves powerless against him. His volatile temperament dictates that those who comply prosper, while those who oppose face ruin, unless it directly threatens the core of those prominent clans. Few are willing to voice dissent." Recently, intelligence from the Umbu revealed that those clans that had previously crossed him are now being purged by the newly appointed Umbu minister, Sujishin. Thus, the only leverage we have to sway the fourth Tsuchikage resides in the interests of Awagakure. The most we can offer is the spoils of future warfare. Upon hearing the elder's counsel, the third Mizukage initially contemplated rejection, but upon reflection, realized that the promised future gains were merely a notion without any current substance. Moreover, should they indeed eliminate Konohagakure, it would not be detrimental to grant Awagakure some of their interests. The distinction between present and future offerings was merely a matter of timing. Without tangible benefits, how could they expect Awagakure to devote themselves wholeheartedly to the cause of Konohagakure? "Elder, to which territory should we pledge?" The elder lifted his cane and gestured towards the northeastern section of the Konoha map. "If we were to ally with Awagakure to vanquish Konohagakure, we would undoubtedly divide the interests of the Land of Fire. Under the negotiations with the daimyo, the Land of Fire would be compelled to cede territory. We could designate this northeastern region to Awagakure. This strategy presents three advantages. Firstly, it allows us to govern a distant territory beyond the Land of Fire, thereby straining the finances of the Land of Earth and the ninja forces of Awagakure. Secondly, with the third Reikage having fallen at the hands of Awagakure, the northern village of Kumogakure harbors animosity towards them, which would enable Awagakure to assist us in countering pressures from the north. Lastly, Our proximity to this territory means that the enhanced strength of a Wagakure would be readily accessible, allowing us to sever ties should the need arise. Should the Fourth Great Ninja War erupt in the future, we could reclaim this land at any moment. The analysis provided by Master Yuan illuminated the understanding of the third Mizukage, who nodded repeatedly and remarked, "Yes, Terumi Mei. Please contact a Wagakure and convey our desire to hold a summit between the two villages' leaders." Upon hearing the third Mizukage's intention to engage in a dual Kage conference, Master Yuan expressed concern. "Mizukage-sama, what about your health?" The third Mizukage waved his hand dismissively, assuring, "It's nothing serious. I am merely attending a meeting, not preparing for battle." Terumi Mei, overhearing their exchange, almost rolled her eyes in exasperation. She was acutely aware of the underlying truth in the leader's mind. The interests of a Wagakure were of little consequence. To him, the Wagakure was merely a testing ground for his ambitions. How invested could he truly be? Of course, there was no need to voice these thoughts to them. Who would believe her anyway? Meanwhile, deep beneath the ocean lay the headquarters of the Divine Organization. The first clone of Tsuji and Scorpion will extract the chakra molecules from the Seven Tails Jinchuriki and infuse them into the Power Stone. Scorpion gazes into the depths of the Power Stone, captivated by the phenomenon where the tailed beast chakra autonomously absorbs ambient energy and converts it into chakra, causing his entire being to tremble with excitement. After days of diligent research, they have finally unveiled the infinite secrets of tailed beast chakra. This discovery dispels a long-held rumor. The original chakra may not have been derived from the human body. In other words, the chakra, composed of a portion of physical energy and a portion of mental energy, may merely represent a subset within the broader category of chakra. There exist alternative methods for the production of chakra, and there must be a means by which various forms of chakra can be unified. Scorpion reflects, "Leader, it is truly astonishing that chakra harbors such profound mysteries." Tsuji nods in agreement, affirming that all things in the world must adhere to their inherent laws of operation. The essence of the tailed beasts is not merely the corporeal existence shared by humanity. Yet, they possess the capability to switch between pure chakra forms and fleshly bodies, as well as the enigma of the tailed beast's immortality, suggesting there are secrets yet unknown to them. If they can decipher this intricate phenomenon, they too might create tailed beasts. It appears that tailed beasts possess the ability to convert natural energy into chakra, a process driven by their subconscious instinct rather than conscious control. Scorpion, aware that the leader disdains their kneeling, feels an overwhelming urge to bow before him, proclaiming, "Leader, only under the boundless creations of your scientific prowess can we unravel the mystery of tailed beast chakra's self-replication. Were it not for you, I would never have discovered this secret, nor even dared to conceive it." Tsuji feels a profound joy within. Had they not seized the opportunity during the Third Shinobi World War to covertly apprehend and study the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, their progress would not have been so swift. Usually, if a Jinchuriki were to go missing, the various ninja villages would scour the ninja world in search of them. Once they unravel the mystery of the self-replication of the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts, this truth can naturally be applied to their gemstone technology. In this way, Tsuji's infinity stones would possess boundless energy, and the title of infinite would finally hold a semblance of truth. Tsuji, having observed the mysteries of the tailed beasts, naturally possesses the ability to glimpse the foundational secrets of the Otsutsuki clan's chakra. At this moment, he is overwhelmed by an intense desire to behold the divine tree. For it is likely that the true enigmas of the Otsutsuki clan reside within its depths. The tailed beasts are merely fragments of the divine tree. The divine tree and the 10 tails are essentially one and the same, with the former representing a botanical form and the latter an animalistic incarnation. Tsuji feels an insatiable eagerness to comprehend the seed of the divine tree itself, and its fruits. However, he understands the necessity of patience. Proceeding step by step, Tsuji meticulously transcribed the secrets of tailed beast chakra's self-proliferation and handed them to Scorpion. "Scorpion, as per our plan, we shall create infinite energy and load it onto various satellites. We can launch the Heavenly Eye satellites to establish the Heavenly Eye system, thereby monitoring the ninja world." Scorpion was elated, responding, "Yes, leader, I have been eagerly awaiting this day." That night, hundreds of unidentified objects surged from the sea, ascending into the sky until they vanished from sight. These entities were nearly imperceptible, as they were transparent. Tsuji naturally received the latest advancements in material technology derived from his recent human experiments, allowing him to upgrade the previously manufactured satellites. Suji and Scorpion leisurely sat at their headquarters, awaiting the satellite's arrival in space. "Leader, it's ready," Scorpion exclaimed as various images and sounds streamed on the large screen before him, his excitement almost beyond expression. This technology represented a significant shift in power for the ninja world. Under the leader's guidance, Scorpion had begun to witness a vastly broader realm. Once the satellites reached their designated positions in space, they were synchronized with the Earth's coordinates through the spatial positioning technology established by Suji. Unless Suji made adjustments, these satellites would remain in a fixed position relative to Blue Star. With a sufficient number of satellites, comprehensive surveillance would be achieved, monitoring both the surface and the depths of up to 3,000 meters below ground within the Heavenly Eye system. The moment the Heavenly Eye system became operational, each satellite emitted a wave directed at the ground, and the feedback painted a detailed picture of the entire ninja world. Suji did not need to observe the screen before him. His mind, connected directly to the satellites through the power of gemstones, could search for any desired location or individual. Suji focused the Heavenly Eye system's attention on the battlefield between Iwagakure and Konohagakure. "It is you, Minato," he discerned amidst the continuous spatio-temporal fluctuations. He observed Minato and his three companions engaged in combat with the rock ninjas. Faced with the golden flashes, the rock ninjas could only retreat, their speed almost otherworldly. What thrilled Suji the most was the sight of several chakra clusters deep underground, unmistakably the White Zetsu. "Oh, at last, I've caught you, White Zetsu." Originally, White Absolute was concealed at a depth of 2,000 meters beneath the ground, which explains why Suji had never sensed its presence. The Earth possesses the ability to obstruct detection, while Suji could sense quite a distance from the surface. That range diminishes significantly when penetrating the ground. Fortunately, he had deciphered the intricacies of the Kagura's hard eye through the research conducted on the mother and daughter of the Whirlpool clan, which he applied to the Heavenly Eye system, thereby enhancing its extraordinary capabilities. Continuing his search, Suji, designated as number 1, swiftly located Nagato of the Rain Village through the filtering of the Heavenly Eye system. The most formidable chakra within the Rain Village undoubtedly belonged to Nagato, who referred to himself as Kamen. Sushi felt a surge of excitement upon seeing those striking purple Rinnegan eyes. Similarly, he discerned the distant presence of White Absolute monitoring Nagato. However, Suji was aware that in order to locate Nagato, he needed to address the issue of Uchiha Obito first, so he remained unhurried. After an extensive search, Suji even encountered one of the tragic bosses, Otsutsuki Ishiki, who had been ensnared by Kagaya Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki Ishiki was a character who only emerged in Boruto, recognized as the founder and leader of the Shell organization. Chapter 77, The Pain of Tsunade-han. The Joyful Life of Suji. Otsutsuki Ishiki, the superior of Kagaya Otsutsuki, arrived on Earth a millennium ago alongside her to cultivate the God Tree. However, at a certain moment, he was severely wounded in a treacherous ambush orchestrated by Kagaya herself. On the brink of death, he diminished his form and entered the body of a monk named Jigen, gradually seizing control over his corporeal existence. As Jigen's physique was ill-suited for reincarnation, Ishiki established the Kara organization to seek a new vessel, ultimately choosing Kawaki. Yet, under the scheming of Amato and Kashin Koji, Ishiki was consumed by the true fire of Samadhi summoned by Kashin Koji and subsequently reincarnated within Jigen. With his time dwindling, he set forth towards Konohagakure, intending to inscribe a seal upon Kawaki once more. However, in the face of Naruto and Sasuke's desperate resistance, Ishiki's lifespan came to an end, and he was ultimately reduced to ashes beneath Kawaki's foot. After his demise, his spirit manifested through the white wedge in Kawaki's possession, entrusting the will of the Otsutsuki to him before fading into oblivion. Reflecting upon the events of Boruto, Suji's lips curled into a cold smile. This was indeed a true treasure. The entirety of the Otsutsuki clan deserved the finest sanctuary, which was undoubtedly the experimental platform established by Suji. The most effective means to unravel the secrets of the Otsutsuki clan was to capture one for study. After scanning the state of the ninja world, Suji felt a tinge of regret. He had not detected any trace of Uchiha Madara and surmised that Madara might be ensconced within a space-time ninjutsu barrier. The probing ability of Kagura's heart was insufficient to penetrate such spatial barriers. The space stone remained a work in progress, incapable of traversing countless realms and dimensions. As Suji contemplated, he found himself exchanging information with his original self. He realized his true form was indulging in pleasure, and thus the task naturally fell upon his clone, Tsuji number 2. Scorpion observed the rise of Tsuji number 1, seemingly preparing to depart. Reluctant to part ways, Scorpion inquired, "Leader, are you leaving?" There were numerous questions he yearned to pose to Tsuji. For a seeker of truth, having a guide was an unparalleled joy. Engaging in research alongside Tsuji, the invigorating sparks of intellect ignited within his mind were exhilarating. "No, I am not departing. My original self requires the soul of Kado-dan, and I shall package it and send it over." Tsuji number 1 responded with an odd expression, internally lamenting the hedonistic tendencies of his original self. With the Mind Stone, Tsuji and his clones could share all information seamlessly. Thus he conveyed the news of White Zetsu to his original. He initially envisioned his original capturing White Zetsu in pursuit of Uchiha Madara. To his astonishment, his original was engrossed in pleasures, taming, or perhaps training Tsunade alongside his secretary, Natsu. "That is well, leader. Once you have concluded your business, I have inquiries I wish to present to you." Scorpion held a small notebook, gazing expectantly at number 1, Tsuji. In the office of the Earth Shadow in Rock Hidden Village, the premises had been thoroughly secured by Tsuji's covert security ninjas. The various mundane affairs of the village were being managed by Tsuji's outwardly charming elder sister-in-law, the renowned beauty of Rock Hidden Village, Hashimorina. Tsuji has fully entrusted these powers to her. As long as the front lines do not collapse and are not repelled by Konoha, he will not interfere. As for any insurrection by Hashimorina, does Tsuji truly concern himself with such matters? In this moment, Tsuji resembles an emperor surrounded by beauty, being fed fruit by a charming maiden. Before him stands the unwilling captive, Tsunade, Konoha's most beautiful woman and the princess of the Land of Fire. Dressed in a red plum blossom kimono, her hair adorned with various ornaments, she is as radiant as a peach blossom, causing Tsuji to involuntarily salivate. Summer, standing nearby, exclaims with bravado, "Tsunade, what are you hesitating for? Shouldn't you be dancing for our lord?" Before Tsuji's journey through time, he was deeply impressed by a female teacher named Teacher Dachiao, who hailed from humble beginnings, especially her striking red kimono. Now, Tsunadeheim was about to perform for Tsuji. Summer held a complete set of projectors, reminding her not to forget her brother. If she angered the master, the ultimate punishment would leave her brother in excruciating torment. Tsunade's heart was ablaze with fury, yet she dared not express it. Since being captured by Tsuji, she had been taken back to Awagakure. Witnessing her brother's plight filled Tsunade with indescribable sorrow, as Tsuji had brazenly blinded Rope Tree and rendered him deaf before her very eyes. This time, Tsuji forbade her from treating her brother. It was a punishment for the insults she had hurled at him before, for the sake of her brother's life. Tsunade had no choice but to obey Tsuji's commands. She was not foolish. She understood that Tsuji was captivated by her beauty. However, she was a princess of the Land of Fire. In the Ninja World War, there existed an unspoken agreement among the major ninja villages, not to harm the daimyos or their kin, lest they face relentless pursuit and death from their own village. Even during the Ninja World War, captors of a daimyo were obliged to release their prisoner. Tsunade, possessing an extraordinary status as the princess of the Land of Fire, held a unique immunity. How dare Tsuji act so audaciously? Is he not fearful of accountability from the esteemed nation? Upon noticing Tsunade's reluctance to dance for him, Tsuji waved his hand, and his attendant understood immediately, exiting to relay the message. Tsunade soon heard anguished cries echoing from the adjacent building, compelling her to urgency. "Do not torment my brother. I beg you. I am willing. I shall dance for you." Tsunade recognized her brother's voice. The memory of Senju Rope Tree, battered and bruised from torment, pierced her heart. He was her only family, and she envisioned him as the pillar of the Senju clan in the future. Hearing the continued cries of anguish, Tsunade could not hesitate and began to dance fervently. With the cessation of her brother's suffering, she devoted herself wholeheartedly to the performance for Tsuji. Meanwhile, in the laboratory of the ninja hospital, Tsuji No. 2 was conducting experiments when he observed Tsuji No. 1 utilizing the powers of the space gem to deliver a package to him. "Ah, my counterpart. You truly are a marvel." Tsuji No. 2 chuckled in exasperation, fully aware of the package's contents. None other than the soul of Kado-dan. He retrieved the pre-prepared clone of Kado-dan and, employing ninjutsu, infused the soul into its new vessel. "Per Kado-dan, what did you do to provoke me during the Second War? that you cannot find peace even in death. Upon reviving, Kato Dan's first sight was Suji's face, a moment that brought forth a flurry of bewilderment. Suji number 2 remained expressionless as the shadowy soldiers emerged from the ground, taking Kato Dan away to face countless tortures. After completing his tasks, Suji number 2 prepared to meet with the 4 disciples of Minato Namikaze, as well as to resolve issues concerning Uchiha Madara. Gazing upon the first beauty of Konoha, Tsunade, with her tear-streaked visage, Suji felt an exhilarating thrill. Who else has witnessed Tsunade's exquisite side, if not he? Indeed, she was a treasure worth cherishing. Sayori, how have you progressed with your painting skills? Suji inquired. My lord, I have met your expectations, Sayori replied, busily operating the projector to capture Tsunade's graceful dance. Upon hearing this, Suji was elated. In a few days, I wish for you to create a painting for me, one that I shall treasure to commemorate my presence in this world. Sayori, intrigued, asked my lord. What kind of painting? A portrait of my harem, Suji replied. Sayori was perplexed, unable to fathom her lord's peculiar sense of humor. Do not forget to capture it well and produce a documentary. I shall enjoy revisiting it in the future. Yes, my lord. Chapter 78, Minotaur? Within the borders of the land of Earth, the esteemed wave-wind Minato escorted an IWA ninja to the Pure Land. Observing the shaken figure of Obito, he cautioned, Obito, remain vigilant of your surroundings. Grateful for Minato's timely intervention that salvaged him from the brink of death, Obito sighed in relief. The enigmatic masked figure, Kakashi, meticulously cleared the remnants of their skirmish, remarking, Sensei, the IW ninjas have detected our movements. We are now encircled by even more of them than before. Minato held a deep appreciation for Kakashi's composure. A ninja must remain calm and contemplative. It appears we are facing both scenarios. In recent days, most of the IWA ninjas we have encountered are of elite caliber. The standard configuration of a ninja battalion does not typically include such a high number of Nin and J-Nin. Yahiko expressed concern, Sensei, what shall be our next course of action? During their mission over the past few days, Minato's team had gleaned insights as Jiraiya led the forces of Konoha in fierce combat against the IWA ninjas, granting them the opportunity for infiltration. Through their persistent exploration, they had unraveled much of Iwa's defensive strategies. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that the highest commander of IWA, the enigmatic Otsutsuki, employed a methodical approach, advancing steadily without any hint of recklessness. This signified that Konoha would be compelled to engage IWA in direct confrontation, simultaneously contending with the formidable threats posed by two Jinchuriki. Their formation exhibited no apparent weaknesses, rendering a concentrated breakthrough impossible. With a sense of urgency, Minato discerned the proximity of adversaries. A contingent of IWA ninjas was approaching, a squad comprising over 20 formidable warriors. Aware of the prowess of the famed Golden Flash, they opted for stealth, remaining concealed. The silence of the forest echoed with a chilling proclamation, Konoha's Golden Flash, you are surrounded. If you are willing to surrender. The rock ninja, who had concealed himself within the stone using ninjutsu, had not finished his sentence before he clutched his neck and collapsed. In the very moment he spoke, he inadvertently revealed his position. The leader of the rock ninja team, witnessing this scene, was drenched in cold sweat. It was too swift, surpassing perception, rendering him incapable of reaction. He was indeed a follower of Suji, a renowned elite jonin of the Hwokwang. The objective of their mission was not to eliminate Namikaze Minato, as they lacked the capability. Rather, they aimed to expel the Golden Flash, ensuring he would not wreak havoc within their ranks. Having undergone Suji's transformation, he possessed formidable strength and thus volunteered to confront Minato. It was only upon witnessing Minato's speed that he comprehended why Lord Third Otsutsuki had issued orders stating that Minato's avoidance of battle did not equate to cowardice. Hwokwang dared not create a commotion and signaled for everyone to retreat. The rock ninjas, upon receiving the command, utilized Earth-style ninjutsu to depart. Hwokwang was the last to withdraw, but as he prepared to form hand seals, he felt a kunai pressed against his neck, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. The Golden Flash. Only by truly encountering the formidable beings of the ninja world could one realize the insignificance of one's own existence. Might I inquire about some of the arrangements made by your rock ninjas? Minato's tone was exceedingly gentle, yet Hwokwang understood that his demise was imminent. I'm sorry, I cannot. Hwokwang firmly rejected Minato's request. Sayonara. Minato showed no mercy and moved to end Hwokwang's life. However, His raised hand was suddenly immobilized by a terrifying force. Minato reacted swiftly, employing the Flying Thunder God technique to vacate the area. Huoguang, you have done well. Step back. You are no match for him. Suji, floating in the air, addressed Huoguang. It was he who had intervened moments ago, saving this follower's life. Lord Otsutsuki. Upon recognizing his savior as Suji, Huoguang immediately knelt in reverence. The last time he accompanied Lord Suji on a mission. Suji had now ascended to the position of Otsutsuki. Huoguang too had risen, becoming a small team leader within the Umbu. Step back, I will handle this, Suji said, his eagerness palpable, as he yearned to confront the exceptionally powerful Namikaze Minato, who had met his demise in the first chapter of the manga. Yes, the flames bowed respectfully before retreating. Cold sweat beaded on the forehead of Minato Namikaze, not from fear of Suji's strength, but from the concern over why Suji had appeared here. Their recent investigations had indicated that the fourth Otsutsuki should have returned to Awagakure. Equally unnerved was the white Zetsu clone, who, lacking a scalp, was nonetheless taken aback by Suji's presence. It could not fathom why Suji was here. Damn it. Could Madara's plans be altered because of this individual? If a dust release were unleashed, the white Zetsu would be powerless to intervene. The clone dared not waste time, and promptly relayed the information back through the remnants of the god tree buried deep underground. What should be done? Let Madara decide for himself. Hello there, the second Suji greeted, noting the vigilance of the four individuals. Yet, he approached them unperturbed. Minato directly inquired, Otsutsuki, how did you come to be here? I'm here just as you are, nothing to be surprised about, the second Suji replied nonchalantly. Minato did not believe Suji's words. He now wished to retreat, for he understood that Suji had mastered dust release, and he could not guarantee the safety of his three students. Without hesitation, Minato reached for the ground beside him, intending to use the Flying Thunder God technique to transport them away. However, his left hand grasped nothing but air. Cold sweat trickled down Minato's back, yet he reacted swiftly, using a body flicker technique to escape the spot, taking Obito Uchiha with him. Besides Suji, two hands grasped Kakashi and Noera-rin. The cold sweat trickled down the back of Minato Namikaze, who considered himself the swiftest in the ninja world, a claim validated by the third Hokage. Yet, even with his extraordinary speed, he could not discern when Suji had whisked Noera-rin and Kakashi away from his side. Suji gazed at the petrified Yuanya-lin, who was too terrified to move, and gently brushed his fingers across the two streaks of paint on her face. Do not be afraid. I have no intention of harming you. You are truly a delightful young lady. In an unexpected outburst, Uchiha Obito, the ultimate devoted admirer and destined antagonist, whose heart brimmed with love and peace, shouted, "Let her go." Kamikaze Minato felt a pang of despair, fully aware of Yuanya-lin's significance to Uchiha Obito. She was a being more precious than life itself, perhaps even surpassing the importance of the Hokage position. Naturally, Minato bore no ill will toward Uchiha Obito, for Uzumaki Kushina held a similar place of importance in his heart. Kakashi Hitaki quickly grasped the situation, drawing his white fang and thrusting it towards Suji's side. Suji extended his hand, seizing Kakashi's wrist, and with a swift motion, hurled him. Kakashi and Obito collided like two spheres, rolling and spiraling through the air. Next, Minato Namikaze reached out to his two students, but as his hands made contact with them, a terrifying surge of chakra erupted, striking him forcefully. Upon their first encounter, Suji Gang delivered a powerful blow to Namikaze Minato. Ultimately, the resilient Minato managed to dissipate the impact, setting down Kakashi and Obito Uchiha. He lightly touched the blood at the corner of his mouth, inwardly lamenting the formidable presence of the fourth Otsutsuki. Seeing that the goddess remained under Su's control, Obito yearned to charge forward. Minato restrained him, urging, "Obito, do not act rashly. This will not save Rin." Obito, still in possession of his faculties, shouted, "Fourth Otsutsuki. Capturing a girl is no display of skill. Release her, and I shall willingly become your captive." Number 2 Su, with a peculiar expression, retorted, "Such a beautiful girl is certainly meant to be taken as a cherished wife. What use is a cur like you, who even dogs would disdain?" Upon hearing Su's words, Obito fell into a frenzy, trembling with agitation. "You shameless fiend! How could you?" His voice faltered as he witnessed the fourth Otsutsuki, Number 2 Su, passionately kissing Noera-rin. In Su's embrace, Rin was rendered powerless and could only endure the forced affection. Obito stood frozen, while Minato and Kakashi were equally astonished by Su's audacity. Was that Otsutsuki not meant to be a figure of honor and respect, rather than acting like a common rogue? Chapter 79. A defeated Minato. The overwhelming shock transformed Obito's Sharingan from the double tomo to the triple. This scene, recorded in Uchiha history, was nothing short of explosive. Number 2 Su's fervent kiss left Rin gasping for air, and just as she felt she might perish, Su finally released her. Rin, weakened and flushed, sank to the ground. Inhaling deeply, Minato held back the enraged Obito, preventing him from charging forth. What a delightful sensation, the pure essence of a maiden, Number 2 Su mused, sending Obito's mind reeling. That was his goddess, reduced to such a state by someone. Well, Su was undeniably handsome, perhaps the most striking individual Obito had ever encountered. Even eclipsing his esteemed teacher, affectionately known as the little son damn that Otsutsuki. Is Rin truly at such a disadvantage? Number 2 Su helped Rin to her feet, wrapping an arm around her waist, gazing into her enchanting eyes. He leaned closer, asking, "So, would you like to return with me to Awakens? I can assure you will never again suffer the pains of war." Noera Rin resolutely shook her head, rejecting Suji's suggestion. Konoha was her home, her everlasting sanctuary and refuge. She would never betray Konoha. Suji, although somewhat disappointed, found it to be a reasonable response. In this era, rife with conflict and where peace is a precious commodity, the village truly represents the sole belief that sustains these ninjas from descending into madness. Suji sensed a shift in the space around him, a precursor to the activation of the Flying Thunder God technique by Minato Namikaze. In an instant, he appeared beside Minato, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his head. Minato reacted swiftly, aware that if he continued to execute the Flying Thunder God technique, he would be leaving behind nothing but his lifeless body. Reluctantly, he interrupted the technique, lowering his head and retreating while pulling his 2 students away from the original location. Minato hurled a kunai, simultaneously forming hand seals. The shadow clone technique of kunai. A multitude of kunai suddenly multiplied, creating a dense barrage. As these kunai approached Suji, they shattered upon contact, failing to inflict any harm. Minato, employing the Flying Thunder God technique, whisked Kakashi away from Suji. Yet Uchiha Obito found himself ensnared by Suji. When did this occur? Minato still could not comprehend how Suji had managed to seize Obito from his grasp. He was acutely aware that just moments ago, when he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, Obito had indeed been within his control. However, why had Obito slipped from his clutches after the technique was initiated? Minato was perplexed. This situation could only imply one possibility. Suji possessed an understanding of a flaw within the Flying Thunder God technique, or he had devised a method to counter it. Suji observed the bewilderment etched on Minato's face as he slammed the clawing Uchiha Obito to the ground. Obito felt his body nearly falling apart. His muscles rendered almost unresponsive by Suji's force, leaving him unable to rise. Suji had no intention of killing him, otherwise. Such a simple act would have reduced Obito to mere pulp. Noera Rin rushed to Obito's side, employing medical ninjutsu to heal him. Obito struggled to call out Rin's name, watching as the goddess tended to him. Simultaneously, Obito felt a deep sense of urgency, realizing that the 4th Otsutsuki before him was an exceedingly formidable figure. Even his teacher Minato could no longer utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to save them as he once did. "Minato, continue. Let me witness your true prowess," Suji remarked nonchalantly, genuinely interested in engaging with the yellow-haired shinobi. Minato, kunai in hand, earnestly inquired, "4th Otsutsuki, how did you manage to take my student from me?" "Ah, that is quite simple," Suji replied. "Number 2 Suji explained to him, I merely extracted him from the space-time ninjutsu after you had already drawn him in. Nothing more." Kakashi Hatake gripped his white fang tightly, the sweat in his palms rendering the weapon somewhat slippery. The process of space-time transmission remains imperceptible and unknowable, making it impossible for the 4th Otsutsuki to detect it. This, too, was beyond the capabilities of his mentor, Minato Namikaze, the user of the Flying Thunder God technique. For Minato, the transmission process constituted a black box. What is a black box? To illustrate with a simple example, when you say hello, your mother comprehends your words. Upon reflection, this process embodies a daunting black box. What precisely is the mechanism through which humans grasp another's language? How does your brain operate during this process? The sound waves detected by your ears undergo chemical reactions, converting into electromagnetic waves. How is it that a cluster of cells within the brain can accurately interpret these sound waves and relay information to the more advanced cerebral cortex? Absent the inquiry of scientists studying this phenomenon, one might simply accept it as a matter of course, as it has always been. Much like how Minato learned the Flying Thunder God technique, he merely understood that by activating at point A, he would teleport to a predetermined point B. The specifics of what transpires during this A-B transition elude him. Does it involve entering a higher dimension and then folding into the target point? Or does the body or matter disintegrate into particles and then reassemble? In traversing space, does the moving object or person travel at the speed of light? Minato is unaware. For him, this intermediary process is a black box. However, for Tsuji, it was not so. Tsuji directly accessed the intermediate phase of the space-time traversal of the Flying Thunder God technique and pulled Obito Uchiha out with ease. This knowledge stemmed from his studies of the space gem. The Flying Thunder God technique posed no threat to Tsuji, while Minato struggled to comprehend Tsuji's words. He understood the urgency of evacuating his 3 students swiftly, fearing they might not escape otherwise. In ninja combat, intelligence is paramount. They were oblivious to Tsuji's understanding of the mechanics behind Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. He and Kakashi produced smoke bombs, hurling them to the ground. Enveloping Tsuji's line of sight in purple haze, Minato immediately employed the shadow clone technique. 3 Minatos dispersed, casting their Flying Thunder God kunai throughout the battlefield. Suddenly, one Minato materialized beside a kunai near Tsuji, thrusting a vibrant blue chakra sphere, the Rasengan, toward him. This was indeed the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique. Tsuji raised his hand and seized the wrist of Minato Namikaze, who then dissipated into white smoke, revealing it to be a shadow clone. The Shuriken shadow clone technique. The Shuriken, accompanied by explosive tags, detonated with a thunderous roar beside the second Tsuji, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Suddenly, Kakashi appeared, whisking away Obito Uchiha and Rin Noara. The second Tsuji was fully aware of everything transpiring. Once the explosive tags had all detonated, he waved his hand, dispersing the smoke before him. Is that all? Upon seeing Tsuji's attire remain unruffled, Minato's heart sank. The explosive tags were, in fact, comparable in power to a ninjutsu, and since they did not consume chakra, they proved to be exceedingly efficient ninja tools. Yet, despite the dense barrage of explosive tags, Tsuji remained utterly unaffected. The previous kunai attacks had also borne no fruit. What, then, was Tsuji's weakness? Chapter 80. The Enigma of Tsuji. Both of Minato's shadow clones radiated the light of the Rasengan. The 2 identical Rasengans, oscillating at the same frequency, began to resonate and merge, resulting in the newly developed variant of the Rasengan, the Tai Chi Rasengan. The second Tsuji observed this scene with some astonishment. Was this not supposed to be from the movie? As the 2 Rasengans resonated and fused, the air became tumultuous, and the ground quaked beneath the force of the terrifying airflow. This constituted an S-rank ninjutsu, its might comparable to the wind release, Rasen Shuriken. In an instant, the 2 Minatos utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Tsuji, unleashing the Tai Chi Rasengan. Yet, as had become customary, they met with failure. The power of the Tai Chi Rasengan did not breach the protective barrier surrounding the second Tsuji. This barrier, constructed from the power gem,